Well, good morning from the balcony of the 1957 club here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. My name's Kev Harris, along with our commentator in the booth, Johnny Green. We're getting set and ready to go to bring you all of the action from day 2 of the 2025 Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion, which is without question the greatest collection of historic motor racing vehicles that you will see anywhere. And the exciting thing is there's over 400 of them here. And I tell you what, the Motorsport Council here and all the organisers of Rolex have done it again, because all of these cars are period correct, have the history, have the racing provenance, and they're all going to be tearing up the tarmac here at Laguna Seca from, well, in just a few moments' time. We had a great day of it all day yesterday as well. It really was quite something. I've been at this event now for about 4 or 5 times, and what we saw yesterday was like something I haven't seen before. Just on the grass, just across the way over there, we had a collection of Formula One racing cars spanning the 75 years of Formula One. Quite something from 1950 all the way up to 2025. Lots to look forward to then, so without further ado, let's have a little look at the schedule, shall we? Because they're going to be out on track in a moment. So here's what's coming up. So we're starting then at 8 a.m. with those Group 12 cars in the John Morton Trophy Rolex race, going through Groups 9, 4 and 3. Dan Gurney Saloon Car race then is coming up at 9:45, and his son Justin was here yesterday in a Chevy Impala, going out on a 1960 version of one of what was his dad's cars there. Incredible stuff. But I think the highlight for this morning for me would be at 10:55, that UNSA Family UNSA Family Cup Rolex race, celebrating the IROC series that is back. All of those legends from IROC are here. We're going to have to go, by the way. I could talk all morning, by the way, but I can't. I'm being told we've got to go up to Johnny Green in the booth. He is chomping at the bit to start talking about the first cars out on track. So without further ado, let's go and join Johnny Green.
Thank you, Kev. Yep, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the WeatherTech Raceway. And obviously these pictures from yesterday afternoon, but it just shows you how quickly it can clear up here. We always expect fog at Laguna Seca, and we'll hopefully get more weather like this afternoon. And I'm delighted to be joined for the first event of the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion Day 2, and the first event, which is John Morton Trophy, by, well, 2 gentlemen, first and foremost. One is Michael Green, no relation, but we think we might have some far-fetched relation. And Greg, your last name? Johnson. And I'm also joined by Greg Johnson. I'll just get him a mic because he's just walked in, but that's how we roll here. And as I say, Greg Johnson, look, by magic, cars on track. Absolutely fantastic as we get ready for the John Morton Trophy. Well, I'll start with you, Greg. Why not? Okay, well then.
We'll talk now, too.
Hey, man, just hang out. This is how we roll.
Okay.
You've come earlier, but I like that. And you've got the golf jacket on. And that's. Do you know much about any of these guys?
Absolutely. Used to run that race as well. I had a Porsche 59 RSK one time.
There we go. Michael, you're out there racing. You're racing a Corvette today.
Yeah, 63 Stingray, fuel-injected car. It's got a lot of history. Makes lots of noise.
How long have you guys been doing this event?
I've been to this event since the first one.
Really?
Yeah.
In 1974? So I was told there was 66 competitors that year.
Yeah, we went one day.
It must startle you when you walk in and know that there's 433 now.
Oh, it's insanity. You know, when this all started, I was young. Let's say that.
We all were.
Yeah,
let's
right.
not go there.
We had
let's not.
We had all these fantastic people, and Steve Earle had this fabulous idea, which started actually in the 71 Can-Am race here with 14 historic cars. My mother said we played racing. Right?
Yeah.
And she can say that because she was John Wyer's secretary at Aston's all through the 50s.
And your father, am I right in saying, you told me this just before we went on air, was at the first ever Formula One Grand Prix. So you are the perfect guy.
Yeah. Dad was at the first Formula One race in England. He was working on a Brian Shaw Taylor and Tony Bolt's ERA and on an Alfa Romeo HC. And he worked for Wade Engineering, putting superchargers on everything.
What a magnificent
And then later
footnote of
See,
history.
I'm leaving the room. okay?
Yeah. I mean, what a great way to start the day.
I'm not going to follow that at all.
No, nobody can. I mean, I don't think I've ever met anybody who's got genuine knowledge. I've read up on my Silverstone day. I know they killed a few sheep on the first event.
Right, yeah.
And I know that obviously it's always been that biosphere or strange weather that Silverstone, even to this day, still has. And I'm sure it was the same
I can hear Mum at Silverstone. She says it's a lovely day at Silverstone. It's bucketing down rain.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
So here we go. This is Group 12, and let's turn our attention as we go on the warm-up lap and the pace lap to get the tyres up to speed. As we all know, it was a little greasy out there this morning when we all came in. I think there was a sprinkle of rain at some point, and I think it's dried off as the sun will come out, and it's a lot less foggy than it was yesterday. But the John Morton group, guys, what's your thoughts on this? Obviously, John Morton, and these are cars of small displacement, production cars from 1955 to 1967, so I'm sure you're very familiar.
Love them.
Yeah, they're good stuff. I mean, this is, SCCA cars and things, a little bit different than the European with the FIA rules, right? So
Sure.
a lot of these cars are running around topless, as we say. They're going to do an extra warm-up lap here to try to warm the tires up and get the track.
And pretty much mostly European, but I hadn't, until I started doing historics, realized, especially here in America, just how important the, if you like, European invasion, way before the Japanese cars, and way before the specials and all the rest of it. This is what you raced here. And of course, the manufacturers in Europe desperately wanted to get to the West Coast because there was a lot of folks who were both interested in the sport post World War II, and also there was a lot of money over here and people wanted to buy Porsches.
Oh, quite, yeah. It became their biggest market, and I'm going to toot my horn here. I was here in 1958.
Really? That's the first, second year?
My first race ever as a little boy was the Los Angeles Times Grand Prix in Riverside. And Dad was working for Aston's again. Yeah. And they brought Salvadori with a DBR1. Wow. So this car here, 55X.
That little pooper?
That's the pooper.
Yep.
Right?
It won yesterday, actually.
That's Ken Miles' car.
Yep. That's
a fast
car.
quick Miles
Oh, it's
story.
actually a Ken Miles car.
Yes, this is a quick. What he did, he was getting sponsored by Porsche, and he wasn't doing what he wanted, so he built his own car. He took a Cooper and put a Porsche in it, hence the pooper. Yep. And then the management at Porsche lost their minds because he was whipping their own cars with his.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because I was thinking yesterday as we were talking about this car, Cameron Healy took it to victory yesterday, but I was wondering what the European reaction was to effectively Americans, as Enzo would describe the British as garagistas, but as you guys cutting up these cars and making your own, which I think is fantastic. Innovation is king.
It was.
What did the factory say?
Oh, they screamed bloody murder, told him to park the car. So
I love it.
But then it resurfaced, and a friend of mine, Phil Van Eck, a friend of Dad's, had it for a long time, and it was used to race here in the 70s with Phil Van Eck driving. He was a car salesman. Wow. And unfortunately, all these guys are disappearing in droves now, Looks like they're getting ready to do a final lap. I saw a Turner just go by, which is an oddity, actually, because they didn't build a lot of those.
I think it's the only one, a 950S from 1958,
And then the other wild one is my friend here, Frank Zucchi, with this Panera Sports Racer.
Oh, that's
right,
cute.
which was actually designed as a plastic model kit, AMT. And it took him a while because people were poo-pooing him at first. We don't want that car here. It's not historic. But then they finally realized it was historic, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was kind of cool.
As you can see, the pace car, the Porsche, the light blue Porsche just ahead, is about to peel off. And when it does, we'll be racing in our first group race of the day. And as we mentioned, Cameron Healy in that number 55X won the race yesterday in the Pooper. And let's see what he can do today. Like you say, still a little bit of damp out there.
He's got that Lotus up alongside.
He has.
That's a cheeky bugger, that car.
All right, well, we'll see what happens as they now start to accelerate past our commentary position. And away we go to start day 2 of the Rolex reunion. The John Morton Trophy. And, like I said, 55 to 67.
Lotus is poking his nose, going to take the lead going into turn 2. This is going to be a bit hairy because it gets slick down here. And having raced motorcycles on this place is not much fun when it's wet.
Well, motorcycle racing was the first I saw from Laguna Seca.
Look at this. Whoa, here we go.
There you go. It's exactly what you predicted.
Right. Bathtub Porsche, and he's whooping around.
That was Andrew Larson getting a bit of a moment in his 356A Speedster.
Now,
sideways.
The next Porsche is an X-Works car. It's an RS of some sort, and I don't remember exactly what model name it was.
It's a 60, RS60.
Is that what it's an RS60? Okay. And that's what
I had a
Miles was.
59 RSK, and
Right.
interesting cars, a little shorter wheelbase. They were 4 inches longer in the 60 than the 59K.
Make it handle better, right?
But absolutely, because the K, you go into a corner, and when you start to think about turning in, it's time to unwind the wheel because it's already got its back end.
Right,
going.
yeah.
I'll tell you
There's
what,
a
wherever
coupe here.
Yep, wherever you tuned in around the world, and we've got people around the world watching from Australia all the way to Ukraine. I'll tell you what, we've got the best 2 guests we could ever hope for. I hope you're enjoying this.
The red Healy 3000 here, which you see in the screen at the moment, has come from Melbourne.
Oh,
Is it really?
And they're pitted next to me. Yeah, a wonderful group.
I raced the
And-
Healy 100S, and probably in a later group than this group, and that car was just delightful. It darts in and out of traffic.
Yeah, you could drive it.
A lot of these things you had to let them set their weight and go, but that car would just really scoot.
Yep, I spend a lot of time in Australia and New Zealand, and their passion is equal to the Americans and the Brits and all the European countries. But it amazes me how cars from America made it over there.
Oh,
there
right.
is a Trans Am historic series in New Zealand alone, and it's
Yeah,
a country
right.
of, what, 6 million people?
Yeah.
So to have a,
Right.
a full Trans Am, 30 cars.
With American cars.
With American cars,
Right.
big muscle cars.
Yeah.
Have you ever done
Hey,
events over there with the Aussies and the New Zealand?
And we got
Crazy.
Porsche
Yeah,
spin,
oh, yeah.
we got Porsche spinning
Oh, the
at turn
54
11.
goes round.
Wow.
Well, it is a bit dicey out there, a little bit slippery.
Yeah, no grip today. You gotta find a dry line and keep in it. You know, we've actually raced motorcycles here in the piss and rain one day.
Yeah, I'll bet.
But it was
I wouldn't want to race a motorcycle around here. This is tough, especially if it's wet.
it was the old course, the old nine turn course.
Faster then,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah. Once out of here, it was try to be flat all the way to 4. You know, and you breezed it going through
That's
too.
the long 4.
The short, yeah,
Yeah.
that was pretty hairy.
Well, he's going warp 7 in the 25. That's what it says on the plate. And that's the 25 of Paul Freestone in that Austin Healey 100 6BN4.
That's the car from Melbourne.
Aha, right.
So who do we have out front? Oh, we got another Porsche going
Nakamura.
sideways.
Too.
Mr. Nakamura, who had a podium yesterday, in fact. So
Oh, here we go. Now the pooper's coming around the outside. Headed
look
into
at this. This is
We're
what
headed
we
into
want.
5 right now. Way!
Oh, round he goes. I'll tell you what, look at the skill involved in turning that around. Folks,
He saved it.
Is that Bill Lyon?
I'll
Yeah.
tell you what, I've seen ice skating that couldn't do a pirouette as good as that. That was sensational. Well done, Mr.
Yeah,
Lyon.
Bill Lyon. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
he
wait.
took that Porsche Spider and created his own web there at the final corner.
The surface is evening things out. I believe.
He's going to have to take a deep breath and get going again.
No
right?
kidding. I mean, what must go through your head
Well,
as
we
an
got-
historic driver doing
You're
that?
along for a ride.
The Healy, is that? I'm trying to see what that was. I couldn't see it. Oh, it is the Healy. Okay, the Healy was poking its nose in, come on the back side of the pooper here.
Meanwhile, Cameron Healy is going strong in the 55.
Now, what's out in front? I can't see it.
That's
20
Nakamura in the 43. That's the Lotus Elan 26R. He was the one that jumped into the lead
He's
straight from the
checked
start.
out.
Yeah. Well, he was on the podium yesterday, and maybe these conditions suit him more. But great start from him. Just going back to Cameron Healy, that car he's driving, the silver one, the 55X, competed in SCCA in North America
Did.
and the Midwest
Yes.
from 1953 onwards.
Yeah. Miles, I said, created this thing. And the whole thing was he wanted to win everything.
Sure.
And I mean, I was the same way when I was racing the bike. So we can't show up to win races.
Well, let me as a fellow Brit, let me ask you a question. People like Ken Miles, and obviously Sterling Moss came over to do the Pebble Beach races, but he'd already established himself and was a superstar at the time.
Sure.
But what was the reaction to Europeans coming here and racing? Because it's a huge part of American racing history.
Well, my oh, here goes the poopers going around. Okay, we're
Cameron.
using reverse there.
He's got to view the field.
Hit
Waving
me,
everybody
don't
by.
hit me,
Please don't
don't
hit me.
hit me. Right.
Oh,
So here's another silly
He's got a
story.
stall too, looks like.
1955, my dad leaves Aston Martin and goes to MG as the number 2 man.
okay.
And they're building EX 182, which became the MGA. And Dad's doing the development driving, and they're going to go to Le Mans in 55, and they need 6 drivers. And Dad hires 6 drivers. One of them's Ken Miles.
Oh, okay.
See where I'm going here?
Yeah, I do.
And during
Long before Carroll Shelby.
well, we knew him too. He
Okay.
walked in my mother's office in 1954, and she was the secretary of the race department at Aston. So this guy with a Stetson cowboy hat, which she'd never seen other than on the TV.
Yeah, I bet that was quite a thrill.
He said, I want to go racing.
I want to go racing. Let's go to Jeanette, who, as we can see, is just taking a little bit more gingerly, because Gunner, we always expect to be at the front. He's in that Carrera GT Speedster from 58. And he'll be out again.
Now, who's making their way right now? We get the Healy's coming over the top of the corkscrew. Here we go
there
down,
we go.
and another Healy behind him, and then this is a Datsun.
Yeah, not too many Datsuns out there.
No, you don't see them much. They were popular in E-Production and SCCA in the 60s, and they were a force when they raced against MGBs and things.
In fact, there's just two
Just
Datsuns
two, yeah.
out there. The 311 and the Roadster. Oh, no, and a Fair Lady from 65.
Oh, yeah, Fair Lady.
Michael
eh?
Sweeney. Let's have a look at what just happened to Cameron Healy. And as drivers who are going to be out there, you tell us what's going through his mind.
Well, yeah, they're in heavy
Here we
traffic here coming through that corner, and with, hopefully there's enough grip. But get back to it. Here we go. Here's a replay.
Yep.
Yeah, he saved that good to turn it right
Very
around
good
and get it
job.
What's going
stopped.
through your mind is, what the, you know what happened?
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, your breakfast comes very close to your
Yeah,
throat at that
this
point.
49 Porsche was a famous car, and it was supposedly quite the thing to drive in its day. But
Your Bath Carrera.
yeah, but get back to what you were talking about a minute ago with driving in America.
Yeah.
At first, it was very amateurish, literally.
Yeah.
And when guys like Paravano and the Arcieros who are here
Yeah.
showed up with the big Ferraris, they got tabooed. You can't do this, and they had to start entering cars under funny names.
Clever.
Oh, yeah, because somebody said, oh, no, this is here for fun. You're not supposed to be here with those cars. Go away.
Yeah, you go away.
And my dad thought this was the weirdest thing ever, right? But it took some force, but it finally started to become semi-professional.
We were
right?
hearing the story of Dan Gurney going the other way in that Impala. And also almost
got a-
winning.
we got a
We have got
full
a double
course
yellow,
wheel.
full course yellow. That could be for another incident. It wouldn't surprise me as they head under the bridge after 5 and up towards 6.
I just met Justin Gurney downstairs. I know we'd met eons
Great
ago.
guy. Looks
But-
so much like his dad.
He does.
Yes.
But see, it's another one of the guys' things. My dad comes to America, and he's working for Tony Paravano in Los Angeles. And you go look him up on the internet, you'll see the wanted poster still out there for him. But Dad was here by himself, so he would work late in the evening because he had nothing else to do. So this kid on the motorcycle shows up one day, and it was Dan Gurney.
Wow.
And they become friends, and Dad saw that he was a good driver, but he was driving garbage, literally. And so he convinced Paravano, let's go test this kid. So they go to Willow Springs in 56. My mother had just arrived in August. She'd been here since, 56, August. And Gurney goes off the road. And when Justin and I were just talking about this. So he goes off the road in the Tour de France Ferrari and puts a rock through the gas tank, which used to sit on his desk for many years. Right? And I remember the motorcycle race because he'd come to places and watch me and watch the other guys. And he says, the only job I ever got fired from.
That's great.
He was a big guy for racing.
He was.
I know, for a motorcyclist.
But he was a fabulous engineer.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
well,
the things he used to do.
His Porsche Formula One for Porsche.
Right? But then you get up into the Indy cars with what we call a wicker bill, or otherwise known as a Gurney flap.
Yep.
Right? Yeah, no, down was a...
And to watch, I've seen Justin from a distance, the way from the back, and the way he stood, he just looked like Dan.
It's Dan, right. Oh, yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, we're under caution here in our first group. This is the John Morton group. And let's just talk a little bit about John Morton himself, because you talked about Carroll Shelby a touch, and it was he and Ken Miles that were both employed by Carroll Shelby over here.
Yeah.
And so, that combination, and they went straight to Sebring, and I guess never looked back.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, there was all the cars in the race and what Morton was doing. I think, I know he was at Can-Am's. I was here for the Can-Am race in 71. Only because Dad was built an engine for the Castrol
That must have
BRM.
been a great era.
Well, you're standing down in 9 when you got Peter Revson coming around the corner with Jackie Stewart right up his exhaust pipes and Denny Holm, and the noise was insane.
That's great. I can hear Jackie going, "Get out of my way! Come on! I'm a 3-time world champion!
Get out of the way!"
You've been
And Revson,
practicing.
and this was the notorious race where Revson flips off the flagman with 2 to go.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, this was hysterical.
Why did he do that?
Well, they black flagged him, so it turned into a real zoo, but they thought he was trailing oil.
Oh.
So when they got up to Victory Lane, and Dad and I were up there with Moss, because Moss was the poster boy and driving the pace car, right? So he goes, come on, so we go up there, and the SCCA was trying to disqualify Revson for giving him the finger, right? And I seen it, and it's like, Dad's going, what's that all about?
That's funny.
And
I love stories like
they
that.
were going to give Jackie the win and take it away, and Jackie says, no, I'm not having anything to do with this, and walks away.
Well, that's not the first time
Right?
he's done that.
No, right. And so he says, there's no oil on the front of
Right.
So now the
that proves it.
SCCR over there going, oh, Christ, there is no oil on the front of his car.
Right.
Because he was right under the back the
I
whole
like
way.
that. That's good sportsmanship.
So they finally backed off on him. And anyway, we got this race is back again.
The gentleman in fourth that's in the Porsche 356 in the red stripes.
Yep.
This is just his first time on this track.
Is it really?
Third time out with the car.
Chris Mayring.
Yeah, it was prepared by Scott Hendry and Clay at Scott's Independent.
Oh, wow.
So he put the car mostly together himself, and Scott built the engine, but for a guy that's fairly new to the situation.
Well,
we're waiting. Oh, no, we still got pace cars
pace
turned
car's
off.
gone,
Okay.
so the Lotus of Nakamura will lead them off again, and we're running out of laps.
4 to go.
Here we go. 4 to go. Nakamura, Larson, and Hugo are your top three. Ed came in here earlier in the weekend, and I'm sure he'll come back.
The good giggle with that Lotus is because it's a little 1600 Ford with twin cams and big Webers on it. You can wind the daylights out of it, you know. The guy in the Porsche is going, I'm out of breath, right?
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, he did good on that coming out of 2. 2 can get big, quick, greasy on the exit. 3 is the worst corner of all at Laguna Seca because it's what I call is a throwaway corner. Don't try to make it does, and you can't make time. You make time, you're going to be out in the bushes.
Yeah.
Well, you say that. I watched Jenson Button make an overtake there.
Did you see that yesterday?
That was awesome.
It was
We all
fabulous.
went, whoa.
Yeah, right. And I was wondering where he was carrying the speed.
Yeah, he's another guy that only raced here for the first time last year.
I was watching the body roll on the car, and there wasn't any.
He's been behind a wheel before. So.
Yeah. Well,
He's got a bit of pedigree.
I have my car, the Corvette was saying is, I have to turn left to go right.
Look at the Porsche.
Yeah, he's zipping right along.
And he's just got past Nakamura. Now, you're a motorcycle man. Eric Oliver.
Uh-huh.
That Nakamura, the Haruki Nakamura car, was a motorcycle and sidecar world champion Eric Oliver who took delivery of this new Lotus.
Oh, right.
Back at Brands Hatch back in the day in 1965.
Right. Wow.
There you go.
I like motorcycle guys.
Yes. Well, there's plenty of Australians tuning in, and like you said, there's an Aussie car
Something
out
going
there.
on with the Lotus here, see, because the
He's in trouble, isn't he?
the Porsche's caught him up, and then the other one seems to be pulling him in.
Porsche would be passing if he had the opportunity.
Yeah,
I would think
Hugo.
so, right?
That's
Just
Hugo,
in that way he was going around 10.
Yeah.
Well, it's been an entertaining first race, that's for sure. And I have to
very
say, the
close.
skill involved in actually keeping all of these cars intact with these conditions is pretty impressive.
Well, if I had to give anybody an award, it would be the guy in the pooper for doing a 180 and then getting it stopped without touching anything, right?
While we look at the 491, I want to just talk about that Glocker Porsche that you mentioned. Ben Weiser is driving it, but that's a pretty impressive car that
Isn't
just
that wild?
looks odd.
Yeah, and it's got I believe it's got a Corvair engine in the back, if
Yes.
I remember right.
Yep.
That belongs to Suzuki. He lives down the road from me in Oakdale, California.
Okay.
His dad's a wonderful guy. Plays with cars, and you know, he's like the same as I am. You know, we got it from Dad, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, we've been watching that Alec Hugo 1962 356B. That's what we're watching on screen at the moment.
And to make a note here, because we're looking at the book, and you got to fit Marnix Delanius right
He
here.
did the first race, right?
Yeah, he did. Marnix is here, and Marnix is great because I've known him since I was a kid. And in the old days, he could drive the wheels off that car. And he got in trouble one day here because he put slicks on it. Steve Earle caught him. But he decimated the place, right?
And just to explain that, so Marcus Delanius drove the first ever Monterey reunion in 1974, and he's still racing today.
Today. He's 86 now.
That is just fantastic.
Yeah, fabulous
I love
guy.
that. I just love that. That is so fun.
A lot of history out here. There's a Morgan or two out here too.
Yes.
They're probably, it's what we call a +4. So
Yes,
it's probably
+4.
got a TR4 engine in it.
Greg
Be my-
Powell
Here we
at the
go.
wheel of
Look,
that.
the Porsche
trying.
is attacking again, coming down the hill.
Giant killer. Look at this. David versus Goliath. That
Right.
tiny little 43 looks so small in
Oh my
comparison.
God, doesn't it?
He's going to pull him on the straight,
Yeah,
probably.
I think
Yeah.
so. Into turn 11 then. 2 laps to go.
Whee!
Gets it close, but then it just opens up.
And there is the white flag. So 1 lap now to go in what has been a really entertaining start to the day. Fantastic stuff. And I'll tell you what, given the greasy conditions, 1:55 is a pretty good time around here in those conditions.
Oh,
isn't it?
quite, yeah. No, it's drawing, the line's drying in. But go about and talk to Morton about Morton for a minute.
Go for it.
He went through all kinds of cars, and late in his career, he got to drive the what then new Nissan GTP IMSA car, the big twin turbo monster. And I think it was Road Atlanta where he had a terrible accident with it. It flipped over backwards at speed.
There's your turner, because you wanted to make
And
note of that, didn't you?
we all quite cringed when we saw it. Like, oh, God. And he got out of it. Beat
Yeah,
him
that
up.
little,
But
that little
anyway.
turner looks very nice, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Neat
cute little
car.
thing, yeah.
Now, what would that be made up of?
It had a Ford drivetrain, you know, something like a Ford Popular,
Yep.
right? So they went real quick, and they got what we call SCCA iced, which means as the rules progressed over the years, all of a sudden the brakes got bigger, the engines got bigger, the gearbox got changed. It looks
He's
like the
coming
same
on.
car.
Here he comes,
You can try him in
side
the
by
car.
side
Oh,
up the Ray Hall straight. Now, who
Now
dares wins at the corkscrew?
Oh, yeah, right? Poke it in there.
Oh, don't show us that. Come
Bit of
on,
celebration.
back to the
He's already
corkscrew.
celebrating
Yeah.
as he comes round down the corkscrew. He knows we're watching through Rainey for the last time.
Who won the battle for second, though?
Yeah,
Oh, we
I
haven't
want
seen
to.
that yet.
Yeah, we missed that.
Andrew Larson from above. Here we go.
No, Lotus is still out front.
He's going to try him again.
Porsche was off in the wet there. He's going to see if he can poke his nose. I don't know what the brakes are like on that Porsche. I know
Yeah,
they're-
that's true.
I know they're drum brakes.
Well, last corner. He's just got to hold it all together here to take second place.
Force not close enough.
No.
No, not going to do it.
Good, here we go. And the winner is.
And there he is. Yes, takes the checkered flag in style. And there comes second place Nakamura. Ed Hugo takes
right.
third. And Mayring takes fourth. Good
Yeah,
race.
lovely.
Kevin Adair takes fifth. And Gunnar Jeanette in sixth. Freestone, Medalivitz, and Myers and Webster, your top 10.
Perfect. Good stuff.
Guys, it's been a pleasure.
No, good
Did
stuff.
you stay all day?
Yeah.
Greg, I know you're going to hang out.
I am.
But feel free.
I'm going to go back and race in a bit.
Oh,
So
that's
you-
overrated. You want to sit and talk about it?
Oh, yeah. Well, I've got this Corvette.
Bring it
I'd rather have him sit here and talk.
Yeah, right. I got this Corvette that I acquired last year, and it's the first time I've ever raced it was here, just
Oh, right.
this weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And
How is it?
It's got a lot of motor.
Oh, okay.
But it don't go around the corners.
It won't go around the
Well, yeah, you got to turn left to go right.
Oh,
It's one of
okay.
those things, you know. As soon as the power comes in, it's going, start swinging the back end around a bit. It's a good giggle. I'm getting used to it. I got my laps down, coming down every run.
So, confirmation of the result. Andrew Larson in the 356A Speedster wins over Hiroki Nakamura in the Lotus Elan. Great battle between those two. Alec Hugo, not Ed Hugo, excuse me, in the 491 takes third. Chris Mayring fourth. Kevin Adair in the Austin Healey 3000 in fifth. Then Gunnar Jeanette. Then Paul Freestone, Philip Menvelitz. And in eighth place, Glenn Myers in ninth, and Ransom Webster, a very familiar name to racers here on the West Coast, in the Abarth, takes 10th overall.
I'm just looking through your book. There's another man I knew, Cunningham.
Okay.
Right, so much so that we had dinner at his home one night in the 70s, and went to his private museum out back. And Dad was rebuilding one of his, God, what was it now? Not HRG. There's only two of them. God, brain fade. British race
Don't worry
driver.
about. Don't worry about. Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
I know, right? Anyway, he was a giggle. So when we were here in '76, it was tribute to Jaguar, and Dad was.
Just finish your thought.
So anyway, we're here in '76, and Dad goes to San Francisco Airport, picks up OKV3 Jaguar D-Type, puts one of his manufacturer plates on the back, and goes whipping off down the Bayshore Freeway. And then it comes down here, and I'm 18. And he says, right. He says, this is your job. You take care of that car all day. So I'm the mechanic on this OKV3D type. And Tony Ralt's driving it for the parades. So he goes, you want to go on the parade? Sure, he didn't have to ask me twice. I was in the car, right? We were off, and this turns into insanity. I got a flat cap on backwards, a pair of goggles.
So it won't blow off, yeah?
No, right. We're doing 130 in turn 2 on the second lap. And we got Phil Hill behind us in Cunningham's long-nosed D. And then there's Grizzy here and Joe Flynn. Everybody's got D-types, right? And it was quite the zoo. And anyway, Tony screws up the corkscrew on the third go. We come in, I go, oh, this is going to be good. We're going to be in the trees here, right? And he just plays rally driver. He goes bang down to 2, spins the wheel, stands on the throttle. We came down the hill sideways.
Amazing. Listen, feel free to come back anytime, Michael Green. Fantastic. And you, Greg Johnson. You're not sticking around, but go and drive your Corvette.
I'm going to get
guys,
the car ready.
I hope you're enjoying this. We are truly giving you the history of American motorsport in multicolor here. These magnificent men in their flying machines. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
Smooth.
Not smooth.
Well, it's always great when you catch up with the drivers, who have been here many, many times before, but also have just coming off the track, like my pal here, Ransom Webster, in the Group 12 small displacement engine cars, and you just had a lot of fun out there, didn't you?
Oh, I just had a great time out there. It's really fun to race with other guys. And we have such a mixed assortment in that class. I mean, we have a lot of different cars in there, so it's fun to run with them. I probably have got 100 races on this car over the last 20 some odd years, and so I just enjoy bringing it out. The crowd loves to see it. You know, this is a Sebring car that was driven by Jean-Paul Strela in 1962. So it's just kind of an iconic Porsche.
It's an iconic Porsche, but it's also a beautiful looking Porsche. And like you said, people don't see him that much anymore because people are too afraid to race them. They're just too valuable.
That's exactly right. And that we've got one other participant that will bring his car out once in a while. He's of the same ilk that I am. But, you know, we used to... 15, 20 years ago, we'd have 5 of these on the track at the same time. And that was quite a show because that's what it was like in the day. That's what it looked like when they really raced. So, big fun to drive.
Big fun to drive and just stunning for the rest of us to look at. But you've been coming in here for years. I think you said over 20 years at the Rolex. It seems to be getting better and better. And the cars that are coming out that they're finding, they're period specific. They got the provenance. They got the history. It's incredible, isn't it?
It is incredible, and you know it's great to see that the sport is still going strong. We're trying to bring more young people in. We need to get more young drivers in. That's the bottom line to it. Otherwise, who's going to be left to drive these things?
Well, that's it, and this is part of history, and these things have got to be looked after. They got to be preserved. When I chat to guys like you who have got many cars, and it's kind of like you don't own them. You're like the custodian of it until somebody else takes it on, right?
Yeah, we spend about 400 hours a year just keeping this car to do a few events. That's what it takes to keep one of these 4 cams alive.
Ransom, you're racing a few cars this weekend. We'll stay put, but our cameraman might be able to spin sideways and take a look at that Porsche that's just over there, because very different beast. But you're racing that one as well.
Yes, I am. And that one's way different. The time differential is about 20 to 22 seconds. Yeah. Huge differential in speed, but it's like jumping. It's kind of like jumping from a helicopter to a jet. Yeah. It's a huge differential there, but I love driving them both.
Mate, Ransom, it's a pleasure talking to you. I love getting to meet guys like you at these events, and I'm kind of here, but I'm slightly envious. I enjoy my job, but oh boy, I'd like to be doing what you're doing.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you so much. And keep coming back.
We will. Thanks so much.
To keep coming back.
They're all over the world right now watching this and loving this, and Ransom, it's been a pleasure. We're live. How about that? We continue from the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path will lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
Smooth.
Not smooth.
Way here.
Well, this is really exciting. I'm down here in amongst some absolutely period historic racing cars about to go out on track in that Fangio group. And Charles Chalvoy here. Charlie, great to see you, pal. You're going to be running the number 39 car. Talk to us about it.
Well, it's a very historic car. This was one of 5 Bugattis built to compete for the 1926 European Grand Prix Championship. And it was raced at Brooklands in August of 1926 by Sir Malcolm Campbell, and he finished second.
That is phenomenal. You talk about the Rolex, and you talk about cars with provenance and the history. That is dripping in provenance.
Yeah, there are only 3 of these cars left. There were 5 made initially, only 3 left. One's here, one's in Europe, one's on the East Coast.
You just can't fathom that this thing is still running 100 years later. Must take a lot of work to keep it going.
Well, it's amazing. These mechanical machines like this that were so well built back in the day, if you maintain them, they will continue to run well for decades, like this one has.
That's absolutely awesome. And listen, let's hope we're both running for decades as well at this event. Charlie, great talking to you. I'll let you go up to grid. An absolute pleasure, sir.
Thank you as well. Thank you.
And we're on the pace lap, which will be 2 again for our next group, race 2, which is the Juan Manuel Fangio Cup. And it seems the absolutely appropriate group because we are celebrating 75 years of Formula One. We heard briefly, we heard in the last race from Michael Green from Livermore, and what a history he has. I'll try and grab him up. And Greg Johnson stayed with us, now originally from California, but now in Arizona. So tell me, what's your history of this?
Well, I've been racing at Monterey for about I raced at Sebring in 72, 73,
I bet it was just as bumpy, if not more.
78. Oh, I'm sure it was. So it has huge Sebring history, and having a lot of fun with it. We're still dating a little bit. It's a new car for me.
Okay, fair enough. You're just getting to know each other.
Yes, finding out what she likes and doesn't like.
Must be a real challenge, though. This is no easy track to...
It's a different car. It's actually a much learnable, easier learnable track than, say, Sears Point.
Yes.
But, and they've got the surface really smooth for the Indy cars. The one issue with this track is that it was designed recently for the superbikes, and they've created these gravel traps to stop a superbike.
Yeah.
Well, you get a car in there, you're up to the hubs before you know what's going on.
Yeah, it's very hard. I do a lot of time at Dakota, and it's very hard to get it the right balance between 2-wheel and 4-wheel. Yeah, they all want different things.
They all want 2-wheel, and like I said, you keep it on the surface in this track because you're going to get stuck if you don't.
Just want to give a shout out. Kev mentioned it. We are live around the world. I want to welcome Goodwood TV in the UK, which are transmitting our pictures worldwide. Also here in the USA, Racer, the new Racer network, are live across the USA. So we welcome viewers to that as well. Thank you for tuning in. But we've got Germany, the USA, and Ciao to Italia as part Ferme TV are also tuning in. But we've got many too as well. Latin America, Garage TV are tuning in, and we are live across Europe on TNT Sports. And yes, we've been getting notes and confirmation of that throughout the weekend. So enjoy your historic racing. As you can see, the lights on the Porsche have gone out, which means we are lining up and ready to go racing for our Juan Manuel Fangio Cup. And as you know, Fangio came here to this event
he did.
many
I was
years
here
ago.
for that.
Was it? That must have been quite an experience.
Oh, it was. Got an autograph from him.
Did you really?
Totally joyed with that.
Oh,
yeah,
bet. Now, that's one worth keeping for sure. And now, of course, last year, sort of to go full circle, another world champion, Jenson Button, who's here this weekend, raced and owns now a C-type
Fangio C.
Jaguar. Yeah. Here we go then. Group 9 in their second race of... Drying up now, conditions probably still a little bit dicey out there as we welcome cars from 1922 to 1955. I know this is a passion of yours.
It is. Pure history, true history running on the track right now. Those two launches in the front there, D50s, were originally developed by Victoria Yano for Lancia. And in 54, Ascari passed away in one, unfortunately,
Sadly.
and they kind of ran out of money.
That was at Monza, wasn't it?
So maybe.
Yeah.
They just decided racing wasn't for them anymore, and those cars went to Ferrari.
Which is why if you get close up to them, you'll see the Ferrari logo.
Exactly. So 6 cars and all the equipment went to Ferrari, and Juan Fangio then won the World Championship in Formula One in a Lancia D-Type.
There you go.
D50.
There's the Ferrari logo. Yeah, beautiful cars.
Beautiful cars.
Absolutely beautifully prepared. That's Andrew Larson again. Going through shot.
A little dicey that those pods you see on the side are the fuel tanks.
Yep.
Which hangs them out there.
It certainly does. That's actually Charles Nürburg, who had a bit of a spin yesterday. Not his fault because the oil went down. But Charles is a storied. We talk about Sir Malcolm Campbell. Well, he got a water speed record. Well, Charles Nurburg got a land speed record on the salt flats of Salt Lake City.
You mentioned Malcolm Campbell. There are ERAs in this group. Fabulous English racing car, English Racing Automobiles.
Yep.
And the bodywork was designed by a gentleman who actually did the bodywork for Malcolm Campbell's Speedbird.
There is one of the ERAs coming through shot now.
Yep.
Coming through 10, the number 7, that's Kyan Dowling, son of Paddings Dowling.
They ran a variety of engines from 1100cc, 1500 supercharged. So fast cars can be very fast cars.
It still amazes me how they fettle these cars to perform on, a monthly basis, I would argue.
Yeah, sure.
And to keep them going.
And feel comfortable hanging out of them.
Right, absolutely.
There's not much roll bar there.
Nope, and not much of a seatbelt either.
No.
It was preferred to have no seatbelt so that you could throw yourself away from the car.
In those days, a good friend of ours, Norman Dewis, I've been with many times, and he hated seatbelts. They'd make him put it on, and by the time he got on the track, I think it was off. His idea was to dive under the cowl when the car flipped over. He wasn't interested in being strapped in.
Yes, I guess it's personal preference. Whatever you feel comfortable doing, but
interesting ERA there. Michelle Volbro, her father Jan Volbro, was a vintage racer up here for many decades, and has recently retired, and now she's kind of taken over the mantle, and she's driving an Alta Grand Prix car. Didn't see a picture of her yet, though.
We'll try to get through. We try over the weekend to kind of pinpoint each and every car that's out there. We're looking at the 14, Charles McCabe. Now you get a nice view of the wheel. These giant wheels. They must be unwieldy and not easy, and probably very physical, I would imagine.
Yes. I drove a little Austin 7 open-wheel single-seater in pre-war for many years, and you really, just like that, he's kind of offset to the right, so the drive line's going down the left.
And yeah, you can see him leaning. It's all part of the racing of
You feel like you have to.
Well, yeah, kind of. And I'm sure the car almost wills you to do it.
Yeah.
It's a bit like a motorcycle rider with his leg hanging off. You do it naturally because the car is wanting you to go that way.
Or you're willing it to go that way.
Yeah, you're willing it to go that way. Charles McCabe again in that Bugatti Type 59.
Those Bugattis are such small cars to get into. I think they were built from Frenchmen for sure. The pedal box is so small, I think you've got to have ballet slippers to drive.
There you go.
On.
Well, maybe. Well, the field's starting to spread out now, and I'm glad conditions have improved a little bit. I wouldn't want to.
A couple of ERAs having a dice with each other.
Yep. It's the 53 of Douglas Stewart in an ERA single-seater from 1937.
It's a later car, so it's probably a 1500cc.
And there's Paddock Dowling, who I've seen race around the world, quite literally. He was at the Monaco Historics. He is a regular at that event, as he is around the world. So it's Nürburg, Jeanette, and Dowling, Kyan Dowling in 3rd position, and Paddock Dowling in 6th. So we've got a good bunch of historic racers right at the sharp end.
Feels pretty spread out. The capabilities of all these cars are quite diverse.
And of course, no sponsorship back then. It was basically national colours, wasn't it?
On your own, yep.
So, British Racing Green.
White for America, silver for Germany.
Yep. That's Stewart out there in the 53. And those 2 Thai stickers on the back, and I say Thai, that's Thailand for Prince Bira.
Prince Bira, yep.
Yeah.
He and his brother were racing ERAs in that period, and his brother bought that car for him, if that's his car.
Yeah. Great story. And really put Thailand and Asia on the map when it came to racing, because I don't think up until that point any Thai drivers, and of course they were royalty. Now, we just heard from race control that Gunnar Jeanette has a 10-second penalty for a jump start. So he's actually in 2nd place.
He's having fun in 1st place, but he's not up
actually
there.
in 2nd. Now, these two, Nürburg and Jeanette had a cracking battle yesterday. It's a shame that he's got that penalty, but rules are rules. Yep. That's a rare mistake from Gunnar. You never know, though. He might just close that. He might just get 10 seconds on him by the end of it. At the moment, he's got 6, so he's got a chance of regaining the lead.
6 laps.
So here's your leader. You know, it's effortless, isn't it? I've known Charles for a long time, and he races modern Formula One cars and all the way back to, like you say, these first editions of Grand Prix cars. And he's got a collection in Dallas, Texas, and just a great guy to hang out with.
Great collection.
Well, he's invited me up to go and see it because I live in Austin, and I marked my calendar and said, because he was here in commentary, he said, "Oh, please come and see it." And I said, I sort of shook his hand and said, "I will."
Oh, yes. I've got my plane ticket now.
Yeah, so. No kidding. I love to go see these museums. And, we were talking yesterday about the museum in Colorado, just in Boulder. Not the likely place for a racing museum, but it's there.
Wonderful Cobra Museum in Colorado as well.
Yeah. 6 laps to go then. Smaller field than usual, but then again, it's a joy to have as many as we do. As through shot goes Brad Baker in 9th position.
Saw that wheel, he's working it.
Yeah, that's Larson again. That's his second race today, so he's nicely warmed up. And that 30 is a Bugatti 37A.
So,
down through the course.
4-cylinder supercharged, maybe.
Now, it's quite an adventure dropping 5 floors, folks. Think about that. If you get in your elevator, that's a long way.
That's turn 8A and B, and that turn, when you come up the hill, you can't see the other side. All you can do at the top of the hill is side on some trees on the other side, line yourself up with that, and it'll put you in a pretty good spot for the second half of 8.
Yeah, it's funny. We've been looking at the track map quite closely this weekend, and each and every driver that comes in talks about, obviously, the corkscrew, and that's what totally dominates proceedings and what it's known for here, Laguna. But as we just talked about turn 3 in the last event, you're right about turn 10 and turn 11. You don't see it until you see the drone shot. Here is the corkscrew, and obviously it's magnificent, and it's got such a storied history of great passes and so on. And by its sheer existence, I was told yesterday that they first race here actually went the other way, but they were so slow up the hill and decided, you know what?
Exactly. Too steep a hill.
Too steep a hill.
But now they're doing some hill climb things. Last Saturday there was a hill climb event here, and they went up the opposite way. That's the corkscrew. Yeah, the corkscrew is the first couple times you go through that for your life, you don't know where you are.
Yeah.
You have to kind of figure out what tree you're supposed to line up on and hope that you're in the right spot in the second half of that turn.
Well, our cameraman, Lake, is poached right next to that oak tree that you have to run for. So he's a brave young man, because if everybody's gunning for him, but he's done this before.
Ready to lap some traffic.
Yeah, now we're going to get into traffic, and we're going to see some skills here because, as we've already pointed out, Nierberg and Jeanette are actually in a proper race because the gap between them is 6.5 seconds, but there's a 10-second penalty.
These two ERAs are still at each other.
They are. They've gone the whole race. Look at that lead. Yeah, this is father and son, of course, Paddock and Kian.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, so.
There's the son in the lead, and Willie let his dad through.
We'll soon find out. 4 laps to go.
Oh, look at this. Coming in
inside
on 1.
Now, this is where it's going to get tasty. Kyan on the inside, Paddock's on the outside. All right,
son. That's a tight turn in a pre-war car.
Yeah, that is. Nicely through Andretti, but
very
adroitly. That was beautifully done.
It was. I think he's holding something back on his dad there.
Well, you learn from the old man. Very well indeed. Through 3 they go. Very smooth. That's what always amazed me. When you go tight on the wheel, they're making very deft touches to the wheel. But when you look at it on a television camera like this, it looks as though it's as smooth as can be. But,
it looks like you're on rails.
Yeah.
You ain't.
You ain't. Absolutely. So let's just
they're playing back and forth here.
Yeah, they're just fun about that. That's what they should do. Paddock is in the 1936, sold to Dr. Benefield at the British Empire Trophy. It got 8th position, and the Nuffield Trophy, 7th. It was 3rd at Donington in the GP, And in the BARC Brooklands, it also took third, and in the Siam Trophy took fourth. So, yeah, some pretty good top 5 finishes.
Both running about the same displacement cars, too. So.
Oh, they're enjoying this, and we're enjoying this. This is exactly what we want.
Taking 2 different lines in 9, for sure.
Well, Cayenne's is a 34 ERA, R2A.
I don't know, his dad's getting away with a line that's a little tighter all the way around.
And would you believe that car that Cayenne is driving is the R2A, which was the second car built by the Works team in 1934. And it was its first race, it actually won with Humphrey Cook at the wheel in the Brooklands Handicap.
Not close enough to catch him in 1 again.
I think they'll just stick together and enjoy it. Maybe a couple more
Is he going
passes.
to try to come out under him out of 2? No.
I'm so glad the conditions are okay, because we'll get some sunshine, I'm sure, when the clouds blow off.
Yesterday we had wet, but in the afternoon we had a late race, and somebody oiled the track from 8 down through 11. It was
well,
crazy.
Charles Newberg was unfortunate.
That was not good.
He came across it first and spun around, and I said at the time, that's not like Charles to make a mistake. I said something must be down, and sure enough, there was oil all the way from the corkscrew down to turn 11. Padding has got the better of his son at the moment.
He's still looking. Or showing his son something anyway.
Now, here we go.
Here we go.
Top 2 have closed right up again. Well, Nürburgring just looked at his mirror and went, aha!
Now we know what that 10-second deal is. If Nürburgring had a radio,
yes,
he would feel much happier.
He would, wouldn't he? Yeah, but he's got the hurry up on. He's now going to use some traffic to try to extend that lead. And sure enough, he does. 3-3.
There.
Yeah. I'd be so nervous driving one of these, though. They're priceless. I mean, literally, you can't put a price on them, can you?
But you know, it doesn't take that much to fix them up relative to what they're worth. So you know.
Well, that's true. But
you don't want to bend it, though.
I'm going to say, yeah. If you don't own it. Well, this is very similar to yesterday's race now, as these two Lanciers go about their business. And another quick look in the mirrors. Where are you, mate?
Yeah, he's looking.
He's looking. Is there a certain part of the track where you always do check the mirrors because you've got time, A, to do it, and B, you're going uphill and you can literally do that quick
especially
look?
in the areas where you know someone would like to catch you.
Yeah.
You know, like going into the corkscrew, is he going to dive on me going into the corkscrew?
So going up Ray Hall is always a quick check.
Yeah, just
makes
a
sense.
quick.
Well, both these two drivers, A, are very experienced. Different ages, I may add, but gone a lot younger than Charles. But Charles is sprightly. I'm amazed every time I see him. And he always wears his raggedy T-shirt with his land speed record on it of over 400
You've
miles
got to,
an hour.
yeah. That's something.
Absolutely. Wear it proudly.
It's coming out really neat out of 11, so.
Yep. White flag is out then.
Last lap.
This is our Juan Manuel Fangio Cup to celebrate 75 years of Formula One. We've also got the Mario Andretti Trophy coming up, and I've got a special guest for that. Guess who? 2009 world champion himself. Oh, bit of a moment there for Gunnar.
Of course, Juan Manuel Fangio, considered by most to be the best Formula One driver in the world ever.
Yeah.
That man drove some really amazing cars at a time when you didn't make the car fit the driver had to fit what the car wanted to do.
And he wasn't a young man. I mean, Max Verstappen's a boy in comparison. I mean, he was in his 40s before he started really getting success.
It's an amazing man.
Yeah, no question about it. And we all celebrated that C-Type that Jenson Button now owns. And he had a lot of fun in that car last year. Tried to make it a smaller steering wheel, but it didn't work because he couldn't see.
Well, Norman Dewis raced the C-Type, and he did have a smaller steering wheel in the car, a 4-spoke instead of the 3-spoke that the car normally comes with. He had his own steering wheel.
That's interesting. So, into the corkscrew for the final time, and they've got a bit of traffic to deal with, but they will deal with it, I'm sure, through Rainey. And yeah, the signal is out, but they are side by side. And it doesn't matter about the 10-second penalty at the moment, because Charles Nürburg doesn't know about that. And they are going for it. Through 10 then, for the final time.
Can he tuck up under him? That's the question.
He's pushing it. Come on, Charlie.
There he is.
Here he comes.
There he is.
Gunner's going to make him honest.
Come on.
Work for it. Come on.
Hopefully, and he pushed it out. He knew he was there.
Yep. Oh, and they're going to
Now
finish
it's a drag
side by
race.
side, and Gunner's going to take it, but he's going to get the 10-second penalty, and that will be a win for Charles Nürburg. But that's
Very cool
great.
finish.
Very cool finish. And yeah, a nice sportsman-like wave. And Paddock Dowling got the father-son battle won, and he takes third place. Well, Greg, what a joy. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for sharing. Lots of fun. So it's the 30T of Charles Nürburg that wins the race. But some great battles throughout. McCabe getting into 6th place at the end there. Green Jr. Getting into 10th in the number 11, which was a Bugatti Type 35. Joy to have these fantastic cars still racing.
So I was going to say, it's pretty rare to see all this kind of machinery out there these days.
I can't think of any machine, whether it be a singer-sewing machine that's still going as strong as they are at 100 years old.
Well, fortunately for vintage racing, it's made a venue that warrants and rewards you for taking care of these cars and preserving them so that you've got something to show. If we didn't have these venues, these cars would be rotting away in some garage.
Which would be, well, in my opinion, it would be a travesty, yeah. And, you know, hats off. I think it's a lesson to perhaps other forms of sport and other forms of recreation to preserve that history like that and make sure that it doesn't just sit in a museum. Because, yes, it's always enjoyable to see a museum, but if I were a 12-year-old now and knew nothing about this sort of racing, this is an event that would absolutely capture your
imagination. I can tell you that having had many pre-war cars at this race, people absolutely enjoy the pre-war group. They'll walk past a lot of other cars just to look at these cars because they're so different.
Yeah, and I mean, the ragtime is an exhibition perhaps, and perhaps an anomaly to the other groups. But I have to say, you know, when I first saw them about 10 years ago, I was absolutely enthralled for the simple reason that, you know, what I'd read about in the books of the aeroplane engines and how they came to build those cars back in 1911 and so on.
Well, they took street cars and made them race cars. So they're big, huge, bulky things.
Yeah.
Now you can see that's transitioned into the late 20s, into the 30s. Now we see purpose-built race cars that are as light and small as you can get them. And
well, what I hadn't realized, I hadn't given thought to, is that obviously the airplane engines were a lot of them because we had, you know, World War I. Yeah. And even Eddie Rackenbacker, you know, people like that would drive these cars. But you'd think, well, that's an unwieldy, massive engine. But actually, they were the lightest engines out there simply because they had to fly.
Airplane.
Yeah. So the technology was already there for them. So confirmation of the results then of our Fangio group. And it's Charles Nürburg with the Lancia D50A, beating Gunner Jeanette in the similar D50. 54 and 55, those two. Paddock Dowling in the 36 ERA-B, and Kyan Dowling in the 34 ERA. Douglas Stewart taking 5th, Charles McLeod 6th, Dennis Gurney in 7th, Brad Baker in 8th, and it's Bugattis all the way down through the top 10. Nathaniel Green and Jamie Cleary. Jamie up here in the booth yesterday afternoon. Well, my thanks to Greg Johnson. What time are you out?
My pleasure. I'm out at 4:50, I think. We're out late.
And the number?
Number 47.
All right, we'll look out for you. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg Johnson.
It was a total pleasure. Thank you.
So then, as we take a pause here at the WeatherTech Laguna Seca Raceway, we'll take a short break. We'll be back with more of these beautiful cars. Plenty of action coming your way. Stay with us.
So I've been working with Piloti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Tour S.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
Smooth.
Not smooth.
Well, it takes a whole host of people to put something like this together, and it was the idea of two guys, obviously Ray Everingham and Rob Kaufman, and I've caught up with Rob. So firstly, congratulations, we're here at the Rolex and you did it.
Well, thank you. Ray and I said the definition of this is everyone leaves smiling, and that was fun, and we want to come back and do it again, and that's the goal. We have one more race, the big race tomorrow, so we're really looking forward to it. The fans are amazing. That's really makes it happen.
Yeah, I mean, so far, it was obvious everyone was going to smile, but when you walk around there, they are all smiling. And the numbers of people that are connected to IROC is incredible. It ran for many, many years, but it obviously hit a chord with lots of fans because a lot of people have come back and they love it.
Oh, yeah, it's great. And what was really special is that Ray was able to get a lot of the drivers back themselves, so the names on the car are the people in it by and large. So, you know, Bill Elliott's in his car, Mark Martin's in his car, Bobby Labonte's in his car, Scott Pruitt, Danny Sullivan. It's really just fun to be around those guys. It's a privilege for someone like me, an amateur, to be on the track with those guys. It's really, really fun.
We just had a great chat with Kurt Busch as well, and he was talking like he was just a fan as well, which is quite something. Series winner. I think he won it the first year that he took part in it.
Yeah, no, he's super talented, right? So all these guys, you feel like a poser being on the track. Well, it was International Race of Champions. They were all champions. I mean, it was James Hunt, Niki Lauda, right, from Formula One. I mean, it's amazing who someone drove some of these cars. We have a Dale Senior and Dale Junior winner, Earnhardt, right? So it's just really, really neat.
And it came about, you're pals with Ray, obviously, Ray Everingham, and you were sitting there, like you said, having a beer one day by the pool, and you're like, we could do something with this.
Yeah, he had done the SRX series, and he was the key was he was involved with IROC in the period. So a lot of the original logbooks were written in his handwriting. So he had accumulated a couple of cars over the years in his car collection, and we were just talking about it and said, the vintage racing is really a lot of fun, and he hadn't really done that much. I'd done it more, so we just found it with a little help from some friends, got the rights to the name back, and did the trademarks. I'm more the contract guy. He's more the metal and nut and bolt guy, and we got to put together, and we couldn't be happier. It's, like I said, if everyone's smiling at the end, we'll consider it success.
Well, yeah, I mean, everyone is smiling, yourself as well, because you've been out on track already. You're racing tomorrow. You're in the number 20 car. How are you getting on?
Oh, it's good. I mean, I've been here for many years. I love Laguna Seca, Chamber of Commerce weather. This is a fantastic track. I love this. This whole car week is like Christmas week for us. All our friends are from around the world. But it's just such a privilege with the drivers. I was talking to Mark Martin earlier. So, Rob, when you go in the corkscrew, what do you like? I'm telling Mark Martin I drive a race car. It's pretty funny, but it's really, really special.
It's quite incredible, and the fun continues. You guys are off to the Quail right now, and you're gonna tear up a storm down there firing these things up.
We might disturb a few champagne glasses rumbling in, but apparently we're welcome. Gordon McCall, the guys really did a great job to welcome us there. So we're really looking forward to it. It should be a lot of fun. So mix old school muscle with the supercars. It should be a fun crowd.
It's going to be it's going to be nice sort of yin and yang. That's going to be great to see side by side. So, listen, Rob, enjoy the rest of your day and the rest of your weekend, and best of luck. Whatever happens with IROC going forwards, I think it's in good hands.
Well, thank you. We're going to try our best. I really appreciate it, and thanks for the support.
A pleasure.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
Smooth.
Not smooth.
Your way here.
Welcome back to WeatherTech Raceway here at Laguna Seca. Opened in 1957, and before that was the Pebble Beach races, the Del Monte Trophy, as they raced for, and we heard a lot of information about that. They raced from 1950 to 1955, and then built this circuit to move things up the road. And as you can see, this is our schedule of events. We've just had the John Morton and the Fangio group. We turn our attention now to Ken Miles and the 60s GT Trophy coming up for cars from 1955 to 1967. The Dan Gurney Saloon Car Trophy. We had a ball last night as they gave us an hour endurance, which included Jenson Button. And then Pedro Rodriguez, and if you don't know that name, that's one of the first ever, he and his brother Mexicans, to really talk about the Vera brothers. Well, the Rodriguez brothers stormed the international scene for many years, and that's why we pay tribute to them. And then the Unser Family Cup, that is the IROC you were just hearing about. And we've just got a picture of Pedro Rodriguez here, and we'll talk about that in a moment. And then coming up later, we've got all the way down to Jim Hall and the US RRC Rolex Cup coming up this afternoon. And we finish off appropriately with the Ragtime Racers exhibition, and that takes us back to the 1911s, 1920s, and what a great way to finish the 51st edition of this splendid event. Now I'm joined in the booth by Kevin Buckley, who hails originally from New York, but now lives in Florida and has done for many years. But you've been coming to this event, Kevin, for what, over a decade?
A bunch of motorsports reunion and one velocity. So,
how much has it changed in that time?
It's just gotten better.
Good. Yeah, we were talking in a previous group about how the first event in '74 that Steve Earle put on, there was only 66 events, and a lot of them Ferraris. But let's just talk about the real champion of this event, if you will, and I'm sure you would agree. Is it right, or just because it's just a neat corner?
Well, it's a neat corner that brings you out on the straightaway,
Yeah.
and it's,
It's probably the most important corner if you're looking for a lap time,
Yep,
right?
it is.
Or you're looking to make a few tenths here and there.
Yep. And I've been in the gravel on at the end of it. So.
Many have, both 2 and 4 wheels. So, as you can see, the pace car already out. We're turning our attention now to the Ken Miles Trophy. And Ken Miles, of course, even though he was born in the Midlands in the UK, made his name in the 60s, along with Carroll Shelby. And so we honour him as we do many of the other greats. And I would have said that the Americans absolutely adopted him after what was. And if you want to check him out, as it were, or check out his story, it's all in Ford versus Ferrari, a fantastic movie made about Ford going back to Le Mans to beat the mighty Ferrari, who kind of were getting a little bit on their laurels a bit. And so Ford said, and they didn't just win it, they completely dominated the event. And it was a fantastic event, and it included a good friend of mine, Chris Amon, and Bruce McLaren. So the two Kiwis, Ken Miles also developing the car and was in that race as well. But what do you see out here that you like to point us to? A lot of Corvettes?
A lot of Corvettes. I think one of the more interesting cars is Horatio in the little Lotus, who is a match for every one of those cars.
Yeah, he was saying it was pretty intimidating being out with all these V8s, but he handled the car pretty well. And you know this guy.
Yeah.
He came in yesterday. He's just 25, but he's already got vast experience. He's quick.
Yeah, he's very quick. I've raced with him 4 or 5 times. I think the last time was at Sonoma in 23, and he beat 2 LM250s.
And driven by?
Rob Walton in one of them, and Gunnar Jeanette in Miles Collier's car.
And let me just say, Rob, if you're tuning in and you're wishing you were here, we wish you were here. I know you had an accident recently, and that's prevented you from coming to an event that I know you love dearly. So get well soon, sir. So the pace car slows it all down. The lights go off, and we now gather 2 by 2, coming in and out of Rainey and into 10. Slow it all down.
And that is Jim Farley.
Yes.
On pole, I presume.
Yep, and he won the race yesterday too.
Yep.
So
I enjoy watching him.
If you don't know, we talked a lot about him yesterday. We interviewed him yesterday. But the CEO of Ford Motor Company, and I think that is the greatest accolade for historic racing that you could have, is that the current CEO of the company that is Ford, and of course Ford and their Model T, pretty much began it all when it came to production cars and then racing them. And it's great. The tradition goes on, and he continues to race and represent Ford as he does with the Cobra. Here we go then. Group 4 underway. The green flag will wave in a moment. Look to your bottom right. And away they go. There's the green flag. And it's the Ken Miles 60s GT Trophy Rolex race from 55 to 67 for large displacement production cars. Roar was sensational as they passed us here. Now, why don't you tell us a little bit about, on this first lap, how you navigate when you're in traffic like this, and where you're trying to... How often are you looking in the mirrors in the first couple of laps?
Generally, I'm
All
looking
the time.
forward
Yeah.
the first lap. I'm trying to stay out of trouble in the 2-3 complex.
Patrick Byrne gets a good start in that 63 Corvette. Split screen, the famous split screen.
He's out here every year, too.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
Yep.
Loves his racing. So a good clean start. And there's Horatio. And it does look a tiny machine in comparison, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Lotus, but he said it's a very competitive car, actually.
It is.
17. Here's Patrick Byrne, I just mentioned. Second place at the moment. Now, what are you racing?
My car was the first Michael Kaiser Toad Hall racing car.
I love that name.
He was named after Wind in the Willows.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Yeah, and he bought the car and proceeded to give it to Bruce Jennings to race.
Mm-hmm.
And he went and he watched Bruce race, and he said, I like that. Went and got a license, and he drove with Tullius and Bruce Jennings. And they raced predominantly from 69 through 71. They won the Glen in class in 70. And then the car got wadded up in 71 by Herb Mueller in a Ferrari. And the car was retired. It just disappeared. I've owned the car for 7 years. And I actually have an original title from Bruce Jennings from 1970.
Wow, that's great. And it runs well?
Oh, it's spectacular. When I first came out here, in basically what was a privateer ST kind of RSR, and I was in way over my head in terms of who I got grouped with, and the Toad Hall car is originally a 2-liter car, and feels really good.
Well, we've got a great battle here between the Corvette and the Shelby Cobra 289 from 1964 with Mike McGovern at the wheel in the open number 89, and Patrick Byrne just ahead of him, but he's putting pressure on him. And meanwhile, James Farley has taken off into the distance, as he did yesterday, so looks like we might get a battle. Horatio, if he can get Fitzsimon a little closer, he might be able to join this battle as they come out of the corkscrew. There's a big thud, it looks like, as you drop. Does the car just unstabilize?
Well, first of all, you can't see where you're going.
No.
Pick a tree, okay?
Yep.
But the corner is slow enough so that it's hard to go through it quickly, but it's not intimidating.
And do you freewheel on the first part, or do you drive into the corner so you've got the grip?
I will drive into the first part of the corner, hit the second apron there, and then kind of glide down the hill and turn in and go for turn 10. So
sounds absolutely fantastic. 8 laps to go. Jim Farley leading the way, but it's a bit closer than it was a moment ago as they come out of Andretti. Keep an eye on McAllister as well, another very good racing driver in P5 at the moment in the 146, the Cobra 289 from 64.
Adams in this race?
Chris.
Oh, Andretti.
No, Chris McAllister. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
John Fudge, another famous name for historic racing. He's in 6th place. Got some good guys out there. Carl Kaiser and Horatio Fitzsimon doing a good job in that little Lotus. Says he really enjoys it, actually. But he's driven all sorts of things. You were telling me he does ice racing.
Yeah, I met with him in Sonoma in 23, and he took me aside and he says, "Oh, come to Europe. I have an ice racing school."
Yeah. He's an enterprising young man. No question about it.
And I want to say he's been racing here for many, many years.
Yeah, he actually grew up here and then went over to Europe to sort of go racing and sort of hustled his way, made tea at the BRDC, and sort of he connected with a Howden Ganley, who of course is another McLaren man and ex-Formula One driver from New Zealand, who I know very well. And Howden was a neighbor of his here in California and helped him sort of meet a few people. And that's what you need is a sponsor, not a physical sponsor, but somebody that will introduce you to people, because that's what this game's all about.
Particularly at his age.
Yes.
I want to say he's been to Goodwood a bunch.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I've watched him race at Goodwood.
He was telling me he was at the Le Mans Classic a couple of weeks ago. So 79 is Kaiser. Kyle Kaiser in 8th position at the moment in number 79 in that GT350 from 65. As we turn our attention to that car. It's an interesting rear to that. Is that open or not? So it looks as though it's got an open. You know what I'm saying? Fast back there.
Well, sometimes they separate the rear roof from the rear window for airflow.
Yeah. Makes sense. He's having a good time, that's for sure. Up the hill he goes. Preparation is what stuns me, and I had Bill Warner in here yesterday, who was the chief steward, of course, not the Grand Marshal last year, but just explaining that it's a year-long labour of love to build the field each and every year, and each and every year, and you know this, have repeated for the last decade, you got to get it right. You don't want to get turned down, do you?
No. And they do a pretty amazing job of culling and making sure they got the right cars. I want to say they used to get 800 to 1,000 entries and select somewhere between 400 and 500 cars. I don't know how many cars are here this year.
433, I'm told.
Well,
now, that's give or take, because some of them make them, some of them don't.
So that was probably twice as many entry applications.
Yeah. That's amazing. So you join us for the Ken Miles Trophy, race 2 of their weekend. Race 1 was won by James Farley, who's leading again here in his 64 Shelby. Mike McGovern was second, and Patrick Byrne, who we've seen a few times already, was third, and Horatio Fitzsimon, the man we were talking about, finished 4th yesterday in that Lotus 26R from 1964.
Running exactly the same order now.
Yeah, isn't that funny? Through goes the 76, that's Steve Yarborough, in a 66 Stingray. Now that's my birth year, so I think I fancy one of those. If I'm going to get a Corvette, why not?
I don't want to race a car that was built in the year I was born.
Oh, Michael Green's out there in his Stingray from 63. He came in the booth and was very fun. Got some great stories for us. Through goes the 161. That's Kelowna, who again has raced this particular event and many others for many years.
A fixture here.
Yeah, pretty much. Now that car that he's driving was originally purchased from Abel Chevrolet in Rio Vista, California by Glenn Carston. For the purpose of being a race car and only a race car. Carston raced the car at SCCA events until he sold it to Jim Wilson of Concord, California, who continued the campaign in Northern California racing venues. It was then purchased in 1969 by Liz and Nick Nielsen, who ran it in the LA Times Grand Prix at Riverside. Now that was a big event, the LA Times Grand Prix, wasn't it?
Motor racing used to be a big event in this country.
Well, you know, we were talking about the historic Trans Am, and we've got that coming up later. But back in those glory days of the late 60s, early 70s, I mean, this was the place to be to watch Trans Am.
Absolutely.
And there'd be 100,000 here, and it just blew up. Fantastic. To see those cars still racing today, and even current drivers like Tommy Dreesy, who is based here in LA, in California, but still races Trans Am. I'll be with him in a couple of weeks, actually. And he races an ex-Vic Elford car, which he owns, and was here racing it, sadly, on the weekend when Vic passed away.
Wow.
But
Tommy is extremely fast.
Yeah, and funny, too. We biked him up, and he talked to me while I was commentating, which was really funny, because we were at Road Atlanta, and Tommy was driving, and he was like, well, I'm in third gear, and I'm going down the back straight down towards 10, and then he goes, oh. And I said, what's up, Tommy? And he goes, it's just gone bang. So we were live for a lovely moment with Tommy, who didn't swear, which is rare for him. But, yeah. And there's our first look at the 99. Beautiful Mike Doyle in that E-Type. He's from Carmel by the Sea, just down the road a piece. Good to have him here. Good to see Jaguar represented with the classic E-Type. I hadn't realized until I started doing this event just how popular Jaguar had become in California over the years since the early 50s, when I guess still in Moss and Phil Hill kind of put them on the map.
They really make great vintage race cars. Yeah. Very fast and gorgeous.
Yeah. There was one thing that the British did right, which was back when they were making these classic cars, or cars of the day, they put a lot of time and energy in it, and it's a testament to their build quality that they're able to still race, and so many of them do. But it always amazes me, and I'm sure it does for the Goodwood fans watching in the UK, just how many British marks are here and raced. I mean, you need to look at the Dan Gurney field with all those minis. Yeah. And I think it's remarkable as a Brit. You would never have sort of... I talked to Don Racine about it, and he said, yeah, we've got thousands of minis here in the States, and I had no idea. The same is true of Jaguar.
The old Jaguars, what did they used to say? The 12-cylinder was 6 extra reasons not to own a Jaguar. And then all the Prince of Darkness jokes and why the English drink warm beer.
Yes. Now, I have to take umbrage with that, because it's not warm. It's 55 degrees. It's not cold. It's not icy.
Yeah. I take nothing away from the E-Type. They're spectacular cars.
Would you say that's what attracted both the 120s and the E-Types to the Americans? Is it had, you know, the muscle, but it had the design, the European flair, and that's what attracted you as a road car, first and foremost, to want to drive it here.
Well, the 120 is a piece of art.
It is, isn't it?
Well, as is the D-Type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I fell in love with the E-Type. I think watching the first James Bond movie, I saw it and was like, right, that's the car. My dad's always coveted having one of those. British Racing Green.
My first model car when I was about 7 was an E-Type.
Here's your leader, Jim Farley.
No surprise.
Yeah. We've heard from Jim over the years, and I find it funny. We spoke yesterday about this, so I apologize if I'm repeating myself, but I think it's worth telling. Jim says he loves racing vintage because he puts the helmet on and no assistant can call him, no emails can come in, he's on his own. But he says this week, the Monterey week with the concourses, the auctions, and of course the pre and reunion weekend, it's a great time to do business here. I mean, he's launched cars here. He launched the EMAC here, and was telling us about the GT3 last year, and so he's used this event and others like it to meet up with folks, and I think it's the same today in Formula One. If you want to get some business done in Formula One, you've got to go to the paddock.
Well, they've been showing the GT3 and the was it the Dark Horse for the last couple of years here. And they've started delivering.
Mm-hmm. So. Yeah, I think it's a bright future for Ford, and they've taken some really bold steps. Anybody who says let's do a one-make series and make it like Porsche Carrera Cup, that's a bold statement. Yeah. But that's what you would expect from somebody running, the Ford Motor Company now, and it just takes them into the future nicely. And of course, they have been at Le Mans and shown it off there too. That Cobra is spectacular.
To me, that's the most beautiful. Those coupes.
Yeah.
And just stunning.
As you look at the Cobra, we talked about this yesterday too. As you look at it, you can see how the Americans said, okay, we'll take the design touches from Europe.
From the AC.
We'll throw, and we'll throw in, and that's exactly right. They partnered with AC to do it.
They
and
put
we'll
a motor
throw
in
a
it.
Bloody big motor. And out comes this. And I think that was a huge success and continues to be. And you can see how Americans reacted. Now, there is also a bunch of specials that you'll see, whether it be a Parkinson special or a Devon or a Huffaker. But Genie's, there were lots of different ones, but this was purpose-built to effectively become a marketable tool, and it is very much that, and was, and it is.
I've enjoyed watching Alex Brundle race them in Europe.
Yes, I've done some time with Alex. He did the Monaco Historic with me. Fun guy to be with.
We were in Le Mans in 12 with him and his dad driving the Greaves car.
Yeah, he hasn't done a lot of driving with his dad, but
not since then, I don't think.
They do their own thing, and now, of course, they're going head-to-head in Formula One, and Alex is great in Formula One too. He's very, very descriptive, and he gets very passionate about it. Last lap, then, and Jim Farley carving his way through to a second win, it looks like. He loves it. Oh, little mistake there. Took a little bit too much of the curb, but not to worry. Goes under the Dunlop Bridge and into 4 for the final time, and McGovern has now taken over at second place, and we're going to have, it looks like, the same results as we had yesterday, with Farley with the win, McGovern in second, and Patrick Byrne in third. So the battle between Chevrolet and Ford will be going once again to Ford by the looks of things. Corkscrew for the last time, diving down. And you can see, well, how many adjustments is he making just in that tiny part of the circuit?
I imagine he's doing some wrestling.
He's doing some wrestling, yeah. It's good for the guns. Into 10 then for the last time. We've been listening to Kevin Buckley, who will be in action in the Pedro Rodriguez Trophy coming up. Looking forward to that. Look out for the 77 Porsche from Toad Hall Racing. Well done to Jim Farley, who takes victory in the 96 Cobra, his second of the weekend. Mike McGovern will come across the line in second, and then Patrick Byrne in third. Horacio Fitzsimon stayed fourth, but that's almost, well, it is identical to yesterday's race.
Yep, it's Groundhog Day.
It is Groundhog Day, because the entire top 6 exactly the same. Only Kyle Kaiser messed it up. He was 7th yesterday, and now today is 9th. Nick Colonna in 10th. Well done to Jim. Thumbs up then from the marshals, and I'm sure our cameraman will be waving him home too. And thank you, Kevin, for coming in. And
my pleasure.
Yeah,
Thank you.
He's here dressed. You can't see him, but he's here dressed in his overalls. I love it when you come straight off the track. It shows you that we bring the right folk into the booth to talk about these races, and it's a joy to get your insights. It really is. Still a bit cloudy, but hopefully, as is always the way at Laguna, it should blow off, we hope, by the afternoon. And we've got lots of great action coming up. IROC will be in action. We've got a display or a exhibition of Formula One. And here's your results then. Jim Farley with the Shelby Cobra 289 takes the win ahead of Mike McGovern, Patrick Byrne. Same result as yesterday. Horatio Fitzsimon of the UK, but now based here in California. In the Lotus, the little Lotus taking 4th. Chris McAllister 5th. John Fudge 6th. Matt Tucci in 7th place. AC De Augustin in 8th position. Carl Kaiser 9th, and Nick Colonna rounds out the top 10. So once again, my thanks to Kevin Buckley for coming and joining us. Best of luck in the 77. I'll be looking out for you. My pleasure. We'll take a short break here from the Rolex. Join us after this break. Thank you.
Here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly smooth. Not smooth.
Well, when it comes to the Rolex, there's all sorts of memorabilia to look at and to buy and to drool over. But excitingly this year, you can actually get your hands on some pretty cool stuff with the help of a silent auction. So there's a QR code, which you should be able to see on your screen right now, and they're dotted all around the site. Things like this authentic Mark Martin IROC fire suit, which has been donated by the guys at IROC, which is just phenomenal. But there's all sorts of other things as well. So just scan that QR code and get yourself involved. It runs right through till 1:45 on Saturday, and it's a silent auction. So you just scan the QR code, follow the instructions on screen, and try and bid what would be effectively your best bid. And fingers crossed, you may get lucky. Might not just be the fire suit. You might find yourself with an NHRA experience with Tony Stewart Racing. There's a couple of tickets up for the grabs to the Formula One at Las Vegas. There's mini helmets. There's some artwork by Bill Patterson, which is awesome. If you're lucky enough to have one of those signed by Bill, well, then you're in a good place. I've got one at home. He's a one of those. But yeah, so there you go. The silent auction running till 1:45 on Saturday. Scan the QR code and get yourself in the mix.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
Smooth.
Not smooth.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca, and it's brightening up a bit. It's always the way here in Monterey. We are so close to the sea here that we always get a bit of mist and fog. We had a little bit of mist this morning, and it kind of wet the track, and we had a few spins, but everybody managed to get through it unscathed. But it's been a good start to the day, and we've got a great day ahead too. And it's just started in many ways, and we've got, 14 categories and some exhibitions for you. And we celebrate 75 years of Formula One. There's a fantastic exhibition of stationary cars that literally show us the whole 75-year history from 1950 all the way through to actually a 2025 show car from Red Bull. And as well, with Zach Brown here, quite rightly, we have his World Championship winning car, Lando Norris's car, but McLaren won the championship last year in the Constructors, and we have that 24 version here. Now, we're turning our attention next to the Dan Gurney Saloon Car Race. Now, they finished off the day yesterday, and now they've got a sprint race, because yesterday was an endurance race with a pit stop, a mandatory pit stop, which was a lot of fun. And so that always creates a little bit of strategy, and it's always hard to predict who's going to actually come through at the end and who's got the right strategy, but a lot of fun. Now, before we get going, let's join the man who's just taken over the head of the Laguna Seca and looking to the future. He's a man I know very well. Mel Harder is with Kev Harris.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Well, the atmosphere down here on the lawn is incredible. The crowds have come out in their droves this morning, and I've managed to grab Mel Harder, President and General Manager of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Mel, you must be thrilled early on a Saturday morning, and look at the numbers, look at the fans.
Yeah, the sun was shining this morning. It's the first time it's shined here in a few days, and the people were coming out. The cars were coming over the hill. The people were here early. It's going to be a fantastic day.
Yeah, it really is. And I've been chatting to some of the car owners just across the way over there. They're saying how much they're really enjoying the Rolex this year. And I think in no small part, a few new faces running the show, including yours. So credit to your new team here.
No, everyone's been great. You know, we're celebrating 1 year anniversary of Friends of Laguna Seca, taking the venue over, and they've just done a fantastic job. The staff here has been amazing. April Henderson's been leading this charge for director of the reunion. But everyone's really pitching in to make this a fantastic event. But really, the cars are the stars this weekend.
Yeah, they really are. And as we stand here on the lawn, the cars, the stars behind us, 75 years of Formula One. I mean, it was Ellen, wasn't it, who put this thing together? Like, how have you managed to do this, and what a display this is? Nobody's done this before, this many F1 cars side by side, I don't think.
Well, it's a great thing to celebrate with Formula One's 75th anniversary, and how popular it is here in the United States and all over the world with Drive to Survive. But there's been some amazing people that have helped us put this collection together all over. Porsche, their first win is here. That car is amazing. Honda's first win is here. Ellen's done a tremendous job. We also big thanks to Zach Brown for bringing out cars, not only to display, but he's also driving them. We have the 2024 Constructors car here. You get the whole breadth of Formula One right here.
And we're in the US, so you got a Phil Hill car and a Mario Andretti car there as well. We can't leave those guys out. But exciting as well, the International Race of Champions. Ray Everard has done a fantastic job putting that thing together. There's a lot of people behind us for Formula One, but there's just as many over there for IROC.
The IROC has just been amazing. All the guys that have come out are having a fantastic time. Jeff Gordon, Mark Martin, Bobby Labonte, Kurt Busch, some of them the first time they've ever been on the track. Jeff, interestingly enough, has been here a lot as a kid, but never raced. So they're getting their first taste of Laguna Seca, but really it's a great place for the fans to experience. The drivers have been accessible. It's been a really fun environment, and it's really what this event's all about. It's a reunion, and truly over there showcases that.
Yeah, it really does. Well, listen, Mel, you're a busy man, so we won't take up any more of your time, but thanks for having us, and congratulations to you and your team again for a great event.
Thank you. We're looking forward to finishing out strong. It's going to be a fantastic day, and thank you.
No problem. Johnny, back to you. We got loads of great racing to look forward to, and the fans, well, they're just packing the aisles down here.
Yeah, I can't wait for the IROC. It's an absolute joy to have them here, and while they don't necessarily fit the mold instantly, I think when you see the depth of field, the original drivers, and how well Ray Everingham and his partner have put this together. Now, we've got something very special at the start of the Dan Gurney Saloon Car Trophy, because you may have seen the pace car, but there's another car in front of it, and that is an actual Dan Gurney 1961 Impala. Chevy Impala out the front, driven by Justin Gurney, his son, and it was interesting in the previous group, they were saying just how much like his father he looks. And but he is well known for his knowledge of motorsport. We interviewed him yesterday, and he is an absolute encyclopedia of not just his dad's stuff, but all things motorsport. And there it is. And I'm joined in the booth by a father and son team, as is apropos for an event like this. Jeff and Ben Weishart. Jeff, you were here yesterday, but we were watching your son Ben pedal around, doing a very good job, I may add. But welcome, both of you. What do you think of this? Can you imagine Dan taking this to Europe and racing it?
Jonathan, yeah, what a versatile driver Dan Gurney was. You know, I mean, a lot of people don't know he did NASCAR, and one of the most successful drivers that did, you know, kind of all four major categories of racing. You know, NASCAR obviously being one of them, maybe the least well known, but Formula One, sports cars, Indy cars, and so you know, I don't know of a more versatile driver than him
and this,
all time.
Yeah, and there's not many in the modern era. You think of Alonso, you think of Jenson Button now, who is going to be doing, I mean, he's doing WEC next week, couldn't be more different than what he's racing this year. But there's not many guys who, A, are brave enough, and B, skillful enough, Ben, to take on different forms of motorsport.
No, there's definitely not. But Shane Van Gisbergen has been doing this recently.
He's in that.
And
he's
been doing a fantastic job.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of Shane. I've known him for a few years, and I've seen him win rallies. I've seen him win single-seaters, and now, of course, he's absolutely tearing it up in NASCAR. There isn't much he doesn't. I can see him doing historics. Absolutely, in about 10 years, you'll have him here, even if he's still driving at that point.
Oh yeah.
So, how was your day yesterday? Because you were out. What were you in?
I was in a 1952 Porsche Glockler. Finally got to race later in the day, so it was a little warmer. Tires got a little warm, but it's always a fun class to race in. All momentum cars except Cameron Healy and some of the top cars, of course. But the competition there with the older cars is just so much fun.
Let me hear about your story, because the father-son relationship is always good. I always wonder whether you get dragged as a kid and you're not really that interested, but you kind of grudgingly go, or you do it with glee and you do what you're doing and become a driver yourself.
Yeah, I grew up coming to these events. I mean, my grandparents have had not only race cars, but also classic street cars my entire life. So I was brought here probably since I was born. I was probably brought here the first year I was born. So we've been doing this all 26 years of my life. It's awesome. I mean, I grew up playing racing games, F1, all of that. So just coming to these races, growing up here, seeing all the cars, picking out favorite cars when I was younger, and now just being able to drive here is just absolutely fantastic.
And is there a car or an era you would really like to get involved in?
I grew up watching mid-2000s IMSA, so of course that's my thing. But vintage cars, I would say probably similar to the car my dad's driving, the old.
Yeah.
I always loved the BMW CSL. That's just me. But I think that era of cars, mid-70s, would be a blast to drive.
So come on, Jeff. Who's quicker? You don't have to answer that.
Well, Ben's pretty quick. We're really proud of him. He's a very smooth driver, mechanical sympathy, but also very quick, which is an unusual combination. So it's nice to see, because it's always nice to drive the car back on the trailer in one piece. So we're happy about that. But he's shown some speed. He's got his eye on our RSR style mid-70s IMSA GTU car. I know he wants to displace me in that one, but I'm not quite ready to give that seat up yet. So,
well, I'll ask you the same question. How did you get into this? And growing up, was your father involved?
He was, yeah. My dad's been an auto enthusiast since he was, much younger than Ben. And I grew up going to all the racetracks with him all over the country. And I learned through osmosis, and my folks actually had a professional racing team back in the late 70s to the mid 80s. They had an IndyCar team, and so I learned a lot of what I know about racing and gained the enthusiasm I have now through exposure to that. And then later on, they did historic rallies and vintage racing. So it's really a three-generation, multi-generational deal, and Ben's got a younger brother who's eyeing this pretty carefully. He's got to finish graduate school first.
Yeah, let's get that done. Yeah, it's always racing's great, but get your education. You never know when it's going to all fall apart.
Right. So it's a lot of fun having the whole family involved in it, and it's very gratifying for me to be able to spend a lot of time with my boys with a mutual interest like this.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, I know you've got your overalls on, and you've got to go fairly soon because your race is coming up. What are you racing?
I'm racing it's a 1969 911T that has been developed to mid-70s IMSA GTU spec. It's a GTU in those days was under 2.5 liter cars, and this particular car has some race history. It was it finished 9th overall at the Daytona 24 Hours in '77 with Charles Mendez and Dave Cowart driving, and had 5 or 6 podiums at Daytona 24 Hours and Sebring 12 Hours.
Oh wow! So yeah. Well, like all the cars here, fantastic histories to all of them. As we get ready for our second race, not the endurance this time, it's a sprint race for the Dan Gurney Trophy. Yesterday, it was Richard Stewart Mill who took the win, and he's on the front row yet again. But there's some really good racing drivers out there. Chet Taylor will challenge him in that 17 and is already doing that. The 5 that's on the inside is a young man called Jensen Button. And he is out there in 4th position. 3rd position at the moment. And then comes the first of the minis who got 2nd place yesterday. That's Greg Wald. And so let's see if the mini can hold up here in this shorter race. And already Jensen taking that really tight line. He's the only one I've seen make an overtake there, and he's doing it again. Is that impressive or what?
Yeah, that seems to be the fastest line through there, but people try to push it too hard and just end up pushing straight through that corner and sometimes gaining in the dirt.
Well, he's certainly learned to take it. He thinks about it at 5. And now the 17 of Chet Taylor. Now, these 3 were together quite some time yesterday, too. So, too, the 88 behind in the Mini. And this really is a European affair. Whoa! Whoa! Now, if you wanted to know if they're trying, that was a pretty good example of yes, they are.
Chet Taylor drives a Porsche RSR in my group, and I can tell you he's not lacking in courage.
Yeah. Through the corkscrew then for the first time. And yeah, Chet really wheeling it early on in this one. But why not? You've got the focus of a world champion from Formula One in your midst. And now he's off track. He's everywhere. He'll settle down. He's excited. Jensen really enjoying this. He bought this car with Marzen Farwes last year, and it was only about a month before this event last year that he got a try out of it, and he'd never driven Laguna Seca. He also brought a C-Type Jaguar, and he owns that as well. And here we go, up the inside. Jensen making his way to the front. Hard on the anchors. And beautifully done.
That didn't take long.
Nope. Well, you can't. You can retire a Formula One driver, and I say retire because he's going to be doing the World Endurance Championship at Coda in a couple of weeks, which would be quite a different kind of car. I'm looking forward. He's going to come in later, and I'm really looking forward to his take on historic cars and what he would like to drive in the future. I'm guessing that at Goodwood, he's probably been throwing a few Williams in the past, older Williams to drive, and maybe the old McLaren. He's had a star-studded career, of course, and Brawn, which is where he won the world title, and which is such a great story to buy a team for a pound and then win the championship. Wonderful.
No, it's great to see a driver like with Jensen's reputation. Certainly, he's got something to lose by coming out and putting it on the line out here, and he's really become a throwback to the guys we were talking about earlier, like Dan Gurney, who would drive anything, and good on him. And look. I mean, I know Ben and I were watching him very carefully here because world champion, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, and it. On the States, but you talk about putting your reputation on the line, and that is the spirit of racing here on the peninsula, because of course Sterling Moss came here in the early 50s and took on the Americans, and like you say, he didn't need to, but and since then the likes of Brian Redmond, Vic Elford all have come over, and then of course Nicky Lauda doing IROC, you'll see one of his cars out, but I think that is an important part, and Jensen's just continuing that historic line, if you will, and I think that's a great thing. And of course he is a Rolex ambassador anyway, so of course he's not going to miss an event like this, but I think he's really enjoying it. And of course he's retiring at the end of the season to do more of this. He was holding he did a talk yesterday, and I'm told that he said that he's really enjoying this, and he wants to put more attention and time into doing this kind of racing and forget the heavy duty stuff.
Well, I'm not afraid to say I got a man crush on Jensen. That guy, I mean, talking about a multi-talented guy, I mean, driving the wheels off virtually any kind of car he gets behind the wheel in. He's a great commentator, as you know. He really has talent for commentary. Like you say, good businessman, and man, the guy is so handsome, it drives me crazy.
Yeah, it's annoying, isn't it? Yeah, it's great. No, I enjoy his commentary, and all of the guys, Karun, Alex Brundle, Jensen, all of the guys that do it, there's a different, when they start talking about a Max Verstappen and what's going on, you listen, because you know that they're not sugarcoating it, they don't need to. I mean, Rosberg's brilliant because he's not afraid to have a go and say, hey, what's the deal, Max?
Exactly, yeah.
This is great. Chet Taylor doing a demonstration of brilliance here in the 17. He's having a great ding-dong with Milne. And, of course, like we said, Richard Stewart Milne won the race yesterday. Ben, I'll put you on the spot. If you were in this battle, how would you deal with trying to get past the other Alpha?
Well, Jensen's just gone, so I would just enjoy the view from there.
Forget that,
But honestly, I would just do a few laps, sit behind him, see his weak points as his Mini goes by.
Mini takes the pit lane. Exit.
I would see his weaknesses, see where he's overdriving the car, and just wait for him to make a mistake and just hope for the best.
Are you trying to force a mistake, or are you really waiting?
It's a combination of both. You want to be close enough behind him where he's really pushing it so he will force a mistake, but you also just want to look at your own talents and see where and when you can pass in a safe place. And it seems like what they're doing right now, it's pretty close right now.
When you started, was it always historics, or did you kind of do the rudimentary karting, so on and so forth?
I started in historics, in the Glockler Porsche about 5 years ago, and I've just been in that ever since.
Yeah, we were talking on a ratio for Simon about that. There is a lot more young men like yourself, because I can't overemphasize it. It's a great way to get into motor racing at a price point that is nowhere near the unobtainium of some of the single-seater series.
It really is, yeah.
You've almost got a better chance, and you're learning every weekend because everybody in the paddock is open to help you and will watch you and say, hey man, I saw you, try this or whatever.
Exactly.
And that's a big part of this community, isn't it?
And you get to race with other pro drivers too, so if you're somehow behind them, well, you will be behind them.
Ben was in Jensen's group at Velocity a few months ago. That was exciting for him.
Oh, no question.
Yeah, there's a misconception on the part of a lot of casual fans, I think, that these are just exhibitions.
No.
And I'm here to tell you, these guys get after it. And a lot of really good, talented drivers, some even professionals, of course, and they know their cars well. They know these tracks. They develop the cars, as far as they can within the rules, and they drive them on the edge.
What's the driver's briefing like? Because you guys are all competitors. It doesn't matter what walk of life you come from or how much experience you've got of racing. Once that visor goes down, you're racing. But what are the rules, if you will?
Well, they frown upon car-to-car contact. I think
sure.
that's really the major verboten area is car-to-car contact.
Ooh, that's a bit too much smoke out of the one. And that's Alan Thom, who is. I hope somebody's letting him know he's taking a wide line, so maybe he's aware that he's got a problem. Let's hope he keeps out of the way, because we had a big delay yesterday from one car dropping oil. So go ahead.
Yeah. So car-to-car contact is discouraged, but they want good close racing, and they don't discourage you from doing that. I have a little story. It was my first drivers meeting years ago. Jill Campbell was the president of the track here back then, a wonderful lady, and she had the last word in the drivers meeting. And I remember she said about the one professional driver, Jared Bligmolen, was in our group.
Sure.
She said, "I want you guys to look around." She says, "Jared is the only race car driver here. The rest of you guys are guys who drive race cars. I want you to understand there's a difference."
That's a brave comment, because that would have upset a few people. But
that was on point.
Bligmolen is absolutely that, and that's a very fair point. When you do it for a living, I think there is a standard and an excellence that is incredible. And yeah, that's a good comment to finish off the driver's briefing. Michael Green's just walked in, still out of breath. Had a good time, I'm sure. Well, you're good timing, because this man's got to go.
Guys, they got a split. It's been wonderful.
I'm going to bring Michael back in if he can get
Jonathan.
his breath back.
I'll
Ben, stay with us. And Michael, come in and regale us some more. Michael Green was here for our first race of the weekend, and if you weren't with us early on, we'll bring him in, because he's just got out of the car and just been having a fun time. We saw you out there.
Yeah.
How was it?
Sideways. Left rear took a pacing in 3 and 4.
What's the T-shirt you got on?
Yeah, we had a good race to drive with the Mustang. Oh, 1976.
Yep.
That's me dad.
Oh, right.
DB3S, Coupe, 113, 117, and 104.
Well, meet Ben Weisart.
Hi, Ben.
Hi. Good, how are you?
He's been out already himself.
This is Larry Oka's son. Oh, they just changed that. Is that Button?
Yep, that's Jensen.
Okay, he was going like the clappers, me dad said yesterday.
Yeah, 3.6 seconds he's already built up with 5 laps to go, and I think he'll extend that. How is the conditions out there? Obviously, this morning it was pretty greasy.
Good.
It got better.
Yeah. Unlike the Porsches guys who've been doing, look like they're on a skating rink.
Oh, yeah, this morning was brutal.
Oh, we've got a caution. Now, what's happened here?
Did Button throw his drink out the window? Oh, let's have a sip.
Well, that's a shame.
Yeah.
Because Jensen was building nicely there, but it won't matter. He'll do it again.
Truck's already in place.
Well,
what are we on, the Dan Gurney race?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got a Dan Gurney story for you.
Go on then. Thank you for coming, because we're under caution. Tell us a Dan Gurney story.
My dad had just been in America maybe weeks, working with Tony Paravano in Southern California. And the word got out quick that there's this English guy over at Paravano's working on Ferraris, but he'd come from Aston Martins, but he'd been to the Mille Miglia, he'd been to Le Mans, he'd been to the Formula One races, he'd been everywhere. So everybody wants to know this guy. So one evening, this tall guy with a Triumph motorcycle shows up with a leather jacket and introduces himself to Dan Gurney. So they went to some races. My dad was watching. Skip Hudson was Dan's best friend, and Skip had good cars. So he was out front and gone. My mom said, yeah, he was the one. And Dan was flogging some lady's Jensen, I think it was. And it didn't go well, but he was making it go. So Dad says to Tony one day, we need to test this kid. So they went to Willow Springs. So it would have been August 56. My mother had just arrived like a week before. And they stuck Dan in a Tour de France Ferrari, which is, it's a closed coupe.
Yeah.
It's got a crash gearbox in it. And side note, my dad actually got his California driver's license in that car. And the DMV guy wrote at the bottom, gear change needs improvement.
Oh, okay.
Because it had a crash gearbox in it, right?
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Right?
Yeah.
So anyway, Dan goes out. My dad's out there doing, we got an oil flag now.
Yeah.
Dan goes out in the coupe. My dad was doing laps in a 4.4 Ferrari, which is an LM121 six-banger. He was out there doing, 25, 30 laps or something. Anyway, Dan goes off the road in the coupe and puts a rock through the fuel tank.
Ugh.
And my mother could tell you all the naughty words that Parabano said.
Yeah. But I think you told me that he kept
He did. Dan had kept the rock and it sat on his desk for ages, right?
Wow, that's great. Well, we're under caution here. This is Michael Green, who needs no introduction in many ways. He's got a storied history. His dad was at the first ever Formula One race at Silverstone in 1950. That's an accolade that I've not heard many times before. And so comes from a family of racers. From Livermore, right? I'm in Livermore, California. Yeah, I grew up in Dublin. We would have been based in Los Angeles, but my dad, after Paramount had vanished one day, so he had to find another job, and he joined a Rover Motor Company in 1960. And he stayed there for 30 years. So by the end, it was now Jaguar Cars Inc. It kept changing names, right? Yep. Well, they're going to bring in the cars now. You saw the black flag at the top of the...
So we must have some sticky mess on the tracks, I'd say.
Well, we don't want to risk...
no, you can't. The car's
certainly
too
we don't want
valuable.
to embarrass Jensen.
Right.
So they're going to come in, and we're going to clear up the mess. Black flag out then, but they're forward.
I'll give you a funny story if you want to hear a funny story for a minute.
I do, but just wait 1 second, because Kev's always got funny stories. Let's head down to Kev Harris while we've got this break.
Well, the driver's briefing here, the IROC has just finished down here. The atmosphere is quite something. I'm going to muscle in. David Hinton, I'll get a word from you. Quite a buzz going on down here as well with these IROC guys.
Yeah, I was more nervous than them, giving a meeting to like Jeff Gordon, Frank Kitty. There's some heroes of mine behind me. It's,
Absolute heroes behind you. And if you glance that way, look at the fans that have come out for this.
Yeah, this is such a big deal. What a great group of guys. They're really going to put on an awesome show. And they're going to race. The last few laps of this thing, it's going to come down to the wire, I'll guarantee you.
This is going to be like nothing we've ever seen before here at the Rolex, isn't it?
Absolutely not, no. And we're going to do it again.
We're going to do it again. Lovely, thank you. The word from the man, David Hinton, we're going to do it again. Kurt Busch, let's get a word. Kurt, I'm going to dive in. The drivers, let's have some fun is the word we're hearing. That driver's briefing was quite something. What a stir that's caused.
It's so special. I mean, the fraternity of guys, the champions, the legends, and guys I looked up to when I was a kid racing, and here I am, I'm on pole, but it's going to be fun. We want to keep the cars together. We want to put on a show for the fans. That's what IROC was all about, is the cars staying close.
Absolutely. I want to get a quick pole. Coming in, sir. Bruce Canepa. You want a quick word? Come and say hello to the live stream. Great to see you, sir. You brought some great cars out, and you're among some great company here once again.
No, this is amazing. You know, it's just amazing. I've known some of these guys for years, and to have them all together in one place and playing in the same cars is pretty amazing.
At the Rolex, you've been coming to this for quite a while, but we've never seen anything quite like this. The buzz this has created, it's like nothing I've ever seen in 4 years of doing this.
Well, you know, we're making lots of small changes, lots of improvements. We're kind of taking a whole new look at this now that we're involved in it, and we got a great staff. We've been doing stuff with staff, and they're all working together as a great team, and it's just up from here. We got lots of things we're going to do, and you know, you're going to see this place get better every year now.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, Bruce. I'll let you go because I can see Mark Martin over your shoulder, and I want to get in there with him talking to Dario Franchitti. Dario, Mark, sorry, can I leap in? Let me leap in. 1 second, we'll get in here. Come on. Look at this. This is what it's all about. Dario Franchitti and Mark Martin here. The winningest driver in IROC ever here. Getting coached. Dario, Mark, don't run away. Come on in. Nice to see you again, buddy. I only usually get to speak to you with the helmet on when it's noisy up at the grid, so we have a chance to chat for a little bit. you guys are going to go wheel to wheel on this, aren't you?
We really went wheel to wheel back in the day. Today we're gonna play. We're gonna have fun. I hope.
Dario, what company we're all in amongst around here, including your own?
It's brilliant to see these guys. Mark and I were just talking. I did NASCAR for about 6 months, and I said, one of the only guys, Jimmy Johnson, who's become a great friend, made a concerted effort to help. And Mark actually came to my motorhome to sit with me and say, what do you need? How can I help you? And I've never forgotten that. And we're social media buddies, and we follow each other's adventures. But what a great group, what a great idea. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Dario, thanks for talking to us, Mark. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Good luck, guys. Bobby Labonte in the background loitering. Come on, Bobby. Come on in here, man. Great to see you. What a buzz, what excitement around IROC this has created this year here at the Rolex.
Yeah, obviously this is my first time here at this event, at this racetrack, other than watching an IndyCar race. So, but yeah, so just seeing all this and then IROC being here, you know, obviously for us to be part of it, you know, I'm so glad I kept my car. You know, so it's like gives me something to do. So this car I raced in 2001 and you know, won the championship with it. So pretty special to me and special to be here with so many great drivers. You know, some of them I've raced with for years. Some of them I've watched race for years. And then the cars that are here that from the Foyt days and James Hunt that I remember as a young kid and cool to be a part of all that. And then you got, you know, so many legends out here, I think, today, and I'm just glad to be part of it.
Man, listen, we're glad you are part of it. Thanks for bringing it out. Yep. It's gentlemanly racing, but you're all racers. Yep. So who's going to win it? Who's going to take the checkered?
Yep. My goal is to stay on track.
Stay on track?
Yeah,
you'll do it. Man, you'll do that. You'll do that. Bobby, thanks for talking to us. Mike Joy. Mike Joy, hello, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing great. Ray has drafted my son and I to tag the field with a couple of cars and go out and do a lap. And I just said,
Get out of here. You're not tagging the field.
I said, that is the greatest drivers meeting that you will ever be a part of, right?
Easily. So we're going to have some fun. Big props to IROC for having us out there. And, man, this is just one of the coolest memories I have of being at Laguna Seca in a long time. It's incredible.
You and me both. I've been doing this, Mike, you know, for 4 years now. I've never seen anything like this, just behind the camera. The atmosphere and the vibe and the buzz, it's going off. It's a roadblock that way right now, and people can't get enough of it.
Well, it's a very miraculous point in time. We race historic Trans Am cars, and they're all the original cars, but they're all 50, 60 years old. Here with IROC, you have the original cars, and you have the original drivers. I mean, it's unbelievable. I just hope everybody plays nice out there. I'm sure they will.
I'm sure they will, but you can't take the racer out of the guy, can you? I mean, it's going to happen, isn't it, Scott?
That's all everybody's talking about. You know, Bobby's saying, well, I can pick up a couple tenths here, and Mark Martin's saying, well, you know, I think I can get in this turn more. You really can't take the competition out of these guys, and talking about, you know, all the cars are supposed to be equal. Well,
some are more equal than others.
So, yeah, you know, and depending on which driver you ask, you know, this guy's car's faster and mine's slower. But, you know, that's just racers. That's just racers.
You're all just racers, and you're all just fans yourself, and that's what I love. Mike, Scott, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. We can't wait to watch this one.
All right, have a blast.
Come this way. I think we've got Alonso Jr. here. Look at this. Have fun, says Alonso. Little hello, sir. On the live stream, just give us a word about that drivers' meeting. We've never seen anything like that at the Rolex before.
It's a special drivers' meeting because of all the IROC competitors and so on. And yeah, no, I simply thanked them all for being a part of this and so on and supporting the Unser Family Cup, which is what they're going for. And I just said, you know, Dad and Uncle Bobby would be super proud, as I am, of this whole thing. And congratulations to Ray Everham and Rob Kaufman. I mean, they've done a great job here. And so, yeah, the IROC cars are beautiful. All 7 generations.
That's incredible.
All in one. It's the first time ever that they've all been together. So, yeah, it's a special event.
Who do you think, if you could put your dollars on somebody, who's going to take the win?
Well, the fastest guys up front, you've got Drissy and then Kurt Busch. Who else? You've got...
Well, Kurt's won it once, I think, in 2013.
Yep. You got Scott Bruschetta up there running strong in what represents my car, the yellow Unser Jr. So one of those guys is going to take it.
Listen, thanks for talking to us. I'll leave it there. I think we've grabbed as many people as we can, or are there more? Hang on, I'm being directed. Al, I've got to go and grab more people, but thank you for talking to us.
Grab more people, enjoy, have fun.
All right, here we go. Who we got over here? Bill Elliott. Bill Elliott, Kenny Schrader, come on in, guys. Great to see you both. We just can't get enough of this, and so are the fans. Did you ever think you'd see this again? You've seen it before in your lifetime at a racetrack, but do you think you'd ever see this again with IROC above the door?
It's hard to believe. I mean, this is a great event. Ray's done an excellent job. Great group of fans here. A lot of racing enthusiasts. And I'm just glad to be here. Proud of
listen, we're thrilled you're here. Thanks for coming out. And Kenny, just give us a word about this event and the weekend.
Well, I mean, we're thrilled just to be part of it out here with the IROC. But the neatest thing I've enjoyed is looking at all the other race cars. You know, from 1900 whatever to, you know, not cars that aren't that old. It's been pretty amazing.
What do you make of that Formula One display that's across the way over there from 1950 to 2025? Those 2025 Formula One cars are something else, aren't they?
Yeah, they're amazing. But, you know, I just think of the guys that built those cars in the early 60s and stuff. Man, they were the craftsmen because they didn't have all the equipment they got now to build stuff. And I look at that Gurney Eagle, and that's my car.
Listen, Bill, Kenny, we're looking forward to seeing you get out there. You're going to have fun? You're going to keep it safe, or are you all fighting for that checkered flag?
Well, I don't know that we're in a category for the checkered flag, so we're just going to go out and have a good time.
Go and have a good time and enjoy every moment of it.
We are enjoying it.
We're all enjoying it too. Well, Johnny Green, that is like a driver's meeting and a driver's parade, the likes of which I've never seen before. So we'll go back to you and rejoin the action on track. That is awesome.
Oh, Kev, your smile says it all. Living the dream, quite literally. I'm totally jealous. That is brilliant, and you got some great words from all of them, but you can see it's covered beautifully our delay because oil has gone down. I'm here in the booth still with Ben Weishaupt and Michael Green, but guys, what a thrill to see all those guys, names that, you know, are literally household names.
It's always nice to see those names.
They've made a mess of it, haven't they? But I mean, it's offline. I don't know how far. I mean, I don't know how far into Andretti it goes, but you can avoid it. But you know, the oil dry now is so good. You've probably experienced it. Is it a mental thing rather than a grip thing?
Yeah, it's pretty good nowadays. I mean, you see it on the ground and you kind of hesitate, but it's pretty much completely dry once it's there. This morning was probably worse than driving on oil when it was that wet this morning. As we saw, 4 cars spun in front of me.
Well, let's just remind you, before we have this stoppage, Jenson Button and Marzen Farwes in their little Alpha GT Junior, which Jenson is a part owner in with Farwes, were leading and will therefore take the Group 3 win. Chet Taylor will take second place, and Richard Stewart Milne, who won yesterday's race, the endurance race, takes third. And Greg Wold was fourth. Rob Fuller, Timothy Probert, Matthew Polk, Ross Myers, Ben Zlotton, and Mark Owen. And why have we missed out the one and only favourite from California? The one and only Jeff Gordon is with Kev. Let's go down.
Cool. Well, Johnny, the action continues down here under the IROC awning. I can't hear myself over the noise of the engines and just the buzz of excitement for the fans, but I've managed to grab Jeff Gordon. Jeff, that was a driver's meeting, the likes of which I don't think we'll ever see again.
Yeah, I mean, you'll never see, well, I hope you do, but, you know, I don't think I've ever been a part of a group that had that many wins, that much history, the names. It's been incredible, this whole experience with IROC and seeing all these the vintage cars, the historics, you know, being here at Laguna, Monterey Car Week, just magical. You know, yesterday, driving these cars to the Quail was just unbelievable. It's something I'll never forget. So excited to get out there on track and have some fun, put on a good show.
Yeah, yesterday the Quail must have been quite something. These engines were rattling the champagne flutes, I'm sure. They've never seen anything like that there.
Yeah, what was so special, and I don't know the name of the road, but as you're winding up through the mountains and cresting, the number of people that were pulling over and getting their cameras out, videotaping, because this is not something you see every day, and it's really special. Plus you have all the car enthusiasts and people that are so passionate about racing and cars and just this experience. So
Well, listen, Jeff, thanks for coming out. You are going to go out there and put on a bit of an exhibition, but you're all racers, and you can't take the racer out of the guy. So what's going to happen when that, the lights go out?
Well, we just got to take care of our equipment, take care of one another. It is for fun, but I promise you, the competitor and all of us will come out during this race.
Jeff, thanks for talking to us. We'll go straight back to Johnny in the booth, and best of luck. Johnny, another legend down here under the IROC awning.
Doesn't get much better, and I want to say Bakersfield because he's a local California guy who grew up maybe further north than that, Michael Green's telling me, but I was at the other race of champions, of course, the one that's at the end of the season and has the Nations Cup as well, which has also made a big dent and in motorsports and is a great event as well. But IROC is alive and kicking, and what a wonderful gathering of great motor racing drivers from yesteryear here for the Rolex reunion. It doesn't get much better, folks. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with action after this.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Back to Laguna Seca, where now for something completely different, as they say, because out on track right now we have the Pedro Rodriguez Trophy, cars on the FIA Manufacturers Championship from 61 to 75. And again, want to welcome viewers around the world. Would you believe it? Ukraine, Moldova, Estonia, Belarus, Lithuania, and Latvia all tuning in on Sport 1. Across that part of the world. Italy, Parc Ferme tuning in and live around the world, and of course Goodwood TV, which has made such a name for itself for historic racing, not just because of its own events, but for purveying historic events to let people almost each and every weekend get their fill. So well done to them. Motorvision in Germany, obviously I've already mentioned Racer TV, Motorsport 1, and Speed Sport 1 here in the USA. And welcome to my good friends at Fox Sports Australia. I used to do the World Superbikes, Michael, and I know you're a big Superbike fan, but They know me down there.
I would have loved to have gone to Philip Island and fight.
Mate, I'll tell you, I actually saw Troy Corser get hit by a seagull while driving.
I saw that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was there. I was actually at the place.
Wipers.
Man, that was a scary moment because the Corser family actually sit with the Gobert family on that corner. And so they saw it literally coming at him. And it was the very, very scary thing. I mean,
jumped out of his seat.
he wiggled, but he bloody held on. I'll never know how he did it. Now, how about this group? What do you know about this, if anything?
More than you think.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
So,
well, talk to the fans about the Rodriguez brothers first.
I do, right? So, in the 50s, so after 56 somewhere, and Mom used to say, because she got to know the boys, and those that don't know, my mother was John Wyer's secretary at Aston Martin from February 49 until she came to America in 56.
Your memory is amazing.
So she's down there, and she says the father was very protective of the two boys because they were youngsters.
Yes.
And they became absolute fabulous drivers.
It's not unlike the Fittipaldi story, is it?
Oh, yeah.
Which is now twice done.
Yeah, right. I mean, and here they are, coming from motorcycle background.
Yep.
Both of them.
Yep.
And now they're out there racing whatever Dad could get them into. And then they went on to fabulous things. I mean, especially Pedro. I mean, you know, what he did at the BOAC 1,000-kilometer race in Brands Hatch with the 917 is he ticked somebody off, and the referee or whoever the bean counter was said you had a pit, and they chewed their finger at him and wiggled him. And then he went out and unlapped himself in the pouring rain and just tore the place to pieces. I remember having a lunch, only once, with John Wyer and my dad after Le Mans when he won with the 917, the Golf car. And that lap record, which was I don't remember the mileage anymore, it was something insane. The amount of mileage covered in 24 hours was mind-boggling. And then John Wyer says, and in 24 hours that car only used 1 quart of oil.
Really?
And would exceed 200 miles an hour 4 laps, 4 times a lap.
Well, let's look down on this group because we're about to go racing. We've got a few GT40s. We've got
that was
which one?
The blue one. That started life as a road car.
Did it really?
Yeah. Which they were virtually race cars anyway.
Yep. We've got the odd Lotus, Alfa Romeo. We've got a bunch of Chevrons.
Yeah, Chevron 2 liters. Boy, what a force those are.
Yep, and a bunch of Porsches as well.
They don't weigh anything.
No.
We should have been another Lola, but I don't think it made the grid from the other day. Oh, we see a Nart Ferrari. Lovely.
Yeah.
North American racing team.
And then there's John Rosenthal and that Chevron B16, just in the all red there, the 69.
These are fast, these guys.
Yeah, they're very good.
Yeah.
We were saying yesterday, you know, we were talking about racing drivers and drivers that race cars. You have to be both to be in this category. These things are beasts.
And these 2 liters, I mean, the corner speeds are insane for what they are, but if you keep your boot in it, I mean, you can really do some lap times.
Well, here we go then.
We're going to get green in. Let's hope.
It's the Pedro Rodriguez Trophy, Race 2. Michael Green alongside me for this one, for the FIA Manufacturers Championship from 61 to 71. Quite a
GT40's poking his nose in.
He's already
going. Already.
Yep, he's up to second.
Look at that. Wow. That's called horsepower.
Yep. Meanwhile, the 69 gets hung out to dry a little bit.
Chevron coupe in the back.
Side by side, coming into 3. That's the 4 of Joe Beaujolard in that Lola 298. T298, I should say.
Wow, look at the gap.
Yeah. Well, this field spreads out quickly. And they aren't going slow. We don't often look at the times, but it's worth just seeing how quickly these guys pedal around here.
99's just poking his nose in to take 3rd. And I think he's going to take the GT40 by the time they go up the hill.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I love those colours too on the 9. Ooh, just got his nose off, yep. Nice. Good racing though. That's James Constable, and he knows what he's doing in a race car. Won a race yesterday, and now he's going to put his nose up the inside. There you go. Anything you can do.
Corkscrew, right,
yeah, nice racing by Jamie. He's raced around the world and continues to be a prominent figure in the world of historic racing. And he's another one that basically took to historics after trying out some of the catering. He started off in Caterhams of all things.
Did he?
Yeah. And he got into historics and never looked back, and has had a very good career in historic racing, Jamie. John Fudge in this one, currently in 4th place. Alex McAllister, we saw Chris in action, but this is the younger version in the number 9. He's in 3rd place behind Jamie Constable now. Cal Meeker leading the way at the moment in the 115. The Lola T294 from 1973.
Lots of Porsches out here today, 911.
Yeah.
I saw a 914. I don't know if it's a 914 or it's a 914-6. The yellow one there.
Yep. You'd know better than I, for sure.
These were wonderful cars in the fact that you could walk into a Porsche dealer and say, if I'd like to go racing into a Porsche shop.
Yeah, you were talking earlier about how Porsche reacted to things like the Pooper.
Oh, yeah.
And,
you know, that one. What are you doing to my car?
You're right. The Germans don't get very excited when you start changing their pieces of art. And the GT40, well, we kind of all know the history. 40 inches high, hence the 40. But an absolute glorious car.
Yeah, talking about the Rodriguez brothers a minute ago. The younger one, Ricardo, at one time when he tried to go to Le Mans, they almost didn't let him drive because they said you're too young.
Yeah.
And they made a big fuss about it. And he was driving for Gianetti, you know, with a Ferrari. I remember his nice, cool yellow helmet, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And sadly, those two didn't live long.
Yeah.
Very
and
sad.
I know that having spoken to Brian Redman about both of them, a lot of respect there for the Rodriguez brothers.
Yeah.
And it's great to have Mexico on the up and up with so many good drivers now currently in Formula One and sports car racing.
Oh, yeah, then jump in the Formula One car. And then they would jump
Yes,
in the Formula One car.
exactly.
Yeah.
Through goes the 28, currently in what position is he in? Further down the arm. That's Mark Leonard
He's
in
gone a
10th
bit
position.
wide there.
Yeah, he went wide there.
Now, is that a 906?
That's a 910.
Oh, it's a 910, is it? All right.
67. Again, looks fantastic, doesn't it?
It out here.
Yeah, he's already got, Cal's got, 6 seconds already,
Yeah,
Cal
right,
Mika.
yeah,
But
right.
that's
like
not a surprise to anybody who
that's
knows
like
Cal.
Christmas presents.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Look what I got.
Yeah, exactly. Not a surprise at all.
Oh, here we got a Ford Cosworth. Well, yeah, I know it's got a Cosworth under the hood. Ford Escort, Mexico, by the looks of it.
Beautiful
and it
car.
had a slide rail fuel injection on it.
Yep. It's a Ford Escort twin cam from 68,
Yeah, right.
that.
Yeah.
And obviously from Canada, or at least that's what he's got on the front of
Oh, is it A?
A. Well, he's pedaling around, doing a good job.
He's pulling
In
away
Todd
from-
Willing, that is, in
Yeah.
11th place.
And what's coming up behind? We got another 2-liter car that's approaching from behind on the Porsche 68 through the corkscrew.
Have you ever driven anything like this?
Any what?
Have you ever driven any of these sorts of cars?
No.
Interesting.
MGBs. The only Aston I ever got to drive was DB3S113, which was one of the coupes. And that was here in 1976.
That's Alan Benjamin in that white 68 Porsche 911. And the most documented race miles of any 911. That's quite an accolade, isn't it? One of just 28 factory T/R models.
Wow.
Was at Daytona, 24 hours in 1969, to second place in class. And at Sebring in 71, second again in class. And then in 75 at Daytona, finally won its class. And then also raced at Sebring in 79, 11-year car, as an 11-year-old car,
yeah,
won.
Good history in that car.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Fudge up to 3rd place. John Fudge gets ahead of Alex McAllister, who now drops to 4th. Rosenthal now 5th. And Schifferle, Matt Schifferle in the 771 in 6th.
I wonder where our Norton cars disappeared to. That's a fabulous car.
Great to see the
Yeah,
car
the
park
red
full. You
Ferrari,
can always tell
right?
you've got a good event when you've got the car park full here at Laguna. Dipping their way through the hills and up the Ray Hall Straight. I love that shot.
Oh, no, it's good, right?
Well, it gives you the whole perspective of where you are, doesn't it?
It does,
you can see
yeah.
the mountains, you know
Complete
you're in
with the
Monterey. Yeah, you see the beautiful houses in the background.
We're lapping traffic now.
Yeah.
6 to go.
That was a quick glimpse of the 115. Here he is.
Yeah, he goes well in that car. I've seen him at Sears Point, otherwise known as which is very twisty. And he goes around like a scalded cat.
Yeah. Well, like you say, Cal's now sort of getting through the traffic as he comes out.
Still coming through the corkscrew.
Yeah. Whoa, he's going to thread the needle.
Yeah,
no, he waits.
Poke his nose in.
Yeah. I think he's going to be polite. Yeah, there you go. But he is so much quicker. His best lap so far, 127.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
When you consider that Fudge
He's
in third
coming up
place,
on
133, yeah.
On a BMW 2002 by the looks of it. Oh, geez.
So take the
I'm gonna
inside,
pull
mate.
the stickers off him as he goes by.
Into Andretti. Hard on the anchors. Throw it in.
Yeah, lovely. Just goes around the corners. That's a good corner once you get it figured out.
It's really stuck to the ground.
There's this
isn't
one
it?
here, the 3 that kind of buggers everything.
Yeah.
But it's a corner you can lose time in, more than ever make time in.
Well, it was interesting.
That's your butt.
I was here before you came in. We saw Jensen do another move. Jensen Button do another move up the inside at 3. He's like the only one who's got that dialed in.
I poked my nose in. I wasn't getting anywhere. Is that 914 or 914.6? The yellow one. Here it is. Oh, it is a 914.6. That's why he's keeping up so well. That's Timothy Pappas' car.
So then, while we're in the middle of this race, we're getting ready for the IROCs to come out on track. So let's just quickly head down to Kev Harris, where they're getting ready to present the IROCs.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Well, we're down here in amongst all of the IROC action. Ralph Sheehan joins me for this one. The buzz and the excitement down in the pre-grid, Ralph, it's like nothing we've seen in the Rolex. But as you were just saying to me, and you were there for a lot of the races back in the day, this is the first time some of these drivers have been out here, and so it's the first time the fans have seen this.
Yeah.
It's the first time quite a few of these drivers have ever been here to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Jeff Gordon, Mark Martin, Bill Elliott, Kenny Schrader, none of those guys raced here in competition. They're here for the first time on track today, this week, and these fans are eating it up. We got big, bright, bold, colorful, and very loud American V8s ready to thunder.
I'm going to say this, and please don't be offended, but it's so American, and I love it. I love it.
It shouldn't be any other way.
No, exactly. Well, listen, excitingly, Johnny, what we're going to try to do, Ralph's going to head on way back down to there, and we're going to do a bit of a grid walk all the way up, and you're going to see who you can talk to.
Yeah, I got to go now because I'm getting old. That's a long way down there, buddy.
It is, right. So, Johnny, back to you. Next time you see us, well, Ralph will be down there, and these cars are getting ready and set to go. So, but for now, back to the race.
Great to have Ralph on board. And yeah, he'll have a ball just like Kev did. He's another man who's done a lot of motorcycle announcing in his time with the Supercross. As we go back to Cal Mika, who is absolutely siding his way around Laguna. Michael Green with a big grin on his face as he watches.
Yeah, no, that little Lola is motoring around here, and he's picking up back markers now. Just slicing through traffic here. He's very smooth, this guy.
Yeah, you can see that.
Yeah, no herky-jerky.
No.
Look at that. Just whoops around, pick the throttle up, and off you go.
And even if they don't give him a signal, he's aware of them, and he's just picking them off one by one and taking his time. I say taking his time, he's flying around the track at 127 now, his best lap.
Yeah, good. 2 to go.
Pretty impressive. Just a couple of laps to go, and then hopefully
The
in a
grease
moment...
sweep hasn't bothered anybody by the looks of it.
No, I don't think so. And like I said, it was offline
Yeah.
for the front straight, so it hasn't been as big a problem as it was. It caused a delay, but that also gave us a chance to talk to the IROC guys, so that's worked out nicely.
Yeah, no, it's fabulous having those guys here. Boy, oh boy.
So what do you do when you're not racing? Prepare the car?
yeah, that and Land Rovers.
Yeah?
I'm the oldest Land Rover shop in the Western United States.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Nice to have.
Yeah. In fact, I restored the Dully Lovers Land Rover.
Oh, the Dully Lover.
Yes.
I like that.
And then we sold it for them, for the charity for the kids in Tibet.
Amazing history.
Yeah.
Amazing history. That car, I've traveled around the world, and I'm sure you have. You see Land Rovers everywhere you go, and it doesn't matter how old they are, they're still going.
No, right.
Brilliant. Well, Cal Mika is having fun in the sun here of California as he strides on towards the last lap, coming out of 10 now. And it's been a pretty darn impressive
Should you get the
display.
white flag when he comes around?
Yeah, it should do. And well, yeah, there it is. Okay,
Where's
good.
our second place constable?
We were asked on the YouTube, where's Adam Carolla? Well, he's in this group in a Datsun from 1971. Yes, supposedly. He might not be out there today, but he was yesterday. I remember seeing him.
I did get to chat to him yesterday.
Yep. And he has been a constant member of this fraternity for many a year. Not known as necessarily a racing driver, more of a comedian and
No, men's
podcaster.
club.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't a men's show or something, right?
So, last lap then for Cal Mika as he makes his way round. It's been an immaculate performance yet again. And that 73 Lola T294. 1973, John Abrams bought from Lola and ran for 2 races in it back in 1973. And now in the capable hands of Cal, who owns it.
Out of the corkscrew. It's the only track in the world that's got something like this. You know?
Yeah.
It just defines Laguna Seca.
I often thought, I'm based in Austin, so I do all the races at COTA, and I often think, wouldn't it be interesting to try a race backwards at COTA and see how it was going up?
Oh, go on.
Big
Yeah, I
Red.
hadn't thought of that, right?
Yeah, coming up, because that would be a massive climb and then a massive dive down.
Yeah. I'll tell you the scurriest thing I've ever came down the corkscrew was on a sidecar outfit.
You can have that. I was offered a ride in a
I was
sidecar,
in the chair.
and I said no, thank you. There's the checkered flag then, and a great victory once again for Cal Mika. Jamie Constable will take second place, and John Fudge comes across the line in third. Yeah,
that's a historic outfit that just went by. God, I never forget names now. The bright green thing that ran as a Trans Am car for a long time. 2-liter class.
Yeah, people forget. Everybody thinks of Trans Am.
John Norman's car.
There you go. Everybody thinks of Trans Am, of course, of the big muscle cars
No,
and the Pony Wars.
No,
but
right.
there was a production series as well, and a lot of great drivers. One, I think Jackie Hicks won the first ever Trans Am race with a production car. Yeah. So, yeah.
There's a former Trans Am winner car here, and it's known as the Triumph TR7.
There you go.
With a V8.
Wow.
And it aggravated everybody one year when Tullius won the race.
Yep.
And on the last lap, Luenke Fouché had to refuel him just to make sure they were over the weight limit.
I love stories like that. Well done, Cal.
That's good.
Yeah. Very sprightly indeed.
Must be a joy to actually drive a car like that.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it goes where you put it, and its power to weight is.
Yeah, there's a difference between a purpose-built race car and
flogging
a production
Chevy.
car. Yeah. Yeah. No question. Well, the sun hasn't quite poked out fully yet.
No.
It's getting nicer here on a Saturday on the peninsula that is Monterey. About an hour south.
And our NASCAR guys are all on pre-grid, eh?
Yeah. We're hopefully going to hear from
Well, I
some
should
of
say
them as well.
IROC guys, not NASCAR guys.
Yeah, yeah.
Mostly NASCAR guys.
Yeah, I'm going to say there's a lot that aren't. Yeah. Hopefully we'll hear from them in a moment. Yeah, we're about, about an hour from San Jose and just south of San Francisco as well. You don't know the area.
Yeah, Monterey Peninsula is what they call this.
Yep.
Right?
So, confirmation then of the Group 7 Pedro Rodriguez Trophy. And Cal Mika takes the win in the T294 Lola. Group 73, then it's 2 chevrons of Jamie Constable and John Fudge. Matt Schifferle in 4th place in the Lola, then the Ford GT40 of Alex McAllister, John Rosenthal taking the chevron to 6th, then John Goodman, Dave Hagen, Bill Lyon 9th, and Mark Leonard in that Porsche 910 3 Porsche
yeah, good stuff.
910s in 8, 9, and 10. Once again, thank you, Michael Green, for coming in and enjoying that race with us and adding some great insight and some great stories. And I think there's going to be some great stories coming out of our next adventure. I'm so pleased for Ray Evering. I know Ray's done some commentary with me. I've done Trans Am for many years, and of course Ray, a champion in his own right, but has literally sweated blood to get this together. And it's not an easy feat. They're all retired drivers. They're all particular about their cars, some more than others. You are herding cats, so to speak, especially with the reverence of these guys. You saw the crowds there. Well, as you can see, high above the WeatherTech Raceway, and still a few puffy clouds out there. Let's hope the sun bursts out. Now, we're getting ready for IROC, so don't go anywhere, wherever you're tuning in around the world. This is the Rolex reunion for 2025, the 51st running of the event. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys.
That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Find your way here.
Okay, the bench racing and complaining has already started down here in the IROC grid. Got a couple of big-time NASCAR champions here with me. Kurt Busch, NASCAR champion, Daytona 500 winner, IROC champion. Jeff Gordon, multi-time NASCAR champion, couple of Daytona 500s, USAC midget title. Always got to throw that in there with the sprint car title as well. But guess what? No IROC title. You know why? He beat him. So you get to go first because you're on the pole. How you liking this here?
This has been phenomenal. I mean, just congratulations to Ray Evernham, Rob Kaufman, the whole IROC group, the fraternity of drivers that showed up. I'm just like a kid pinching myself. This is way cool. It's the cars that I used to watch as a kid, but now I'm out here racing, and it's been fun. Like all the trash talk, it's great. Now here we are front row. It reminds us of old times, right? Yeah.
And the car you're driving is one you actually own that you clinched your title with.
Yeah, this is from 03 Indianapolis. I finished 4th that day to lock up the title. And then it's had an oval setup on it. I had to put a road course setup in, and might have worked on a couple other things.
You know, one thing he and nobody else in this field has is a win in an IROC car at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Looked pretty good on the resume.
That would look really good on the resume. I mean, this whole event has just been special. It's just great to be here. Same sentiments, Ray Evernham, Rob Kaufman, and all the people that have worked on these cars to make this happen. But the respect that this group has for one another to all show up and come here to have fun and be in this kind of a setting, Monterey Car Week, it's just really, really been special to be a part of.
Yeah, and I know you're sandbagging too, because you told me all you've done was really practice on the sim.
No, there's no sandbag. You know, and by the way, I've got Rick Hendrick's IROC car, so I appreciate him bringing this thing out. But listen, I'd never raced or driven at Laguna Seca, so I had to go get some laps on iRacing before I got here. But that's about it. Other than that, it's just been everything we've done since we arrived.
Oh, he's sandbagging. He's going to be up on the wheel, right?
Jeff always does that. This whole group, I love it. It's the camaraderie, the fun, and I did old school preparation now. I just put in an old cart tape and watched Nardi go around here. I didn't even
VHS, right?
Yeah, VHS. You got it.
So Nardi, you know what's going to happen up in the court.
He's going to pass you on the inside going through the dirt. You boys have fun. We're going to make our way on back. Great to have these guys here. This is Tommy Dreese's car. It's an old Tony Stewart car. I just saw Tommy run off, so the Trans Am champion is trying to get something handled before he's got to go racing. So we're going to move back here to Bobby Labonte, who's in mid-conversation with Mr. Rick Hendrick. If you boys don't mind me jumping in here real quick. NASCAR champion, IROC champion, Brickyard 400 winner Bobby Labonte here with us. And this is your car as well, right?
It is, yeah. This is the car I won the final race with at the Brickyard in 2001. Outrun Tony Stewart for the win, which he's still mad at that one. And I still have there's a mark on the right rear from where I nerfed him a little bit. So very original piece right here. I feel like I'm on the auction block. It's very, very original. It's got the stock motor, stock shocks on it, everything just like it was when I raced the Brickyard with a little camber adjustment for here.
So what we would say is it's numbers matching and it's got great racing provenance. And with that, we'll go back to Jonathan in the booth.
Great stuff, Ralph. Yeah, great stuff, and Ralph's enjoying it just as much as we all are. And if you've not seen IROC, because I'm sure a lot of the audience out there, given that it's quite a fair few years, this was pretty much special. And it's not just the Americans, because the idea was it was the International Race of Champions. So, yes, you had legends from NASCAR, legends from IndyCar, and other forms of motor racing. But then they also included people like Niki Lauda, James Hunt, and many others. And that's what made it so exciting. And to see people like Dario Franchitti and obviously Bobby Labonte, a chance to race against those, Michael, it's pretty special. Because we're always celebrating the cars. It's not often we celebrate the actual drivers that are the originals.
We don't have the cars.
Sorry, let me interrupt you, sorry, because we're doing this on the fly. But Tommy Dreesy, the one and only, is down there with Ralph.
Well, we're down here on the grid. We've got a former Trans Am Series champion here with me. This is Tommy Dreesy, who is also right in the thick of the Trans Am Championship fight here in 2025. And now you're going to do a little IROC racing. How do you like that?
Yeah, this is pretty incredible. The names here, I'm a good driver. These are the best in the world. They're my heroes. It's like I grew up playing basketball, and it's like all of a sudden I'm playing pickup ball later in my life, and Michael Jordan shows up, which is Jeff Gordon. And maybe Kurt Busch, we call him Rodman.
I love it.
Just a pleasure to be here, and thank you to everybody, and Ray Evernham and all the people who put this together. Thanks for having me.
He's going to also run the historic Trans Am later on here today. Have fun out there, Tommy, and good luck with that title in 25. One nugget about Tommy while we walk back this way, he makes, when you go to the movie theater and there's a brand new big Marvel movie out and you see those gigantic cutouts in the lobby of the theater promoting the movie, Tommy Dreesy makes all of those. And one guy that makes a lot of good in Victory Lane is Dario Franchitti. Hide from me. Get over here, champ. Three-time Indy 500 winner Dario Franchitti with us. Man, it is great to see you here. You didn't get a chance to race IROC, did you?
No, we were just talking about it. It's a little awkward. I kind of refused to do it when I got invited because I always felt it was in NASCAR cars on NASCAR tracks, and I was pretty, shall we say, single-minded at that time. But then when the guys phoned when Bruce Canepa and Ray said, hey, would you like to do it? Oh, absolutely.
Well, because now you are a Cup driver. You've done that as well now.
I wasn't very good at that. But it's just like life's about fun now. Racing's about fun. And what more fun to have than to drive these cars in this grid with these people. It's so cool catching up with guys that Mark Martin, Bill Elliott, Jeff. I mean, on and on and on. It's so cool.
It is really neat. And we're going to move on down the line. Dario, you have a great time today. Let's see who else we can jump over here and grab as we work our way through. Back down through the field. Let's get Patrick Long over here. Patrick Long has made his career as a driver for Porsche on the factory team, and here he is about to race a Chevy Camaro. Doesn't look much like a Porsche, does it?
No, but there's a couple of Porsches here I tried to get into. Those drivers wanted to drive their own car, so luckily Bill Warner called me up and said, why don't you jump into this Niki Lauda IROC from 77.
It's pretty neat. How does it drive?
It drives well in a straight line. Makes you work in the corners, but I think that's what it's all about, is parity, and makes the driver work extra hard, so it's going to be fun.
You've turned out to be quite the promoter as well. You got a big event coming up in October, I believe. Tell us about it.
Yeah, Luftgekühlt is an air-cooled Porsche experiential event. It's a static display, but lots of rallies from all over the country come. We're going to be October 4th in Durham, North Carolina. First time on the proper East Coast, so looking forward to that. Yeah,
2 hours from me. I'll see you there. We're going to throw it back to Jonathan Green. He's going to go have fun in a Camaro, this Porsche factory driver and brand ambassador, and we're going to go back to Jonathan.
Thanks. That's great stuff, and really enjoying it. It's just I get a thrill out of racing drivers who are getting a thrill and almost acting like 12-year-old boys because they're with their heroes. I loved Tommy Dreesy, who's a good friend of mine, having done Trans Am for almost a decade myself, and he's still at the sharp end. I'll see him in a couple of weeks. But describing Kurt Busch as definitely one of the stars of the show, and meeting his idol in Jeff Gordon, just fantastic. But yeah, really exciting for all of them down there, and they're about to race off into action. And we've been listening to Michael Green in the booth, but Chad Renal has joined us, as he often does, and who's been busy this weekend and doing a hell of a job, I may add. You've been at the sharp end all weekend.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I did a terrible job of seeing the oil, or say where the oil was yesterday in my race, but the guy in front of me, who's a car we support, got a little sideways, and I thought, I'm going to go this other way. Well, he was in the right spot. I was in the bad spot. It ended up okay.
While we've got time, tell us what you were racing this weekend, but also tell us, Impeccable Ink, tell us what how you got into this.
So I got into this, we started running my Camaro here in 1999. I was 27 and now I'm 54. So I always I always have my birthday on this weekend. And we started running that, and then after about 10 or 12 years, I thought, hey, I'm going to quit high tech and see if I can make a run at doing this. And then when this happened, then now we have too many cars.
Well, listen, we're doing it fast and furious, as we should. Let's go once again back to Ralph, because he's got a good friend of mine, Scott Borchetta.
Well, if you want good music, Scott Borchetta is your guy with Big Machine Label Group. You want good spirits? Scott Borchetta is your guy with Big Machine Spirits. If you want good race cars, Scott Borchetta is your guy as well with Big Machine Racing. Buddy, you are busy, and you're about to get real busy inside this race car that you actually own, right?
Yeah, we own this car, and Ray Evernham has done just a brilliant job getting all these IROC cars back together. And for me today, to be included, get to race with a bunch of my heroes, a bunch of my friends, and one of my favorite racetracks. So it's an awesome day.
Well, you have fun, and don't let him fool you. He's quite the race car wheelman as well. Spent a lot of time racing in Trans Am, as did Thomas Merrill over here. See if we can catch Thomas on the right side of the car. There you are. Okay, Trans Am guy, you ready to go a little IROC racing?
Oh, I can't wait. Yeah, this beautiful Camaro is going to be a lot of fun. Great group of guys. It's so awesome just to be a part of this. It's a lot of fun.
How similar is this IROC car to Trans Am?
I've not yet driven it, so I'll tell you after.
Makes the same kind of noise. Enjoy it. All right, we're going to continue on down here. Sitting inside this one right here, this bright white car is the 1985 Indy 500 winner, Danny Sullivan. All right, you live in the neighborhood, so I know you know the track very well. How have you gotten accustomed to this IROC car?
Well, of course, I didn't run an IROC car here. Indy cars are a little bit different, but this thing is a blast to drive. It's fun. Everybody in the field, look at this field. Look at all the people we're competing against.
And that's what everybody keeps saying.
It's fantastic. I mean, obviously 7 generations of cars, so some of them are faster than others, but it's all good fun.
Just no spinning and winning today, okay? Just go straight for the checkered flag. Danny Sullivan getting ready to go. And right over here is the CEO of McLaren, the man behind United Autosports. Zach, how are you? Great to see you. And the 2024 Formula One World Constructors Champions at McLaren. I always got to say that, right? I mean, that is a big accomplishment. And you got Cale Yarborough on the side of your car. And when you look at your car, there's a whole bunch of names you could have put on the side because a lot of amazing people drove this car. Why'd you choose Cale?
I was a huge Cale fan. He won in Riverside in this car in '78, which is the track I grew up going to. Waltrip also won it in '80, but I'm fortunate enough to have one of Darrell Waltrip's NASCAR Cup cars, so I thought, well, let's celebrate Yarborough because we've got Waltrip covered. And, I mean, it's pretty cool being next to Danny Sullivan and Scott Pruitt. Unfortunately, our 24 Constructors Championship ain't going to help me today.
It's all right. I think you know what you're doing. Good luck to Zach Brown. All right, we'll go back to Jonathan.
Thanks, Ralph. Yeah, and we were just chatting here in the booth because I've been joined by another legend. Not only is Chad Renal here, but little Al is here. Al Unser Jr., welcome to the booth.
Thank you.
First
Great
of
to
all,
be here.
before we get into it, what's the smash talk down there? Well, who's having a go at who?
It's all over the place.
Come on,
I'm
man, give us
telling
some
you.
stories.
It's all over the place. You've got some of the owners of the IROC cars are actually the drivers. So Jeff Gordon owns his car.
Mm-hmm.
Kurt Busch owns his car. There's a couple others, but mainly those two have prepared their IROCs immensely. Okay, let's just put
very well.
Who gets to touch them?
They have gone through them completely, and that's a quote from Kurt Busch.
Okay,
that once he got it, he started to prepare it for for this event, and found that it wasn't adjusted right here and there and all that, so they had to completely go through it, and then he stopped talking. Okay. so yeah, I mean, you've got 7 generations of IROC cars here at Laguna Seca for the first time ever. That's all 7 generations are going to be out on the track.
That's amazing.
And it's just, it's awesome.
Let me hold you there. I want to talk to you more, obviously, but Ralph's got another hero down there, so let's go down once again to Ralph.
Back down here on the grid with sports car champion Scott Pruitt, and Ray Evernham was just sticking his head in the window here. You said, who do I follow? And like any good crew chief, he said, it's a race. You don't follow anybody. How do you like his coaching there?
Well, I had to rephrase that. Before the green. I got what happens after the green. This has been amazing. You know, IROC and what it stands for, all the champions that were invited, all the champions that are here, Laguna Seca, what the Rolex reunion means, and then for the fans. That's a big thing. It's going to be fun. I told everybody that I was not going to get back into a historic race car or a vintage race car. But one thing I can tell you, wine ages a lot better than old race cars.
Scott, of course, a great wine producer, has his own vineyard, and he's from Roseville, California, about 3.5, 4 hours from here, so he knows this track very well. One driver who's never been here, however, is our good buddy Mark Martin, sitting in his race car over here, his own car. Mark is a 5-time IROC champion, so I'm sure you remember how this thing goes, right?
I remember this car pretty well, but this track is so cool. Man, I wish we would have got to race here, you know, in our prime. What an amazing place, amazing event. So much fun to reunite with all these great race car drivers.
Great to see Mark Martin, Batesville, Arkansas zone, and a Slinger Nationals winner. How about that one, right? Mark Martin getting ready to go as he chuckles in the car. We'll be right back with more.
Yeah, great stuff once again. And I'm in the booth with Chad Renal, who's been out on track. Are you going out again?
Yes, go out.
What are you in?
In my Camaro, in a 16 Camaro, and the historic Trans Am.
Trans Am, yeah. That's got to be a blast.
It is a blast. We're having a good old time.
Yeah, they told me that the Trans Am class is huge.
Yeah, it's good. It's pretty big. I think we've had as many as 43 cars where they literally stopped. Yeah,
that's great.
Well, we're getting ready for the start command for the IROC. So we'll just wait for a few seconds. What a great field. And I have to say, Rob Kaufman, Ray Everingham, and I'm sure we'll hear from Al in a moment, but you have achieved, I would say, not the impossible, not far off, though, to do this amazingly and get this field and these cars together. Let's head down once again to Ralph Melharder.
Here we are at the front of the grid now, the president and general manager of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, our good buddy Mel Harder. You got the command. Take it away.
Ralph, we're so excited to have the IROC cars. This will be an inaugural event. It's a great reunion of men and machinery. IROC drivers, start your engines.
Al, take it away.
Take it away.
Take it away. The engines are roaring. You were telling us a story before we put the mics on. Tell me about the front row.
The front row, those cars are pretty worked on, let's say. Advanced. Thank you. Yeah,
now, just remind the audience, we've got people listening across the world, from Australia and Fox Sports, across America, England, Goodwood TV. Everybody knows your history, but let's just remind people: you won 2 IROC championships, but
yes.
that was just the cherry on the cake.
Yeah.
Tell us about because you come from a family that kind of likes winning.
Yeah. Well, with IROC, you've got the king of the hill of IROC is Mark Martin.
Yes,
he's won.
6, I think.
He's won. Yeah, some numerous amount of championships. Okay, 4 or more. And then he's got like 14 or 15 race wins in IROC. And then you go to number 2, which Dale Sr. and I are tied at number 2 with 11 wins each. And
Amazing.
so, Mark is the one who really had great success in the IROC series. But it goes back all the way to the mid 70s. I think 1974 was the first IROC, and it was in the Porsches, and it was created by Roger Penske.
Yes,
this IROC series.
Good to see Junior here too today.
Yep.
Penske
RP
Jr.
Junior's out there, and so and then it evolved, and so as a kid myself, growing up, watching the IROC Championship and watching Dad have good success in it, Uncle Bobby have good success in it.
Well, you and your dad went head-to-head, didn't you?
We did.
For the championship.
Well, that was an IndyCar.
Ah.
That was an IndyCar, and Dad beat me by 1 point.
That's gotta hurt.
So, but in IROC, I grew up watching these cars and all the great drivers that drove them. You know, Nicky Lauda, James Hunt, all of the NASCAR boys. Darrell Waltrip, Kel Yarborough, Dale Sr., and those are the ones that I watched growing up, and I wanted to be a part of this, and it took me a few years in IndyCar before they even invited me, okay, and it was something that I wanted to do, and we were fortunate to do it, and in actuality, what it ended up doing with me in my career, running the IROC series helped me be a better race car driver in Indy. And what the main thing that happened was with these cars versus the Indy car, these cars have way less grip in them. So you really had to manage your tires in the IROC car versus the Indy car. And so it taught me how to do that, to roll it through the corner and not scrub and so on. And I took that over to the Indy car, and I was able to make my tires last longer in the Indy car. And so,
that's a story. It's a story I'm hearing from Shane Van Gisbergen now. That his use of engine braking and so on is giving him tire management that the other NASCAR boys can't work out yet, and they're starting to get on top of it. But he stopped talking on the radio. He's giving too much of his secrets away. But it's all. I think different disciplines do help in any form of motor racing.
And it was great, going down there. Our first race of the season was at Daytona, so it was the super speedway. So drafting was a huge thing, okay? And so I instantly made friends with Dale Sr. right away, okay?
Smart.
And in actuality, he helped me a ton. He wouldn't hold back.
Good.
As long as I asked the question, he would answer it truthfully with me, and so, yeah.
Well, guys, while we're waiting for the start of this one, we've got a safety car lap or a pace car lap. Let's take a look at
11. 11's a great passing area to try to outbrake somebody. So, yeah, it's a very unique circuit.
Well, there's a couple of corners, turn 6, turn 11, turn 10. There's some very big names out there, but no one's a corner. I think we should get on that. I'll talk to Mel Harder. We'll have a word.
Yeah, that would be great.
I got a great story. So, Adam Andretti told me that Mario has a story about going into Andretti and crashing and breaking his Rolex while going into that corner.
Yes. With the old track.
Yeah.
With the old track. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I was there that day.
There you go.
we were Goodyear tire testing. Goodyear was introducing the radial. The radial was not as good on the front end of the car as the bias ply at that time. And so during those years, turn 1, which is turn 2, okay, that corner was wide open on the bias ply tire, okay? When we started testing the radial, right at the middle of the corner, the front end would give up. Mm-hmm. And no matter what tire they put on us, it would give up right in the middle. It was a 3-day test. At the end of the 3rd day, the last runs, Mario, I think, was frustrated with the whole thing.
He's fed up,
And so, because it was just that little lift that you had to do. On the exit of that corner, there used to be a curb to keep you on the track, okay? And so he decided to run the corner wide open and straddle that curb. He hit it with the back end of the car. It pitched it forward, and it went end over end. Destroyed the car. Okay, and I was in the pits. Big boom out there, and going, wow. I ended up going out to the rack, okay, because it was the end of the day. That ended the day for everybody. We come around the corner, the engine is over to the left, the rear end is over on the straightaway, the tub is completely separated, mechanical pieces everywhere. It was a disaster, and there Mario stood, right? And so I come up to Mario and I go, "Are you okay?" You know, and obviously he is, because he's standing there, you know. And I go, "Are you okay?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he taps his watch and he goes, "My watch stopped working." And I went, "Oh my God."
Well, Rolex would get on that for him. A lovely Rolex story at the Rolex reunion.
He was concerned about his watch, not the car.
That's how
not
much they
himself.
care about their watches when they win them. Hey, let's get back to the action.
Yes.
Chad Renault and Al Unser Jr. to take us with us round this actual moment in American motorsport history, the return of IROC, and not just the return of IROC, because we've got representation from the 30 years of IROC, but the original drivers, many of them who won their championships now own their cars, and some ringers, I'll say, like Frank Kitty and a few others who perhaps haven't done this before. The one guy we haven't mentioned was Danny Sullivan, was here this weekend as well, but...
Yes. Now, they've got them separated in the different classes.
Okay, good.
So that's why you see the separation.
That's nice. I was wondering if they were going to do that.
Yep, they have.
I think Busch has a different ring opinion, so I bet he gets the good start here.
Well, we'll see. Here we go.
Most likely, yeah, he's got a whole new car.
Never said this in my life, but I'm going to say it now. Kurt Busch, Jeff Gordon on the front row here at Laguna Seca as IROC bursts into action here at Laguna Seca in 2025.
This is wonderful. Yep. It's so good. Ray Everham, thank you so much for making this the Unser Family Cup Rolex race. Dad and Uncle Bobby would be truly honored.
Yeah, they would.
Here today.
Yeah, they would.
Yeah. And he pulled it off. Look at this. Fantastic.
Good start.
Yep.
Well, delighted to have people who were part of it. James Hunt's car in the second group going through. And
wow,
Al Unser Sr.'s car also out there. Is one of your cars out there?
One of my cars out there by Scott Bruschetta.
Oh, great.
Is driving
well,
it.
Well, this is I know, because you know this, Scott Bruschetta is living the dream, because he's probably your biggest fanboy for the whole family.
And he's out here racing all these legends on the same track, same day. And he's been doing a really good job.
Yeah, he's a great story because he is a music man from the music industry, made his wealth that way. But his love has been both following the Unsers and collecting their cars, and now getting to race with them and in your car is just, I mean, by the way, he had a big accident a couple of years ago, and this is his first return to racing. So, yeah, very brave as well as Bobby Labonte, I think, who owns his own car.
Yep, he
goes
owns
through.
his own car, yep.
But talk more about Ray and what he's done here, because it's quite a feat.
It truly is. You know, he has a true love for the IROC series. Now, when I was running in IROC in the mid to late 80s and 90s, all through the 90s, Ray Everham was the crew chief of all those cars.
Oh,
of all those cars in IROC
before.
And so for all those years, Jay Signori, who was the president of IROC, he had Ray Everham and Ray prepared all the cars, and so it was. He's got a true love for this series.
What are you saying, Chad?
I just love that the Bay Area boy, Jeff Gordon, who had never actually driven at Laguna Seca until these last 2 weekends, is leading. So it's neat to see a Vallejo boy.
Yep.
Leading,
that's it, Vallejo. I said Bakersfield, but it's
Vallejo.
Not.
It's up north.
It's good. It's good to know.
Yeah.
Well, just for the audience watching on around the world, I'm being bedazzled by a special ring that Mr. Unser is wearing. He's got his 500 ring, as he often has. He's got a couple of those.
Yeah, we got a couple of them. We were fortunate to have success at Indy. That was my lifelong dream to be a part of, and so
I wonder what Nicky Lauda must have thought. James Hunt would have absolutely loved this. This would have suited him down to the ground. He probably said, put out his Marlboro and then got just straight in the car.
Honestly, I think they did it for the same reasons that I did it, was to drive something different. Drive something else and try to see if you could adapt to that car from what you normally drove. And so that's what I found. Really, I had a great time going straight from the Indy car right straight into the IROC car when they were at the IROC was at the IndyCar races, and so it was fun. And then racing, like I said, all the legends: Kel Yarborough, Darrell Waltrip, Dale Jr., Sr.
Who did you look up to?
All of them. I looked up to all of them because they
How about
were.
this? Side by side, Gordon and Bush. Gordon taking the nose ahead into Andretti. Whoa.
They're racing each other.
Racing. Gordon says thank you. No, thank you.
That's good.
Bush coming back at him on the inside, slots in behind Jeff Gordon into 3. So a great battle and a current Trans Am driver Tommy Dreese in 3rd.
Giving us the lineup. Yep.
You know Tommy's having a ball out there.
Oh, yeah. They all are. All of those drivers. I've seen them after the practice sessions and going down to the tent. They're getting out of their cars. They're smiling. They're doing all that kind of stuff. Truly enjoying it.
Tony Stewart car. And
Dario Franchitti, I think.
Yeah.
Is in that one.
Yeah. Franchitti in the 20. Yeah. There he is.
Wow.
Moving through. And Dario hasn't done, since his big accident, hasn't done a lot of racing. That sort of sadly curtailed his IndyCar career, but what a superstar and what a gentleman too. I've had a lot of time with him, and I've always got time to try to get an interview with him.
Patrick Long's doing good in that early car with all these newer cars.
Yeah. And, you know, of our historic guys out there, Bruce Canepa is out there. He's currently in 6th place. There's Danny Sullivan. So Sullivan did make the field, but he's in 10th at the moment. Ross Merrill, who is, of course, a big part of the Friends of Laguna. His son, Thomas, currently Trans Am driving. And here comes the Lauda car. Up the inside, nice move at 11.
Look at that.
Where was your favourite spot for an overtake in an IndyCar?
11.
Yeah.
Turn 11 was that and turn 2. Yep. Those 2 places were the ones that...
I don't know if you saw Jensen, but Jensen's created his own move at 3 now. He's now getting really good grip in the older cars and getting up the inside at 3. So I bet Jensen's
looks
having
like
a ball.
Dario's taking the lead.
He certainly has.
It looks like it. Let's see. I think he passed Gordon going up in there.
You ran a single seat Can-Am here before you even did IndyCar,
yes.
right?
Yep. As a matter of fact, that's the only race I won at Laguna Seca.
There's video
throughout
of it.
my career was the Can-Am car.
But that was fun. Beautiful sounding cars. Well, listen now. I know you want to go and enjoy it with your mates.
Yep, no worries.
This must be a great weekend.
I'm going to be out there where I have to go is the flag stand. I'm throwing the checker.
Oh, well then.
Okay.
Then go and do your duty, sir. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Before you go, I'll do my fanboy bit. Come on.
You got it. Of course.
So we've just heard from the legend that is Al Unser Jr. He's going to go and wave the checkered flag and enjoy himself. 2-time IROC champion and multiple Indy exploits over the years, as all the Unsers did. Thank you, Al. Appreciate you coming in. Chad, you looked a little shocked when you saw the big man come in, but it's always, you never know what's going to happen at the reunion, do you?
No, it's amazing because I'm a big Al Holbert fan, and Al Holbert and Al Unser Jr. When Al Unser Jr. was car stuff, and he did a lot of stuff with Al Holbert, so I have a lot of neat pictures of Holbert and Unser Jr. together, so it's just kind of amazing to be here.
Very cool indeed, and such a gentleman. And you know, I spent a lot of time in Trans Am with Al, and I was always impressed with how graceful he is as a human. Never mind a great sportsman.
Yeah,
sometimes
fantastic.
they say don't meet your heroes, but in this case, happy to.
Wonderful.
And his wife Norma also here this weekend. We've got a cracking race. Tommy Dreese's now out front. Now, Tommy, as you heard from Ralph earlier, is based here in LA. His company is, and the white flag is out.
That's a safety car.
That's a caution, though. That's a safety car, yeah. So something's gone wrong. But, Tommy Dreese, who currently leads, interesting history. He's the current Trans Am driver in TA and has been for many times, and is also a TA2 champion in his own right back in the day, a few years ago. But I know Tommy very well indeed. Great character, but he runs in Hollywood making the posters that you see for all the movies, and often he will paint the car in the promotion of the movie. So he's
makes
a real
those
character.
stand-up. He makes those stand-ups you see in the movie theater.
Yeah, exactly. When you walk outside the F1 movie and you see the Brad Pitt poster, it's probably made by Tommy Dreese.
And he's driving in a historic Trans Am, one of the Chaparral Camaros.
Yes, he is, which he owns. I think that's a Vic Elford car.
He does, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I was very lucky. I was talking earlier. I was here the weekend doing one weekend when we were doing historic Trans Am here at Laguna, and sadly it was the same weekend that Vic Elford passed away. But it was somewhat appropriate, if you like, that he was able to honour him by taking the car out and doing the historic.
Yeah, quick Vic. That guy was good. He was good in every car he got in.
Well, he fits that build of what Al was saying about guys that can throw themselves at anything, but learn. And that's interesting, isn't it? When you hear from Al saying what he learned and what he, like I said, I've done a fair bit of commentary with him, and his brain is an absolute. He's always looking at that performance gain, and he really thinks hard about what he can do, how he can get better. Long retired now, but that's how you see a champion, is when they talk that way and think that way, and that's why they're so successful.
Yeah, he was good in everything, sports cars, everything.
So we've got two Stewart cars out front, and it's Tommy Greasy and Dario Franchitti. Bruce Canepa's moved up to third place. So we think, because obviously Roger, his father, was a big part in putting this together in the first place when it began all those years ago. And it ran for, well, it was box office, wasn't it? I mean, you tuned into network TV, and these guys were, and I'm afraid we've got a black flag as well, because whatever's happened at the Corkscrew, I'm not sure what, but we've got a black flag, and that means they'll bring them all in. But hey, we're having a ball anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So, Drissy, Bush, Long, Borchetta, Labonte, Merrill, and Roberts. And I think that's Thomas Merrill, who is also a current Trans Am TA2 driver and former champion himself. A great story. Thomas grew up here. He's from Salinas, and they are farm people here in the area. And Thomas told me his first experience here at Laguna Seca was his mum. Because I said, oh, did your dad get you into racing? He goes, no, my mum used to drive a Porsche here. And he said that because the Porsche is designed, they put a special seat in, strapped a seat in, and she would take him round at lunchtime.
Wow.
And he was sold after that, so it's mum's fault. That's rare.
He is wicked fast.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just wicked fast here.
Lovely man, too. Real gentleman. And I just saw him. Now we can see what's happened. Yeah. There's the car, and they're pushing it. And not quite sure. I think he's... Yeah.
Is that parts of the car that they're putting?
Not sure. Well, we're under a black flag situation here in our coverage of IROC, and if you've never seen IROC, look it up. Like I said, it's a real throwback and worthy. It's very hard to get a group into a race weekend like this, but when you come with the thunder that these guys bring, both with drivers and with machinery, you can't resist bringing them. And again, hats off to Ray Everingham and Rob Kaufman for doing this. I've been part of it. They came and did a demonstration at Lime Rock last year, so that's how I got to know more about IROC and got to hang out with Mark Martin and a few others. Great story. Mark Martin, somebody asked him in one of the sort of meet and greets, they said, were you always as mean as you looked? And I know what he means, because Mark was, I grew up, he was so focused. He said that. He said, I'm not mean. And he said, I was just focused. And he said, but on the racetrack, I wasn't messing about.
The most unique driving style I've ever seen, as far as hold his hands on the steering wheel, just such a.
What did he do different?
He literally has his right hand on the top and his left on, and he gets it up real close. And he said that it was really good for not only having not as much arm fatigue, because his arms are able to go like this, but then he had the power to be able to move it down easier than having to have your arms further outstretched.
So in they come.
I wonder what Mark Donahue would think about this too. Yeah. He's one of him and Roger and Jay Signori kind of all started it, and he was the first champion of this in his. And Roger was smart enough to say, Mark, you're going to take the last car. Everybody else is going to get picked, and then the last car goes to you. So nobody thinks there's favoritism because you're kind of working on the cars.
Yeah, that was another part of IROC which no one's mentioned yet, and it's worth mentioning. They actually picked out of a hat each weekend because all cars were identical, but to make sure there was no, shenanigans, they would pick out of a hat. And so, therefore, it made it so you just didn't know what car you were getting.
Right.
So, again, an interesting part of the thing. And I got a feeling that this is coming back strong. And I think the reception it has had here, just to see that crowd trying to get autographs and so on, is proof that this has definitely got some legs.
It's neat.
Cars are being released again, so we're up and running. Go ahead.
It's neat to see a different crowd too. So you get to see people that don't normally come to the Monterey Historics or the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion to see these cars that maybe wouldn't come otherwise. It's really neat.
Just saw that Bruce Canepa is in a Helio Castroneves. Now, talk about a guy that fits the mold for something like this. Helio would absolutely adore doing this, I'm sure. A great champion in his own right. So we're up and running. Sadly, we've lost Roger Penske Jr. at the corkscrew. Mark Martin is all the way down in 16th place at the moment, so a bit of a surprise there. Kenny Schrader in 19.
They're only going to have about three max to go, and I guarantee you that Jeff Gordon and Kurt Busch are not going to want to stay in 4th and 5th place.
No. I can guarantee that for sure. Just got a quick shot of Pruitt's car. Scott Pruitt currently in 12th position. And remember, they did a sort of stilted start where they started in similar cars and gathered them together so that they could race against each other. But now they're all mixed up. And it's allowed a long car again. Bet you never thought you'd see this.
No, I never did. I never did. I didn't even think think I'd see a Pontiac Firebird leading a race, let alone an IROC car. So.
Yeah, I'm just imagining what people around the world, because growing up in England, we saw these Firebirds. All the TV was of these sorts of cars, and so we kind of, the idea of seeing a Pontiac Firebird was like a big deal.
Yeah.
And there were a few brave Brits that bought them, and of course, we're poppy syndrome in Britain. You don't bring a muscle car to England and start showing off. That is de rigueur. That is not on. But those that have the confidence to do it, always, they would go down the street, get at the horn, whatever it was, and people loved it.
That's great. Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting turn 2 and see what Gordon and Busch want to do into turn 2.
Here we go then. A restart, big sprint, the green flag waves as IROC again bounces into action. And once again, dueling for position, Jeff Gordon in 3rd as he dives into Andretti curve.
Wow.
And the 03 gets him, that's Bruce Canepa.
I guess that
Kurt Busch alongside Gordon again.
I guess that proves Bruce will take anybody out,
yep.
Even Jeff Gordon.
Busch cuts the nose off Gordon. Gordon tightens it up at 3. And into 4 they go, and it's Dreesy, Franchitti, Canepa now. Up to 3rd after that restart. Jeff Gordon in 4th. Kurt Busch in 5th place. Patrick Long in 6th. Scott Borchetta 7th. Bobby Labonte in 8th. Thomas Merrill in 9th. And Roberts in 10th position. Good restart, good clean restart. Zach Brown, I haven't mentioned him yet. He's out there. 13th position, just ahead of Bill Elliott. He'll be enjoying that.
Yeah, absolutely. and the older style bodywork, yeah. Oh, here we go. Busch
makes a...
Got it on Canepa.
Yep, and cuts the nose off and takes the inside line. Beautifully done. You don't often see that move.
I think Pat Long in that old car is pretty impressive. He's right there.
Yep.
Still in the same frame.
Whoa!
Oh,
no! And round he goes, and how everybody avoided him. But of all people, a man who literally lives most of his days
here. That's his favorite corner, too.
Turn 10. Turns it around. I don't think I've ever seen Bruce Canepa have an off in my whole time of covering historics. That was very rare, but fun. So Dreesy crosses the line, a 1:36.6, but the top 2, there's nothing between them. Franchitti would love nothing more. He hasn't raced in a while, has Dario. Well, I say that. I haven't seen him racing in a while.
He's doing good.
Doing very well.
Look at that, through 3. That's nice. 4. Sorry, that was nice.
Yep. Taking very tight lines, yeah. 2 laps to go. Chad Renault alongside me, and really enjoying every moment of this. And this is far from over yet. We've got Formula One coming up. We've got a Formula One demonstration as well, or an exhibition. Got a little surprise for you there as well. Let's have a look. Chad, you're the racing driver amongst us. Let's have a replay of what just happened to Bruce Kanabaker. He'll describe what happened at his favorite corner.
Yes, I don't even know, but I'm going to guess that Bruce is going to go into the
Yep,
He's trying to see if he could get on the inside, but
I missed this.
Yeah, I missed that.
Oh, spin and win. Well, Danny Sullivan's out there, but we had another one. That was great.
That's darn impressive. That's Busch.
That was Kurt Busch. Did a Danny Sullivan.
He did a great job. My goodness.
Love it. Well, this is going to the script.
Look at Franchitti. He's going to give him a run.
He's going to give him a run, and it's going to be a real battle for both first and second, and for the podium in third. Jeff Gordon now moving into third. There he is in the grey. White flag is out. Doesn't get any better than this. Tommy Dreese has got Dario Franchitti all over the back of him, and both men want this badly.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be interesting. Oh, look at that. Busch got Gordon.
With Gordon. Gordon cuts it tight. He'll try to go on the inside now, but he hasn't got the...
Oh,
no. He's going to have to accept that for now, but I'm sure Jeff Gordon, being Jeff Gordon, won't sit back and let Kurt take that.
If you think of it, it's been a while since Jeff's been in a car,
yes,
too, right?
True, yeah. Does a lot of TV, but he hasn't,
I'm sure he's got a lot of work at Hendrick, too.
Well, it tells you how big of the event is when Rick Hendricks is almost pushed away when the interviews come out, because he's here. I mean, what a season, or few seasons, he and his team are having in NASCAR. Kyle Larson, he'd be perfect for this.
Yeah. Oh,
I've seen Kyle Larson racing midgets in New Zealand back in over a couple of years ago.
Traffic coming up.
Here we go. A little bit of traffic to come into this battle, but it's
half
1-2.
Half a lap left.
Dreese. Well, he's got out of the way. That's good.
Real good.
I think that was Ken Schrader, actually. It's getting out of the way.
Here
we go. Can he get a run at 10?
No, he's going to go for 11.
Dreese's trying to defend. He's raced here many a time, and he'll race again in Trans Am Historic later in the day. But I think he's got this.
I think so. Franchitti's not going to get him, I don't think.
Well, Dario Franchitti will try to keep it tight and try to drive out, but Tommy's wiser. And Tommy Dreese will take the checkered flag in the return of IROC, and it's Little Al Jr. that waves the checkered flag in this historic event.
That was a good race. It's neat that they could get back going again after that black flag.
And you could tell from Al Unser Jr. in the booth how much he's enjoying his weekend, and I think probably the right decision. He doesn't want to race. He wants to enjoy it, and quite rightly too. And Kurt Busch does take third place, beats Jeff Gordon, who takes fourth. Scott Borchetta will be quite happy to take fifth. Let's head down to Kev Harris, who is down on the start line.
How about that? Al Unser Jr. with the checkered flag there. Al Unser Jr. with the checkered flag there. Car number 20, Tommy Dreese taking the win. And I have to say, watching that from this close from pit lane is like nothing I've ever seen. That was pure Americana. That was pure motorsport. That was pure entertainment as the last of the cars come through. You know what? Car 20 took the win, and full credit to Dreese for that, but it almost doesn't matter because it was the spectacle. The fans loved it. We loved it. And I know, Johnny, you up in comms, you will have loved it as well. Shout out to Ralph Sheehan doing that awesome grid walk before the start of all it. What insight and what a great kind of eye on the world of IROC in 2025. Johnny, I'll throw it back to you. That was like nothing I've ever seen.
Quite incredible. Me and Chad Renault were smiling all the way through it. It doesn't get much better than that. Last words from you on that?
No, I didn't think it was going to be that good. It was great. It was great. And once that black flag, I was worried that wasn't. But yeah, these guys made a good run of it.
So well done to Tommy Dreese. I'm pleased for him. He's going to be so happy with that. So we'll catch our breath, and there's more to come from the Rolex reunion. But that was an absolute spectacle. We've got all sorts going on. There's VIP pace cars, there's autograph sessions, and soon we'll have the Color Guard and the National Anthem, and that will be followed by Rolex Mario Andretti Trophy, and we've got a couple of special guests for that too. Tommy Dreese then takes the win in the Pontiac Firebird for 2006, and it was a similar car. Dario Franchitti at the wheel, another great from Indy. Kurt Busch, the NASCAR legend, takes third, and another NASCAR legend, one of his great rivals, Jeff Gordon, taking fourth place. Scott Borchetta, that is pretty darn handy for the big machine. Man, what a moment for him and his career. Beating Patrick Long, he'll love that. Danny Sullivan got up to 7. No need to spin and win, just take 7. Bobby Labonte, Ross Merrill 9th, it was Ross at the wheel, and David Roberts in 10th position. What a lot of fun. I hope that becomes a regular part of Rolex Reunion. Now we're going to take a little lunch break. Why not? And we'll be back at 12:30 local time. And if you've got your deck chair and you're here, it's time to reposition that deck chair to wherever you may see. The beer is down in the paddock, so too are the sandwiches. And that's what we're going to go and do now. Until then, join us in a while.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
Smooth.
Not smooth.
So Jamie Constable on the right-hand side.
That's right.
In the 99. And on the left-hand side, it's Cal Meeker, the winner of this race last year.
Yep.
And away they go then.
Away they go.
Beautiful sound of Formula One here at Laguna Seca. Formula One not part of the scene here in America, but it's lovely to see these cars here in the Mario Andretti Trophy race going into the Andretti corner.
Right. The Formula One group, they stay in grid order through the first 3 turns, which is very sensible to avoid any first turn mayhem. And then you'll see the racing begin once they exit turn 3.
John Dimmer, you mentioned earlier, just going through there in the number 4.
Yep.
A very storied car, that one. I remember growing up very much so.
And John is such a fan. I mean, he's wearing a Tyrrell t-shirt.
Yeah.
He's got Tyrrell stuff. He's probably got Tyrrell underwear. I mean, John is such a fan and you know, great competitor.
I got the opportunity to meet Harvey Potter.
Oh, wow. There's a storied name.
Yeah, talking about design.
And that's
Adrian Newey.
Dr.
Harvey Potter. That's right. But I think he got them punching above their weight.
Absolutely.
No question about it. So away we go.
So Constable is already pulling away.
Yeah.
Already.
I just was reading about his story in motor racing, and it really is a classic story. Going to 2 years old, he went to Monza. His father was a huge motorsport fan, dragged him to Monza. He says he doesn't remember any of it, but his father was a marshal at Brands Hatch. So he used to drag him to Brands Hatch while he was marshalling. Took him to the 76 Formula One Grand Prix at Silverstone and never looked back.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, once it gets in your blood, it's just like anything else. It's really hard to get out. Now, that March 721 there that's behind the McLaren, that he's really punching way above his weight. They were not particularly great cars, period. That car's really nicely put together, really nicely prepared, and he's driving it very well. I mean, he's running behind a world championship car in a car that, in period, was not very competitive. Similarly, the Arrows that's in front of them both was certainly not a front-running car in period. It's very well developed and being driven very well. And this class, more than almost any other class that they have here, the power plant parity is indisputable. I mean, you know, there might be 10 or 15 horsepower differences, but these cars are all at minimum weight. They've all got similar horsepower. The aerodynamic capabilities of these cars vary wildly. But, you know, everybody's here. They brought their best weapon, and they're trying to do their best job.
Yeah, it's interesting. I love this group because it really does bring me back to my boyhood days. This is the battle for the lead, and that Michele Alboreto-driven car, which was leading for a second.
Oh, that was you know, that's kind of the canopy line down there through turn 9 really low, but he couldn't quite get it done. This would be interesting under braking here. I was watching Jamie, and he is really strong coming into turn 11. It'd be pretty tough to pass him there. He's carrying good corner speed. And you can see the power plant parity there. These guys are staying right there. Now, of course, the gap grows a little bit because we play in a lapse time game.
Yeah.
So you have a gap of 0.1 second. That's a much bigger gap at 150 at the end of the front straight than it is at 40 coming out of turn 11.
Yeah.
But nobody can complain about a cheater engine in this group.
Well, this car that you're looking at, leading the way with Jamie Constable, the 83 Tyrrell 11, driven by Michele Alboreto at Caesar's Palace, that famous race. So it did take part in the U.S. Grand Prix back in the early 80s.
And what's crazy, you know, Michele Alboreto was a little guy.
Yeah.
He's not big at all. Jamie Constable is a tall, big guy. I mean, he's very fit, but I mean, he's not a small man. And the fact that he's wedged himself into that car and can drive it that well, that's quite a feat.
And of course, this was Benetton's first venture into Formula One, long before the days of Flavio, who of course made it big and famous with Michael and the days of Alonso and so on and so forth. But now of course back. And
that's right.
Goodness knows what will happen in the future now Flavio's at the helm.
That's right. Now it's going to be interesting to see how Cal Meeker's going to play this. I mean, Cal's a really good driver and a really fierce competitor. So he seemed like he was setting him up to do something there, but then he thought better of it. So
slots back in at 11 and away they go down the main straight.
I suspect Cal's going to have to get within striking distance because Jamie is consistently pulling away here. But
I tell you what, this is a two-man race. They're in the 22.
That's right. Yeah, which is
and here comes the rest
fabulous.
of the field.
Yeah, but again, Todd Willing. I mean, he is really wheeling that March 722. I mean that 721. I have a March myself, and I've driven those cars. It's no M26. I'll tell you that. Todd's really getting on well with that car.
Another man who's already won a race this weekend, Nick Grillo. Out in that March 76. Watch out for that.
Yep, that's another of the March cars. So, you know, March was kind of the go-to choice for teams back then that weren't constructing their own cars. You could buy a car from March, and away you go. In fact, Penske's first Formula One car was a March that they then improved and adapted and made better than March ever built.
So
wow, Jamie's closed up there. Yeah. Closing up. See, he's going to try to go down low again. Can't get it done. Jamie closes the door.
I think I've seen Cal drive this, Cal Mika, that is, drive this car all over America.
Oh, yeah.
And it's got its own historic history. Never mind its original history.
Uh-huh. Now, in 7th place is Chris Locke. Very historic Lotus. You know, Lotus Type 76, fantastic car. Chris is another great competitor. He's been, there we go. Cal's going to try and get it done. Oh, look at that, almost.
Up the inside of Andretti.
So, you know, Jamie did the single apex there, which gave him a little more speed.
Again,
He's going to try it here. Oh, no, good. This is a great race. These are two great drivers. Really working it.
Well, if you want to celebrate Formula One, this is the way to do it. What a great little battle between these two, and they're seconds ahead.
And I will point out that Nick Grillo started last. He's now up to 9th. He's got Martin Lauber in front of him, who's also a really good driver, fierce competitor.
Been around a long time.
Be interesting to see if he's able to dispatch Martin and make a move on Chris Locke.
Saw a good shot there of Octavio Rincon, the March 8
has been around, been racing a long time. This is one, a guy named Chris Bender, who drove with great enthusiasm. He was very fast in the car. It looks like Mr. Ridcon's coming to grips with it. That march there, that John Daly model cars, that's the car that, again, famous in period. They had that sponsorship for just one race on a lark, and it's now living on again.
Jackie Stewart car. I mean, he really does look the part, doesn't he? Because Jackie out
with
the helmet and everything.
You know, John, I've had the pleasure and privilege of having John Delane just flying for a long time running his Tyrrell. And John and Jimmer and John Delane are so crazy about Tyrrell. They bought the Tyrrell transporter and had it pulled out of a river, put it back together. Yeah, it was crazy.
Well, let's have a look at some of the closer moments we just had. Have a look at this one, see what you see. You've been out there, but that was a bit too close for comfort, wasn't it?
Oh, man.
Yeah, he had to pull out of that, didn't he?
Jamie Constable owes him dinner. That was a big gift. Yeah, that was a big gift.
So that's given him the break that he needed, but he'll make that time, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, now Cal's got the bit between his teeth as if he didn't have it before.
He knew what he was doing, though, didn't he?
He did, yeah, he did. But, you know, the problem is the closing speed is such that even if you're being as situationally aware as one can be, you know, if you're 10 or 12 seconds behind the leaders, they gather up ground pretty quickly.
So that Tyrrell that Cal Mika is driving was first used as research for active suspension. I hadn't realized that.
Yep. Yeah, everyone was playing around with active suspension. Then Lotus was trying it. They also had a twin chassis car that they were experimenting with. It was outlawed. So active suspension was only in Formula One for a few years, and it was then outlawed because of the dangers of it.
Mark Smith in 32.
Mark Smith is really going in that Arrows. I mean, it looks like there's this huge gap between he and the leaders, but there's nothing to be ashamed of in his times. He's running a 24, now a 23, quite quick.
Mauro Baldi drove in 1982 for Arrows.
And went on to a great sports car career after that.
Oh, yeah. God. Yeah, I never think of him as a Formula One guy.
Right,
really.
right. You think it was you know, of course, a great partnership with the Momo company for many, many years.
Yeah, and it's interesting, and of course, keeping to period colors and design and stickers and sponsorship. That's why you see the Marlboro, which you don't see anymore.
Absolutely, that's the rule. Now, when we race these in Europe, ironically, you have to cover up all the tobacco sponsorship.
What do they do?
Well, on our Alpha, we put the barcode for Marlboro instead of Marlboro.
Okay. Yep.
The poor John Player guys, they've got to cover up everything.
Yeah, they do.
So but it's the European Union. You can't have any tobacco advertising of any kind, even if it's historic.
Amazing.
And Todd Willing, like I say, right there in between Caseta and Smith. That's he's really got the doesn't have the sharpest knife in the drawer, and he's doing a great job driving it. Yeah.
As you say, Carlos Caseta. Here we're looking at him now. And that's doing really well.
Yeah.
Currently in 5th place.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's we'll go back to our leaders here and see how that's stacking up.
Yeah, I couldn't find that car when I first arrived here this weekend, but it was hidden right at the back just before they head out on Parc Ferme. Have a look at it. Beautiful car. And there's going to be an exhibition coming up in a minute. See an 86 Williams out there, driven by Takuma Sato. How about that?
That's right. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And that Williams FW8 that's out there, again, super historic car. KK Rosberg won the championship in that car. And talk about a simple, workmanlike, elegant design. It was effective. It was simple. It was easy to set up from track to track. And everybody who drove those cars in that era loved it.
Well, this race is one and done almost. The first two, at least, they're way ahead, some 10 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, but that's all right.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough for Cal to get in striking distance in order to make something happen there. But Mark Smith is running strong, but he's getting no quarter from the two guys behind him.
No.
I mean, it looks like that's distance, but that's tenths of a second between them. One mistake, and they'd be by him in a heartbeat.
Mark Smith did he's from Sun Valley, Idaho. Been there. What a great place to go skiing. 124.5, so yeah, not far off the pace at all. And of course, because there's such a variance of years and different designs, you can't really.
All right, so now lap traffic is going to
Well, we've got caution. We've got a caution, so this is going to help Cal.
Oh man, this is going to help Cal. Now
he's trying to wave him by. But
yeah,
so
he's unaware of the caution apparently.
Yeah.
So yeah,
at least it gives us a chance to really take a closer look at these cars.
That's
Our
right.
cameramen do a hell of a job trying to keep up with them at 150 miles an hour. But easier at this speed, we can get a closer look.
Yeah, you can see that the later Tyrrell has got a little bit more sophisticated aerodynamics. And the safety car's picked up the leader now. Is there? There's nobody between. Oh, Cal is licking his chops now.
There he is,
he's
right
He's
there.
going to get another bite at the apple. And
yeah, there's less than 2 laps to go. So
yeah,
if they go green.
If they go green, you can rest assured that Cal's going to stick his nose in somewhere.
By the way, we mentioned Chris McAllister. That 76 Ferrari, because I know there's a lot of people who love that 312, is actually chassis number 26, 26. And Nicky Lauda's primary car for most of the 76.
Yeah, that is the championship car. The car is fabulous. Provenance. I'm a huge Lauda fan. And again, McAllister is so into the history. So into it.
Well, we are going to finish under caution, unfortunately. We just heard from race control. So it's going to be a Constable Mika finish, but I don't mind.
I don't mind, and I don't think they mind either. No. They're going to get another chance tomorrow. So,
well, that one replay we showed was where it was one and done.
Yeah.
But yeah. LMGTE and MotoGP.
That's a pretty good neighborhood.
Yeah, that's where that lap time of Jamie Constable puts him at a 121.3. And when you think about that,
in a car that is 30 plus years old.
Yeah, and when you think about that, because MotoGP really round the corners have such an advantage. If you think about turn 10 or 11.
Well, but they can't stop like the Formula One cars do.
True.
You know, and the contact patch of the motorcycle is so small relative to its mass. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's really interesting. At first you think, oh my God, the motorcycles would just run away with everything. But you start looking at the physics of it, and of course they have no aerodynamic downforce.
No.
So
just that bum hanging out.
That's right. That's right. Well, I'm sure Constable's gratified by this finish. He had a frustrating race in his 2-liter car. He jumped out to a lead, but then had a mechanical, and they brought him to the pits, and we were watching. It looked like something had broken in the car, so he was unable to finish the race. But I'm sure he'll be back at it with a vengeance tomorrow with the 2-liter car.
90 cuddles of Benetton.
And this was really their beginning in motorsport.
Yes, it was, yeah.
Yeah, you know, I mean, at that point, most Americans had never even heard of Benetton.
Well, and I'm sure that for an Italian, literally clothing apparel company, to go into Formula One was a big step into the darkness. They probably knew nothing about motorsport.
Yeah, but what people didn't realize is while Benetton had the line of clothing that had their name, they were the largest textile manufacturer in the world. They supplied fabric to everyone.
They had the money to go.
Yeah, so they had the money to go do it. Yeah, but I think it even says on the car, world's largest textile producer. So all kinds of clothes that you bought had Benetton fabric.
Didn't have the brand. Yeah,
right, just didn't have the brand. So,
which makes a big difference.
Yeah. Well, I think they figured that out now, didn't they?
Yeah. Well, we'll get some lovely close-up shots now that they're going a little bit slower. We're under caution here, and that's how we're going to finish this. But it's going to be a win for Jamie Constable, the Brit.
That Shadow they just showed, the red and white car. Shadows are normally thought of as black cars.
That's
but
right.
Once UOP wasn't the sponsor anymore, Don Nichols was seeking sponsorship from anyone, and Villiger was a brand of cigars, and they're colored red and white, and that's why that car is red and white now.
Got his autograph back in the 70s. Clay Regazzoni drove that car. I got Peter Revson and Clay Regazzoni on the same day at Brands Hatch.
Oh, that's a good day of sport.
That's not bad, is it? And how about this? And I got Layla Lombardi.
Layla Lombardi drove the March that I have now.
There you go.
There you
go.
I
met her. I was stunned to see her. First of all, a woman.
A woman,
which is now thankfully
who actually scored half a point. She's the only woman to ever figure in the results of Formula One so far. But I'm sure there'll be one in our future.
Chadwick's going to change all that.
Yep. Yep.
Well, we live in hope because there's some really good talent coming through now.
Checkered flag. I know nobody wanted it to finish this way, but that's the way it goes sometimes. It looks like one of the cars had a mechanical, and they had
a nice bit of sportsmanship by the American and the Brit. As Cal Mika claps him home.
Well, Cal is a diehard competitor, and you know, sometimes you just get out front, you stay out front, and that's not nearly as fun as fighting with somebody from the lead.
Not true.
And Jamie is as steady as a rock, and, you know, is a great guy to compete against, and Cal's certainly very accomplished and knows the circuit well. So the two of them would have had fun if the racing continued.
Yeah, and they're going to get a chance to do it all again tomorrow. I'm sure it'll be just as intense. We've got a beautiful day here in California right now. The afternoon has definitely lit up. Here's the results then from the Group 1 Mario Andretti Trophy, and it's Cal Mika with second place, but Jamie Constable in that Tyrrell 011 takes the win ahead of the 009 of 79. Both Tyrrells. Arrows take third place with Mark Smith. Todd Willing in the March takes fourth. Casada takes fifth place. The McLaren M26-4. And then Matheson Lauber. Martin takes the Shadow. First of the American entries to seventh place. And Richard Griot in the March takes eighth. Dimmer in ninth. And Octavio Rincon in the March 821 from 1982 takes 10th place. My thanks to Scott Gurney for joining us here. Thank you.
My pleasure.
And
Always
feel
fun.
free, and you're very welcome to stay if you've got time, because we're going to have an exhibition coming up of Formula One.
And we're rocking it now.
Yep, we are away, and the beautiful sound of Trans Am ricocheting off the Monterey Hills once again as we start our Parnelli Jones Trans Am Trophy Race 1, 66-72. And like I said, this was the purple patch for Trans Am. A series, by the way, it's still the longest and continuous road racing series in America, but it lost its heyday after the mid-70s. It kept going, but just wasn't as prestigious, and it's made a big comeback in recent years. And it's good to see, because these are great cars. Good to see Jeffrey O'Neill, who's also a perennial historic man, loves his racing, especially historic Trans Am. There's good names out there. And I mentioned Tommy Dreesy, currently in ninth, and you may have heard of John Hildebrand, J.R. Hildebrand.
Well,
that's
were
the
talking...
IndyCar driver's father, isn't it?
Yep. Well, sorry about interrupting on that, but it's funny, you were talking about that whole race on Sunday and getting your grocery getter. Nothing exemplifies that more than the 49 John Hildebrand's Grey Ghost, Tiburon, California. I mean, that was built by Herb Adams at Pontiac, and when they stopped the race program, they had these parts left over. They were forbidden to build a race car. By their
wife's, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. It was Sandy's car at 64 Tempest in the driveway. So all of a sudden, it was like, "Honey, I hate to tell you this, but
if I bring the groceries in."
Yeah, and that was literally it. It was a very big car, but a lot of suspension work went into that. It was definitely a labor of love. So they were going to make it happen one way or the other, either with the blessing, or sometimes, as they say, it's better to ask forgiveness than to ask for a blessing.
Yeah, it was really an interesting series in many ways, still is, but the shenanigans that got involved with the big money, the big drivers that came to drive in the series. I mentioned Vic Elford. Well, the car that Tommy Dreesy's driving was an original Vic Elford car, which now Tommy owns and has for some time. There's the Grey Ghost. There it is.
Yep. Out front, Patrick Byrne already gapping most of the field with that 2X. Patrick's getting a lot of track time this weekend between driving this car, driving that 63 Corvette, and that wide body number 40 that was in the last race, that beautiful Greenwood Chevrolet Corvette. So he's got his hands full. He's jumping from Ford to Corvette to ancient Corvette by comparison to the newer one. So it's definitely testing his skill set.
I was going to say, it's quite a mind meld to jump into different cars of a day on the same track. It must freak you out when you come to a breaking point and think, what am I in right now? What have I got underneath me?
Oh, absolutely. And we got, looks like Mike Joy, our one of our announcers / moto journalists. He's a great guy.
Who says announcers aren't fast?
I know. Go get him, Mike. Plus, he's an older announcer.
And Scott are in the race.
There we go.
But Mike Joy, if you know that name, of course, from NASCAR fame, still at the top of his game. Listen to him every weekend. And his son Scott still now very much getting into the historic scene and enjoying it. So, and Mike, delighted to be racing with him.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Mike was on the mic with us a lot last year due to the fact that he blew his motor in his car before his race. But I even asked him, I said, are we going to get you up in the booth? He's going, if the car's running, no.
Yeah, he's not a big guy for doing, busman's holidays, as we call them in England, which means you're going to work, but you're not really going to work. One of the best in the business, certainly in America, that's no question. Ken Exman out again. He's in the number 2 this time. He was just in the last race, and that's the AMC Javelin.
Yeah, Bruce Canepa driving that 6A Javelin, red, white, and blue. That was a Penske car in the day. However, they did some interesting things, like they actually bought Porsche rotors and put AMC part numbers on them, a certain volume of them, so they could qualify for the racing. And that was, I believe, it was a Mark Donahue car he was driving at the time. But that was definitely one of the Roger Penske's early forays into this type of racing before it became the powerhouse that he was.
Yeah, and motor racing's always been a game of get away with what you can. You know, push the limits of the rules, and if you can get away with it, it's always been a sort of unwritten rule that you tried everything in the book, including back in the day, they even dipped these cars in acid. Some of them did, just to make them lighter.
Yep. And you knew somebody was cheating when you put a six-pack on top of the car and the roof caved in.
Disappeared, yeah.
No, trust me, there was some drag racing used to do that constantly. Right now, we've got Patrick Byrne out there with a 144.405. However, look at it. Chad Reynolds right behind with a 144.373. So it's just a question of, and he's gotten around him on the bottom half of the corkscrew as they're coming into turn 9. You can see Burns getting a little bit loose.
Yeah, this is a great race, isn't it? Look how close they are, too.
Oh, yeah.
So then, Patrick Byrne. Does he have a problem? Because he's now got another car overtaking him.
Yeah, but that's also that University of Pittsburgh project car that's been pretty good runner for some time. Joshua Fiber driving it.
Yeah, we heard from him with Kev earlier.
Yep. But you're seeing a couple of the big cars starting to get a little loose. One of the problems with this wonderful race facility, as much as we love it, is the people are talking about the new surface has gotten a little bit greasy. Initially it was tacky. Now some people have complained it's a little bit loose, let alone in the afternoon when you get a little breeze and you get that fine dusting, especially in corners like turns 5 and 6 when you're going up the hill. You're going to bottom your suspension a little bit, and when it unloads and you got that light film, it feels just a little bit loose. I haven't done it in a car. I can tell you on two wheels, yes.
You know, you say you started covering MotoGP. I the same, but in England I covered back in the day. So my first real understanding of Laguna Seca was from motorcycle racing. And you're absolutely right. They often complain about the dirt on the sides getting onto the track, and it's a sort of mixture of sea air, salt, and gravel that combines to make it really greasy.
Well, like I said, this type of weather, great for the motor, not so great for the tires.
So then 6 laps to go. Renal, Fiber, and Byrne. Scott Joy up in 4th place. Phil Ogland, who we spoke to, in 5th. Epsman up there in 6th. Kloot, McGovern, Hildebrand, and then Fiskin and Hugenholtz. What a great name. In 10th position.
Well, you see him come down out of 9. You see just a little bit of drift on the back end of him. And that Fiber machine, the 19 Camaro, is now ahead of Chad Reynal as they're coming through turn 10 and turn 11. See if Chad's got the horsepower to take it back.
This is really close. This is great.
Oh, yeah. These guys have a lot of fun doing this.
Oh, yeah. Bill Ockerland in 5th now. Epsman drops to 6th. Peter Kloot, we haven't mentioned him much, up in 7th.
Patrick Byrne trying to put the move back in turn 2. He gets back around Scott Joy. He's running in 3rd position behind that number 19. That Camaro from University of Pittsburgh. I love the fact that they went back to the original livery of when it was racing with as a university project.
Tommy Dreesy dropping to 14th. I don't know if that's a mistake or he's just handling his pride and joy. I asked him earlier in the weekend, I said, you going to give it a go? And he goes, nah, I'm just going to poodle around. He loves that car. And when Rick Elford passed away, I was able to interview Tommy here at Laguna that weekend, and it was very special that he could honour Rick's passing.
Look at how tight this group is. Patrick Byrne putting a big move on the 19 of Fiber, and he's gone up the hill a little bit ahead of him. He's trying to make up some ground, see if he can get back up to striking distance with Reynal. We got 5 down, 5 to go, people.
Yeah, this is great. What a great shot that is, looking down behind the corkscrew, a sight we wouldn't have seen before the drone.
Oh, yeah.
You see that drop off very clearly now, and you can see the weather in the background. Still in the morning, you get to see the fog, and it's just glorious. Down through Rainy, they're coming into 10.
Like I said, a 5-story drop in 450 feet in length. That's a definite suspension tester.
Yeah, no question. And on the inside goes the 2. Look at this. They're almost 4 wide coming towards the line. 4 to go after this. to Andretti. Adam Andretti currently still driving in Trans Am. Spent a lot of time with Adam during the Trans Am series, and he does both TA and TA2. And he gets a chance. Just like any Andretti, give him a car, let it away.
Yep. Patrick Byrne out front again. Joshua Fiber second place. Chad Ray now relegated to third as they go through turns 4. The 42, that big old Dodge coming up. The 42.
What made this series so important was because the manufacturers decided that, okay, if you're going to put a car out there, we got to put a car out there. And there was a lot going, there was a lot of fighting for, you know, what car was the best car. And if you can prove it on the racetrack, then, you know, the sales, whoa, big moment that. Now that was a strange slide at that part of the track going up the Ray Hall straight. I don't know if he missed a gear or what, but that was odd, wasn't it?
It was very odd. It just, it's the straightest part of the track up there. He's got an issue.
Yep.
It's an issue. Chad Reynolds putting his hand up. He is going to be calling it a day wisely, not to the detriment of his fellow racers and or his machine and himself. But you can see it shifting and shimming. That might have been a suspension component that went. I don't think he's leaking any liquid or anything like
slow
that.
punch of the way he drifted sideways.
But even the way the car is sitting,
well,
it doesn't look
he's carrying
correct.
on, interestingly enough. And now double yellow's out.
Yeah.
And a white flag as well. So they've slowed it right down. And so I don't know whether, I think Renal's trying to sort of show them that there's something wrong before anybody else knew it. But put the kibosh on that for sure. Burn leading at the time.
Car was running extremely well.
Yeah.
And I think it's something suspension-wise because the car was definitely listing around, and there's nothing to look at any kind of fluid coming out of it. No flat tires, and that was just a very odd place to break loose. So much to Patrick Byrne's dismay, that yellow flag, so now everybody's going to be climbing right up on his tailpipe. Joshua Fiber second place. Chad right now still holding on to third. Bill Auckland, number 42 in fourth. And Kludt, number 63. That is Peter Kludt with that Ford Mustang notchback in white, hanging on to fifth position.
Well, we've just heard from race control that there is oil on track, so that's another reason, if not just the for both the caution and whatever happened to Chad Renault. But I think I don't think that was oil, to be honest, but it may have been. It's a strange place to go sideways.
Yeah, it was.
Under acceleration.
And especially with somebody who's got so much experience in this track.
So then, back under caution, but some great racing.
Oh, absolutely.
In that one.
Good crowd today for a Friday
Yeah,
crowd.
really
It seemed
good.
like there's more people than previously. We're glad to see you all came out. Hopefully you've been enjoying the Formula One display and the IROC display. There's been something for everybody.
Yeah,
here.
look, you can see it now.
Yeah, there's a little bit of stuff on the surface. And a bad spot right there in turn 5 and turn 6.
Here are the results then of Group 2 Parnelli Jones Trans Am Trophy. Patrick Byrne with the win. Josh Fiber, who we spoke to before the race in the 69 Chevrolet. So Ford win this edition of Race 1. Can they do it again? Because the Chevrolets are right there in second and third, as you see. Chad Renault with that problem of some sorts. It could be the oil, it could be a mechanical, we don't know yet. Bill Auckland taking fourth position. Peter Kludt in fifth. Mike McGovern sixth. Scott Joy in 7th place, Ken Etzman 8th, Bruce Canepa in 9th, and then Gregor Fiskin and Hans Hugenholtz, the top 10. All right, let's get ready for a bit of Scott Pruitt Legends of Endurance Cup. The pace car pulls off. We've got a full field. Boy, look at this field. Massive field. And it just shows you, I mentioned over 400 cars here this weekend, and this is one of the biggest fields. And listen to that roar. Away they go then, 91 to 211. IMSA, ALMS, Brand Am, and FIA cars all invited to this one.
Oh!
A little touch maybe into Andretti there by the Audi, but we'll let it go.
That was a shove turn. That wasn't quite polite. There they go.
So, Ed, I know you know plenty of these guys out here, or at least the cars, but you've got to know what you're doing to drive one of these cars.
Absolutely. It's a lot of car and a lot of speed, and this is such a beautiful track with the elevation changes and the turns that you go through all the gears, and you certainly use the brakes.
Keith Fresher in the Zytek LMP1 2009, taking the lead early on. In the 73, just going through shot, that's Patrick Lindsay. Notice that Mike Skeen is on the board with Dave Roberts in that third place car. And so and also some interesting names you might have heard of. Marino Franchitti and Dario Franchitti sharing the number 33. Now, that's interesting. There's some really interesting drivers out there. I remember looking last night, I hadn't noticed. You've got your usual suspects, like your Martin Laubers and a few others, but it's not often we get the Franchitti brothers out.
That's great. It looks like Martin sharing a car with Doug Mockett. I met Martin in 2009 at the La Carrera Panamericana, despite the fact he lives in Tiburon. We're almost neighbors. Met Doug Mockett there as well. I see the Viper moving.
Yep.
I'm not biased, but I do like that Viper.
Freshat still leading the way in the number 20. Jim Davenport moving up to second place in the Orica 03 from 2011. What else have we got out here? That Audi that we saw getting a little too close for comfort is a 2014 R8 GTM. Bruce Leeson at the wheel, and we just mentioned Martin Lauber. He's in the 997 Porsche from 2009. Another Viper out there. Actually, as well as the Viper, I should say. There's a Panos GTR. Another long front, very similar looking in many ways.
Oh, no, I take offense at that.
I knew you would.
That was a low blow to all Viper owners.
I know.
The Pinot does not look like a Viper.
I have this Viper discussion with my friend in Trans Am who drives a Viper. And he swears by it. He won't leave it. He tried to do some TA2 racing. I forgot his name for a second, but he loves the Viper. Big power. All grunt in a straight line. He loves places like Sebring.
You know, it really is a big Miata. It can handle, though, as well, with a good driver, which I'm not, but it really can handle, and it's predictable. It's not like a GT3 where the back will snap around if you back off or just don't behave yourself through the corners.
Another one to look out for, and another famous car out there, the SunTrust, the 2005 Riley and Scott Daytona prototype. And John McKenna at the wheel, currently in fourth position now. David Roberts, Mike Skeen's car going up to third now. There, McKenna just in fourth. Harvey, Lindsay, Keane, Griot and Miller in eighth position. Moulin and Seagal. So Seagal in 10th position. So we take our first look at the 555.
That'd be the triple nickel.
Triple nickel, there you go. The Ferrari 458, 2014. Bill Sweetluck at the wheel of that, another very good racing driver. Yeah, massive entry for this. This is great.
The SunTrust livery is just iconic. It's really great to see it out there.
33. Stop it. 997 GT3 Cup car. Swig also out there. He's just been out in action, so busy boys you are. And you might have heard of the guy in the 2011 Porsche 997 GT3 Cup car. Look out for the number 11, a certain Jensen Button. He's having a busy day.
Is that the flat black car?
It's the Hertz Porsche GT3. It's the what?
I called it the flat black car. The Blingmobile.
The Blingmobile, I like it. BMW coming into shot now out of 11. Now, who does your eagle eye? Spencer Treneray is another recognized name for me. He's with Howard Swig, but they're down in 23rd position. But Spencer's another popular figure. Franchitti's currently in 14th position. And Florent Moulin currently 9th. Nick Griot in his, third run of the day. He's already won a couple of races.
Spencer Trenery can certainly drive.
Yes.
He's got a SunTrust livery car. It has passed me many times, sometimes in the same race many times.
What do you enjoy racing the most, besides the Viper?
Well, I have a new car to me, which is a 1962 Devon C. It was the New York Auto Show car for Bill Devon. It was purchased by a local man who drove it immediately to Pikes Peak and raced it on July 4th, 1962. So I've been restoring that, and I made it through the pre-reunion, race 1, and it's now retired for a little while, but it was really interesting to drive. Very light on the front end because the engine's in the back and it weighs about 1,200 pounds. So that was interesting. I love the Porsche 356. It's my younger son Mark's car. I haven't driven it in a long time. It's really a wonderful, wonderful car.
Well, there is Jensen Button, who is very much making the rounds in the historic field. Still at the top of his game, though. He'll be at Coda. I'll be calling the race for the World Endurance Championship at the Circuit of the Americas in a couple of weeks' time. Labor Day weekend, September 6th. And if you want to go and see Jensen and the rest of the kids do the World Championship, well worth a chance to see some of the very best. And the field now in WEC is second to none. And to have world champions like Jensen is pretty spectacular. And he hasn't lost any of it. And I think he's actually enjoying his racing as much as ever currently. And great to have him here. And of course, he is the Rolex ambassador.
The prototype showed him no love there. He got passed on both sides.
Yeah, that car that, as we take a look at the Oricas, that car of Jensen's was in the American Le Mans Series in 2011. Raced at Motorsport, Road America Laguna here for the 6 hours, and Sebring 12 hours, as well as Lime Rock and Petit Le Mans. Of course, Petit Le Mans taking place on the road in Atlanta. Kevin Estrie, Chris Cumming, and Nick Ham racing during the day. But right now in the hands of Jensen Button. Take a look at the Oricas. Here we go. Lights blazing on the 3. Jim Davenport letting him know he's right there. Keith Freistedt, who's led the race since the start, is struggling at the moment to hang in there. And they've got traffic ahead as well. You know, the longer I watch this track, the harder it seems that overtaking is a possibility here, especially if you've got a similar car right there with you. And you're going through traffic. Oh, big moment.
There's your not a Viper getting sideways.
Yes, not a Viper.
So my favorite car right now is my 1958 Corvette. It's Panama yellow, and I was in with the, I'll call them the later cars with things like independent rear suspension and disc brakes and big blocks. But it's a lot of fun. It really is.
Yeah, that Panos we saw get out of shape there. It's a 1997, and it went to Le Mans but DNF'd and ran the full 97 FIA season, best finished Sebring in 3rd, and ran a full 1988 IMSA season winning in GT1. Not too many Panos race here at this event. Keith still holding on to the lead as he weaves his way through traffic here.
And traffic might be the key to the pass.
Yeah. Well, we saw it in a previous race. Crafty move by Jamie Constable at the top of the corkscrew to go high and wide and use the back marker as a way of stopping his Val Mika shadow at the time. That's a lot of fun.
I was
really good racing here.
Yeah, it's great. I was able to do the same, and the corkscrew is an interesting place to do that because when you catch the slower cars there's different lines through turn 8, and it opens the door to some good passing.
There's the 145.
Flying Lizard.
Yep. Well, that's talk about an iconic name. The Flying Lizard is one of those. He's a little further back. That's David Alvarado. 145 GT3, 997.2. Sweeler now into the top 10 in the 555. And there's TRG Kevin Buckler. Sure, probably at the wheel of that one.
That's Bill Sweetler. Oh, excuse me. Get myself all in a twist. In fact, that is Tate Pritt at the wheel of that one. Is racing this weekend.
And you've got the livery right, so that's half of it.
Yeah. Well, I've known Kevin a while. And, of course, lives down the road a piece.
Petaluma shop right near Sears Point.
Yep. And he always races on snow events. It's not easy, is it, weaving through? This is quite an intriguing battle because they're racing each other, but they're also having to race the other cars.
So see which way they go around. Same or different?
Yeah. Heading down across the main straight, over the little hill. It's much bigger than it looks. And then into Andretti.
If you haven't driven the track, the faster your car is, the more a turn one is.
Yes. Yeah. It's funny, it never looks like a turn, but the faster you go, and yeah, absolutely.
If you're going 150 miles an hour over, which they were, or even more, it is a turn.
Yeah, no question.
And that's one of the beauties of this track is not only are the turns, but there's elevation changes before, during, and after the turns.
Yeah. Well, they've been racing here since 1957. And as we said at the beginning of the day, if you weren't with us, we're celebrating 75 years of Formula One, which began in 1950. The first Grand Prix at Silverstone, but so too did racing here as the Audi making another lunch. But so too did the racing here on this part of the peninsula that is Monterey in the Pebble Beach road races back in the day, back in 1950. And they raced for the first 5 years there, but racing through the forest is all well and good. They used to paint the trees with white paint just so you could see the track. But that kind of got old, and when a few cars got crunched and a few people got hurt doing that kind of racing, they said, we really need our own track. And so in 1956, they started scouting out Fort Ord, I think it is, an old army base, and they leased the land and have done ever since, and have just got a new lease for another 55 years in total, but last year signed. We'll take a look at the Aston Martin 276. Don't see too many Astons today.
Certainly seems like the track's going in the right direction with the new leadership. And, you know, they've also got the tradition. People here are great, like Ardell Lind, who takes care of all the drivers. And we're not a needy bunch. You know, we don't need to do much. But she takes care of hundreds of people.
Oh, yeah, all day long.
All day long, familiar face. Really, really great.
Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of people behind the scenes that don't get the credit, and thank you for mentioning Ardell, because she's been, for me anyway, especially getting you guys here, fantastic, and she just loves it. And her and her husband both work on the event, and yeah, long may they continue. We're on the last lap now, and these two have been at it. Price and Davenport the whole race as they come through Rennie for the final time. Is he going to make a lunge? Is there a lunge to make?
He tried it. He had to back out.
Turn 10, 1 to go. This has been an intriguing race. They've had to deal with both themselves, racing each other.
Oh, there's traffic.
And there's still more traffic, and he gets a really good tight turn, and it's going to be nip and tuck.
Is he going to close the door?
There's the checkered flag. Who's going to take it? Oh, well, Freisler did get the gear shifts going, and he just got the hurry up there. That was a lovely Davenport inside turn there at turn 11. Thought he might have put a show on there. He just might have got it, but he didn't quite.
He drove like a gentleman there. I think he could have closed the door with the traffic.
That was good. Some really good racing this weekend. Well done to Robert Skeen also on the podium. Not sure whether it was Roberts or Mike Skeen that was driving the car. It won't matter. One will do the other. Tomorrow will be the other. McKenna in 4th position. Harvey in 5th. Griot and Miller in 6th place. Keane, Moulin, Sweetler and Scott in 10th position. So are you racing again tomorrow, or are you swapping cars? What are you doing?
I have successfully not broken the 2 cars I was driving today.
That's
so
good.
Yes.
Always a good sign.
Always a good sign, so I'm hoping to race them both tomorrow.
Oh, that's great.
Bright and early, as a matter of fact, 8 o'clock.
All right, well, I'll be here.
Please make sure the fog is not.
Yeah, I was going to say, we might both be looking at each other kind of forlorn, because I never understand why we start so early. I do understand why we start so early, because there's so much racing. But it's always foggy, isn't it?
Well, today was actually
Not
an
bad.
exception, right, because yesterday was terrible. So it all worked out.
It did. Well, that was a fun little group. Big group. And Ed, thank you so much. And to you and your family, I hope you enjoy your race weekend here. That's been fun to have you up in the booth, and especially fresh off the track.
My pleasure. Thanks for tolerating me.
Not at all. Quick check on the results then. Group 11, Scott Pruitt, Legends of Endurance, and it was Keith Reicher in the Zytec LMP1 who took the win over the Orica 03 from 2011. And as you can see, these cars not that far apart in history in terms of 2011, 2012, 2009. So the Audi R8 almost came together at the start there with Robertson's Skeen coming together with another car, but not quite touching. John McKenna taking fourth, Nick Rio and Michael Miller fifth, Taz Harvey in sixth place in the Mazda, and then Lee Keen in the seventh place, Florent Moulin in eighth position in the Viper, Bill Sweedler ninth in the Ferrari 458 Italia, and Jeff Siegel in the 10th position in the 911 from 2000.
Your way, here.
So I've been working with Pilotti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Tourer.
Welcome back to the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion, where the crowds are flocking for the stars of IROC. That IROC race that just went off when we last saw you live was quite something. And now we've got the autograph signing session. The action on the lawn really does continue here. It's like nothing we've ever seen. Dario Franchitti and Zach Brown here just getting ready to sign some autographs. I might try and jump in and grab a word. Just a quick word with Zach. Zach, just give us a sense of how this has been with IROC here this morning. The vibe and the buzz has been like, well, it's been incredible, hasn't it?
It's been amazing. I was just working on signing Dario. He signed, but we'll see if he shows up for work.
Let's see if he shows up for work. It wouldn't be a bad one to sign. You got a lot of good guys in the stable these days, though.
Yeah, no, that was good fun. I mean, being out on the track with Dario and Danny and Pruitt. Yeah. And, I mean, these are all the guys that I grew up watching and watching race. Well, well, he's not as old, but I'll tell you what, Danny was doing a little Rubbins racing out there. He was taking it seriously. It was fun.
Brilliant. Danny Sullivan at the end there. Are you, Danny? Let's get a word. Rubbins racing, they say.
It is. It was so much fun, and you think about that was 7 generations of cars, and how close was the racing along through there. It was fantastic. Had a fabulous time, really fun.
It's an absolute highlight of 2025 and maybe a highlight of the Rolex in the last few years. We've seen nothing like it.
I think so, and I hope it's here to stay. I mean, fantastic. Good for us old guys, that we can still get out there and mix it up with some of the young ones.
Yeah, you absolutely did. Dario Franchitti, a quick word with you, just over the shoulder here, man. That was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
That was brilliant fun. Leaving the pits going, I wonder what this car is going to feel like, was interesting. And it was absolutely lovely. I got to thank Rob Kaufman for letting me drive his car, handing his car over to me. He's watched me race, so he knows some of my missteps, shall we say. And it was lovely. It was such a good time in the car. This is brilliant. So I hope we can do it again.
I hope we can do it again as well. So thank you, Darren.
Thank you.
Lovely, super stuff. Now, while all this was going on right now, a little bit earlier on, we had a fantastic award ceremony that took place just across the stage over there. Ralph Sheehan and Mike Joy were stewarding that one, along with Mel Harder, the president and GM of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Let's catch up on some of those awards right now.
All right, time for the Motorsports Magazine Editor's Choice Award. Goes to the beautiful 1981 Porsche 935 K4 of Brian Pritt.
Momentary pause for stage direction between two ferns.
Still good.
All right.
Guess he's not here. But we are, just before you do that, going to bring Andy Prill up for a special award. Okay, Andy?
Forgive my appearance. So, just a few weeks ago, we lost a great friend, competitor, Ray Gregory. This is Heidi Gregory, and his daughter Piper is there. And we're making a special award for the best performance by a sports racing car, which was Ray Gregory's great love, and his favorite brand was Chevron. This is a piston from the most famous Chevron, chocolate drop, driven by all the famous works drivers. And it goes to Mr. Rosenthal from Pedro Rodriguez Group. Come up, Jim. This is going to be an annual award, we hope. We'll engrave a name. I'm told you're unreliable, but make sure you bring it back, please. That was Dave Hagen, by the way. Congratulations, a well-driven, great car, well-presented, and you kept it on the island. Thank you.
I'm struck because, Gray was such a fabulous guy, and we miss him a lot, so thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we need to welcome Mr. Mark Osborne, Global Director of Motorsport for Bonhams, up on stage. Here he comes. The Bonhams Award, the passion and spirit presented by Bonhams for exceptional sportsmanship throughout the weekend. And it goes to the 1959 Lola Mark I of Edward Nigro.
Congratulations. Well done. We'd like to welcome Brian Wallace, the ZR1 Vehicle Dynamics Engineer for General Motors, to the stage for the next presentation. John Fitch was one of my heroes and my friend. He was one of the greatest of the first generation of post-war international drivers, and he essentially started the Corvette racing program, taking Corvette to Le Mans in the early 50s. So here we present the John Fitch Corvette Award to the most significant Corvette of the week. It is the Corvette driven by Patrick Byrne.
We'd like to welcome Peter Miles, son of legendary Ken Miles, and crew chief for Chip Connor Racing, back up onto the stage. Peter's still here. We are going to hand out the Ken Miles Trophy. Peter still here?
Gosh, I hope Peter didn't present the Rolex Award and
not this one.
Wander to lunch.
Well, he's working.
Oh, he's working. Yes, of course.
He's working. Okay.
Oh.
Well, there we go. All right, unfortunately, Peter not here for this, but the Ken Miles Trophy is, of course, in honor of the great Ken Miles. This annual award is presented to the owner of a car under 1,500 cc, is well prepared, driven well, and is a significant car, and this one most certainly is. The 1936 ERA-B of Padden's Dowling.
Wow. Well done. Congratulations. An award that means a lot to so many of us who were so fortunate to see Ken Miles race and help further his legacy. Well, here's another one. Let's welcome the CEO of Ford Motor Company, Jim Farley, up to the stage. This next award honors Phil Remington. Rem was Carroll Shelby's Do It All. Build it, tear it apart, straighten it, fix it, do it again, make something out of thin air. Rem could do it like nobody else. For Dan Gurney's All-American Racers, for Carroll Shelby, the Phil Remington Award is presented by Ford to the mechanic who exemplifies the excellence of Phil Remington. Louis Shevchik is this year's honoree. So there is a silver bowl and a replica of a slapper tool that from Ken's toolbox, from Rem's toolbox that he used to use, making this a very unique and sought-after award. Congratulations.
My page turner's a little slow over here today. Quicker in his race car.
I'm a lap down.
The Henry Ford Trophy is presented at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. This perpetual trophy replaces the Tom Center Memorial Trophy that was awarded at the Monterey Historic Automobile Races from 1984 to 2009. In similar vein, it is awarded to the entrant of a Ford or Ford-powered car who exemplifies the competitive spirit of course, Henry Ford. Today, the winner is the 1971 Tyrrell Chassis 004, John Dimmer, the driver and owner. Jackie Stewart drove this car at Monaco in 1972. John has owned it for over 20 years.
As he makes his way to the stage, Jim, I know how important racing is to the DNA of Ford Motor Company, but most people don't know Henry Ford drove one race against Alexander Whitten, and he won it.
He won it, and he used the proceeds to start a company.
And here we are today, 100+ years later. All right. Oh, congratulations. We're good. Kind of nice to have racing and automotive royalty with us here this weekend. Thank you, Jim. Let's welcome Michael Bodell, representing the Peterson Museum, for the Peterson Legacy Award. This is presented to a race car that best embodies the enduring spirit of motorsport excellence, where performance, presentation, and preservation meet. This distinguished honor recognizes a vehicle that not only performs on the track with purpose and precision, but one that showcases exceptional care in its maintenance and visual presentation. From authentic period details to mechanical integrity and craftsmanship, the winner reflects a deep respect for racing history and a passion for keeping that legacy alive. More than a fast car or a beautifully prepared machine, it's a vehicle that tells a story, one that's been preserved, prepared, and pushed to its limits just as it was meant to be. And no surprise, I'm quite thrilled that this award goes to Three Dog Garage, the 1983 Ford Mustang GTP of Ross Myers. Chris Liebenberg, who's the operating director of Three Dog Garage there in Boyertown, Pennsylvania, greatest collection of Ford-powered racing cars in probably the world, will accept.
Please welcome to the stage Mr. Pat Womack, the president of WeatherTech here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Where is he at? Must be tied up, putting floor mats in somewhere, right? Taking orders. Made in America Award, which of course is the coolest American-built race car. Presented to the Best American Race Car Award, honors the most outstanding U.S.-built racing machine for its innovation, performance, and competitive excellence. And it's a 1976 Chevrolet Decon Monza belonging to Ken Epsman.
Now that Decon Monza was built by Doane Spencer. Ken also has a Ford Hot Rod that was built by Doane Spencer, and parked right near the Monza is a 57 T-Bird that was also highly modified by that great craftsman, and you can see all of those details there. Anybody from McGee Motorsports, if Kenny's not here to accept. Kenny's probably getting in a car. I think he's entered in 3 of them in this year's Rolex. Well, certainly we'll be glad to pass that on. Ken Epsman, always a great asset to WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. All right, let's welcome the Director of Sponsorship and Events of Rolex Watch USA, Kyle Yogans, and Grand Marshal Jensen Button to present the Spirit of Monterey Award.
The Spirit of Monterey Award is presented to the driver or entrant who excels in the spirit of the weekend and exemplifies why we are all here, to safely experience our cars at speed and share their history with others. And it'd be very hard-pressed to find anybody in the paddock that exemplifies this award more than the CEO of McLaren, the 2024 FIA World Champion Constructors title, Zach Brown. Trying to give Zach a motorcycle award there for a second.
And if Zach is not close by, it could be he may be lined up with the other IROC drivers for their autograph session, which
that would be
begins
a
here
good guess.
shortly.
Well, how about that? Some great awards there just given out on the lawn a moment or two ago here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. And while that is just sort of coming to an end over my shoulder, the crowd's gathered around what is a Gerhard Berger 1989 Ferrari that they just fired up. And it was so loud and it was so noisy and just incredible scenes. And the atmosphere down here on the lawn, well, it's just something else. It's just knocking it out of the park this year. 2025 has been a blast. 75 years of Formula One cars are all around me. The IROC cars are over there, and the autograph signing session is going on at the moment where the stars of IROC, people are queuing up to have them sign posters and memorabilia and all kinds of things. So it really is something. 2025 has been awesome. So you might be sitting at home or wherever you are in the world right now thinking, well, what are they going to do for 2026? And I can tell you right now, we don't have to wait much longer to find out because the answer is next.
Well, what an announcement. And I, for one, just personally, can't wait for 2026. I grew up following both 2 and 4 wheels, fell in love when Barry Sheen did the V-sign at Kenny Roberts back in the day, followed Wayne Rainey's career, good friends with Kevin Schwantz. It's time to get some bikes out there. And Wayne, of course, lives in these hills, but also fantastic to be honouring the Japanese and what they've done for motorsport, and I think it's very worthy and a brilliant idea to finally really showcase. Honda are here this weekend, but to actually have a Japanese iconic theme for next year is absolutely fantastic, and I, for one, can't wait for that as the Rolex reunion rolls on into the future and the next 53 years next year. So, more to come from the weekend racing about to get underway, but we've got a little bit more time before we see some action. So why don't we get some reaction from some really interesting folks. The head of Ford, Jim Farley, Wayne Rainey, a multiple 3-time world champion in MotoGP, and of course, Robbie Buell.
Well, the excitement down here on the lawn continues as we just grabbed Jim Farley straight out of his car with the win, and Robbie Buell and Wayne Rainey joined us as well. Jim, you were channeling your inner Wayne to take that win, apparently.
No, I got a little gap, and I kept thinking, how do I not get lazy? And I pictured Wayne in front of me going, you better catch that son of a bitch. And so I kept going and going. It was a good race. He always
Wayne, he did well.
Yeah, I guess I was the ghost car today, but yeah, it's been great. I came out to watch Jim. Wow, he did an impressive job, and yeah, this is a great event. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun. And this year, some of the cars that we got here and the numbers of people that have come out, we say this every year, but it is bigger and better than ever.
Yeah, the Friends of Laguna Seca are doing a great job. You know, having the podium after the, each class has been a great addition, and you can get close to the cars and see the drivers up on the podium, so it's great.
And Robbie, talk to me about some of the cars that you're seeing here this weekend and what you're enjoying.
Well, 75 years of the Formula One cars behind us is absolutely amazing. But then all the IROC cars, it's just, I love it, just all the different years going back to the 30s of cars that are out here racing. So, and to keep him in line too, right there.
Is that you done for the day, Jim?
Yeah, I have some interviews and stuff, and then I'm showing a 37 Lincoln at Pebble. But I wish I could stay here all weekend because this is what we love to do, all three of us. But I'm heading over to Pebble Beach later tonight, get my car ready.
Awesome stuff. And Zach Brown as well, he mentioned you yesterday.
Yeah.
He's having a blast, isn't he?
He is.
Credit to him for bringing that McLaren, by the way, 2024.
Cool?
Really cool. Constructors winning car right there. Really cool of him to bring that out.
Yeah, we love Zach. I mean, he's American, and on the telecast they don't say that much, but we're all really proud of Zach. And these guys are my heroes, always have been, while they're racing, after they're racing. So it's a kind of wonderful moment for all of us.
Yeah, and talk about wonderful moments, Wayne. I saw just a few weeks ago now, you were back on your bike around this circuit as well. That was pretty special.
Yeah, it was the first time in 34 years that I've been on a motorcycle here at the track. So it was a wonderful feeling. The second lap, I got it up to 134 miles an hour, and I was trying to figure out how am I going to get this thing stopped. So it's been a while for sure, but it was a great fun.
Listen, guys, thanks ever so much for talking to us. I won't take up any of your time. Just stopping to do this, Johnny, down here on the lawn. There's thousands of fans, and now there's thousands more around us. You put three greats together like this, and this is what happens. So we need to help you guys escape out of here. But thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Johnny, it's back to you.
Thanks, Kev. Yeah, it's not... well, there's legends everywhere you go. It's not often you get a guy who's got a corner named after him to talk to in Wayne Rainey. And like I said, he's a local here. And it was great to reunite him with his motorcycle. He does a fair bit of karting around here. I know he does shifter karts, or he used to, with Eddie Lawson. But we'll put Wayne front and center next year as well. We'll celebrate him. But let me just quickly tell you, we've got more racing to come. We kick off the afternoon with the Mario Andretti Trophy. That, of course, is for Formula One from 65 to 85, and that is going to be a lot of fun. 66 to 85, I should say. Then there's the Hurley Haywood Trophy to come up. We've got a Formula One exhibition after that, and I've got another special guest coming up. Parnelli Jones, Briggs Cunningham, Peter Gregg. These are all big names over the history of American racing. And the day finishes at towards the evening with Jim Hall and their second race, and we finish the day with Scott Pruitt's Legends of Endurance, which should be a lot of fun, and then we finish it all off with the Ragtime Racers exhibition. Fitting way to end what has been a brilliant weekend so far of racing. So we get to the formality part of the weekend, and as you can see, the colour guard is up and ready. I've been watching them get changed. They have been preening now for quite some time and getting ready. It's a big moment, as always, and as is always tradition here, we get the colour guard out to get things underway. You're watching the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion 2025. Let's now go to our colour guard.
Ladies and gentlemen, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca would like to welcome our color guard from the Monterey Defense Language Institute. Singing our national anthem is a man who's been here many times, race car enthusiast and music enthusiast, Mr. Ali Falk. Please remove all your hats and stand for the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Once again, a big thank you to the Defense Language Institute color guard as well as Ali Falk.
And as always, tradition here at the major events, especially motorsport here in the United States, we have a flyover, and a beautiful one it is too, the red, white and blue of the Patriot Jets flying high over the Monterey Peninsula for your entertainment. Never an easy thing to get the timing right. There's a lot of coordination goes into this, but here they come. And just consider the wind's blowing. They're going well over 100 plus miles an hour, and they are literally wing to wing. What a wonderful sight. No, are you with Ralph?
I already went up. They told me I was supposed to be here at 1:01.
So they're going to do a couple of passes. And here they come even lower than before. I've seen a fair few of these over the time I've been doing motor racing events, and it is, if you're not ready for it, quite scary. Look at this. Blue Angels, Red Arrows, and now the Patriot Jets. With that wonderful display, we start the afternoon session of racing coming up very soon. So stay with us because it's going to be, well, fast and furious. Simple as that. I know it's a cliche, but it's going to be true too here at the reunion. And remember, we are celebrating 75 years of Formula One. 51 years of this amazing event that Steve Earle put together back in 1974. And while we await for the next group to come out, let's just remind you of the schedule. Here's what's happened already. Coming up, we have the Mario Andretti Trophy Rolex race, 66 to 85, just to confirm that. Hurley Haywood Trophy coming up after that, Group 10. And then we have a Pagani demonstration, briefly at 2 o'clock, and that will be followed by the Formula One exhibition, and that is not a race. The Mario Andretti Trophy will be, and some very good racing drivers involved in that, and I'm hoping to get a very special guest for that. And then we go into Group 2, Pinelli Jones Trans Am Trophy. Tommy Dreesy, who's already had a win today, will be in action again, and then it's the Briggs Cunningham, Peter Gregg, Jim Hall Groups 6, 5 and 8, and we finish it all off with Scott Pruitt and the Legends of Endurance, and that is then finished at the end of the day with an exhibition by the Ragtime Racers from 1909 to about 1920. Those fantastic cars on exhibition, and I'm sure Kev will be revving up for that. And the timing is perfect because I can just look out of my window here at the commentary booth and see that we have Formula One cars on track. So for the second time of asking, so to speak, because they've already had one race this weekend, we get ready to go racing with Formula One, 1966 to 85. Some lovely cars involved in this. And just getting ready for the warm-up lap. And we had a great race yesterday. All the cars doing a great job. And the likes of Cal Mika and many others. This is a championship that has grown over the years, many years. And it's one of my favorites. This is where I started watching Formula One. And those Benetton colours, Marlboro colours. Of course, now, because of having to get everything period correct, the drive down the main straight and through that kink at turn 1. But turn 11 is seemingly one of the most favourite circuits for all of the drivers here. So, as you can see, the light's still on the pace car, so we may well be doing 2 safety car laps. And like I said, this was a great race yesterday, and let's we hope have more of the same in this one. And we are going to do one more pace lap. And let's just remind you what we've got out there. Chris McAllister, John Dimmer, Chris Locke, well-known names in the historic world. We've got a lot of American cars out there, as you'd expect. We've got a Shadow DN5 and a DN9. We've got a Penske, rarely seen, and a Parnelli, likewise rarely seen. A 74 Parnelli VPJ4. And we've also got another 1979 DN9, and that will be driven by Charles Warner. Jamie Constable, Brit out there in the Tyrrell from 1983. And also Chris Locke is out there. He has had many a year of doing these historic Formula One cars. Always fun. He will be in a 1976 Lotus 77. Just the one Ferrari, but it's an important one. Took the championship with it. Niki Lauda, 312 T2 from 1976. And there's Shadow, number 71. Also Richard Griot out there in his March 761. Most of these drivers own their cars. And there's some lovely stories. John Dimmer with his 1971 Tyrrell absolutely adores it. There's the Ferrari. And that's certainly growing up one of my favourites. Distinctive as can be. As any Ferrari is. You can see the clouds in the background at the corkscrew. Starting to come in. Let's hope they stay off. There's the Tyrrell. And again, he's even got the Jackie Stewart lid to go with, as we are now forming up and getting ready for our Group 1, Race 2. So then, they'll form up 2 by 2. And here they come. The pace car comes off. Into turn 11 they come. And wait for the bottom of the screen, just under the first S of the mission, for that green flag to wave, and that will get us underway. Formula One in action here then at the Monterey reunion, and away we go. This, the Mario Andretti Trophy for the Rolex race. Group 1, 1966 to 1985 Formula One cars, and away they go into Andretti curve for the first time. And it is the Benetton colours of the 99 of Jamie Constable in that Tyrrell 011 from 1983, straight into the lead. And I don't think Jamie will be messing about in this one. I think he'll want to get away from the madding crowd and put as much space between himself and the others. And he's doing just that. The shadow holding off the 24 that is Todd Willing in his March 721G from 1972. But it looks as though we've got a good race on already, as Cal Mika, who's already won a race today, is right there with him in second place. Cal Mika driving the Tyrrell 009 from 79. Down the corkscrew. Formula One didn't race here, and so it's always interesting to see Formula One cars at this circuit. And I've seen some modern Formula cars. I'm thinking McLaren have been here, and Sonoma, another racetrack obviously they don't race at. So it's always good, and there's always bragging rights for track times. I know Paddock Award, when he drove both at Sonoma and here, was keen. And as they're underway, and the perfect timing, as you'd expect, from a world champion and our Grand Marshal, who joins me here in the booth, and he's done a fair bit of broadcasting in his time. Jensen Button, welcome aboard.
Hello there, how's it going?
How are you? You look to be having a ball out there.
Yeah, I just waved the flag to start this race, the green flag.
Well, that's where you were.
And that's, it's kind of nerve-wracking because...
You're literally over the top of them, aren't you?
Well, you don't want to drop it.
You don't want to drop it?
I mean, that would be embarrassing.
Did you get the wave right?
I did. I must admit, I was very impressed.
Okay, good.
I think it was good. The pole man got a really bad start.
He didn't go well, did he? But Cal Mika is already coming back. There he is.
There he is. I don't know what happened.
Would you agree with me? I was just saying, would you agree with me? We grew up kind of, watching these sorts of cars, or certainly I did. I'm a little older than you.
I'm not as old as you.
I know.
Exactly. I was...
But you knew of these cars.
Well, I was born in 1980, so...
Oh, wow.
I don't know if any of these were... These are like late 70s, early 80s, aren't they? So I was more... 86, 88, which was...
Well, you know the Williams that Sato was driving then.
Yeah, Nige, Ayrton, Alain Prost, those are the days that I was watching with my dad. We used to watch racing, and I always used to point out where drivers made mistakes, as we all do, as armchair experts. And,
but you have a right to be an armchair expert.
I didn't at 6 years old.
No, well...
it was good times, good memories, and I remember it, very well. And it's the cars that I liked. Obviously the Williams was the coolest looking car in terms of the color scheme.
Oh yeah.
But there were lots of very cool cars. They were just so big back then.
Yeah.
Obviously 70s they were a little slimmer. You have the big fat rear tires and the skinnier fronts. In the 80s it was more very wide cars. It was square.
So at 6, who was your go-to? Who were you cheering on?
I was a big fan of Nigel.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, because he was flamboyant character.
Wore his heart on his sleeve.
Exactly, and he was British. Very patriotic. But no, 70s. Were obviously before my time. But I still have a lot of respect for the drivers that drove them then, because those were pretty scary times in Formula One. You speak to Sir Jackie Stewart about it, and obviously it's the first thing he ever mentions when you speak about motor racing. Is in my day. He's happy to still be here.
Yeah, no kidding.
After the 70s, but very brave. But also these guys. I stood up there waving the green flag, thinking they're driving cars in the 70s and 80s, and they're driving them hard, which is cool. And there's a couple of good drivers here that have come from Europe who know these cars very well.
Yeah, Jamie Constable.
Yeah,
just one.
Yeah, so it's good to see that, and my friend Martin Laub is out there as well.
Yep.
I'm under his tent with the Alpha and the little cup car that we've been driving as well. So it's good to see him having a good play out there.
We have been enjoying you in the Alpha because you've been taking lines that not many people are taking. Tell me about turn 3, because you just take a line that no one else is taking, and you seem to make it work very well.
No, I think it's just the experience of understanding your competitors, and when someone goes tight on the entry, they're not really thinking so much about the exit, which is why I'm able to get them on the exit, the sort of under-over sort of move. But no, it's fun, and I'm racing against guys that know these Alphas so well, and they're really quick, and they know what they're doing. So no, it's been a lot of fun. This is not something for me to drive. I love commentating on Formula One and seeing these cars go around, but
Do they not offer you? I'm sure you've driven for so many teams that Goodwood. Do they not say, "Hey, can you jump in this Williams or can you jump in this McLaren?"
The thing is, I'm competitive, and I everything I do, I want to be good at, and I want to be fighting for a win with, and that's why the B sedan cars are good, because you've got Minis, Lotus, Cortinas, you've got Alphas that are all kind of similar. Whereas with this, you know, it's very difficult for me to find that competition. But what is amazing is that these drivers are out there, they are pushing them hard, and we get to see them in action, which is what I love the most. And, you know, it's unusual to see a Formula 1 car on a track, and also definitely in a race situation.
Well, we were just saying, obviously Formula 1 don't race here. You hadn't raced this track or been to this track till you came with your C-Type last year.
Yeah, you know, so the C-Type, the Alpha I raced last year, and whatever you're in, it's a fun track. You know, it's got a bit of everything, especially with the corkscrew, and the corner before the corkscrew is a tricky one, and after the corkscrew. But yeah, it's lovely. Look at that Ferrari, absolutely
Isn't that gorgeous?
stunning. Yeah.
And that is the genuine 76 ladder Ferrari. So, yeah, as always with the Rolex reunion, you know, it's got to be absolutely correct from period, as is away. But what I like about what you've been doing of late, not only I'm going to see you in a couple of weeks because I'm going to be doing the commentary for your race in WEG.
Yes.
So looking forward to that. I want to talk a little bit about Cadillac in a moment, but what I like about looking at your career, because I just went back over it, you know, the fact that you're like Alonso and a few others, and I think of Dan Gurney, of guys that are willing to just try different things. I had Alonso Jr. in here, and he said, you know, he's talking about IROC. And he said, you know, I learned a lot about IROC, about saving tyres and managing tyres that I could take into Indy. And I presume that you do pick up things that you won't expect to pick up.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I obviously had a very long career in F1, and that's probably what I'm most known for. But, you know, I left at 36, and it was a great age for me to leave because I was still young enough to go and have fun in other things and be competitive. And I raced in Super GT in Japan, and, you know, big difference from F1 is you don't have tyre warmers over there, so it's cold tyres out the pits, and that was a massive shock to the system. And you know, the Japanese drivers know the tracks well, they know the cars, they know the tyres, and they're unbelievably quick. So I learned a lot in that first year I raced in Super GT. We actually won the championship. I'll put it down to my teammate, not me so much. But,
who was your teammate?
Naoki Yamamoto-san.
Oh, right.
He was a legend at Honda.
Yep.
He actually drove one of the Red Bulls a few years ago.
Yep.
It's Suzuka in a practice session, and was very competitive. So I learned actually quite a bit there, which I've carried into WEC, because WEC you don't have tyre warmers either. So very different car, very similar lap times. So yeah, there's always things to pick up in different categories you race, and that's what I love. It's learning new things. In F1, I felt like I was done. You know, I'd learned all I could. Moving on to something different, yeah, there's unbelievably talented drivers in every category you race in, and that's what's cool. You know, you go to WEC, you think an F1 driver will jump in a WEC car and be way quicker than F1. It's not the case. There are very skilled drivers that are racing in WEC.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, you know, I did Macau for many years. In fact, I remember you coming in '99, and you just put the signing to Frank Williams, and so you came under a huge sort of excitement amongst those, taking on Darren Manning, and it was the first time we'd seen you on the international scene really properly. Yeah. And really, it was your coming to fruition, as it were, as an international driver at that point.
Crazy track Macau as well. You know, they race motorbikes around, they race GT3s and F3s, and they're all crazy. But we should get back to the cars actually driving around.
Yes, we should. Well, what we've got out here, and I said before, it's Cal Mika driving away. We've got John Dimmer out in that Tyrrell. Lovely story from him. And that's certainly a car I remember growing up. And you mentioned Chris McAllister in that Ferrari 312 T2. Nicky Lauda.
My mate Martin Lauda in the shadow. But what is interesting, because, you know, we're watching 70s, 80s cars race around, which is great because you can replace parts on these. Most of them are DMVs, which is a very robust motor, and it sounds awesome. The thing is, you have with current F1 cars, or even the last 20 years really, you need a team of people. So you need the teams that ran those cars in period to be running the cars now, and it's very difficult. And that's why we're seeing more sort of 70s and 80s cars in the historic racing. And you can still push them hard. You know, you can buy a new engine, you can stick a new engine in it and go and race it hard. You know, make a coffee table out of the original for the future. But it's lovely. He's even got a helmet like Andretti, hasn't he?
Yes, he even has, yeah. Well, that was one of my first Matchbox cars. I had that as a little boy, and I had an Emerson Fittipaldi and a Mario Andretti one in there. I've still got them, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
I had a McLaren Scalextrics car from the 70s, and what would that have been?
That would have been probably a McLaren.
But it was, I don't know what it was, I don't know what year it was, but I remember that car well. It was white with a bit of fluorescent orangey red.
Okay.
I don't know what it was, but it was from this era.
So, quickly on Cadillac, obviously a couple of weeks away. How's the season been with the Cadillac, and have you enjoyed it?
I have enjoyed it. You know, it's been a big deal for Jota, the team that we obviously ran a 963 Porsche last year or two. You know, it was a private team, and now it's the Works Cadillac team in WEC. It's a lot for them to learn, but it's such an impressive team. It's like a mini F1 team, Jota.
Yeah, I'll bet.
They're very, very impressive. Really happy for Sam, who owns the team, along with DC, Dave Clark. They've done such a fabulous job with incorporating sort of the Cadillac brand into Jota, and it does still feel like a family-run team, which is great. And yeah, we've just finished first and second in Brazil, so the first time a Cadillac has finished first or second in a WEC race. So very impressive. It's been an up and down season, but we seem to have a good understanding of the car now. So 3 races to go. Austin, where you'll be. Car should work well, and then we're in Fuji, which I think is probably our best opportunity to fight for a win again. And then the last race is Bahrain, and that's my last professional race in motor racing.
And does that kind of sadden you, or I mean, you've obviously made the decision, so it doesn't. But it's going to be a moment, isn't it?
It will, but you know, it's
got to come sometime.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. I've got so much going on in life, and you know, I don't want to miss out on my kids' youth. So spending time with them is the most important thing right now.
Have they got any interest?
They love my racing. They love that I race. Whether they're going to race, I don't know. Our son is very calm. He's very affectionate. He's amazing. But I'm not sure. He's too nice, maybe.
I heard
for
you talking to some flat fans earlier about that, the fact that you've got to have a bit more of a cutthroat thing to try to be a racing driver.
Never know. And
White flag?
And our daughter's 4 years old, and she's absolutely crazy. We'll jump
Put a
off
golf
the
club in her hand.
So yeah, exactly. It's a lot cheaper. With Benetton there, that's a very early Benetton, isn't it?
That was
it's
actually
not Benetton,
the first
is it? Sorry,
year.
sponsored
It is,
Benetton.
sponsored Benetton, but it was the first time that the Benetton colours were on a Formula One. Michele Alboreto drove this car. It's now in the hands of a Brit.
So
Jamie
it's a Tyrrell.
Constable.
It's a Tyrrell.
Sorry, it's a Tyrrell, yeah.
Yes. Wow, that's so cool. And he's come over, hasn't he? He's brought that car over from Europe.
Yep. I'm guessing designed by Harvey Postlethwaite.
Really?
Yeah. And Carl Mika, second place. We just saw a good battle for 7th place. McAllister finally getting ahead of Dimmer. So that battle's going on.
Is that McAllister Senior or McAllister?
I think that's Chris. Yeah, that's Senior.
Okay.
But Alex has had a good weekend too, and has been out there.
Chris he's got some wonderful cars. It's nice to see that he's pushing them, which is great.
While I've got you in America, while we were talking Cadillac, are you excited? I know you do several up to 10 races in Formula One. You do a hell of a job. Watch you every weekend. It's great. But are you excited, and is Cadillac excited about coming into Formula One?
Well, it's not something I can really talk about, as I'm an ambassador for Williams. But I think Formula One is
still a Formula One.
Yeah,
man.
I think Formula One as a whole is just excited about the future. You know, it's forever growing. Congratulations!
There he goes.
There he goes. There he
Jamie
goes.
Constable, who started off in Caterham's back in the day, has been an historic driver all his career. He went that route rather than the traditional route that Jensen went. But he's made a great career of it, and he races around the world. And Jamie Constable wins the Mario Andretti Trophy.
Fair play to all of them.
Yeah.
For pushing these cars. A lot of them are the owners of the cars as well.
Yes.
Yeah, it's great to see it. They could be sat in a collection, but no, they're out there sweating and letting us see these beautiful cars.
Well, listen, thanks for coming. It's been great to have you. The crowd has enjoyed being with you and the time that you've got. It's so much different than Formula One because you've finally got time to be yourself, right?
It is, and I love racing the cars here. They're all so mechanical. Now the cars have so many systems, controls, and it's more understanding that than actually driving the car. So driving these mechanical cars, it puts a massive smile on my face. And as I said, I was driving that little Alfa. It's so slow.
Now, you're a part owner in that as
well.
well.
With Maz, but it's so slow, but it's so much fun. You just got a massive smile on your face all the time. And there's lots of good battles out there. And I love to see that this is obviously, everyone's here for a jolly, but it's getting more competitive. I think that's a good thing. It's good having the owners, but then also some pro drivers coming in, which makes the racing really fun.
Well, I have to say, I can see now you're becoming a little mini collector with your C-Type and that car, but would you like to see more historic racing, and would you like to drive more cars and even maybe collect more cars?
Yeah, definitely. That's the idea, bringing more historic racing into my life and getting more people to come here as well.
Yeah.
To the Rolex reunion over the next couple of years.
Well, you've been a great ambassador for Rolex, and may it long continue. Are you bringing the C-Type back again?
Maybe next year. And the E-Type, maybe.
Oh, now that would be fun. I like it. So, confirmation of the result. Jamie Constable in the Tyrrell 011 takes the win ahead of Cal Mika in the 009 Tyrrell. Mark Smith in the Arrows A4. Todd Willing in 4th place in the March 721G. Then Matheson. Griot in the March. McAllister. It was Chris McAllister. 7th place in the 312. John Dimmer in that Tyrrell. And they got Tovia Rincon and Paul Hager. Well done. And my thanks to our Grand Marshal this year. Busy, Jensen Button. And I was listening to you talk to the crowd and said the best part of being here is that you can park your car anywhere.
It's a lot easier than an F1 race, exactly.
Well, we see you in a couple of weeks. Best of luck. Hope the season goes as you expect it to or want it to. And thanks for giving us some fantastic years of racing over the years. And I think I speak for the entire crowd around the world. We've enjoyed everything you've done. You've been a true ambassador for the sport and continue to be. So thank you.
Well, I'll be back next year as an amateur racing driver.
Good.
So I will see you then.
Well, you'll get tough. You'll still get plenty of people's target on your back, but that's you'll take it, right?
Yes, definitely.
Jensen Button, thanks for coming in and spending some time with us.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace. Hydrate, hydrate. Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Find your way here.
So 12 months ago from now, we were stood on this lawn as they were announcing the Friends of Laguna Seca and the consortium of, well, great people who have got together to look after the keys to this great racetrack going forwards for the next 50 years. And I'm pleased to say the president, Ross Merrill, is with me now. Ross, 12 months on from that announcement, and the place is in pretty good shape. You guys have hit the ground running.
Well, thank you very much. We've been busy. Yeah, there's a lot of cleanup to go on, and at the same time, we're tuning everything up and looking forward to the next 50 years as we rebuild, reinvent, and reimagine Laguna Seca.
Yeah, well, I think, like I say, you've hit the ground running. When I look around here, I've been at this now 4 times or so, and certainly from last year to this year, the numbers are up. The fans have come out, haven't they?
They have. Ticket sales is up, and the reunion being an important event for us, we're very pleased to see that, and we feel the positive energy that the fans are bringing to the track. You know, and having this amazing collection of Formula One cars that are all around us, the teams and the owners that brought them out, and then the IROC tent over here. Oh my God, what a fabulous impression that's making.
that was...
Crowds of people and legend drivers out there. It's been a huge hit, and we want to really thank those guys and these Formula One guys for elevating our show.
Yeah, they've absolutely elevated that because the fans have just responded to that in a way like never before, really. They were 4 or 5 deep when the driver's briefing was going on. The queue was around the block trying to get the autographs. And the race out on track, I mean, let's talk about that because you were qualifying in the car, but then you gave the drive in the race to your son.
Oh, yeah, that was kind of a last-minute decision, but I was lucky enough to get into an IROC car. Yeah. And so I learned to drive the car I tested it once at Button Willow and then jumped right in here at the reunion. And it's been a real thrill for me. And, I kind of gelled with the car, and it felt really good. And then Thomas's schedule change allowed him to be here today. So we put him in the car and share the racing just like we always have since he was a little boy.
Well, this is the great thing, isn't it? Now that we've got the Friends of Laguna Seca, like I say, the consortium of you guys, the council, if you will, you're all race car drivers, you're all race car fans. So from anyone from the outside looking in, you're the right people to be looking after the place.
Yes, it's true. We all are race-oriented people, but, the Board of Friends is a very diverse group. And because of that diversity, we bring different things to the party, and we work well together. We also have very supportive local government. And the community is getting behind what we're doing, and they recognize the value of this asset. And so we take that obligation very seriously. We've been cleaning up and organizing, and we're just getting started.
You are, and exciting as well. We just made the announcement for 2026. We're celebrating motorsport from Japan next year.
Yeah, that's fabulous. Yeah. So bring out the Datsuns and the Nissans. Let's bring them out.
And let's bring Takuma Sato back as well, because that guy's awesome. I had a great chat with him yesterday.
Well, what an inspiration he is.
Good guy.
Yeah. To come out, after pretty much on the bench all year long at his age, to run the Indy 500 as competitively as he does, that's fabulous. And to have him here today as an ambassador for next year is just fantastic.
Ross, thanks ever so much. You're a busy man, I know, but appreciate you taking the time, and we're looking forward to 2026.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it, Aaron. Thank you.
Pleasure.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate. Boom.
Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca. We're looking high above the Mission Foods and WeatherTech Bridge, which is newly installed, in fact, and a huge upgrade because it was a rather tattered old bridge over to the wooden tower across the road from it. But now you can see there's a walkway across there, plenty of room to get across. There's also disabled ramps as well, so it's now up to modern spec. And there's just an air of expectation right now at Laguna, having signed that 55-year lease. They really can go into the future, headed by Mel Harder and his team, and really make this what they want to make it. And I think the reunion is just another part of some of the great events that come here each and every year. So we get ready for our next group, which is the Hurley Haywood Trophy for Rolex, and that is Group 10. They have been in action like everybody else this weekend yesterday, so they'll get another crack at it. We've got some great names, some great cars, and I've also got a great guest, and Lars Mapstead, who's been out and about racing today. Welcome, Lars. First and foremost, what were you racing?
Well, I'm actually going to be racing at 3 o'clock, so 3:30.
Sorry, wrong mic. Go ahead, say again.
Okay, I'll be racing at 3:30 with the Del Monte Trophy Group in my Jaguar XK120.
Which is one of my favorite groups because that throws back to the beginnings of racing here in California,
That's
back
right.
to 1950. And if we're celebrating 75 years of Formula One, then we should be celebrating 75 years of racing here in California.
That'll be next year. 75 years of Del Monte racing.
And Rob Manson was in here and was telling me what was going on for next year. Very exciting.
Yes.
So, tell me where you're from, a local guy, but tell me how you got into racing.
Yeah, so Santa Cruz, and obviously I'm 40 minutes from Laguna Seca, and so I always wanted to be a race car driver, but
didn't we all?
Couldn't afford it, and I ended up taking some classes here with Skip Barber at Laguna Seca, and then on my 40th birthday I bought a 1957 Alfa Romeo Giulietta race car, and I got a call that said, "Hey, it's the 75th anniversary of Alfa Romeo. Will you come and race with us?" And I said, "I don't know how to race." And they said, "No problem. Come. We'll put you at the back of the pack, and you can have a good time." And after the first lap, I had passed about half the cars, and I said, "Oh, it's on. I'm a race car driver."
Oh, brilliant! Yeah, I mean, I do think that there's a lot of people who are latent race car drivers, and they don't know until they get into the throes of it all. I don't think I'd be good. I don't think I would be. I've done a fair bit of race school, Skip Barber. Yeah. I've done a few things, both 2-wheel and 4, and I just don't think I've got the temperament to stay calm. I've got the competitive spirit. I was a sportsman, but I just don't. I just don't think I would. I would get too frustrated in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, you definitely have to be calm out there. Right. The calmer you are, the faster you go. Yeah. And if you get frustrated or you have the red mist that they talk about, bad things can happen. And with this kind of racing, we don't want any bad things to happen.
No,
we don't want any contact. This is gentleman racing. We're here to see the cars and show off the cars as they were in period. And I think that's what I really enjoy about it. We still go, all out. But when it comes to if you're going to pass somebody or you're going to be in a turn or something like that, then you just back it off a little bit if you know that you're not going to be able to make it, right? Yeah, and that's the difference between that and, say, SCCA, modern racing.
Have you enjoyed the weekend?
Oh, it has been a lovely weekend, and most of it has been about the people that I get to see that I've met over the last 15 years of coming here. I got to see one of my race heroes, Dick DeLuna, who I've had many drag races with on the beach, and we've raced out here on Laguna Seca. I think he's 87 years old now.
Are you kidding?
And his grandson's out here racing,
that
and his son
wild.
is out here racing some of his cars. And I was telling his grandson, "Well, you and I should race this car." And Dick stepped in and said, "No, I'll be racing you."
That is so cool. I love stories like that because that's the one thing they don't tout too much is the ages of the drivers. But it's very clear when you get a youngster in here. We've had some youngsters like Horatio Fitzsimon, who did a really good job earlier this weekend. We've had Ben Weisard in here, father and son combination as well. And it's great. And I love, I think it's Delineus is his name. He drives an Alfa and was driving in 1974 in Steve Earle's first ever. And has been pretty much a constant factor, and it was again today, and I love that.
That is amazing. I really, my hat's off to the guys that have been at this for 40 or 50 years, and are still going at it. That's what I aspire to. Those are my heroes, and I hope to be doing that myself when I'm 80 years old.
Marnix Delineus, that's him, and an Alfa Romeo TZ from 1964, and he continues to race that car here. He won the Spirit of Monterey, and that's quite rightly last year, and they just did the prize giving. And so, really exciting. So, here we are. Hurley Haywood's group is on track. I don't know what you do know and what you'd like to talk about. You mentioned a couple of cars, one from the 58. Yep. Is there a reason why you were interested in that car particularly?
Well, I think the main thing that I really want to point out is that we really have 3 different races going on here.
Okay.
We have multiple cars from different groups all racing sort of in the same group, and so we tend to focus a lot on the front runners because that's what you think about in racing. But if you have 3 different groups, you really have 3 different sets of front runners, right?
Yeah.
And so while I was watching this race yesterday, what caught my eye, I love the IMSA prototypes. I mean, those are amazing, right? The Trans Am cars, the Group C cars. And this car kept going by, and I was telling my buddy, what is that thing? I think it's a Porsche, like a 924. And so I had to kind of look it up a little bit here, and it's a 924 GTR, and it's a number 36 there. And it kind of stood out from all the rest of them because there's all this American muscle and the IMSA cars, and then there's this little Porsche, and it's and you don't see those 924s too much, And I do I race against a guy in SCCA. I have a Porsche Cup car, and he runs a 928, and he drives it to the track and then races it, And so I really have a affinity for that car.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, yesterday's race was won by Gunnar Jeanette in his 962 Porsche from 1991. Charles Nurberg, who I mentioned just a moment ago, he'll be in that number 99 Toyota Eagle, and that's another car that you wanted to make mention of.
Yeah, that's the Dan Gurney car.
Yeah,
and it won so much that they basically changed the rules after this car got done just destroying everything. And it's like we have some really great things out here. We have rotary Mazdas, which make an incredible sound. I don't know if we have any of the Nissans out here, but the Nissans were just really wild in that period. And this was the period where, I started really coming to Laguna Seca in the mid-'80s probably. And so these are definitely cars that I saw, racing around in period.
We do have a Nissan from 1988, a 300ZX. Michael Parsons at the wheel of that. Yeah, you mentioned that Mazda. That is warm to my heart because I was at the 1989 Le Mans race, and there it is. Mm-hmm. And that rotary engine, we called it the Screamer, and it didn't matter where it was. That's how he kept up with the race because the entire 8 miles was absolutely dominated by this Japanese monster coming through the trees.
Pieces that these car makes are just absolutely amazing, and listening to them all, and also the difference between the IMSA cars and the Group C cars and Trans Am cars. The big V8 muscle, because we have 3 different groups, a little bit of it gets lost because some are louder than the other ones, right? And in period, you wouldn't have heard all 3 of those on the track at the same time.
Well, we're getting ready to go racing here as they come out of Rainy. And the light's still flashing, so we may do another warm-up lap. There's that number 99 you mentioned. And there's another very storied car, Castrol number 61 Jaguar, TWR.
That's a little bit newer than my XK120.
Just a little bit. Yeah, it's pretty interesting when you compare those 2 cars, and they're both Jaguars. Yep. But, couldn't be more different. But racing here on the peninsula, as they have been since 1950, and since the XK120.
They might be giving them 2 laps simply because these tires really need to be warmed up a little bit more than the rest of the groups.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, you do really need to get these. And, of course, that is another great car. That's 77. Nick de Vries at the wheel of that. And looking forward to this. Because, like you say, it's a real smorgasbord. We've got Oldsmobiles, Nissans. We've also got Bruce Canepa's actually in a 1990 Nissan NPT.
Yeah, he's actually my neighbor. So he's a fantastic driver and obviously another one of my heroes.
Of course.
Of course, I'd love to be as quick as he is, but we have some good chats.
Well, all my covering, you can give him a bit of a rib for this, but from all my covering of Bruce Canepa, I have never seen him make a mistake, but he actually spun the car in the last race. How about that?
Sometimes going through that turn there, turn 4 there, if you're standing there watching, especially the older muscle cars, and they come through, you can just see the whole rear end give out on those things, and it's a full slide at probably 90 miles an hour. I mean, it's really fun to watch them go through that part of the track.
I also love that Porsche there. We were talking to the driver of that car, the pink Porsche.
Yep.
And he was driving, I think, a Bugatti, or he was driving a much older Porsche, and then looking at the other Porsche, couldn't have been more different.
It's hard to drive multiple cars. I've done it here.
Braking points and all the rest.
Yeah, and the shifting, and you're downshifting and your braking points, and it's quite a challenge to drive more than one car. So you have to be an excellent driver to be able to do it.
Yeah, it must be confusing because you pick out your braking points and it becomes natural, and then suddenly you've got a completely different car, and suddenly the whole track's a different place.
Well, a lot of racing is kind of like a dance.
Yep.
And you get a kind of a motion going and a little momentum going, and then if you're in a totally different car, the momentum is different and the dance is different.
Yeah.
So you got to be
waltz and tango suddenly.
Yes. Yes, well, so it's nice to see the Porsche out front, the pace car that Porsche took over here at Laguna Seca, and so that's fantastic. And I hear they have some really great things planned for the track in the next year or so.
Well, you've got to be, as somebody who's been coming here and as a local, you know the story, and you know there's a fair bit of politics when you've been leasing this piece of land from the community, and there's always been a concern about Laguna's longevity, but that is now over since the Friends of Laguna signed that lease last year, and so that's got to give all of you racers real confidence.
Yeah, no, I think it's you can see it by the crowds this weekend. The crowds are up. This is probably the best year I've seen in 4 or 5 years with the number of crowds. The crowds today is just absolutely huge. And one of the things I wanted to say is, you know, if you're out in the crowd and there's race cars coming in or going out, please get out of the way because they're either coming in very hot or they're overheating going out. Here we go.
That's a good point. Here we go then. The green flag waves, and we are racing in the Hurley-Haywood Trophy for IMSA, GTP, GTO, FIA, Group C, and Trans Am. Bit of a mouthful, but it's Group 10. Let's keep it at that. Into and ready they go, and just sorting themselves out as we get going here in this one.
Clean, very clean through there.
Yep, good clean start. And I think this will be a field that will spread out, but we may get some traffic racing later in this race.
Yeah, these IMSA cars are much quicker than the other cars.
Yeah. And also the experience of the drivers, too, probably varies within this group.
We got 3 wide right there.
Very nice. Whoa. So that's the 69 just going through shot, who I mentioned, that old pink Philip Kadori.
Making all kinds
Here he
of
comes,
moves.
Kadori.
Oh, yeah.
Lights blazing.
Oh, nice.
Makes his
Picked up
move
a
on the
few
61.
points there.
Yeah. Well done then to Philip Kadori, who's a long-time racer. That's the 1990 Porsche 962.
Turn 6 is a hard turn. It's a hard turn to pass in, so it's good on him for making that happen.
Yeah, what's the hardest part for you around here?
I think it's really trying to turn in really tight turns and pass people in really tight turns. I think is the hardest part, really.
So Charles Nurberg leads. Yeah, I think that's a lot of people have that thought, and he's leading Gunnar Jeanette, who he and Gunnar have had many a great race, but it looks as though Philip is going to join them today.
Maybe a little pass here going.
Might be, yes. He's coming up the inside and the kink. Oh, and he backs out. Well, I think he realised he might not get round Andretti if he kept his foot in there.
Yeah.
Or are we under safety? No, we're under safety. That's why. We're under caution.
Oh, no! Didn't see the pace car.
It was a late pace car, I'll say that.
Yeah,
but,
I didn't see the pace car
either
until we just saw it on the camera.
What a shame.
It looks like 2 cars there.
2 cars involved, and obviously we will remain under caution. It may be that we have to bring them in. We're under double yellow at the moment, or we're under single yellow for now, but I think we'll go double, and I also think we may well get a black flag if my
that's a lot.
instincts are right.
Yeah.
What a shame. And that's the first touch I've seen all weekend. And as you say, that's one of the rules of historic racing, but I don't think anybody's to blame for that.
No, so the thing is when you come over the top of turn 1 there, it's a blind. And if you have a pace car on the other side of that and people are stopped and you don't know that it's there, it can be very tricky. I've had to check up my brakes really hard there a few times, and it's not a good spot to do that at.
As a commentator, one of the things that I've often tried to get over is television flattens things. And the drone has helped a lot, actually. The new sort of existence of drones in motorsport has helped a lot, because you're absolutely right. I stood literally where the start finish is, watching a motorcycle race a few years ago, and a guy crashed, and it was a huge field, and it was about 10 guys involved, but they were blind completely.
Well, there's just nothing. As soon as you're coming up the front straight and you get to the start finish, you cannot see turn 2. You cannot see anything over the top of that hill. And so if there's any wreck or anything on the other side of that, there's really nothing you can do.
What's interesting is that they call Andretti turn 2, and everybody kind of looks at it and goes, well, what do you mean it's turn 1? And the truth is, and one of the drivers confirmed it to me, that the kink is not really a corner until you're at 150 miles an hour, and then it's a real corner.
Yeah.
And
And
we're
also,
going to restart.
you want to kind of, a lot of cars want to veer to the right going into turn 2.
Yeah.
And so, but by coming out, they're usually on the left on turn 1 and then kind of, move over. And so.
Well, that was quick.
Oh,
Green car.
wow, they got him out of the way.
Yeah,
Here we
very
go.
good. Green flag waves, and away we go again. And once again, the number 99 of Charles Nierberg leads the way. Kadori round the outside this time. Philip Kadori in the 69, and he dives into second place. Does he hold it? Yes. Nice move.
Wow, he's moving today.
Yeah, he's in the mood.
So my Porsche is also number 69, so I kind of have to, and my birth year, so I have to.
I joked with a motorcycle rider about why he chose that number, and I thought I'd get an amusing answer, but it wasn't the answer I expected. He basically said, well, that's so they can recognize me when I'm upside down in the gravel, because it's the same number.
I remember seeing this car racing.
Yes.
In period.
Yeah, it was unusual back then. It still is.
Yeah.
You don't get many cars colored that way.
Yeah. And I think one of the guys here in one of the IMSA cars I raced with, but his name wasn't in the book. Oh, a little late on the brake there.
Well, Kadori was going for the lead then around the outside. Couldn't pull it off. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's really hard to pass into corkscrew too.
No kidding.
You're really pushing it there for sure, because it gets really tight when you do that turn, and also if you go too far to the right, you end up getting airborne over the top of the grate, and it's violent when you land.
And I would argue that also if you take the inside line, you can find yourself kind of running out of drive in the wrong space.
Correct. And you don't want to turn in too early, because there's these apex cones, and they will take out the entire bottom of your car if you go over the top of them.
Well, we've got a cracking race starting to form here as Philip Kadori, again, looking up the inside of the 99 of Charles Nierberg. Full of experience, though. Charles will be hard to pass here, but it looks as though Kadori in the 69 is in the mood for a win. Hyatt now up to second. Brown, Bomarito, and Ockerland. Bill Ockerland 6, Johnson, Rincon, and here we go at 5. Again, don't see many attempts for an overtake there. Starting to climb here, goes to the inside, and now we head towards 6. Not really an overtake there. It's too dicey, but he's winding himself up. Does he have another go at the corkscrew? It looks as though he's going to try, isn't he? Woo! This is Jensen Button's line, I'm calling it, because he crowned it in his Alpha earlier the weekend. Kadori's absolutely on it.
Oh! Wow, that was close.
This is great.
Yeah, these guys are at it.
Yeah, anybody who thinks this is an exhibition, think again.
Yeah, they're but in the back of their mind, they're also making sure that they're being clean and they're not going to endanger, because these cars are one of a kind at this point. You can't make them again.
And to the owners, they're not only priceless, they are their babies. They are the thing that they have the most love and respect for. And here comes Kadori up the inside this time, using the pit lane exit. Looks to the inside. That is a dicey move and can lead to a lot of trouble. Luckily, he got away with it. But Nürburgring is in a race and he knows it.
Wow, he went over the apex, right over the apex cone there.
Because that can easily put you in the air and you can't brake at that point.
Yeah. Well, it's also can damage your,
Your
underbelly.
floor,
In older cars, it can take out the whole oil pan.
Sure. Who else is in this race a little further? Walt Brown, he's another guy who likes his Pink Panther. He likes the pink cars. Curry Eisenlaw was in the booth earlier this weekend. He's out there as well. Here's your 61, Zach Brown at the wheel. Now, let's have, Lars, I'll get your eagle eye on this. Let's have another look at these two moves. First of all, this one.
Oof. Wow. He almost touched the back end of that car. That was really close. It's
how about this one?
This was a little bit too much. He went in and ran out of room, and it just had to cut it off.
Yeah, he got lucky there, and he's got it. No, yes, he has. He's finally got past.
And they've caught the traffic, which is the 924.
Yeah, he's got past. So Kadori picks up the lead then. 5 laps to go.
And sometimes it's the traffic that does it for you.
Yeah.
Sometimes the leader gets caught behind a piece of traffic, and then that's your move.
And do you plan on that? If you see the traffic ahead, you think, okay.
Sometimes if you're that forward thinking, and sometimes you just come around the corner and it's your lucky day.
Well, Gunnar Jeanette has joined the party in the 58, and I think all three of them will use the traffic to
now
win their way.
they're all up in the traffic now.
Yeah. Great to see the car park packed to the gills.
It's it's something to have cars coming from behind you at
just a
twice
touch of
twice the speed that you are.
Yeah.
Right? And so that's always lap traffic, and being the person that gets lapped sometimes is challenging.
Yeah, watching Petit Le Mans and Le Mans, it's always amazing me how on earth, and Daytona especially, because it's so much tighter, how they, I mean, I would hate to be in a slower car because I'd be so nervous to be in somebody's way.
Well, you have situational awareness, and they're coming. And I have a crew that tells me that people are coming. You got the fast guys coming, so get out of the way.
Bill Auckland in that Camaro from 1991, chassis number 7. Duracell sponsorship. There's the Nissan you were talking about. That's the number 83. Seen that car a fair few times. And that's the MPT 90 from 1990. And I can hear that Mazda screaming away in the background. So 4 laps to go.
And those things, I think they wind up to something like 10,000 RPM or something like that. Crazy to think about an engine going that fast.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, Bruce Canepa's in this race, but he's all the way down in 22nd, so not having the greatest of runs in this particular one, because he's usually at the sharp end.
Well, like I said, we have 3 different races going
of course,
on,
yeah.
So he might be up front of his particular pack.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, you forget what class is running. Looking at the top 10. Here's that Mazda again. And they've got a lovely setup in the paddock. If you're here at the race weekend, you can get up close and personal with it. And they've got a really nice setup in the garage, preparing that car lovingly all weekend long. And look at it drop down.
Yeah, he nailed that apex perfectly.
Yep.
That was good.
What I noticed is that if you get the corkscrew wrong, you really get it wrong. And you look like an amateur.
No, for sure. And it's really easy too. If you run out of brakes, and you go a little deeper than you wanted to, and then you make the turn and you find yourself airborne.
Yeah, that's no fun. And I've seen people lose their brakes and go straight on.
Yeah.
And that's no fun.
And I think a lot of people don't understand that at the top of the hill there, before you enter the corkscrew, is a very hard braking.
Yeah.
Because I'm in 4th gear, probably doing 110 miles an hour up that hill, right? In some of my cars, and so when you get on it, that's one of the hardest braking points.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm based at COTA in Austin, and obviously that first turn is similar in its own way, in that going uphill and braking is a skill in itself, because the car is weighted to the back.
That's right.
And you're putting the brakes on, it then lurches to the front, and so the stability of the car is really under pressure.
Well, and that turn actually is, the camber completely switches.
Right.
And you're going over the top of a hill, so the car gets lighter, everything is, a little bit wiggly and dicey, and the best line for that is to go straight on it and do all your braking
in a straight line,
then take your turn.
Yeah.
Trail braking there can lock up your wheels, and then you flat spot your wheels, and then you're in all kinds of trouble.
Yeah, you literally see bump stops. Literally the car bouncing if you get it wrong.
That's right.
And because you're trying to put on the anchors, but the car doesn't
looks
want
like
it.
a good battle.
It does look like a good battle, and all similar cars too. That's the 110 of Mike Geoghegan in his 1988 Chevrolet Camaro, leading that group of 3 as they exit 4.
Those are my favorite battles, the mid-pack battles.
Right.
Because those guys are giving it all right now, just as much as the guys in the front.
Well, it's something that people who don't watch motor racing all the time understand, is that everybody focuses on the leaders, and you only get, one podium with 3 drivers on it. But the fun is actually had sometimes at the back.
That's right. Some of my best races have been in the middle of the pack, for sure.
Well, Kadori's having fun, that's for sure, in that number 69. He's in a battle and a half now with Gunnar Jeanette. Nierberg has dropped off in 3rd. And now they're in trouble because this is an opportunity for Gunner to gun it. And, yeah, how will they use the traffic? Will he just sneak through? He's going to try. Well, he's put one car between him. Gunner slips through.
The move.
That is,
the move.
Look at that.
That traffic got him.
So that is a great example of how to use traffic.
1 lap to go.
And what a timing. 1 lap to go. White flag waves. And that was Gunner Jeanette at his best. Kadori will be furious. Now, let's see if he can do his move this time up the inside. He's going to go for it. Go for it. Gunner gave him plenty of room there.
That was very well done. Very well done.
I wonder if Gunner just thought, I'll let him at least have a go. That is not his quote.
He wants it.
He wants it bad. So Gunner Jeanette, we've got a cracking finish to this one,
yeah,
folks.
He's making a move.
At 4, good there. Now, he's running out of time before they start going uphill, and it gets harder and harder. Maybe a corkscrew move, as you mentioned.
And there also might be some more traffic, one more round of traffic coming up.
So, the 58 up against the 69, and they are wheel to wheel. And Kadori, if you hadn't felt the pressure, is feeling it now.
Just don't look in your mirror.
Yeah, don't. All you'll see is that 58. Okay, here was my first option. No, can't do it there. Next option, possibly at 10?
Yep, or 9. Sometimes you can make a move at 9. You get a good drive down, and it's not pulling it there.
He's getting a drive. Here they come to 10, and there is a little bit of traffic that may come into play before we get to 11.
Yep.
They're through 10. It's still Kadori leading the way. And when he makes his move, that's nicely done by
that's going to be a drag race?
It's going to be a drag race, but I think Kadori's done enough. He just used that car to just make the move, and that's a great win
and
for
then
Philip Kadori.
Right behind.
Yeah, well done. Gunner Jeanette putting on a show. And how about that? The 61 of Zach Brown on the podium. The McLaren driver, the McLaren CEO, just driver in his XJR10. I've seen him race McLarens here. I've seen him race Williams, which he owns here. He also owns the McLaren. He will be also the owner of that. So he races his own collection, but he's not afraid to move away from the McLaren mark. And I think that's a sign of a man sated in what he does and doesn't worry about too much what he's racing. He just loves racing.
Yep.
Oh, well, you came for the best race, that's for sure.
That was definitely a photo finish there.
No question about it. Wow, we've had some excellent racing. Really sorry for the guys that came together on that one, but it wasn't their fault. I don't think
they cleaned it up really quick, though.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah.
I think probably both cars got going again, and whatever debris was down, they got rid of it. But well done to Zach Brown. Had a great weekend.
Excellent.
So, Lars Mamstead, thanks for coming in.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm looking forward to my race at 3:30.
Yep. So, let's give us a shout out to that. You're in that Jaguar.
Yep.
It's black.
Del Monte Trophy Group.
And what's the number?
138.
And where are you starting?
I'm starting probably around 7th or 8th.
Okay, perfect.
There's a lot of fast, more sports racers in front of me.
I want a top 5.
Okay. I'll give it my best shot.
Thanks for coming in. Lovely to meet you. And thanks for helping us out here. That was great. Good fun. We are having fun here in the booth because the racing has been spectacular. Confirmation of the result then. What a win we could tell right from the get-go that Philip Kadori was in the mood in his 962 to take it, and he did it in style. Gunner Jeanette kept him honest in the Porsche 962. Zach Brown taking third. The CEO of the mighty McLaren, leaders of the World Championship in Formula One, but he takes a Jaguar to the podium. Charles Nurberg was leading, but finishes 4th. Bomarito 5th. Gerard Lopez 6th. Bill Auckland 7th. Gordon Johnson in 8th in the Oldsmobile Cutlass. And then Octavio Rincon in 9th and Mike Gagan in 10th position. And that's how they finished in Group 10. More action to come as we wind on through the groups here in our second day. Look at that crowd in the paddock there. It's packed. I was out there. And there's a spring in the step of those crowds out there, just enjoying it. There's an energy out there that I haven't seen for a while. Now, earlier today, John Norman was interviewed by our Kev Harris. Let's hear that.
Well, continuing my tour of the paddock, and once again, your eye just catches something, a car or a person. You think, I want to chat to that person. And my buddy here, John, was just riding by on a Schwinn bicycle that you got for Christmas. When, John?
In the 5th grade, 1955.
I absolutely love it. There you go. Look after your things, kids, and they'll look after you. But also as well, John, great history with you at this event and great history with you in car racing. You first raced here back in when, 1967?
1967. I drove my first race here. My first year of racing, I'm in my 58th year right now. Been doing vintage racing since 2020. It's my 25th year in vintage racing. I had a great time, did SCCA, did Trans Am, did Pro Formula Atlantic, SCCA Club. Just had a great time.
John, I love it. You're the epitome of what this event is all about. You know the event, you know the cars. A little bit later on then at 4:30, you'll be going out in what is group, what are you? I forget. Later on, 4:30 group. The Peter Grigg group a little bit later on at 4:30. And you're racing the number 58 car. So talk to us about this one, this lovely kind of blue and green Alpha that's behind us.
This is an Alfetta GT 1976. We raced it in SCCA NASPORT Series in the 90s. I put it away for about 25 years doing vintage racing and restored it a couple years ago. It's a contemporary to IMSA GTU, but we really we have a great time with it. We're not super competitive against some of the faster Porsches, but that's not what it's about. We're coming out and having a good time enjoying it.
That's exactly what this event is all about. It's about being custodians of these cars and keeping them going so we can all enjoy them. But, you know, just as you've seen, you know, the racing here at Laguna Seca change over the years, what are some of the changes you've seen? How has it kind of developed in the time that you've been here, 50 or more years racing?
Well, when we first came here, about the only racing barrier was a hay bale. Turn 6, which was turn 4 then, was a cliff. There was not a guardrail there. Outhouses, dirt paddock, but still a great time. You know, I also got to enjoy some of the great events, the Can-Am, Trans Am back in the day.
Yeah, because you raced Trans Am in the 70s?
I raced under 2-liter Trans Am in the 70s with Alfa Romeo GTA. And we had a great race here in like 1970, 71, 72. Did SCCA, moved on, like I said, Formula Atlantic, Pro and Amateur. And
you got a thing for Alphas then? You like the Alpha?
Alpha, well, it's part of my business.
Oh, okay.
I handle a business. We sell parts for Alfa Romeo. Also, performance modifications. And it's like I said, I've been very, very grateful being able to incorporate my business and my passion.
Yeah, if you enjoy what you do, you'll never do a day's work in your life. That's what they say, yeah?
I'm 80 years old. People say, when are you going to retire? I say, that's what old people do.
I love it. Never change, and keep enjoying that bicycle. So, John, it's a pleasure talking to you. We'll have our eyes on car 58 when you go out a little bit later on this afternoon.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks for talking to us. We'll have a chat to your buddy Marnix as well, but we got to speak to Marnix because Marnix has been here for over 50 years as well.
Been here at every event.
Phenomenal stuff. Guys, back to you at the track.
Thank you.
Your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace. Hydrate, hydrate. Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Welcome back to the Rolex Monterey Motorsports reunion. You're looking down high above the first corner here at Laguna, and the sun hasn't really shone as much as we'd hoped it would, but the drivers and the cars have done just that. I'm delighted to welcome into the booth, and I'm excited to welcome into the booth Scott Gurney, who did this exhibition Formula One demo with me yesterday. But a man who knows everything about these cars, because he drove most of them. Roberto Moreno joins us, an ex-Formula One, an IndyCar driver, and a good friend of mine. I've been on the road with Roberto, learning a little bit about motorsport over the last couple of years as he helps the youngsters here in the USA try to get to the level that he got, which was right to the very top. Welcome, Roberto. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. It's the first time for me for this event.
Ah.
Yeah, and I'm so impressed with what I see here. It's unbelievable.
Well, we need to get you out pedaling.
I'll do that in a heartbeat.
Yeah. When's the last time you kind of did either a drive or anything competitive?
The car, I drove 2 days in Estoril, Portugal. The Tyrrells that Jamie owns.
Oh, yeah.
The 83 and the 82.
Yeah.
I set them up for him in 2 days testing a couple of years ago. So that was my last Formula One run, and I did quite well.
And I presume, how many IndyCar races did you do? Because this is a personal joke of yours and mine. Come on.
I think it's over 120.
So how many times did you come here?
Probably 5.
All right. Well, let's take a look at the Laguna circuit, because it's great to have somebody who...
Corner, but turn 4. It's a very tricky one. You can carry a lot more speed than you think. So you can use the road on the outside, on the curbs before the corner. And then once you dive into the corner, you can carry more throttle than you think you can.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go to turn 5, where you have this hard braking, but the camber helps the grip of the car. So every often you have to remind yourself, get off the brake so you can carry more speed. Because when you brake, you think, this is how much I need. But then when it gets to the camber, helps the corner, you say, I can go faster now. So next lap, you let the brakes go a little earlier and you carry more speed. And then the most tricky one is at the top of the hill.
Sure.
Which has been like that for years and years. I think the first time I came here was 1985 on the long circuit.
Who are you driving with that?
With Gallus Racing. I did 85 and 86 here in the US with the Gallus Racing IndyCar team. And then I went to Europe and I came back again in 94. So turn 6 has a little dip in it. And that dip is quite tricky because you carry a lot of speeding. But when you get to the dip, the car slides a little bit. There's a little movement. And you've got to be ready for that before you get there. So you carry more steering. So when it gets to the dip, you control the car. Now you're going up the hill. You're trying to get your revs on the engine as best as possible. And then you have, of course, the old corkscrew, which is one of the unique corners in the world.
Yeah, no doubt.
There, you just have to be careful the first bite on the brakes so you don't lock the brakes. And then it's just a slow corner, like you throw the car into the left, you throw to the right. And then the most trick thing in this track is when you come out of the corkscrew, you do not want to go too wide to the left, because the next corner, the long left-hander down the hill, you want to be positioned on the outside of it. It becomes a much easier corner. But if you go out of the corkscrew too much to the left,
you can't get across.
You can't get back to the right side. So you give up a little on the exit of the corkscrew, so you can use the outside of that turn, which makes you carry a lot more speed down the hill. And I was actually telling Jamie yesterday about it. When he tried, he said, wow, it's a so much easier corner now.
You're giving your secrets away, Roberto. I guess it's that time in your career when you can give the odds.
We could all use them. That's
yeah,
for
we
sure.
could all use them.
We could all use them.
But you, on a serious note, and it's fascinating to hear you. It's lovely to hear an aficionado of the sport.
But basically, if you go normal in that corner, you would turn in much earlier. Mm-hmm. That's the normal line. But it's much slower, because as soon as you turn, you got to back off. So you go on the outside further, you can carry the throttle maybe another second into the corner. So that's a very important trick there. I guess I'm giving it to everybody now. Right?
It's okay. Hey, we'll take it.
You know, it's an interesting point that you make, because now that a lot of the cars have data acquisition, oh man, we'll look at, okay, what's our exit speed if we go high? What's our exit speed if we stay down low? Well, the track is longer if we go up high, but the speed is slower if we stay down low. So it's even interesting to watch when IndyCar comes here now. They take a different line when they're qualifying versus when they're racing, versus when they're fighting. And if in turn 2, for example, if they're fighting with somebody, then they're going to double apex that corner so they don't open the door.
For sure.
But qualifying, everybody's single apex.
Yeah, I remember overtaking Michael on the restart here, and came second in the race.
Mike Ledretti.
He left the door too open for me.
That's right. Well, Jamie had a great move yesterday when he was racing with Cal Meeker in the F1 race.
Yeah, Jamie's coming up here. Yeah.
Cal stuck his nose in and looked like he was going to be able to take it, and Jamie said, not today, and that was that.
Anyway, so out of that corner, that's the trick. And then going down the hill on the right-hander, you just go as fast as you can, basically. You can use all the road and all the brakes you have, and you just load that corner really tough. And then the last corner, you must brake with the steering wheels very straight. Brake hard until the rear starts coming around on you, and then you can rotate into that corner.
Well, I want to bring another one of my good friends in here, Tommy Dreesy, who's listening, almost making mental notes. Come in here a sec. And you just won the IROC race, so let's give you a big round of applause. You also will be in the Trans Am Historic. But just listening to Roberto, how does that compare to a very different car that you would race, to an Indy car that he was just describing?
Well, first of all, any team and crew chief I've ever raced for would be so happy if I was so calm to be able to explain what he just said, because just personal story, I know exactly what he's talking about in my head. But what's so important is a driver who's able to
articulate those instructions.
To articulate that, and I just learned so much. Not if it's this track, every track, you have to be able to articulate.
Well, I've been coaching for the past, 15 years. So I've learned how to communicate with drivers.
Yes, okay, that makes sense, because I drive depth perception. Markers, is it push loose? Are you entering the corner? You're turning in too soon. I'm a turn in too soon guy, and then race it up.
That won't work down the hill.
It won't work down the hill. And you just described that. Next time we come here with the Pro Series Trans Am, I'm going to use that.
Good.
Thank you.
Well, as you can hear and see, our Formula One demonstration is getting underway. And Roberto, we've talked a while, but let's just, for those who don't know our great Brazilian friend that is Roberto Moreno, thank you, Tommy Dreesy, our great Greek friend and LA maestro. Moroccan, excuse me. I'm in
you're in trouble now.
Forgive me.
I almost got to jail in Morocco.
Yeah, the rockin' Moroccan, we call him. And he does just that. I was talking about how you blew up at Trans Am, but still talk to me on the broadcast. That was very much fun. But Roberto, I'm delighted to have you here because you have driven a lot of different Formula One cars, much to your detriment in some ways, because you were always on the verge. You always put in great performances, but you sometimes were in the wrong place at the right time. I know that with Benetton, for example, there was some kid called Schumacher that kind of ousted you out of a seat at one point. Just tell us a little bit about your career.
Well, but I got the drive, so I was lucky enough to be able to replace Alessandro Nannini and come in my first race in Japan in 90, second.
Wow, your first race in Formula 1 was second?
Well, my first race with a good team.
Okay.
Let's say.
Wait a minute, I haven't had one of those yet. How does that work?
and it's the last time that two Brazilians in the same team had the first and second place. I think 34 years ago, something like that. So, but coming to my attention, the Williams that Takuma Sato is driving. I drove this car in '87 in Zeltweg, which is the Red Bull Ring today. And that car, this car here, I drove this car as one of the best ever cars that Formula One made. And I had the pleasure to do a 3-day testing in this place that was unique, Zeltweg, today called the Red Bull Ring. This car in the Bosch corner at the time, which is a 180-degree corner, had 4 Gs all the way through. And it was so impressive, because if I wanted to change gear from 3rd to 4th, I would have to wait until the corner ended, because my arm would not be able to push the lever so much the G-force was to the left.
Let me pause you there, because Kev's down at the bottom of the corkscrew. Takuma Sato is at the wheel of this one right now, but let's go down to Kev.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. I'm here at the bottom of the corkscrew then. Takuma Sato in Nigel Mansell's 1986 FW11 Williams just roaring past me. And this is an amazing vantage point that I've never had at the corkscrew before. It's really quite something. You're usually up at the top there. We don't normally film from down here. Looking behind me now then. Phenomenal stuff. Zach Brown in that one, maybe. Forgive me if you've already said that. I'm not quite sure. But what a vantage point from the bottom of the corkscrew here, showing us those vintage F1 cars. Johnny, this is really quite something. And I'm sorry, pal, because I know that you would love to be stood here watching this.
Well, I've got the second best thing, because you mentioned some bloke from England called Nigel Mansell, but I've got a guy who's driven this car, and he's called Roberto Moreno. You were in the middle of telling us about it. Come on, keep going.
It's much better when you're inside of the car.
Have you driven a McLaren?
Not this one, but McLaren often hired me to do some testing for them. I was the bloke that helped develop the first fly-by-wire throttle at McLaren.
Not an easy job.
Silverstone, long time ago.
That must have been scary.
Not really. Formula One teams, they always use drivers, technical drivers, to develop their cars, and I often got chosen to do that. So I've been very privileged to work for more than one Formula One team. For example, the Ferrari 640 that you have down here. I developed the same automatic gearbox that won the first race ever in Brazil with Nigel Mansell. I did all the testing from when it wasn't working to the day I won the race. It was 55 days in Maranello, that very, very intensive. It's the first ever semi-automatic gearbox that today every sports car has it on the steering wheel.
Yeah, it was truly groundbreaking at the time. I mean, the notion, and everyone was saying, oh, this isn't racing, this isn't this isn't that, and now it's the dominant technology. But they really struggled in the beginning with matching speeds and getting the gear shifts right.
Did Nigel say thank you? Thank you, Roberto.
No, they gave me the steering wheel of that first car.
Oh, nice.
So I have it in my house.
Fantastic.
Here's a little bit of trivia for you that I happen to know. Roberto is one of the few men in the world that has won 2 Grand Prix outside of Formula One, the New Zealand Grand Prix and the Macau Grand Prix. 83?
Before that was... I won the Australian Grand Prix in 1981. When they wanted to take the Grand Prix over there, they hired the Formula One drivers like Nelson Piquet, Alan Jones. Nelson had just become world champion. Alan had won the last race in Las Vegas. And we all went to drive Formula Atlantic cars, and I came up on the top. It was my very first Atlantic race, so that was very unique. In 80, repeat the win, and from 81 I went to Macau and New Zealand.
81, that's right, yeah.
So I won eventually Macau in 82, and the New Zealand Grand Prix in also 82.
Well, we are getting a fantastic exhibition here. We're watching Zach Brown put his McLaren, and I'm sure he's enjoying this as much as he's enjoying all the other cars. But, yeah, a chance to drive a tag Porsche McLaren, a kind of a rarity in many ways, but a Niki Lauda one, too. Can't get much better than that.
The guy who's not standing around, if you're watching Takuma
It's
Sato,
Takuma Sato.
when he's coming over the corkscrew, he's lifting the inside front wheel in a Formula One car.
Wow.
That is not standing around. So
Well, he is still driving. He just did the 500
He's
recently.
still driving, yeah. But he's carrying good speed through the corkscrew.
I met Takuma as a kid at Macau. You mentioned the Macau Grand Prix. So, yeah, there's the checkered flag. But, yeah, I mean, we could talk all night about some of your stories, Roberto. It's a joy to have you.
This is one of the best cars I've seen. I wish one day I drove this car.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Yeah, the tag power plant and that chassis. And you look at how clean and efficient the aero was. Everything was about getting airflow to the wings. I mean, it was really well done.
There he is, waving.
That Williams was right before they started doing experimenting with active suspension.
Yes, correct.
Now, would Thierry Boutsen have been a teammate? Tommy Dreesy is on his way to the airport, the winner of the IROC race. Delighted to have him. Thanks, Tommy, for coming and see you in a couple of weeks. So we've got him coming in fast and furious. But, yeah, Takuma, I met at Macau as a kid, and I was introduced, and they said, this kid's going places, and he did.
McLaren was the first team with John Barnard to bring carbon fiber to Formula One. So McLaren introduced carbon fiber to Formula One through John Barnard, and then they went into brakes. Now every Formula One has the best brakes in the world with the carbon fiber.
But do you know who had the first carbon fiber tub in Formula One racing? The complete carbon fiber tub.
The complete, I think, was Ferrari.
No, it was Alfa Romeo, believe it or not. Yeah, the 1982 Alfa Romeo was a carbon fiber tub, and I can only say this because I have one of those cars.
Good.
But they had the full carbon fiber tub. Lotus had ones before that were lay-up bonded pieces. But the entire Alfa Romeo tub was a one-piece carbon fiber.
Taking his second checkered flag, but why not? If you've got Niki Lauda's McLaren that was third in the Drivers' Championship,
You deserve
second
two
in the
checkers.
Constructors'
You
Championship,
deserve two.
You get to do another
In
lap.
my days, you would get $5,000 fine for that.
Who was your toughest opponent? Who would you have if you look back now? Because you drove against everybody in that period. Who was your toughest or most admired Formula One driver?
Nelson Piquet, and driving against him wasn't easy because Nelson's full of tricks.
Sure.
But he's like a big brother to me.
Yeah.
So as much as he wanted to help me, he always tried to get the best for him. So it was tough driving with Nelson because I knew I needed to raise my level quite a bit to be near him. But I've learned a lot from him.
Yeah. Three-time world champion, of course, from Brazil. Whereabouts in Brazil are you from?
Well, I was born in Rio and grew up in Brasilia, both of us.
Yeah.
And we met in a motorcycle shop where Nelson was a mechanic, and I bought a motorcycle from.
What'd you get?
And I bought a mini Enduro Yamaha.
Ah.
And Alex Ribeiro, another Formula One driver, was the owner of that shop. So from
Small world, isn't it?
Wow, I know. I want to go motorcycle shopping in Brazil.
I know, no
that's
kidding.
for sure.
That's the way to go.
So the motorcycle shop used to be called Camba, and from that shop, 3 drivers got to Formula One.
Wow,
that's fantastic.
amazing.
Wow, it's quite the driving academy.
Well, it was a smaller group, wasn't it, Scott? We had quite a few
Yeah.
more out here, so it was a shame. But, yeah, I mean, it's just great to see Formula One here.
Well,
at
still
Laguna.
seeing Takuma Sato lifting wheels in an exhibition, that's a guy who's still
Well,
driving.
for a guy who is currently the CEO of McLaren and obviously, therefore, a world champion in the Constructors' Championship in Formula One, and also races against Takuma in IndyCar when it comes to the 500, because Takuma's kind of hung it up a bit, but he comes back occasionally for the 500.
Yeah, I take my hat off for Jack. What he's done with McLaren all over the world is amazing.
It is.
When he got in, that team was not performing at all.
No.
Now both of his teams, IndyCar and Formula One, is performing amazing and fighting for the championship.
Another man you'll know very well, I interviewed both Zach and Gilles de Ferran at Silverstone back when they really were at their lowest point. And they looked me in the eye and they said, we're going to bring this back. We have to bring this back. And they've done it.
This is amazing. What the work that's behind all that It's amazing. The money that's involved it's amazing. So I take my hat off for Jack because he's achieved a lot.
Yes, he has. Zach Brown, of course, doing the demonstration there. Well, as you can see, cars coming out. My thanks to Roberto Moreno for coming in here. Delighted to have you on board. I hope we can hear from you. I hope we can get you out there next year for the next round of this. We'll get you a historic car to drive, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of owners keen to hear your feedback on their car.
I know a guy who might be able to provide a seat or two.
There you go. I love making friends with people. There you go. You said to me, hey, how can I get in a car? Well, Scott Durnick's going to provide.
It was the first time I'm here, but I'm definitely going to come back because I've been so amazed with everything I see here.
Game on.
And
Roberto Moreno, 2026.
Absolutely.
We'll take a short break as we enjoy more of the Rolex reunion.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
So as you walk around the paddock here at the Rolex, your eye sometimes catches a car that just makes you go, wow. And it looks like the kind of car that I would have watched on the TV when I was a kid growing up. And chatting to the owner here, Frank Zucchi, turns out that's exactly what this car was.
Absolutely. This was the one of three that the model company made. In fact, Chip Foose and Sam Foose's father built this car back in the 60s when they worked for the model company.
And it's amazing, and I said you'd see it on TV because it was the man from U.N.C.L.E., Elio Kuriakin and Napoleon Solo. That's right. The kind of like world-traveling spies. This car would have featured in it. And you should have been racing this morning in that small displacement class, but sadly, the engine wasn't quite playing ball today.
No, it didn't quite work out for us, and it's easier to fix it than replace it. Yeah. So.
But good news, you're going out a little bit later on, 9:45 in the Dan Gurney Trophy race with the car that's behind us.
Yes, that's another one that's been with us for about 40 years. Yeah.
Talk to us about that. Cute little Alpha there.
This Alpha came from Switzerland, and a buddy of mine imported it. It was a rally car in Switzerland. Came back here as a street car. He drove his family around, and then I got it from him, and we put it back to what it was in Switzerland.
It's absolutely awesome, Frank, and you've done a super job on it. Everything about it just looks great. Marvelous condition, sir.
Yeah, it is. It's nice to bring it back to its original condition.
When you take something out like this on the track here at Laguna, I know you've been here before at Historics and what have you. Do you ever get nervous taking it out because you don't want to, you don't want to bend it?
No, you don't want to bend it, but unfortunately things do happen. I mean, we are racing, and some things do happen. But overall, everybody drives a clean race.
And you've been to the Rolex before, and we were just chatting. You're saying that you're really enjoying it this year.
I really do enjoy it. The whole thing has changed. It's more of a family. There's a lot of kids here, which hopefully that generation will continue on.
You know what? We need that, don't we? Because, when we're not doing this anymore, who else is going to do it, right?
We're all getting old, and these cars are getting old, so the next generation needs to be the caretakers. We got to keep this thing going.
Frank Zucchi in car 73 at 9:45. Johnny Green in commentary. Keep your eyes peeled for him. It's going to be a blast. And Frank, thanks for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you very much.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate. Boom.
Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Way here.
Well, how about this? The view up here in the Corkscrew is second to none. And this year here at the Rolex, well, they've really put on a great show. For the first time ever, there's now a big screen just across the way over there from where I'm stood, giving all these fans all of the live stream action that you're watching wherever you're sat in the world right now. And the guys who are up here, they're also enjoying a bit of a breeze, because I have to say, when you stand up at the top of the Corkscrew, the wind really whips up from down there at the Andretti hairpin all the way up here to the Corkscrew. But a super view and a load of great fans here. I've already been chatting to a couple, and Sarah, we were just having a little chinwag a moment or two ago. And what did you say to me?
I said this year really feels like a level up from previous years.
I think it does. And what makes you say that? Just like a vibe or facilities or what?
Vibe, yeah, everything's a little bit like cleaner, more seating, yeah, just more things for the fans.
Yeah. And Paul, you're enjoying your afternoon. What's the view like from up here at the Corkscrew?
Oh, it's wonderful. It's one of the best places to watch. I love you can basically see from 10 all the way to, nearly 5 over there. And, yeah, it's the best part. Lots of passing zones. It's fabulous.
Have you been to the Rolex before, or you're a long-time visitor or first-timer?
Oh, I've been at least the last 10 years. Every year, highlight, and then I'll be back in 2 weeks for my own track day here. So I love Laguna.
I found the right guy. You've been here 10 times and you're coming back for a track day. What are you going to be running when you come back for your track day in a couple of weeks' time?
I've got a Toyota GR86, so perfect track car, yeah.
And next year, you know, in 2026, the featured mark or the featured thing for the Rolex is Japanese cars, right? So you are going to be here. You're going to be loving it next year.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got a few, so.
I'm going to talk to you in a minute, and my buddy here as well, John. You were sitting here. We were just like warming up for this. You said you can come and have a chat to me. How are you enjoying your day, John?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. People are fantastic. I hear the track even better. Nice to see the new pavement in action like this. First time they've been out since they repaved it last year. Excited about the track and the racing. Can't wait to see more.
Any particular cars or things that have really spun your head this year and gone, oh, now that's awesome?
You know, just seeing how they race after one another. And some of the guys are laying back and taking the cars around the track, and other ones just going for the win. It's been joyful every minute.
Are you an F1 guy? We just had a great demonstration there from Takuma Sato and Zach Brown.
That was really fantastic indeed. And then also some of the exhibits with the Pagani coming through. My son Leonardo over here has been joining a lot more. You should talk to him about it. He's more into it than I am.
Leonardo, you're more into it than he is. Is that true?
I mean, I would definitely say so. I really enjoyed seeing the 963 RSP Porsche that they have down there at the Paddock. Beautiful car. Really enjoying these exhibitions today.
What about the Pagani that just came through here, the Huayra Type R?
Amazing. It was a beautiful experience to see it on the track. I actually was able to see Pagani at In-N-Out today. Not today, this weekend. He was driving, I believe, a one-of-one ulterior. That was really cool to see, just driving on the highway here in Monterey this weekend.
This is what you get at Monterey Car Week, and this is what the fans are experiencing up here at the top of the Corkscrew. We got the food trucks, we got the big screen for the first time this year, and even if you're not looking at the big screen, when you look that way, as they said, you can see almost from turn 1 all the way through, you know, back to turn 10. They just disappear behind you, but it is quite a spectacular view from up here. And as we head right now, cars are on track. So Johnny, look at that. I can see the Andretti hairpin from here. So we'll hand back to you. What a view from up here at the Corkscrew.
You are having a day. I'll tell you what, Mr. Harris. I envy you completely. What a day he's having. He can't leave that Corkscrew. So we'll leave Kev up there because he deserves it. He's been working hard. And we've got plenty of folk who've been coming in. My thanks to Tommy Dreesy and, of course, Roberto Moreno. Great Formula One star of the past. A the 80s. And Scott Durnick still here, and Michael Green once again here. I wanted to get you two guys together because I knew you'd get on well. Both bike fans and both with huge experience of both this event and of historic cars. We're about to get underway with the Parnelli Jones, but we do, you mentioned it, we've got some great cars on track, including a Jim Clark original.
The Lotus 49 that belongs to Chris McAllister, that's chassis number R2. For years, that was believed to be chassis number R5. Belonged to Pete Lovely. Pete Lovely was a big Graham Hill fan, and he got that car directly from Colin Chapman as a used car, delivered in the paddock, spray painted red. They painted over the gold leaf livery, and he got it. And it wasn't until many years later, with the book by Alan Walker, that it was determined that 2, which is the car that Jimmy Clark drove and won the first Grand Prix victory for DFV in. That car's been driven by 4 world champions and had victories by 4 world champions. Wow. Mario Andretti, Jochen Rindt, Graham Hill, and Jimmy Clark. I had the rare privilege of restoring that car from Bob Baker in 49C configuration, and then passed to Chris McAllister, who put it back to the original 49 configuration as he preferred it. But both are correct for the car. The car raced as a 49, a 49B, and a 49C.
And Michael, Jim Clark, not a bad peddler, not a bad racing driver?
Oh, he's a lovely racing driver. He was another one of those guys my mum and dad knew.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. No, he was a giggle. And I remember as a boy, 4th grade, 5th grade.
Yeah.
But we'd get Motorsport magazine from England, and I'd be, in there. And Mother would say, "You need to do your schoolwork," which didn't interest me. I wanted to look at Motorsport.
Of course.
Yeah, what's the point of schoolwork if it doesn't lead to motorsport?
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
right.
they didn't teach. There wasn't a lesson in speed. The only time I ever made sense to me was speed equals distance over time. And that was the only equation I ever remember.
Yeah, there's some real history out there. You've got that Cooper, which is Jack Brabham's Cooper. Certainly they changed racing, moving the engine to the back of the car, changing the configuration. Behind it is another BRM.
Am I right in saying that Jim Clark was the first to take a rear engine, or was it Graham Hill, certain Graham Hill, to the Indy 500?
No, that was Jimmy Clark.
Jimmy Clark.
Okay. And Jimmy Clark had to endure his rookie test at Indy after being Formula One champion. There's the Van Wall, of course. Van Wall, a wealthy industrialist family in England. And they made shell bearings.
Oh, best bearings on the planet.
Yeah.
Ferrari used them.
That's right. As they were, the world was transitioning from Babbitt bearings, which were poured in place, to shell bearings, which were replaceable, and Van Wall capitalized on that. And they bought BRM engines and had their own chassis built, and they went Formula One racing. Back then, you'll notice there's no sponsorship on that car.
Yep.
British cars were green, Italian cars were red, German cars were silver. Every country had a national color,
right?
And it wasn't until the Lotus 49, which was so successful, the Gold Leaf Tobacco approached Team Lotus and said, "If we give you money, will you put your name?"
Right, when they put the red and
red and white livery in.
Right.
They said, "Okay," and the rest is history.
Yeah.
But you can see that in the Formula One display out there, which is fantastic. Put together by the track, curated by Ellen Byerly. Check it out. You can see how all of a sudden sponsorship crept in and everything changed.
I had a dinner plate, if you like, table mat of that Jimmy Clark car, and that was the only way my mum could get me to the table. Was like, I was like, no, I don't want the Bentley. I want Jimmy's car right here. That's the car I want.
So you were broken at an early age.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah. Yeah, you notice the inboard rocker front suspension. That's a monocoque. Really, the Lotus 49, and that 49 in particular, is simply a landmark car.
It was ahead of its time.
It just changed everything. The DFV finally came clean in that car. That's when they figured out to do the quill drive to stop breaking the timing gears. And with Jimmy Clark driving it and the monocoque chassis and the design, there's just not a bad line on that car.
Yeah, it's lovely.
There's wonderful cars.
Yeah, there's a picture of that car as you come in the entrance, and it's just so iconic. It's a shot that you won't forget.
Actually, it's not that car. That car that's in the entrance is the Lotus 48 that Jimmy Clark drove, the Formula 2 car.
They're leaving the track now. And we've got the 300 SLR hanging out in the back there.
300.
One of the Mille Miglia cars.
Yep.
Well, as these guys come in, and we are, of course, celebrating 75 years as we talk about Jim Clark and all the greats of Formula One, let's talk to the lady whose job it was, and a very hard job, to create the exhibition here that we've been looking at all weekend long. And she's with Kev Harris.
Well, how about this? 75 years of Formula One displayed in fantastic style. And we're going from, what, about 1980 something back there, all the way up to 2025 that way. And 1950 onwards is on that side. The lady that's put it all together is with me now. So, Ellen, phenomenal stuff. Firstly, huge congratulations. How have you managed this? All of these cars under one roof?
With lots of help. And the owners have been so gracious to loan us their cars and very open to sharing with all the people.
When sharing them they are, let's take a little walk. So I want to make sure that we get the viewing, because I think what you've done here with the way they're displayed as well, you've really shown the evolution of design, how the cars have changed, right up to 2025 Red Bull at the end there.
Yep. We wanted to show from the beginning of Formula One, which was in 1950, up until obviously present day, and we wanted to make sure that we highlighted cars from each decade so that people could see how the cars changed.
It's phenomenal. It is, especially on this side. I mean, like kind of in the 50s, 60s, 70s, they're kind of changing to a certain degree, but it's very apparent down this side as well. And you've picked out some pretty special cars with obviously, you know, a nod to the Americans, because we're here in the West Coast of California.
Yes. We wanted to make sure that we showcase the two American world champions, Phil Hill and Mario Andretti, and also to showcase the chassis that were built in America and raced in, in Formula One.
And the Formula One display that's been out on track has been fantastic. We've had Takuma Sato and Zach Brown here as well. Yep. And what I love, and you know this, you know, the cars are the stars, but it's the people and the stories. It's the people that come to these things that make the event, right?
Exactly. It's seeing their reactions to seeing cars that they saw racing when they were children or that their parents told them about, and now they get to see them in person.
Well, listen, 2025 has been... I'm going to try to ask you how you might top it for 2026. Have you got an idea? Is it under wraps?
It's under wraps. I'm not allowed to say, but we are already working on it.
Well, you're going to have to work hard to beat this, because I think this is awesome. Alan, thanks for talking to us, and please do enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you so much.
I can truly say, in my mind, that is one of the greatest gatherings of Formula One cars I've ever seen, if not in the history of Formula One. And well-deservedly to Alan, hats off to the team that have helped put that together, because you don't get to see Formula One cars lined up against each other and see the generational difference between the diffusers, between the engines, between the wings, everything, and all the way up to 24 and 25. All the way back to 1950, the Eagle One, Dan Gurney's famous car. There's so many great cars out there. So if you missed it, come back next year. And how about this? Up where next, the Parnelli Jones Trans Am Trophy. Tommy Dreesy had to go to the airport, but he's not there for calling this one. I'm going to bring Armando in again. My thanks to Scott Durnick, as ever, regaling us with his knowledge. Thank you, Scott. And...
out of here. He is great to see on the track. He's great to see everywhere.
Armando Miranda is the voice you're listening to, and he is one of the voices of the circuit here at Laguna, and has been for many years. And I know we talked yesterday about this group. This was the glory days of Trans Am, the late 60s, early 70s, and here at Laguna was one of the heydays, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, one of my early race forays was having a relative bring me down here, and it was a Can-Am and Trans Am event, and got to see the McLaren and the Chaparrals and many of these cars run. So it's been fantastic. I've seen a lot of them at different venues. Got a chance to work on one of the Bud Moore Boston 302s that was owned by one of my family members. And so, yeah, this is good. This is the solid stuff. This is the big rumble and what we look forward to. You know, every year at this event, the cars all have interesting stories. The AMC Javelins, for instance, running Porsche front brake rotors. So what they did was they purchased a certain amount of them from Porsche factory, gave them AMC numbers, you know, serial numbers so they could be legal. So this was a very vague rule setup. So,
which is, I think, what attracted some of the likes of Roger Penske and many others, Mark Donoghue et al., because they could play a little bit. It was stock cars, and therefore, what's going on underneath there?
Yeah. The words acid dip were not mentioned out loud.
But it happened.
Right.
Michael Green is also alongside Armando, and yeah, there was some triggery-pokery going on in the Trans Am series, but well, that's motor racing, isn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, it's just you bend the. It's kind of looking at that Impala, the Dan Gurney '61 Impala that's parked out there. They brought it in for the saloon car class, and that's it's like Great car. Don't ever bring it back. Again.
Well, and it wasn't as though it was some racing car or great racing car, I'm sure, but it was just who was wheeling it.
Absolutely.
We're looking at the 64, Chad Renal, who was just in here a moment ago, enjoying hanging out for the IROC with Al Unser Jr. And little Al did a bunch of modern-day Trans Am commentary with me in the last few years and very much enjoyed it. I learned a lot from him. Such a student, just like Roberto, who was in here earlier.
Yeah.
Any of these cars you want to make mention of? Because there are, again, I mean, these are all originals. We mentioned the Ghost. Why do we have a quick...
The Gray Ghost was very interesting in the fact that it was the race team from Pontiac at the time. And when they terminated their race program, they said, okay, we're not building a race car. And they go, okay, we'll do a Pontiac Firebird. He said, no, the upper management said, no, you don't seem to understand. We're not doing a race program. You and your crew can and will be terminated if you do. So they sat there and thought, well, what shall we do? And one of the guys looked out at the driveway, and there was this Pontiac Tempest of his wife parked there, and he did the classic, honey, can I put a couple things on the car? And it ended up here.
He took the groceries out the truck first, though.
The other interesting one is the number 19 of Jonathan Fiber, that Camaro that has livery on it for the University of Pittsburgh. And yes, at the time, it was a Penske team worked with the University of Pittsburgh, and it was their project car. And so, nicely done. Shout out to them for doing that and restoring it to that livery as well. And of course, the red, white, and blue AMC Javelins, that was a Penske project. I believe Mark Donahue drove some of those. It was fantastic.
Now you got the Gurney Plymouth here coming through.
And then the 77 that's being driven by Richard Goldsmith. If I'm not mistaken, that was a Sam Posey car back in the day.
Used to love Sam Posey's Formula
What
1.
was the story with Parnelli, right? He come out with the Boss 302, led every lap and then lapped the entire field to win the opening round that year.
Yep.
And everybody's like, oh no.
He's not good. But Parnelli Jones, I was a kid, that man was an animal. I mean, you'd put him in a sprint car, you'd put him in an Indy car. Yeah. He raced when the Broncos first came out, raced the Baja 1000 and the 500.
With the Ole Bronco.
There's old footage of him out there trying to get the dust out of the cabin, and he's at 70 or 80 miles an hour swinging the door around. They got a helicopter shot of him.
He's funny.
But, I had the pleasure of, with a lot of people here one year for the Rolex event before he passed, they brought a big cake out and we sang happy birthday to Parnelli out here in the paddock. So that's some of those nice memories we have from this place, and we always keep them with us.
Yeah, it's a shame they depart.
Yeah, and just before we get underway, once again, it's Michael Green, who, of course, is with Armando Miranda, who is the track announcer here. And Michael Green has been racing early this morning, and also in the commentary booth right at the get-go for the John Morton
we're having
Trophy.
a bit of fun.
Yeah, we did.
Flogging a Corvette, wondering why the left rear tire's going down. We're having to turn left to go right.
Michael, what were you driving today?
63, fuel-injected Stingray convertible.
And you're originally a Brit, but you pretty much lived most of your life here.
Oh, yeah. I was born here, actually. I'm a 2-passport boy, though.
Okay. Good to know. All right, Group 2 is...
Here we go, getting ready for green.
Yep.
Who's on the pole?
We got Patrick Byrne.
Patrick Byrne.
No slouch out
somebody's
there.
got his foot in it now. Here we go.
Hear the roar here at Laguna Seca of the muscle cars. As the two making a move already, that's Ken Epsman. The 64 is Chad Renal in fourth position, and it's neck and neck going into the first corner, or the second corner, that is Andretti. And the two does get a good start. Ken Epsman then in that very famous coloured red, white, and blue.
Yeah, the
a heck of a charge, too, coming from the back there in the 8th position, starting, already running up to second before they gotten into turn 4. That's a pretty gutsy move, considering turn 2 is a little dicey with that many people out there.
Oh, it is. Yeah, you come in and then the road almost drops away at one point. The back end wants to start swinging. When you're driving these,
I mentioned that AMC Javelin. Penske swapped teams effectively, or swapped constructors. It was a bit of a surprise for everybody. I'm still not quite sure of the whole story of why they chose to do that.
I wondered if it was politics.
Maybe.
I was hoping he was going to be here today so we could ask him.
Wait a minute. Politics and racing?
Oh, yeah, I know, right?
Oh, my God, you're kidding me.
We've had some fun. We've also got Mike McGovern out there in another Boss 302 from 1969. So we've got cars from the late 60s to the early 70s. But this was the heyday of Trans Am. which, by the way, is still going. We just had Tommy Dreesy in here, who is a current Trans Am driver, and also Ross Merrill's son, Thomas Merrill, was in the IROC race. Got a good result in that. And so it's the longest road racing series in America. And it continues today, and long may it continue. He's looking at Peter Kluk in that all-white number 63. Way.
Yeah, Peter makes that little notchback move quite well. It's a 67. I believe that might have been a backdoor Shelby car at the time.
This series, much more than NASCAR was, sell on, race on Sunday, sell on Monday.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, you know, Camaros and Mustangs and whatnot, because that was the big deal.
Yeah, and growing up in England, you know, the touring cars very much the same, and likewise supercars in Australia, for example. You know, you go behind the car that is your colour, or whether you're a blue or a Holden or a Ford man, and you know, it's that way, and it was very much that way in Europe as well with touring cars. But these were the, if you like, touring cars of the day. But they just had just a little bit more, because what this did was attracted not only big teams, Greg Moore you mentioned, Roger Penske, but also the drivers like Vic Elford, like Dan Gurney, and so you know, it suddenly became massive because these were the superstars of the day, racing cars that people had at home.
Right.
Oh, absolutely. It was something that you could relate to. And they did what what was interesting is, for the most part, they did not change the paint schemes too much. And I think that was a wise marketing decision. Sure. Because the Shelbys, well, whether you got a Shelby for the street or for the track, it was white with blue stripes or blue with white stripes.
You bet.
Or in my case, the one I built, the red with the white stripes.
Oh, yeah.
Which attracted a lot of police
popped.
attention. Bad idea.
Right, but the Boss 302s, I mean, you know, they came in the blue, and then they had the red ones, the dark red.
There's one or two of the maroon ones where I'm surprised we haven't seen them here this weekend. I think Ken Epsman used to have one.
Well, Chevrolet went out of their way with the Z28 by 67 by making that engine.
Oh, God,
and that was a screamer.
And just to give you a sort of, just like the rest of the weekend, they may be stock cars, but in terms of their prominence as historic cars, Patrick Byrne's car, that Mustang Boss 302, was the first ever factory Trans Am Boss 302 Mustang prepared by Carcraft, then Shelby, and it's only one of 3 Ford factory Trans Am Boss 302s that were built as full cars at Carcraft, and this is the first of those 3.
Yeah, for getting it full race mode, Carcraft was good for getting it hot rod and getting to a certain point regionally, but it was almost like the stepping stone. You first went to Carcraft, then from there it was handed off to Carroll Shelby to finish up.
Well, who was maintaining the CUDAs at that time? Was it All American Racers? Wasn't it Dan?
I think it was All American Racers.
And we know that was Carroll and Dan that created that.
Good spark from the number 1 there. Yep, the Barracuda. My cameraman Ron was very excited to see that yesterday.
That's a lot of metal to push around, let me tell you. Wide stance, and it's definitely got to be handled a certain way. Patrick Byrne looking good with a 142.479, and right behind him with a 144.467, Ken Epsman with that number 2 AMC Javelin.
Yeah, he's poking his nose in there. Look at this.
That is the number 1 back there. He's a little ways back.
And that's Bruce Canepa in that another famous AMC from 1970. Bruce Canepa at the wheel of that. He's had a busy day. Oh, here comes the sun. Right on time.
That was one of the cars that Donahue drove them, wasn't it?
I believe it was.
Yeah.
Bruce having some unfortunate luck in that one race, getting taken out before turn 2.
Now we've seen.
He's tough. He can take it.
Yeah, we've seen both Scott Joy and Mike Joy. Mike Joy, of course, the very well-known, if not the most well-known commentator in America. NASCAR to this day. No. I don't stand anywhere near Mike Joy. He's been in the booth before, and I was very intimidated, I have to be honest. But I listen to him week in, week out, enjoy his work, and have done for many years. But now his son Scott is racing in historics. Mike's been doing historic Trans Am for a long time and really loves it. He comes to all these events. But now Scott joins him, and they have a great time at it.
See one of the Bud Moore cars smoking the inside tire as they go into turn 5, going to 6. Getting a little pressure from one of the Joys there, the 17.
Yeah,
that's Scott.
Yep.
He goes, got to run on him up the hill.
That's right. Gray Ghost is going in hot as well. We're going to see if a little pressure of a big Pontiac in the rearview mirror will scare him.
Now, being that's a big Pontiac, what is it going to still 5 liters?
I'm not sure.
Right, because everybody else was restricted to 5 liters.
Yep.
That's where the 302s came from. Because Chevy took, 327, wasn't it? Put the short stroke in it.
327 was the standard. That was the gold standard back then.
Right. Yeah, that's what my monster's got.
Gregor Fiskin in that number 15 Boss 302 from 1970. Here he comes out of 11. Ooh, gets a little wide, but it's all right.
Yeah, they start to get a little loose halfway through this race.
Yeah, the tires start going off a bit, right? But they were doing 100-mile races in a day.
Yep.
Right? And I mean, at some point, usually about halfway, they have to come in and dump a couple of cans in the back and put some tires on it.
And especially on this track that was so hard on the right side tires because right
It
where
was
turn
all
2
right
and 2.5, it
left
was
turns.
all left turns and it was all horsepower left.
I remember
turns.
coming through
Big
there on a
sweepers.
bike.
Big sweepers on there.
Yeah. Once you cleared 2, you would pin it to hit the...
And you'd be heaved all the way over at the 2, just going, oh, man.
You needed a cockeyed seat in the car.
Well, on the bikes, you'd start early. You knew you'd get that
I do,
drift.
yeah. Right, yeah. We'd get wide. You had to kind of get down on the paint. We'd lift for 6.
So Patrick Byrne's been having a heck of a day here. Didn't mean to cut you off. He's been doing really well. He got on the podium with that Corvette. It started to get a little loose on him this morning, that beautiful 17 Fuelie that he's got. But he holds his own on this big Ford, so he's jumping between American Iron to the other side of American Iron. And Patrick's been showing some really good consistency last weekend and this weekend. He also had that wide-body Greenwood Vet, that beautiful number 40.
Yeah, the battle of the 2s at the moment. At the front, Byrne and
Here we
Epson.
go. We're going to have to go again.
Byrne going underneath Epsman.
Yeah, once you get there, you can't, the guy on the outside can do nothing about it except what he just did.
Epsman getting a little wiggle there coming out of 11. That's the thing. You can dive in, you can stuff in as hard as you want, but losing momentum in that spot, especially smaller cars like the saloon cars and such, you want to keep that momentum up. So it's almost worth sacrificing, not going underneath, staying on the high line and keeping that momentum going.
Yeah, here's the momentum on the outside of 2. You got the big ones, the old motorcycle gag, or even the car gag. Dad used to say, you go in slow, or go in fast and come out slow.
Yeah.
Right? You've got to carry the speed. And the Mustang got bound up in the mid corner.
Right.
That was that.
And we're seeing the Javelin starting to get just a little loose out there.
And I want to introduce another commentator. We're rolling him in today. Alan Turpins, who we had booked in for this, just arrived into the booth, so welcome.
Hello, guys. Nice
Hello,
to be
Alan.
here.
I didn't recognize you without your 911.
So, Alan,
I'm driving 2 911s.
Okay.
Very different cars. This year, I'm driving a 2009 Porsche GT3 Cup, kind of modern car, and the Momo 935.
Nice. And how long have you been coming to this event?
It might be my 15th year.
Oh, wow. Fantastic. So you've been around the block a bit.
Oh, I remember when I was the young guy here.
So what do you think of the muscle cars of Trans Am Historic?
I love the Trans Ams. It's one of the best groups out there. A lot of racing, bunch of friends racing together, and they always put a great show.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of respect out there for each and every one of them and the cars that they're driving.
Yeah, and I can relate a little bit to the 935. So very high-powered cars with some brakes and some suspension. So, they're fun. They're super fast on the straight and then hold on for the turns.
So Ken Epsman now into the lead.
We'll see how long he can hold in that. He's having a little trouble getting through 3 and 4 without getting loose, and I think Patrick Burns is watching him, and he's studying where the slips are. And he got really loose coming out of 11 on the straightaway. So if Patrick Burns can position himself just right, if he can position himself just right, that's what we'll see happening right there.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the difference between their lap times at the moment. Not a great deal. 43.7's the best lap from Epsman, and 42.4 is the best from Patrick. Now he's lining himself up and has got past
Almost thought there was going to be some contact.
No.
Allen's always been fun to watch here with that 911. That car has so much history, too. It's been raced everywhere.
Everywhere. That car was the overall winner of the 1979 Giro d'Italia road rally race that Giampiero Moretti, the founder of Momo, decided to go and win it.
Saw a shot of Peter Kloot as well in the 63. He's now behind fourth place Chad Renal. Chad's another man who's been doing historic Trans Am for a long time.
Preparing a lot of Camaros for a lot of people, too. His car isn't always the prettiest thing you'll see out here, but it's mechanically sound, and the cars he works on in the paddock are always good runners.
They're not giving up, are they? This is a great battle.
Chad Reynal up to third position now as they go under the bridge. Yep.
He's coming into play now with 3 to go. Got past Josh Fiber, and he drops to 4th. Kloot now 5th. Auckland 6th. Fiskin in 7th. Canepa 8th. Scott Joy in 9th. And Kaufman, Rob Kaufman in 10th position.
Byrne trying to hold on that outside line so he has inside position for sweeping through 3 and 4. But it's not going to work this time. Right now, Epsman is just trying to get as far away as he can from Byrne, because all it's going to take is one error, and that, as they say, will be that.
Yeah. Going back to that number 2 of Patrick Byrne, that car was driven by Dan Gurney and Horst Kvetsch. Is it Kvetsch? How do you pronounce it? In 1969.
Kvetsch?
Yeah. Dan Gurney finished in 3rd place in his first race in this car here at Laguna in 69.
Coming on some back markers at the top of the corkscrew. This could be a little changer here.
It's such an impressive group, you know. These cars, they have so much horsepower, so it's so easy to overheat the tires.
More than you need.
Yeah. So, yeah, you've got to watch out for the tires all the time.
Yeah, even in modern Trans Am, it's the same story. We have just over 100 lap races and just about an hour. And by the end of it, you are managing those tires. It's a skill in itself. And some of the original Trans Am races were 4 hours long.
Can you imagine?
Oh my God. And the tire technology was not exactly that kind back then.
No. So we're getting down to the business end. Chad Renal now poking his nose up the inside at Andretti in the 64. Can he make the move? He's going for it. And he's got it. Has he? He might do. Yes. Nicely done. So Chad Renal up to 2nd place.
Fiber's still holding on to 4th. Let's see what happens with that.
Yep. You kind of get to that 2-lap mark to go, and everybody suddenly springs into life, don't they?
Yep. Well, you're saving the tires, saving the tires,
yeah,
saving
exactly.
the tires. You go, okay,
let's go.
Never.
Never. Let's make it happen.
Now or never.
Well, nobody wants to finish 4th. Bill Auckland still up there in 6th place. Bruce Canepa in 7th. Gregor Fiskin in 8th. And Rob Kaufman up to 9th now, just ahead of Scott Joy in 10th.
See them all sliding a little bit right at the top of the corkscrew.
And Kloot coming into play now. Peter Kloot in the 63 in that right and red.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that is a Carroll Shelby Camaro. I mean, sacrilege. Mustang there.
Yeah, you got to be careful. You'll upset the fans.
Absolutely.
White flag will be waving, and there it is.
Reynal has not given up. He is still putting a hard charge in on Ken Epsman with that javelin. We'll see what happens. Oh, going on the inside, the Andretti hairpin. Will he make it stick?
It's a brave maneuver. Well done. Chad Renal then, closing stages. That javelin originally driven by Peter Revson and Mark Donoghue for the 1970 season for Penske Racing.
Racing hard to the end. That's the
Yeah.
beauty of this group.
Absolutely. And it doesn't get much better in historic racing to have 5 at the sharp end. Somebody just touched a wheel on the gravel, but he's okay. Chad Renal, second place. I tell you, you can't call this one, can you? It's anybody's race at this point. Heading up to 6th now.
People don't realize how much with a big car like this, that little undulation right before going into 6th,
Yeah,
right there.
that's what
how much
Roberto
they
was describing,
unload.
yeah.
They unload their suspension and things get a little bit loose. During the IndyCar weekend, we saw quite a few people putting it in the gravel during it in that exit of 5, entry to 6.
Yeah, we just had Roberto Moreno talking about that, exactly that, as an ex-IndyCar driver himself. He was describing how that bump is so important to get right. Well, that
Coming
did.
down to 9.
Here we go. Final lap. Ken Epsman hanging in there. Renal drops to 3rd now. Patrick Byrne making a run in the closing stages, but I think the 2's got it.
Is it going to be Patrick Byrne? Byrne gets around
He's got some drive. And
he got
he
loose.
lost drive. This could be very close indeed as the checkered flag waves for the historic Trans Am, and it's a photo finish as it should be. Wonderful stuff.
Who got 3rd? Was it Reynal or was it Fiber?
Well, we got Fiber. Fiber gets 3rd on the last death moment there. Brilliant stuff. The gap between the 2 leaders, 0.034. The closest race of the weekend so
Very
far.
nice.
And it was just the fact that Epsman got a little wiggly out of the final corner. That lost him the drive. That's a classic example of how Laguna can bite at that last corner.
Just a little bit of loss of traction. That was all it takes. Gentlemen, it's been a slice. I hate to be rude, but being the
Go and
Laguna
hand
guy,
out the prizes.
I got to go hand out some trophies
There
right
you
now.
go.
I'll talk to you later.
Thanks for coming up. What a race. 0.034. That is just monumental in an historic race, guys. That is perfect. Joshua Fiber, lastminute.com. And a quick look at the results. And confirmation then, what a close race. That AMC Javelin from 72, Ken Epsman wins over Patrick Byrne. Josh Fiber just beating Chad Renal. He'll be annoyed at that because he was leading about a lap ago. Peter Kloot in 5th, Bill Ockerland in 6th, Bruce Canepa in 7th, Gregor Fiskin in 8th, Scott Joy 9th, and Rob Kaufman in 10th place. We'll take a short break here from the Rolex. Still more action to come. We've got a couple more races to come your way. In fact, we've got some really good races. We've got the Jim Hall Trophy. We've also got the Peter Gregg Trophy, and we finish it all off with Scott Pruitt and finally the Ragtime Racers. So stay with us. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Thank you. Sorry, I was like 10 minutes late.
It's fine.
It's always fun to
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
Smooth.
Not smooth.
Well, once again, as you stroll around the paddock, you catch up with some faces you spoke to previously, and I'm really pleased to be speaking to this man, Chris McAllister, part of the Motorsport Advisory Group here at Monterey. Wow, weird. It's noisy because there's some big stuff out on track right now. But, Chris, I always like talking to you because you bring some great cars along, including this one, your Niki Lauda, your 1976 Ferrari.
It's a pretty car. It seems to be well received by the fans. It ran like a top today.
Yeah.
Started 12th, finished 7th. So if you can pass one guy, it's a good day. So we had good fun.
Yeah, you always have fun. You always bring us some great cars. And I just think it's fantastic that, like you say, it ran like a top today. When you think what cars like this have been through and how old they are, and to keep them in the condition that you keep them on is something else. But also what is great is the feedback we're getting from everyone who's here is that the event seems to have raised the bar this year somehow. And you're part of the group that makes this happen.
Well, there's a lot of people responsible. The group is helpful in finding good cars and vetting cars to make sure we get good stuff. Ellen Byerly did a masterful job in collecting all the Formula One cars in the display. We have a marshal for each group. They help with policing cars and attracting cars. The event was better last year, so more people are interested and aware. So it's a combination of things, and it's going to continue, I think. It should be better next year as the track gets improved, and so it's good to be involved.
It's really good to be involved. I'm very grateful to be here once again doing this because I get to see it from kind of this side and meet guys like yourself. The Formula One display this year, I think that's the first time anyone has seen that many Formula One cars from all the generations in one place. That was incredible. But also this year, the thing that just lit up the fans was IROC, the International Race of Champions. They were 4 or 5 deep up at that pre-grid, trying to see those drivers, trying to see those cars. I mean, were you expecting that kind of reaction to bringing the IROC back here to the Rolex?
Hopefully, yes. The concept was really well received, and the guys behind it knew what they were doing, and there were a lot of good cars invited, and then this driver would come, and I want to come, and so it just kind of grew with its own momentum, and we thought ought to be pretty good. And it was pretty good.
It was pretty good. The atmosphere when they were doing the driver's briefing under that IROC awning, it was incredible. You know, the names of the drivers that were there, and just the caliber of people. I don't know how we're going to top that at the Rolex, but maybe we will, and maybe the IROC will come back. Who knows?
We have to top it, and the theme next year is Japanese motorsport. So all these motorcycle road racers they're chomping at the bit, and all the factories want to be involved. They say we're coming, so that'll be pretty cool too.
This is going to be exciting. And one of my favorite interviews this year as well, Takuma Sato. He's been driving that 1986 Williams FW11, Honda powered, of course, from Nigel Mansell. What a great guy he is. He's just an absolute vibe. He was like a little kid when he got out of that thing.
He was very complimentary. It's great to see a guy like him here. I watched him win the 500 twice.
Did you?
That guy is a charger. Really? Man, you don't bet against him with 10 laps to go. I was really impressed with his aggressiveness but control, and great champion.
Chris, listen, thanks for talking to us. You're wrapping it up here at your motorhome, your awning. In fact, the awning's gone back, so the truck is getting packed up. Thanks for taking the time. We'll let you finish packing up, and we'll see you next year.
I'll be here.
Hopefully we will too.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate. Boom.
Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Hey, here.
Well, this is what it's all about down here at the pit exit as they're just before they go out on track. And the man that's in charge of all of it, Frank Thompson, chief of the grid, and a former race car champion yourself, Frank. I mean, I got a great job, but you've also got a great job.
Oh, I'm great. It's my retirement happy job.
Yeah.
That's the best way to explain it. We travel everywhere, all over the country, sometimes out of the country. We set up the load-ins, the grid, the tech, inspections, get that done, race. And I'm living the life that I remember as a kid a long time ago.
Absolutely. And when you cast your mind back to those race car days, how good were those? Like I say, a champion yourself. Talk to us through your winning days.
Well, I was a champion in an SCCA in the Mid-South divisions, but back when I was a kid, I worked for teams, and we did the 83 24 Hours Daytona. Yeah. Went to work for a team for 84. We ran the whole season, entered 17 races, we entered 17 race season. 10 races we entered, won 5, finished third in the championship, and I was on the crew for that team. It was just amazing. You know, so now I'm 24 years old again when we're at Daytona in the middle of the night.
Yeah. Listen, great memories, but talk about memories that we've just stirred up with the IROC cars that have just gone out. Here at the Rolex, we've never seen anything like that at the pre-grid area before. The fans were like 4 deep behind the fence.
It was completely packed, and it's so great to see all my old racing friends out there, Danny and Bill Elliott and the gang. And so it is massive that Ray has put this together and brought this group together. I'm grateful to be here and be a part of it.
Mate, I'm really grateful to be here as well. And thanks for talking to us. You do an awesome job, and we got to get back to watching this because I may never see anything like this again, and I've certainly never seen anything like it before. Always a pleasure.
Thank you, sir. I enjoyed it very much.
So, as you can see, cars already out on track. It's brightened up a little bit, which I'm glad to say. And our next group is Group 6, which is Cunningham Trophy. And this is a really interesting group. And given that we've got so many great British cars, I'm joined by a great British driver. Because Jamie Constable's joined me, and he has been entertaining us full stop all weekend long in his historic prowess and giving us a really good time of watching some great racing. And Jamie, we'll get your headphones on and we'll get you involved in this. And my first question is, well, we might have to wait till we actually get the green flag because they're about to go, but I'll wait till they get started. So here we come then for the start of Group 6, the Briggs Cunningham Trophy. David Swig and Greg Meyer on the front row. Brian McCurran in second place, and these are cars from 47 to 60 front-engine GT, sports racers, and American specials. And it's nice to talk to an Englishman about specials from America, because I'm sure, like you were fascinated to see that. Whoa, that was a bit argy-bargy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So how, first and foremost, as these guys get settled down a little bit, how was your experience here at Laguna?
I've had a wonderful time. It's just such a great track. The people are so friendly. It's a very relaxed, nice atmosphere. Very different to some of the European stuff, which can be a bit overly authoritarian. Here, everyone seems they just want to be here to have fun, and that's what we did, and we've just had a wonderful time.
Now, you've been doing this a long time, and you've raced around the world. I've seen you. I've been at Monaco. I've been at COTA when you've raced. So, you've got a lot of experience. How often have you come here?
It's only my second time. I came in 2018, and I started a different car. But I just adored it. It's a lovely part of the world, isn't it? I mean, I love the way that it's a bit misty in the morning, the sun comes out, and it's a bit misty in the evening. It just seems that the same thing happens every day, very different from the UK.
Now, this group, this period of the Cunning Trophy is, of course, this sort of crossover, really, between the European invasion, if you want to call it that, and then the specials that the Americans came up with, trying to take the best of what the Europeans had to offer and turn them into their own mini muscle cars in many ways. And you've got some one-offs, like the Warrior Bristol one-off from 1954. You've got a Devon SS from 58, a Streets Manning special. Then you've got your Jaguar XK120s, and we've had a couple of drivers from this group who've been in here this weekend, including James Alder. And it's a real crossover. Lars Malmsted was in here earlier, and he's out there in that black XK120 from in the number 183 as we take a look at the 84 of Greg Mayer. But don't you, as an Englishman, love and marvel at the fact that the British marks are so popular here?
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? You walk around the grid and there's so many British cars here. I mean, sometimes it feels like there's more here than there are when you walk around a European grid.
I know. I mean, we'll see the minis in action, and we see them all weekend, but there's like about 40 minis here, and there always is, and they love them.
I think the Mini is so iconic. We're staying at a lovely hotel, and there's every posh car you can imagine, from Rolls Royces to McLarens. And this Mini turned up last night in 1965, and it was by far the coolest thing that was there.
I'll bet. So what have you raced this weekend?
Been in a Chevron B26, which was lots of fun. Had a great race with Cal. He's in a Lola, similar period, similar time. And then the Tyrrell, which was an 83 F1 car. Again, Cal has a 1982 ground effects car, and we just had a lovely weekend. Great racing.
Yeah, it was excellent racing. Michael Khalil there making a move on the 126. That a nice move too in his Lola Mark 1 from 1962. Short races, but it's about enough out there in these historic cars. And of course, all of you are peddling a couple of different cars most weekends, and I think that's a lot of variety and a lot of fun, actually, to try out different cars.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. The line's the same with all the different cars. It's just how they handle through it. Some obviously take it a bit better than others, and it's that readjustment for the first half of the lap. You realise you're not quite in the car you were in before.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bit quick into that one.
And also, braking points have got to be so different and varied when you go from car to car.
Yeah, very much so. And it's very easy to forget which car you're in. So, especially when you go into turn one, I did make that mistake where I missed my apex by quite some way on the thinking I was in a different car. And that's very easily done.
So it's the 84 of Greg Mayer that leads the way at the moment. David Swig in second place. He had a good run yesterday. Edward Nigro in third position at the moment, Edward, and then Brian McCurchin, who had a run at third but now fourth, and Robert Davis fifth. Steve Yarborough in sixth place, and we saw a glimpse there of the 272 just going into Andretti. That's Nick Gruel. And Johnny Mott Sr. is also out there. It's a big old number 5 out there. And that's Mike Fulmer, nephew of the great Trans Am driver George Fulmer. He's in that Lotus 11 S2 for 58. And John Budeman in 8th position at the moment, and Al Alcerio in 10th. Is there a car you're still sort of jonesing to have a look at and wanting to get in? Because you've driven a lot of cars.
Yeah, and it's different cars at different events. I've just done the Mille Miglia with my wife in a beautiful old Porsche Speedster.
How did that go?
And it was great. It's just, I mean, that's bonkers. It's like a race on normal roads. I mean, I don't think it could happen anywhere else apart
Did
from
she
Italy.
give you the directions on toilet paper like James did?
She drove, which was more terrifying than me giving her that. I mean, it was a great event, and she drove most of it. And at the beginning, she was slightly nervous. At the end of it, she didn't have a problem at all. I was the nervous one. But that was great of it. So there's a different car for that. There's a different car and different cars for different tracks. But I love all these old cars that move around. You know,
Yes.
it's just the feeling is so nice. You get hold of the car, the back's moving, the front's moving. An underpowered car to me is a great car because you really got to hustle it and then to get the most out of it.
Yeah, Jensen was saying the same thing. Jensen Button was in here for the Mario Andretti trophy, and he's obviously got that C-Type and now the Alfa Romeo, so he's starting a Mille collection of his own and now retiring, of course, from professional racing at the end of this WEC season. And I think he's going to be quite a proponent in your world, as it were, of historic racing. So sorry about that.
I don't think we've got much chance if Jensen's on the grid. I really don't. But it'd be wonderful to race with someone like that. But yeah, I mean, it's that's a different level, isn't it?
Yeah,
it really is.
Well, he's enjoying it. Now, this white car, this XK120 coming into shot just behind the 91. That's a good friend of mine. And I think, that is James Alder from Reno, Nevada. And he is full of the real tradition. He drives that car across the mountains from Reno to here and other historic events. And has done for some 27 years. I think this is his 27th year in this car. And so he packs it up, throws his stuff in the boot.
And that's what it's all about, isn't
Yeah.
it? How much fun is that?
And he was laughing because the first day was wet and he got second on the grid because he still had his road tyres on. And so he had plenty of grip.
So when he leaves the wife, does he say he's going shopping and not come back for 3 days?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, he's quite a character too. He's got all the overalls, and you talk about keeping the tradition. And this is a real throwback because that 120, like many of them, are the original cars that raced around the Pebble Beach, Del Monte Trophy course, which was effectively the precursor to Laguna Seca, because before they built Laguna, they were racing around Pebble Beach. But of course, they were racing around the forests, and even it was Phil Hill and Sterling Moss, but they managed to keep it out of the forest, but there were several that didn't. So eventually they said, look, enough's enough. We've got to build a circuit, and that's how this circuit came to be.
What was this originally? Was this someone said it was a lake or something that was
No, this was Fort Ord, and it was an army base, effectively. And that's when it wasn't. It was post World War II. 57 is when they built the circuit here, and there was always a worry that if you crashed at the wrong place, you might go on to the gun range or find the odd mine here or there. But no, I think that's an old myth. But that's what it was. And they leased the land and have been ever since. And that's why it's always been a little bit up and down as to whether, because of course there's some fantastic houses in the neighborhood here in the hills of Monterey, and I don't need to tell you how a salubrious place this is. So it's had a rocky history from time to time of keeping the place open and trying to develop it. But last year was a real turning point because they got a 55-year lease to the Friends of Laguna, and now they really are unfettered in terms of keeping this alive and keeping events like this going. And that's been huge news. And you can see it in the facelifts and the resurfacing and everything that's happened here in the last couple of years. There's a real spring in the step of everybody involved in the community of racing here.
Because it's such a wonderful circuit. The undulation, the way the camber works, it really does give you a buzz driving around it.
And, you mentioned COTA. There's not many tracks in the world that work for both cars and bikes, and this one very much is. I've done a lot of bike racing here as well as car racing, and it's just a superb, both forms of motor racing. Love it here. And next year, we've got the opportunity to see both because the bikes are coming back, and we are celebrating Japanese marks and Japanese racing as well. And, of course, that figures for both 2 and 4 wheels, so looking forward to that. Just looking down the field. 66, where is he? It's David Swig. Yes, of course. Sorry. David Swig leading the race. I was thinking we were going down the field, but no, we just got a shot of the leader briefly there. Here he is. That's why he's scything his way through. David Swig has a huge history here, and he's in a Jim Hall designed Chaparral 1 from 1962, and Jim Hall's son is here this weekend. What I love events like this, Jamie, and I'm sure you'd agree, that you really can, as you walk around the paddock, get an understanding. If you've never seen a racing car in your life, you'd get a real understanding of how the innovations came to be and how people tried different things and how the basic form of a racing car is pretty much the same, but there's so many different iterations, so many different ways of going around the same thing of creating that speed.
Yeah, it's absolutely wonderful, isn't it? I mean, I'm passionate about the Formula One, and you look at Formula One in 1975, and that was the pinnacle of what they understood in 1975, but compared to one in 1980, and it's just moved on so much. But then 1980 was the pinnacle, and it just kept moving on and on and on, and it fascinates me that at that point in time, this was the car to have. This was the car everyone wanted, and a year later, it's sort of out of date, and there's a new one that's come up, and it's fascinating to see these cars on the track.
It's also exciting. I'm involved in the coverage of current Formula One and on the radio, and it's great to see how the Americans have really warmed now to the modern form of motor racing at Formula One level. And I think Drive to Survive, and I think the emergence of more American money, American teams. We're getting Cadillac in next year. Haas have been around for a while. But suddenly it has sparked an interest amongst American fans, which I've never seen before. The numbers for the television figures and the attendance at the races. We had 400,000 at COTA last year.
Yeah, it was amazing. What an event COTA was, wasn't it? I mean, it really was quite special. But I think also nowadays you see the personalities of the drivers more than you've ever seen that. And, social media helps with that.
I think that's a big part. Everybody talks about Drive to Survive, but it isn't just that.
It's everything, isn't it? And they are interacting with the audience, so everyone can relate to them and understand. And I think Norris is lovely. He's really open, and he talks about all his issues. That never used to happen.
No.
Everyone was a closed book before, and I think I really admire him for the way he talks about stuff like that.
Yeah, I've known Lando since he was about 15. He came down and did the Toyota Racing Series in New Zealand, and he could hardly string a sentence together, but not much. I couldn't string a sentence together when I was 15, but, we'd put an interview on him because he won a bunch of races, won the championship and the Grand Prix. He's now such a great proponent of the sport, both in commentary and, of course, with his racing. And as you say, he wears his heart on his sleeve, and sometimes to his detriment. But it's just him. Everybody was like, "Oh, he hasn't got the belief to win the world title." I say, hot drop. No, he absolutely has. But he, and we're seeing it with Lewis now. We're seeing, he's being absolutely honest. We haven't seen Lewis in this sort of situation where he hasn't got the car he wants, or he can't do what he wants with the car, and he's saying, they should get somebody else. I mean, unbelievable. Yeah. But that's part of the whole new Formula One, isn't it?
I think it is. We're all starting to understand you look at them and it's the differences are so small between them all now. It really is. It's in the head, isn't it? It's the mental thing that changes it. And some are happy to talk about it, others aren't. It doesn't mean they're not thinking about it. They just don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, there's some great characters now. I think of Albon and Russell. Obviously, Alonso and Hamilton have been around a while now, but there's some youngsters coming through, and I think the likes of Colapinto and a few others will really carry that forward. And we are getting to see their personalities through social media, through the multiple programs that Formula One do. So yeah, it's great. I'm delighted.
We need an American in there, though, don't we?
We do.
We do really need someone that can.
Well, I'm keeping my fingers crossed for Texas's own Jack Crawford, who is currently a reserve driver in Aston Martin. He's 21. He is second in the F2 Championship. And frankly, he's ticking all the boxes. And if Cadillac don't pick him up, I think they'd be fools. If Aston Martin lose him, they'd be fools. So he's in a good position, and he's also doing the business. It was a shame for Logan Sargent. I'm glad he's coming back to racing. That was another one of those ones that just didn't quite come together.
It's such a tough, it's not just the car, the difference in the car. It's the whole weekend. It's the mental capacity you've got to have to deal with all the issues that are going on. It really is a tough jump for people.
Yep. And here is your leader, the number 66, David Swig in the Chaparral 1962. Looking rather comfortable. You can tell the difference between a driver who's fighting it and a driver who knows what he's doing and just nice and smooth, going through his paces. And it's good to watch. I enjoy looking at the different styles of each and every one of them going through. We had Lars Malmstedt up here earlier. He's having a fun time. John Mott Sr. also. Swig making another move here on another driver. And there's the white flag then. 1 to go. How's the track? Because they resurfaced it not that long ago. Plenty of grip?
Yeah, I was really surprised. Last time I came here, I remember it being very, very slippy. You had to stay on the line. You went offline. It wasn't much fun, and it feels much, much grippier than last time. I hadn't realised they'd resurfaced it.
Yeah,
and that's obviously the reason. But no, the track to me felt great.
Yeah, there's also the climate here with the sea so near, and you know the sort of sand and dust that kind of blows on here, and the breeze that comes out of the sea does tend to offline create a situation that can make it a little greasy out there, and then you get your marbles, which we all know about. And so yeah, offline can be a little bit of a troublesome area, but as you can see, David Swig showing no problems with it at the moment.
It's the first track I've been to where they say there's no track limits. But you can see
Right.
why there's no track limits, because there's nowhere really to go off the track, is there?
No, and it was interesting watching Jenson Button coming up to the top of the corkscrew and taking a very different line, going very to the way to the left on the inside, and using that to his advantage. So yeah, why not? No track limits. That's very strong in, of course, Great Britain. So I think he was enjoying the opportunity to just take a little advantage of what he sees, as you'd expect. So then, coming to the last corner on the final lap then, David Swig has made a really easy job of it, frankly. He's got what a big gap as he takes the checkered flag and wins. And David Swig putting on kind of a bit of a masterclass there. And behind him, Greg Meyer in the 84 brings his Sadler Mark IV home in second place. And crossing the line in third, the number 61 of Edward Nicaro. And there is second place coming across the line, finally. Ed Nicaro will be coming back. There's Lars Malmstedt, who I mentioned earlier, another one of the 120s. Finishing in 10th place, just behind John Budebon. What's next for you?
We've got Silverstone next weekend. So
oh, wow.
It's a bit of a rush back. Land on Tuesday and then testing on Wednesday, and then it's the big event in the UK for the F1s and LMP1s.
I've been to it, yeah. And what will you be running there?
I've got the 1982 F1. I've got a Denon Musk sponsored Tyrrell, so that'll be in the F1s, and I'm sharing a GT3 with Sean Lynn in the MRL series.
Oh, great!
It should be fun.
We'll have fun. Say hi to my home country. Well done to David Swig, winning the Briggs Cunningham Trophy, the second race of the weekend for the Briggs Cunningham Group. And I talk about winning in style. We've had some close races. The last race was a .034 photo finish in Trans Am. And then we get a much, 32nd win by David Swig. He absolutely trounced the field. But why not? And where do you base yourself these days, because you're running around?
We're central London, so it's easy to move around from there. So
yeah, absolutely.
That works for us.
Not far from Heathrow, you can't go wrong. Here's the results then for the Briggs Cunningham Trophy, and Greg Mayer in the Sadler Mark IV wins ahead of Edward Nicaro in the Lola Mark I. Brian McKirchen in fourth place, Al Alcerio in fifth, then Steve Yarborough, Robert Davis, Michael Khalil in eighth, John Budenbaum in ninth position, and Lars Malmstedt, the local man from just down the road at Carmel by the Sea. He takes 10th place. My thanks to Jamie Constable coming in here and enjoying this festival with us and taking part in it very much so. I presume you'll be back next year?
Yeah, I'd absolutely love it. If I can make it, I'll be here.
There you go. Now, we're going to give you a little bit more of a treat, because one of the great treats of today was the IROC, and it's almost become the star of the show this weekend because so many great drivers came to it, and it was the brainchild of Ray Everingham, and who was a pretty storied performer both on track and off track, and Rob Kaufman, and 30 years of IROC came alive again here. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of yesterday's IROC race. Here we go. I've never said this in my life, but I'm going to say it now. Kurt Busch, Jeff Gordon on the front row here at Laguna Seca as IROC bursts into action here at Laguna Seca in 2025.
This is wonderful. Yep. It's so good. Ray Everingham, thank you so much for making this the Unser Family Cup Rolex race. Dad and Uncle Bobby would be truly honored here today. Yeah, and he pulled it off. Look at this. Fantastic.
Good start.
Yep.
Well, delighted to have people who were part of it. James Hunt's car in the second group going through. And Al Unser Sr.'s car also out there. Is one of your cars out there?
One of my cars out there by Scott Bruschetta.
Oh, great.
Is driving it.
Well, this is I know, because you know this. Scott Bruschetta is living the dream, because he's probably your biggest fanboy for the whole family.
And he's out here racing all these legends on the same track, same day. And he's been doing a really good job.
He's a great story because he is a music man. From the music industry, made his wealth that way. But his love has been both following the Unsers and collecting their cars, and now getting to race with them and in your car is just, by the way, he had a big accident a couple of years ago. This is his first return to racing. So, very brave as well. As Bobby Labonte, I think, who owns his own car,
he
goes
owns
through.
his own car. Yep.
But talk more about Ray and what he's done here, because it's quite a feat.
It truly is. He has a true love for the IROC series. Now, when I was running in IROC in the mid to late 80s and 90s, all through the 90s, Ray Everingham was the crew chief of all those cars. Of all those cars in IROC. So for all those years, Jay Signori, who was the president of IROC, he had Ray Everingham, and Ray prepared all the cars, and so it was. He's got a true love for this series.
What are you saying, Chad?
I just love that the Bay Area boy, Jeff Gordon, who had never actually driven at Laguna Seca until these last 2 weekends, is leading. So it's neat to see a Vallejo boy.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it, Vallejo. I said Bakersfield, but it's
Vallejo.
Not.
It's up north.
It's good. It's good to know.
Yeah.
Well, just for the audience watching on around the world, I'm being bedazzled by a special ring that Mr. Unser is wearing. He's got his 500 ring, as he often has. You got a couple of those?
Yeah, we got a couple of them. We were fortunate to have success at Indy. That was my lifelong dream to be a part of, and so
I wonder what Nicky Lauda must have thought. James Hunt would have absolutely loved this. This would have suited him down to the ground. He probably said, put out his Marlboro and then got just straight in the car.
Honestly, I think they did it for the same reasons that I did it, was to drive something different. Drive something else and try to see if you could adapt to that car from what you normally drove. And so that's what I found. Really, I had a great time going straight from the Indy car right straight into the IROC car when they were at the IROC was at the IndyCar races, and so it was fun. And then racing, like I said, all the legends: Kel Yarborough, Darrell Waltrip, Dale Jr., Sr.
Who did you look up to?
All of them. I looked up to all of them because they
How about
were
this? Side by side, Gordon and Busch. Gordon taking the nose ahead into Andretti. Whoa,
they're racing each other.
Racing. Gordon says thank you. No, thank you.
That's good.
Busch coming back at him on the inside, slots in behind. Jeff Gordon into 3. So a great battle and a current.
Okay,
Trans Am
so
driver
they're
Tommy
giving
Dreese in 3rd.
Giving us the lineup. Yep. Yep.
You know Tommy's having a ball out there.
Oh, yeah. They all are. All of those drivers. I've seen them after the practice sessions and going down to the tent. They're getting out of their cars. They're smiling. They're doing all that kind of stuff. Truly enjoy it.
Tony Stewart car. And
Dario Franchitti, I think.
Yeah.
Is in that one.
Yeah. Franchitti in the 20.
Yeah.
There he is.
Wow. In the 20
Moving
car.
through. And Dario hasn't done, since his big accident, hasn't done a lot of racing. Sort of sadly curtailed his IndyCar career, but what a superstar and what a gentleman too. Has a lot of time with him.
Absolutely.
And I've always got time to try to get an interview with him.
Patrick Long's doing good in that early car with all these newer cars.
Yeah. And, you know, of our historic guys out there, Bruce Canepa is out there. He's currently in 6th place. There's Danny Sullivan. So Sullivan did make the field, but he's in 10th at the moment. Ross Merrill, who is, of course, a big part of the Friends of Laguna. His son, Thomas, currently Trans Am driving. And here comes the Lauda car. Up the inside, nice move at 11.
Look at that.
Where was your favourite spot for an overtake in an IndyCar?
11.
Yeah.
Turn 11 was that and turn 2. Yep. Those two places were the ones that.
I don't know if you saw Jensen, but Jensen's created his own move at 3 now. He's now getting really good grip in the older cars and getting up the inside at 3. So I bet Jensen's
it looks
having
like
a ball.
Dario's taking the lead.
He certainly has.
It looks like it. Let's see. I think he passed Gordon going up in there.
You ran single seat Can-Am here before you even did IndyCar.
Yes. Yep. As a matter of fact, that's the only race I won at Laguna Seca
there's video
throughout my career was the Can-Am car.
But that was fun. Beautiful sounding cars. Well, listen out. I know you want to go and enjoy it with your mates.
Yep, no worries.
This must be a great weekend.
I'm going to be out there where I have to go is the flag stand. I'm throwing the checkered.
Oh, well then.
Okay.
Then go and do your duty, sir. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Before you go, I'll do my fanboy bit. Come on.
You got it.
So we've just heard from the legend that is Al Unser Jr. He's going to go and wave the checkered flag and enjoy himself. Two-time IROC champion and multiple Indy exploits over the years, as all the Unsers did. Thank you, Al. Appreciate you coming in. Chad, you looked a little shocked when you saw the big man come in, but it's always, you never know what's going to happen at the reunion, do you?
No, it's amazing because I'm a big Al Holbert fan, and Al Holbert and Al Unser Jr. When Al Unser Jr. was starting, he did a lot of sports car stuff, and he did a lot of stuff with Al Holbert, so I have a lot of neat pictures of Holbert and Unser Jr. together, so it's just kind of amazing to be here.
Very cool indeed, and he's such a gentleman. And you know, I spent a lot of time in Trans Am with Al, and I was always impressed with how graceful he is as a human. Never mind a great sportsman.
Yeah,
sometimes
fantastic.
they say don't meet your heroes, but in this case, happy to.
Wonderful.
And his wife Norma also here this weekend. We've got a cracking race. Tommy Dreesy's now out front. Now, Tommy, as you heard from Ralph earlier, is based here in LA. His company is, and the white flag is out.
That's a safety
That's a
car.
caution, though. That's a safety car, yeah. So something's gone wrong. But, Tommy Dreesy, who currently leads, interesting history. He's the current Trans Am driver in TA and has been for many times, and is also a TA2 champion in his own right back in the day, a few years ago. But I know Tommy very well indeed. Great character, but he runs in Hollywood, making the posters that you see for all the movies, and often he will paint the car in the promotion of the movie. So he's
makes
a real
those
character.
He makes those stand-ups you see
exactly.
in the movie
That's
theater.
right, yeah, exactly. When you walk outside the F1 movie and you see the Brad Pitt poster, it's probably made by Tommy Dreesy.
And he's driving in historic Trans Am, one of the Chaparral Camaros.
Yes, he is, which he owns. I think that's a Vic Elford car.
He does, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I was very lucky. I was talking earlier. I was here the weekend doing one weekend when we were doing historic Trans Am here at Laguna, and sadly it was the same weekend that Vic Elford passed away. But it was somewhat appropriate, if you like, that he was able to honour him by taking the car out and doing the historics.
Yeah, quick. That guy was good. He was good in every car he got in.
Well, he fits that build of what Al was saying about guys that can throw themselves at anything. But learn, and that's interesting, isn't it, when you hear from Al saying what he learned and what he... like I said, I've done a fair bit of commentary with him, and his brain is an absolute... He's always looking at that performance gain, and he really thinks hard about what he can do, how he can get better. Long retired now, but that's how you see a champion, is when they talk that way and think that way, and that's why they're so successful.
Yeah, he was good in everything, sports cars, everything.
So we've got two Stewart cars out front, and it's Tommy Dreese and Dario Franchitti. Bruce Canepa's moved up to 3rd place. So we think that it's Roger Penske Jr., which is ironic, because obviously Roger, his father, was a big part in putting this together in the first place when it began all those years ago. And it ran for, well, it was box office, wasn't it? I mean, you know, you tuned into network TV, and these guys were, and I'm afraid we've got a black flag as well, because whatever's happened at the corkscrew, I'm not sure what, but we've got a black flag, and that means they'll bring them all in. But hey, we're having a ball anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So, Dreese, excuse me, Franchitti, Canepa, Gordon, Busch, Long, Borchetta, Labonte, Merrill, and Roberts. And I think that's Thomas Merrill, who is also a current Trans Am TA2 driver and former champion himself. A great story. Thomas grew up here. He's from Salinas, and they are farm people here in the area. And Thomas told me his first experience here at Laguna Seca was his mum. Because I said, oh, did your dad get you into racing? He goes, no, my mum used to drive a Porsche here. And he said that because the Porsche is designed, they put a special seat in, strapped seat in, and she would take him round at lunchtime.
Wow.
And he was sold after that, so it's mum's fault. That's rare.
He is wicked fast.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just wicked fast here.
Lovely man, too. Real gentleman. And I just saw him. Now we can see what's happened. Yeah. There's the car, and they're pushing it. And I'm quite sure. I think he's. Yeah.
Is that parts of the car that they're putting?
Not sure. Well, we're under a black flag situation here in our coverage of IROC, and if you've never seen IROC, look it up. Like I said, it's a real throwback and worthy. It's very hard to get a group into a race weekend like this, but when you come with the thunder that these guys bring, both with drivers and with machinery, you can't resist bringing them. And again, hats off to Ray Everingham and Rob Kaufman for doing this. I've been part of it. They came and did a demonstration at Lime Rock last year, so that's how I got to know more about IROC and got to hang out with Mark Martin and a few others. Great story. Mark Martin, somebody asked him in one of the sort of meet and greets, they said, were you always as mean as you looked? And I know what he means, because Mark was, I grew up, he was so focused. He said that. He said, I'm not mean. And he said, I was just focused. And he said, but on the racetrack, I wasn't messing about.
The most unique driving style I've ever seen, as far as hold his hands on the steering wheel, just such a.
What did he do different?
He literally has his right hand on the top and his left on, and he gets it up real close. And he said that it was really good for not only having not as much arm fatigue, because his arms are able to go like this, but then he had the power to be able to move it down easier than having to have your arms further outstretched.
So in they come.
I wonder what Mark Donahue would think about this too. Yeah. He's one of the him and Roger and Jay Signori kind of all started it, and he was the first champion of this. And Roger was smart enough to say, Mark, you're going to take the last car. Everybody else is going to get picked, and then the last car goes to you, so nobody thinks there's favoritism because you're kind of working on the cars.
Yeah, that was another part of IROC which no one's mentioned yet, and it's a worth mentioning. They actually picked out of a hat each weekend, because all cars were identical, but to make sure there was no, shenanigans, they would pick out of a hat, and so therefore it made it so you just didn't know what car you were getting.
Right.
So again, an interesting part of the thing. And I got a feeling that this is coming back strong, and I think the reception it is trying to get autographs and so on is proof that this has definitely got some legs.
It's neat.
Cars are being released again, so we're up and running. Go ahead.
It's neat to see a different crowd too. So you get to see people that don't normally come to the Monterey Historics or the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion to see these cars that maybe wouldn't come otherwise. It's really neat.
Just saw that Bruce Canepa is in Elio Castroneves. Now, talk about a guy that fits the mold for something like this. Elio would absolutely adore doing this, I'm sure. A great champion in his own right. So we're up and running. Sadly, we've lost Roger Penske Jr. at the corkscrew. Mark Martin's all the way down in 16th place at the moment, so a bit of a surprise there. Kenny Schrader in 19.
They're only going to have about three max to go, and I guarantee you that Jeff Gordon and Kurt Busch are not going to want to stay in 4th and 5th place.
No. I can guarantee that for sure. Just got a quick shot at Pruitt's car. Scott Pruitt currently in 12th position. And remember, they did a sort of stilted start where they started in similar cars and gathered them together so that they could race against each other. But now they're all mixed up. That's allowed a long car again. Bet you never thought you'd see this.
No, I never did. I never did. I didn't think I didn't even think I'd see a Pontiac Firebird leading a race.
There you go.
An IROC car.
Yeah, I'm just imagining what people around the world, because you know, growing up in England, you know, we saw these Firebirds. You know, all the TV was of these sorts of cars, and so we kind of, you know, the idea of seeing a Pontiac Firebird was like a big deal. Yeah. And there were a few brave Brits that bought them, you know, and of course, you know, we're poppy syndrome in Britain. You know, you don't bring a muscle car to England and start showing off. That is de rigueur. That is not on. But those that had the confidence to do it, always, you know, they would go down the street, get at the horn, whatever it was, and people loved it.
That's great. Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting turn 2, and see what Gordon and Busch want to do into turn 2.
Here we go then. A restart, big sprint, the green flag waves as IROC again bounces into action. And once again, dueling for position, Jeff Gordon in 3rd as he dives into Andretti curve.
Wow.
And the 0-3 gets him, that's Bruce Canepa.
I guess that
Kurt Busch alongside Gordon again.
I guess that Bruce will take anybody out,
yep.
Even Jeff Gordon.
Busch cuts the nose off Gordon. Gordon tightens it up at 3. And into 4 they go, and it's Dreesy, Frank Kitty, Canepa now. Up to 3rd after that restart. Jeff Gordon in 4th. Kurt Busch in 5th place. Patrick Long in 6th. Scott Borchetta 7th. Bobby Labonte in 8th. Thomas Merrill in 9th. And Roberts in 10th position. Good restart, good clean restart. Zach Brown, I haven't mentioned him yet. He's out there. 13th position, just ahead of Bill Elliott. He'll be enjoying that.
Yeah, and the older style bodywork. Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Busch makes a
got it on Canepa.
Yep, and cuts the nose off and takes the inside line. Beautifully done. You don't often see that move.
I think Pat Long in that old car is pretty impressive. That's him. He's right there.
Yep.
Still in the same frame.
Whoa!
Oh no!
And round he goes, and how everybody avoided him. But of all people, a man who literally lives most of his days here.
That's his favorite corner too.
Yeah, Bruce Canepa turns it around. I don't think I've ever seen Bruce Canepa have an off in my whole time of covering historics. That was very rare, but fun. So Dreesy crosses the line, a 1:36.6, but the top 2, there's nothing between them. Frank Kitty would love nothing more. He hasn't raced in a while, has Dario. Well, I say that. I haven't seen him racing in a while.
He's doing good.
Doing very well.
Look at that, 3-3. That's nice. And 4. Sorry, that was nice.
Yep. Taking very tight lines, yeah. 2 laps to go. Chad Renal alongside me, and really enjoying every moment of this. And this is far from over yet. We've got Formula One coming up. We've got a Formula One demonstration as well, or an exhibition. Got a little surprise for you there as well. Let's have a look. Chad, you're the racing driver amongst us. Let's have a replay of what just happened to Bruce Canepa. Describe what happened at his favorite corner.
I'm going to guess. I don't even know, but I'm going to guess that Bruce is going to go into the trip.
Yep,
He was trying to see if he could get on the inside, but...
Oh,
I never
missed this.
Yeah, I missed that.
Oh! Spin and win. Well, Danny Sullivan's out there, but we had another one. That was great.
That's darn impressive. That's Busch.
That was Kurt Busch. Did a Danny Sullivan.
He did a great job. My goodness.
Love it. Well, this is going to the script.
Look at Franchitti. He's going
going
to give
for
him. He's going to give him a run.
He's going to give him a run, and it's going to be a real battle for both first and second, and for the podium in third. Jeff Gordon now moving into third. There he is in the grey. White flag is out. Doesn't get any better than this. Tommy Dreese has got Dario Franchitti all over the back of him, and both men want this badly.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be interesting. Oh, look at that. Busch got Gordon.
With Gordon. Gordon cuts it tight. He'll try to go on the inside now, but he hasn't got the... Has he? Oh, no. He's going to have to accept that for now, but I'm sure Jeff Gordon, being Jeff Gordon, won't sit back and let Kurt take that.
If you think of it, it's been a while since Jeff's been in a car,
yes,
too, right?
True, yeah. He does a lot of TV, but he hasn't,
I'm sure he's got a lot of work at Hendrick.
Well, it tells you how big of the event is when Rick Hendricks is almost pushed away when the interviews come out, because he's here. I mean, what a season, or a few seasons, he and his team are having in NASCAR. Kyle Larson, he'd be perfect for this.
Yeah.
I've seen Kyle Larson racing midgets in New Zealand back in over a couple of years ago.
Traffic coming up.
Here we go. A little bit of traffic come into this battle, but it's
half
1-2.
Half a lap left.
Dreese. Well, he's got out of the way. That's good.
Real good.
I think that was Ken Schrader, actually.
He's going to make a run out of it.
Here we go. Can he get a run at 10?
No, he's going to go for 11.
Dreese's trying to defend. He's raced here many a time, and he'll race again in Trans Am Historic later in the day, but I think he's got this.
I think so. Franchitti's not going to get him, I don't think.
Well, Dario Franchitti will try to keep it tight and try to drive out, but Tommy's wiser. And Tommy Dreese will take the checkered flag in the return of IROC, and it's Little Al Jr. that waves the checkered flag in this historic event.
That was a good race. It was neat that they could get back going again after that black flag.
And you could tell from Al Unser Jr. in the booth how much he's enjoying his weekend, and I think probably the right decision. He doesn't want to race. He wants to enjoy it, and quite rightly too. And Kurt Busch does take third place, beats Jeff Gordon, who takes fourth. Scott Borchetta will be quite happy to take fifth. Let's head down to Kev Harris, who is down on the start line.
How about that? Al Unser Jr. with the checkered flag there. Al Unser Jr. with the checkered flag there. Car number 20, Tommy Dreese taking the win. And I have to say, watching that from this close from pit lane is like nothing I've ever seen. That was pure Americana. That was pure motorsport. That was pure entertainment as the last of the cars come through. You know what? Car 20 took the win, and full credit to Dreese for that, but it almost doesn't matter because it was the spectacle. The fans loved it, we loved it, and I know, Johnny, you up in comms, you will have loved it as well. Shout out to Ralph Sheehan doing that awesome grid walk before the start of all it. What insight and what a great kind of eye on the world of IROC in 2025. Johnny, I'll throw it back to you. That was like nothing I've ever seen.
Quite incredible. Me and Chad Renault were smiling all the way through it. It doesn't get much better than that. Last words from you on that?
No, I didn't think it was going to be that good. It was great.
Brilliant.
It was great. And once that black flag, I was worried that was. But yeah, these guys made a good run of it.
So well done to Tommy Dreese. I'm pleased for him. He's going to be so happy with that. So we'll catch our breath, and there's more to come from the Rolex reunion. But that was an absolute spectacle. We've got all sorts going on. There's VIP pace cars, there's autograph sessions, and soon we'll have the Color Guard and the National Anthem, and that will be followed by the Rolex Mario Andretti Trophy. And we've got a couple of special guests for that too. Tommy Dreese then takes the win in the Pontiac Firebird from 2006, and it was a similar car. Dario Franchitti at the wheel, another great from Indy. Kurt Busch, the NASCAR legend, takes third, and another NASCAR legend, one of his great rivals, Jeff Gordon, taking fourth place. Scott Borchetta, that is pretty darn handy for the big machine. Man, what a moment for him and his career. Beating Patrick Long, he'll love that. Danny Sullivan got up to 7th. No need to spin and win, just take 7th. Bobby Labonte, Ross Merrill 9th, it was Ross at the wheel, and David Roberts in 10th position. What a lot of fun. I hope that becomes a regular part And as you can see, we are readying ourselves once again for the next group of action coming up. As we look down, the sun finally came out, and I'm delighted with the sun has come Frank Zucchi, who is a long time and multiple preparer, racer, you name it. I'll muddle it up, but Frank, why don't you explain to the audience what you do?
We've owned a restoration business. We've restored a lot of the cars that are here at the track. And, it's just not only that they've customers, but they turn into a family. So, we've been here racing for 50-some years. So, big family.
Piranhas racing?
No, the Piranha is one of the cars we do race.
Yeah.
My business is the Zucchi restoration.
Because you had 2 out today.
Yeah, I got 2 out today, and then I have the third one, which is an IndyCar.
So what got you into it?
It was back in the day, I was racing go-karts, and a good customer of ours, Rick Knoop, which he's been here.
He's up here.
And Rick Knoop's family always came to the shop, to Dyer.
Yeah.
Dyer Racing. And so they got me into it, and my second go-kart was actually George Dyer's go-kart. And from there, it traveled on to, from go-karts to midgets to dirt cars to SCCA road car to IMSA, and then into an Indy car.
Well, here we go. Cars on track for our next group, which is the Peter Gregg Trophy, and some really interesting cars in this one, and a real smorgasbord of European, American, and a few Japanese cars, a couple of Datsuns out there as well. Decon Monzas, there's a Porsche, and Dial. What's that? What's the Andial? Have you heard of that?
No, have not heard that car.
Yeah. Interesting.
There's an old guy, John Norman, who's been here forever.
Yep. Presume you know, and probably have restored quite a few cars of the guys out there.
We've done him car, but he used to race Trans Am with his old Alpha against John Morton.
Okay. And I love the fact that people might not know this, but you also take part in the ragtime, and that's still one of my favorites. I love what you do with that.
It's unbelievable to be here driving a car that's 114 years old.
It's just incredible.
It's unbelievable. And how they still handle today and how they perform is mind-boggling.
Are they a handful? They must be.
It's a handful to a certain point, but it's an easy car to drive, believe it or not.
Wow.
The shifting doesn't work, nor do the brakes, but overall it's...
you don't want that. Who needs that?
No, that slows us down.
So let's take a look at this group, and this, of course, Peter Gregg, another one of the great Trans Am champions of the past, and achieved so much in his career. Race wins across many series, not just Trans Am in 71 and 73, but also the 24 Hours of Daytona. And he came out of retirement, which is no mean feat for any racing driver, and then won again in 1975, 76, 78 in the 24 Hours of Daytona, and he has 4 IMSA GTO championships, both in 74, 75, 78, and 79, and a 24 Hours of Le Mans where he finished first in class and third overall, and that is pretty impressive. That's a resume right there.
Absolutely. The old Momo car.
Yep.
Was a good friend of ours, Giampero. I watched that car being sold from Giampero to Chris Court at one time at the track.
Is there any particular cars you want to draw people's attention to?
The
an eclectic group, isn't it?
Oh, completely. The one Mustang that's up front is the car that was born down the street from us.
Okay.
It is in different livery this year, but there it is. It's in its 6th position, the red, white, and blue Mustang.
Okay.
That was the Ron Newman car. That thing was unbelievable. I saw it from going from a shell to now a 2-frame car.
Well, Gunnar Jeanette and Patrick Byrne and Ken Etzman all involved in the previous race, but now we've got the likes of Timothy Pappas, Cameron Healy once again out there, Brian Pitt, Richard Goldsmith. And we're under the pace car yet again. You aren't going to miss that, are you?
No, you're not. You're not going to miss that one.
That's great.
Kenny Zebsman's car was also a car that my dad was involved in picking the colors and the door handles for that car.
Well, before they get going, why don't you just give us a little bit of a resume of how you got into this, and presumably your dad got you into it, but what was your dad doing?
Dad came here from Europe as a restorer, and he worked for kind of an outside company for Ferrari. So if you wanted a modification done on your car, it was done, but out of the factory. So then it went back to the factory before the customer delivered. So he kept the tradition going on, and then I picked it up and continuing on doing the restoration of the high-end cars. So it's neat being a part of it. Like I said, the Kenny Espen Chris Cord car, my dad was involved in picking the car and the door handles. The door handles, if you looked at them, they're from a Ferrari Dino.
Oh, wow. Are they really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, very famous car. But it's, you also said looking at the cars that we used to race against.
Yeah, exactly. Right, just getting the timing up, and then we'll get ready to get going. So, calm before the storm. Also joining us here in the booth, a man who needs no introduction because he's been in before already this weekend, and that is James Alder. You look like you were having fun.
I really had a lot of fun. I was happy to be finished. Everything is in one piece. I pretty much stayed on the track. I think I moved up in positions, but I was driving just absolutely as hard as I could. And I was reminding myself that I've got to drive the car home.
Yes.
Hold a little back.
Which is rare, let's face it. There's not many that still do that. And, of course, that is absolutely in the tradition of historic racing and racing in the period, too. Because back in the day, back in the 50s, when your car was built, originally, that's how you went racing.
That's, again, like... we've talked about many times, of course, I couldn't afford a truck or a trailer initially.
Yeah.
Now, perhaps I could afford it, but it's still a lot of fun. That car is a long wheelbase, and it's comfortable. I'd really love to see some other more competitors do it. I don't know. Are there any others that are driving?
I don't know. Obviously, there's a lot of guys that are local California, so it's not quite the same.
That's true.
I mean, you come across the mountains from Reno, right?
Yes.
So that's
well,
pretty
I
impressive.
am racing in Lime Rock in 2 weeks.
Are you going to go?
They're shipping the car, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. That makes a little bit more sense.
Luke and I discussed it about driving. Well, here we've got green. This will be exciting, to say the least.
Oh, no question about it. We just had Alan Turpin's up here, and he is in this one. The Peter Gray Trophy Rolex final race for 73 to 81 IMSA GT, GTX, AAGT, GTU, and FIA, which is all a mouthful for saying it's Group 5. Let's get going. And already, Gunnar Jeanette hits the front in the T-Bird sponsored car. Patrick Byrne behind him, pushing hard already. And these two are no slouches. And James Alder, Frank Zucchi joining me. And I always like to put minds together. James Alder always needs some help, maybe restoring or putting some parts together. And Frank will be, I'm sure, willing to lend a spanner now and again to help him out.
Absolutely.
I was going to actually talk to Frank because, unfortunately, in registration, a very nice gentleman happened to back into my car.
Oh, no!
Yeah,
a nice gentleman.
He's very, very nice about it. I won't mention his name, but he was very, very nice about it and said he'd take care of it, and I'm sure he will.
That's good.
Oh, dear. Down to the corkscrew for the first time, and we're getting tighter and tighter on this shot. Great stuff, Lake. You're doing a hell of a job, mate. And down the hill they come, down through Rainey Curve. Wayne Rainey here this weekend.
Look at that.
He's going for it. What's the fun part for you of this track? I'll ask pretty much everybody, and the same for you, Frank. Where do you enjoy the part of the circuit? Is it always the corkscrew, or are there other places that you enjoy more?
For me, it's more of the corkscrew, because as you come down, you watch the spectators go from sitting down to standing up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of neat to watch them do that.
Oh, no kidding. The flame-breathing Gunnar Jeanette at the front in the number 6, leading the way here in our Peter Gregg Trophy group. Patrick Byrne, who's been out and about. Zach Brown in 3rd place at the moment. Ken Etzman. Alan Turpin's up to 5th. Chris Liesenberg in 6th. Ransom Webster in 7th place. Ned Bacon, 9th. Kari Eisenlaw, who's also done some comms with us this weekend. And Chet Taylor, who's had a very fun weekend all weekend. Right at the heart of it all weekend long.
Ranson, I believe, is racing Porsche Cup, and he races against a bunch of guys in their 20s. And I think Ranson is, well,
I think he's 80.
I think he's 80.
Really?
Yeah.
But he's
And
racing
he's
25-year-olds.
in great shape, and he's still driving very, very well. At least it appears that way to me.
Wow, that's incredible. And that's, I was saying earlier, you don't get the bios of people's age, which is probably appropriate, but when I hear stories of that, I just love it, because we've got, 23, 25-year-olds, and then we've got 88-year-olds out there. I just love that.
No, we're so fortunate to be able to do what we want to do.
Yeah.
As long as they will let us.
Just like we have Marnix Delanius, who drives the TZ.
Yeah.
Or new.
Yeah.
I think he only paid $3,500. He's owned it all these years.
And I already mentioned it. He raced in the first ever Rolex reunion
Yep.
in 74.
Yes.
And it's same car.
Yeah. And
he's been in every one, I believe.
Yeah.
I think he's the only one that has been in every one.
Correct.
Well, he got the Spirit of Monterey prize last year, and I wouldn't be surprised if he got it again this year. So just give us a process of restoration, because if we talk historics, how many cars have you got on the go at one time, or are you always chasing a deadline?
We're always chasing a deadline, but we have about 20 cars going at the same time.
Wow.
The downside is, like we were talking earlier, is that seeing the new generation come here to watch this weekend, hopefully we can plant them into other business, other race teams, that we need some of this generation to come in through and help us do these cars. We have so much knowledge that's being lost because gentlemen that I learned from are passing away, or they've retired and they're done.
Yeah.
So how does the new generation understand what is still original on these cars, or should I just modify and paint that part which it should not be painted? That's what's we're lacking today, and it's the knowledge that we're losing.
Frank, don't you have students that you're working with to help train in paint and your
I
restoration?
do. I teach at the San Francisco Art Academy on Fridays, volunteer my time, and we have a school there for restoration, and we teach from start to finish. So we're getting them through there. We have had some GM scholarships and Audi scholarships. In fact, one of my students won the GM scholarship for sculpting their own car in their own mind, and it was phenomenal. And to believe it or not, it was a girl, and she has so much talent. She took the body of a dress, a hood ornament, and laid it down and turned it into a clay model car, and it was stunning.
That's amazing.
It actually opened the eyes to the people from General Motors who came there from Cadillac that asked her, said, everybody else's design looks like a spaceship. It looks like the Cybertruck, and so where did you come up with this? She goes, you guys have lost the creatability and the curvature of where these cars came from. They all have a curve. They're a woman with wheels.
There you go. Zach Brown in the thick of it, no question about it. Got Ken Exman behind him, and this is a cracking battle for the podium. 7 laps to go.
Isn't it interesting that we see the names at the top that have been in the other groups? These guys are in several groups.
Yeah.
I think right behind Ranson is Ned Bacon. I believe that's Ned Bacon. He's also in Northern Nevada. Look at this. There's a move right there. Whoa. That's right.
That's Kenny.
I love it. Bounce it down there. Make it stick. This is a theory, and I don't know whether you'll agree with me or not. I also go to Lime Rock, and they have high school kids build cars, and they win the prize for that year. And there's about 80 of them come. They come to the whole event, SVRA, and so they get a glimpse of it. But they've built a car by then, so they've got an interest, and it's a high school project. And I just think in this day and age, the more we get AI, the more we get social media, the more we get people on screens, it'll eventually get to a point, they're humans, they're creative, they're going to get fed up. Let's have another look at this.
Oh my God, another pass.
No, this is the replay.
Yeah, that's that pass. Yeah, wow. That's quite a pass.
But do you think I might have a point that eventually there'll be a backlash of people saying, I don't want to be sitting in my bedroom on a simulator. I want to get out and get my hands dirty.
Jonathan, excuse me, Frank, but I agree with you completely. And I have been, actually, I wanted to talk to either Mike Rowe or Adam Carolla about putting together, actually buying a car, donating it to a trade school, a vocational school, on the condition they put together a team and all the team members come to the race so they can see the results in reality. You know, somebody with bodywork, automotive electric, photography, interior, obviously mechanics, and maybe limited telemetry. Because we got to get the computer guys in there.
Yeah.
I know there shouldn't be any telemetry in these type of cars, but maybe allow a smidge of it.
Yeah. But also, you know, you can't open your iPhone and fiddle with it and change it and change, you know, you can't pull apart your laptop. And I as a human, that frustrates me. I like to pull the hood up of whatever I'm working on. And I, you know, whatever, I know, my mother used to go nuts. She'd buy me a toy and I'd pull it apart and put it back together. And I think that's not unique. That's a human in me.
Well, then the idea
Curiosity.
is we get one team going at this vocational school, then buy another car, give it to another trade school.
Sure.
That way we've got a couple of teams that are competing with each other.
Yeah.
And have their family members come as guests of the club.
Exactly.
The whole idea being is that we expose their friends and family to the sport.
Yeah. I think you're onto something there. Chet Taylor in the 155 Porsche. Coming into Andretti. Dabs the brakes, dives in. Nicely done. Smooth as you like. Good looking car.
Look at him counter steer that.
Whoa.
Look
There
at
we
that.
go.
That's
Whoa.
big. You know, steering input.
Yeah, a
I
lot.
like
A lot.
that.
Yeah. May not have been quick, but it was interesting. Bill Lyon just behind him. Martin Lauber out there again. As you say, these guys have been working today. There's been a lot of racing amongst these guys. Different cars.
And it's hot. It's very hot in those cars.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and it's got hotter now the sun's come out.
Yes.
And through goes the 01. It's Cameron Healy out again in the 74 911. Carrera RS 3-litre. Nice little Porsche battle here. Very different, but...
Yeah, it's great that everybody can find someone to dice with. It's,
Yeah.
When you're out alone, sometimes you start thinking about other things.
Well,
It's
you-
not good.
Well, you were the first to tell me, I think, a few years ago that, you know, go to the midfield battles. That's where the action is. Don't just stick on the top three cars, because the guys doing this sort of battle, they're not caring about the points.
No.
It's not about, you know, whether you're second, third, or fourth. It's about enjoying racing and having a moment here and figuring out where you can get faster than him and, you know, planning.
To have these cars and have them dice as what we're looking at right now, that's certainly what these guys live for, and I feel the same way.
Yeah, exactly.
So always out catching that rabbit, you know. Put it right in front of you.
Now, the 4 is Alex Welsh in the 911 RSR. That's a 74. Sandwich between these two. And the 57 is Ernie Spader in a 911 934 from 74. So, should be fairly evenly matched. They do look quite different. Out of 11 then.
Okay, here's that track race. Boy, that guy was really thinking about on the inside, but we'll see.
It's amazing how close they are. It's generation change.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Good point.
You got really 3 generations there, almost.
Yeah,
Kinda-
old mid-70s, though.
Yeah, a little overlapping.
Back to the corkscrew.
Yeah, there was Ranson in the 935.
Yep.
And is that?
Got the 24. That's
Is that
Kyle
another
Hogan.
Monza?
Yeah, it's a Decon Monza from 1976.
Yeah, wow, I haven't seen that car.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of it, put it that way. I haven't noticed it yet this weekend. It's been racing here before. Oh, he turned that nicely. Can he get some drive? No, not quite.
No. Little turbo will be coming on, and Ransom just slip
There he
away.
goes. Pretty car, though.
I think that car raced in Japan. It has some kind of a Asian markings on it.
Yep.
Oh,
the
we got a spin.
right there. The 20. Well, who was that? Was that? No, I thought
it looked like the
I
Z.
thought it was going to be the 24.
For sure, there was a waving yellow, but
Yeah, it was right underneath him, though.
Yeah.
Well, this battle continues. I think he's righted it. No, it's still there on the inside of the exit of pit lane, so he's out of harm's way in that respect. But whether he can right it, I don't know. So Gunnar Jeanette increasing his lead. He's taken it to, just over 7 seconds now over Patrick Byrne, with Ken Epsman behind him. Gunner's been in some good scraps this weekend, as he always is. Zach Brown dropping now to 4th place, just ahead of Liebenberg.
We got a little bit of smoke coming out of that one on the right side.
Yeah.
Jonathan, what's the story behind that 6 T-Bird?
I don't know. Let me see if I can look that up for you. Because, yeah, I've been watching that and wondering exactly what that is all about. Yeah, it's pretty, can't miss it, put it that way.
There you go, under D-cell. He's got quite a bit of smoke.
Yeah. You've got some smoke coming off that right exhaust.
Is that mix or a problem?
I don't know. It's hard to say. It's on D-cell, so it could be possible an exhaust leak.
Oh, there's a move.
There you go.
Back marker, it looks like.
He made that stick, didn't he?
Yeah, he was kind enough to give him room.
Yep.
So there'll be 1 to go after this, and Gunner doesn't need quite to side through, but he's going to do it anyway.
And you got John Norman there in the Alpha holding strong.
Yeah.
For the smallest car there.
That is amazing. Quite the driver.
And he's going to pass the 58 next of John Norman, as you mentioned, in the Alpha. Tiny,
so
isn't
let's see that smoke. It looks like oil is getting out of the exhaust.
Yeah, it's been flaming going into Andretti, and maybe it's smoking at the top of the hill where he's got a different bit of a...
There you go. There's a little bit there.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I see what you mean now.
What do we got? We got a blown motor going on
that's
too.
a blown motor, isn't it? So we've got one parked up on the pit exit, and then we've got one parked up now. Looks as though it's blown in the middle of the Andretti corner. But luckily we are on the final lap, so out of harm's way in that respect. Neat design, that, isn't it?
It's long. Is that the nickname, the Moby Dick, or is that the... It's a shorter Porsche.
Looks like it's a, long-tail Le Mans bodywork to me, but...
Coming down the hill then. For the final time. And it's going to be Gunnar Jeanette yet again. Holding off Patrick Byrne. I say holding off. He's got quite a gap on him now, over 12 seconds. So not as close as some of the races we've seen, but it doesn't matter. Out comes the checkered flag. And the Peter Gregg Trophy is won by the number 6 Swap Shop T-Bird Flaming. Gunnar Jeanette. Well done.
You notice the flame is coming out the right side instead of the left side this time.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Maybe he's got some sort of adjustable boost or something per side.
Like your Jag.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You didn't tell me about that.
Well, in the nitrous, I've got that nitrous button.
That's right.
Oh, you don't use it too often, though, huh?
No.
Not unless you need to.
That's when he's
Is
driving.
that what you used against Jensen in the C last year? Yeah, I thought so.
Oh yeah, they'd have the nitrous button go right by Jensen.
Mm-hmm.
He uses it climbing the hill going over to Reno.
Yeah.
They keep him awake.
Looks like Ranson is held 7th position. I mean, this is a very, very fast group. That's pretty respectable. There we go.
Now, there's Zach Brown out of the car. Now, was it he that was stuck? Yeah, I want to say it was...
it was him,
Zach,
or did he blow the motor?
That's a good question. No, because that's on the inside. That is the pit exit, you see. So I've got a feeling that's the car that got stuck on the pit exit.
Yeah.
And the other one...
There might be tire marks. You might have had a wheel lock up. So see the tire marks.
Yeah,
right behind it.
Well, he's had a pretty uneventful weekend in terms of mechanical problems. Zach, of course, lovingly owns all the cars he races. And we're looking forward to the resumption, because the hardest job in the world in about 3 weeks' time and on into November, will probably be the CEO of McLaren as he tries to help both his drivers get the World Championship. Not an easy thing to do. Gunnar Jeanette then in the Andy L 935L Greenwood Corvette of Patrick Byrne. Second, Ken Epsman in the Vicon Monza in third. Liebenberg in the Ford Mustang fourth. Alan Turpins and Felipe Kraus in fifth place. Ransom Webster sixth in the Porsche 935. Then Kiel Hogan in the seventh place. Ned Bacon, Kerry Eisenlaw in ninth, and Chet Taylor in 10th. My thanks to James Older and to Frank Zucchi coming in here and enjoying another one of the group races here as the clouds start to roll in here at Laguna. And as they do, we have just one more group race to go before we finish off with the lovely ragtime races. And Frank, you'll be out in that, right?
We will be out in car 20.
What number? Car 20. We'll
Car
look
20.
for you. Give us a wave.
We will do that.
All right, we'll take a short break here from Laguna. Join us after this.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate. Boom.
Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate. Boom.
Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
So continuing my walk around the Formula One display here at the Rolex, and I've caught up with a guy who's a similar age to me and born in a similar part of the UK. So we grew up, Rory, watching Alain Prost and the like race cars like this from Formula One back in the day. And you've now worked for McLaren for 20 years, and you were part of the team that put Alain Prost back in this car at Goodwood only a few weeks ago. I mean, so many stories. I mean, firstly, just tell us about your life with the McLaren and what you get up to normally.
So I now work as Heritage Builds Manager, but I started my journey on the test team, worked my way up to test team number 1, so work with people like Lewis to help develop the car. Great to see his championship. So I worked my way through all with the racing, and then slowly worked my way back, and I've now look after the Heritage fleet.
You've got the kind of job which a lot of the car nuts around here would absolutely love. And talk to us then about Goodwood. Alain Prost, top guy, 3-time world champion, and he got back in it for the first time just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it was fantastic. And like you say, to hear Alain say that was the first time he'd driven the car since '88, and what a dominant season. Yeah. You know, our season this year, we base off this one.
Really?
Yeah, so it won 10, we had 10 1-2s this year, so at the moment we're now at 6 1-2s.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, we'll do it, I think. But every year we're going, so as we got to the 6-1-2, we beat the '98 season, which was the constructor before last year. But yeah, fantastic.
And we've just seen as well, like you say, you're kind of looking after the Heritage Collection now. Zach is up there, you know, his United Autosports garage. He's just been out in that 1984 Niki Lauda car. You're part of the team that keeps that thing on the road, and the fans loved that.
Oh, it's fantastic to see. Sometimes you have to pinch yourself when you look around the workshop, because you've got the whole evolution of McLaren, right from Bruce's Austin all the way up to, you know, almost a current car. It's fantastic.
And what about that current car as well, and the current Formula One cars? Because this is an evolution just going all the way up here. And your 2024 Constructors' Championship car is just on display over there. You work on stuff like this now. What do you make of the current generation of Formula One cars? They're so advanced. The aero is so much. It's a world apart almost from this to that, isn't it?
So I'm fortunate enough that I was still in current stuff when it went to the new rule change. So, and some of the older cars we look at being even a few years old are still with the hybrid technology. So that's how diverse it is. But the evolution, as long as we keep winning, it's brilliant.
As long as we keep winning, it's brilliant. I'll tell you what, with Zach at the helm, you probably will. I said to him yesterday, you know, when you look at Formula One, everyone's got sort of different problems and things to worry about. I said, but all of your problems are good problems at the moment, like two drivers there who both want to win, you know. He said to me, he said, they're not problems, Kev. He said, we see it as a challenge. And, you know, he had a big smile on his face when he said it. I mean, what about that race win, or rather, you know, the finish at Hungary just like last month? That was someone else, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's awesome. What a problem to have. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Rory, listen, thanks for talking to us. I know you got to get the truck packed up because you're taking all of the shooting match to Pebble. So a pleasure talking to you, sir. And here's the next 20 years with you and McLaren.
Thank you.
And as you can see, we are getting ready as the Rumble passes our commentary booth for our second to last group of the day before the ragtime racers take us home. And this is the Jim Hall USRRC Cup. Race 12 of the day. And of course, well, we've been talking about James Alder's still here with us, and this is a group I'm sure you enjoy, given your love.
Very much so. Look, you know,
of these older cars.
These sports racers, really the cutting edge at the time in the early 60s, mid 60s, you know, the beginning of the Can-Am, the V8 Genies that were Huffaker design, the Lotus 23Bs.
Just explain who Huffaker is, because that's a big part of California racing.
Oh, very much so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very, very much so. Merle Brennan was a national champion in an E-Type coupe that was Huffaker prepared, and then he went on to race a Huffaker Genie.
Right.
His ashes, by the way, are out there on this course.
Ah, lovely. Group 8 then, about to get underway, and we've got quite a lot of the specials out there too. This number 4, though, is all in as a 67 McLaren M6A. I think that's something that in the past I've seen Zach Brown drive, but it's driven right now by Richard Griot. He's had a busy weekend too. And we've got a combination of the American specials, just mentioned that, and of course the McLaren from either New Zealand or Britain, whichever you prefer, because of course Bruce McLaren was a Kiwi, let's not remember. It's pretty funny, Liam Lawson kind of got himself in trouble when he complained that McLaren should be playing the New Zealand national anthem when McLaren win. And I, as somebody who understands the heritage of the Bruce McLaren Foundation and what Bruce brought to motor racing worldwide, and especially here in Can-Am in America, I think that's
well, what a nice presentation today of the national anthem and the flyby.
Beautiful.
Really good.
I think we should have a choir at every race.
I do too. There was a California Highway Patrol booth in the vendor area, and I talked to them if they had a lot of visitors. They have. There was great enthusiasm, and you know, they need to be very respectful of the police force. And
James, you've been how many years here?
Well, this is year 49 as a spectator or a participant, and it's season 43 with the XK120.
Why don't you tell me then what you like, as we take a look again at the course guide about
the SK. You know, I have 4-wheel drum brakes, and it's it can be a handful. I've lost brakes before. I've had to take an escape route out of turn 11 up to the pedestrian path once, and I was just very fortunate. They left a gate open, and I went up the pedestrian path and eventually got the car slowed down behind the grandstands. But that was quite a moment.
And you've always raced that same 120, right?
Yes, that's. You know, I've told you the story when I acquired the car. Of course, I didn't really have any money. I convinced my boss to come up with half the money. However, I still needed my half, which I borrowed from his daughter. So you thought that story was quite entertaining.
I did.
Yeah. And that we were just going to resell the car, but in '77, when I spectated the Monterey Historics, you know, I decided, well, I have to race this car, so I started working towards that goal and worked out a plan to pay off my boss, Bob, and his daughter, Christy. Eventually got them paid off.
There you go. All's well that ends well, as they say. And, of course, as we look at this group, we are celebrating Jim Hall of Chaparral fame, the Texan. And I was saying earlier in the weekend, but it's worth repeating, if you talk to Adrian Newey, because, of course, he is the doyen currently of Formula One and has been for some 20 years, actually cut his teeth here in Indy back in the days of Ilmore and so on. So downforce and so on was a big instrumental part of Adrian Newey's learning curve. But if you ask him who one of his heroes is, he'll tell you it's Jim Hall.
Well, in fact, the very first Jim Hall built car, I believe, was in my group. There was a huge disparity of performance in my group with the Sadler and with that early Chaparral. But there's a lot of big disparity in a lot of the groups, you know. Now, I believe, I don't have a starting grid in front of me, but
Got one here right for you.
Gear Ramath, it looks like his car is maybe he's on the 3rd or 4th row.
Yep.
Gear
Ramleth in the 63 Lotus 23B, and he is lining up. Let's have a look. Just looking for him. He's actually 3rd on the grid.
Yeah, he's in the 2nd row. He's a very, very good driver.
All right, here we go. The Jim Hall US RRC Cup roars into action here. Group 8, 63 to 68 sports racing cars.
So that little Lotus should really be able to go through the tight part of the course very, very fast.
Yeah, and out front, Richard Griot, Greg Hoff, Gear Ramleth, who we were talking about, William Taylor, Matthew Polk, Granton Perryman, the top 6. And all with similar but quite different cars. We'll go through each and every one of them.
Well, it's amazing how the difference in design of these cars, yet at the same time how competitive they are.
Right,
you know, there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Exactly, as they say. Yeah, oh, little lock-up. Oh. Hold it all together. That was the 71 of Mark Brannan getting into trouble there, but gathers it back in that Lotus 23BC from 65.
There's a Lola T70 in the mix, and they're so pretty. That Penske Lola. In fact, it just made a move on the inside going up the hill.
One Brabham out there, BT8 from 65, Dan Chapman wheeling that one. Haven't seen many Brabhams of late, but we do have that one. And there's a Cooper Monaco out there, William Taylor at the wheel of that one.
Well, that Lola, it looks like has just made another. Well, actually, who's number 6? Is that what car is number 6 there?
The number 6 is. You always ask me the tough questions, don't you?
It is.
Dan Cowdrey in 5th place.
And what car is that? See, that's the car I'm talking about. I think that's a Lola T70, and he is pedaling very well there.
Yeah, it's a Mark II. Yeah, T70. You're absolutely right. Good spot.
He's picked up about 4 or 5 positions, I think.
Pretty car, isn't it?
Oh, beautiful.
That looks fun to drive. It really does.
That would be a car I'd like to have some driving experience in.
Now, there's a lot of Elvas out there, and if I'm right in saying, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but Elva means she goes.
She goes, in French, I believe.
Yeah. Elva. Elva. I like it. The 146, Lynn Larson at the wheel of the Huffaker Genie Mark 8 from 1963.
Yeah, that might be an ex-Merle Brennan car. That looked familiar to me.
Boy, that McLaren, though, is pretty special.
Oh, yeah. And dominant.
Yeah.
As it was in the day.
Yep. So Richard Griot at the wheel of that one, and he has been in quite a few scraps today. I think Paddings and Kyan Dowling are also in this race. Yes, they are. Travis Engen, another big name in historics, is out there too. John Fudge once again. And that papaya color number 4 that you're looking at was the 67 Can-Am Championship car with Bruce McLaren, and is the car that started the McLaren phase here, if you will, in the US.
Jonathan, the person who's 2nd place, can you check for me? I think that might be Greg Hoff.
Okay. But yeah, that was the car that was the winner with Mark Donohue.
Well, he got a little sideways there, but
It is Greg Hoff, yes.
I was in a Spec Miata endurance race with Greg Hoff, and I was his co-driver. Never met him before, and did not know how talented he was. And I tried to hold my own in the first half hour of the Enduro. He got in the car and went right to the top. We won.
There you go. Well, he's in that 66 McLaren M1B Mark II, which was raced in Can-Am in 66, driven by Skip Scott, supported by Drummond Racing Organisation, and also supported by the sister car, driven by the one and only Peter Revson. Who else do we want to take a closer look at? Coming into shot now, the 52 and the 70. The 70 driven by Joey Beaujolard in, we've finally seen the Elva. There it is. Mark, what, 6? Yeah. 1960 car. And just ahead of him, Dan Chapman in the Brabham BT8. I mentioned there was one Brabham out there. There it is. And the 44 that we're looking at closely now, Michael Summers in the 1962 Lotus 23B. And there's confirmation of your man Hoff in second place. Cowdrey in third, Ramleth up to 4. Taylor, Perryman, Jennings, Polk, Larson and Branham. That's your top 10.
Looks like Gear has lost position. He's now in 4th.
Yes, he has. Yeah.
He'll be fighting to get that back.
Donald Anderson is the man on camera right now, being chased by the 42.
42, is that Skip?
No, it's Arthur Cook.
I'm sorry?
Arthur Cook is in that.
I think his first name is Skip. That might be
a
nickname.
It might be a nickname because he's down on the thing and it's Arthur Cook in a 65 Elva Mark 8. There you go. Could be racing under a pseudonym, you never know in these days.
He's taller than I am and he fits in that Elva.
Well, returning to the booth, having sorted out some business for our production team, Frank Zucchi returns, and we've got a whole different group out there now, but I'm sure you know these guys too. This is the Jim Hall group for sports car racing from 63 to 68. And do you have anything to do with these cars?
We've got a few of them, but there's a lot of new drivers in this group.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just been spotting some of the guys he knows. James has. The Dowlings are out again in this. David Smoker, good racing name.
Oh, David Smoker, he's from Australia.
Yeah.
And it seems to me that all he does is go from one vintage race to the next.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Well, he's in an M1A McLaren from 65. But it's still Griot at the front and building on his lead. It's now 3.8 seconds over Hoff. Timing's not something we concentrate on in historics, but it's so competitive at the reunion that we kind of just sometimes give you the odd lap time here or there. But there's so many different groups and so many different kinds of cars.
You know, Hoff hanging with Griot is a tribute to Greg because there's a big difference in technology between those vehicles. And Hoff is quite the driver. I mean, Griot is too, but Hoff is right there.
As we continue, sorry, my silence for a second. We just got another person who's just fresh off the track. I'll give him a chance to get his breath back. Throw the mic on. Come on. Let's hear you. We can't hear you at the moment. And this is a great little battle that's going on here. Polk and Larson. Steve Schmidt just coming in, fresh off the track. How are you, my friend?
Hey, tired.
How is it out there?
2 back-to-back.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Anybody be tired after that?
Yeah, little Denzel, 52 Denzel. Race this guy right here.
How'd he go?
I think I...
Did you? Well, he promised not to use his nitrous in the last race because he'd run out of it.
Surprisingly enough, in the tighter part of the course, I can actually catch him. And I could not. If I could get around you, I might have been able to stay ahead.
Okay, we can only afford 3 of you at once.
Yeah,
okay,
you were close though. You were really close.
We just need one large mic. We need to go back to the 50s radio show where you just drop a mic from the roof and then you go up to talk. But this is a great battle, guys. Let's not miss all the action on racetrack. Our cameramen have done a sterling job. Let's not ruin their work by talking over them. It's a good little battle out there, but great to have you on board.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. 23s, I used to have one of those too.
I'll bet.
Those things go great. That guy right there, number 9, he is fast.
Yep.
That's a 23B.
It is. It's actually 23C, 65, yeah.
Yeah, with the big flares on the back.
But these two have been going at it for the last couple of laps, and it's a great little battle.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe.
Into
I guess so.
the corkscrew. And the 19 holding on. Rob Jennings, that is, in his 23B. So it's B versus C. Into Rainey and out of Rainey. Into 10. Looking for an outside move. He'll switch it back. And try maybe to make a move. Will he go for an outside or an inside move? Well, he's just going to stick behind and see if he can get drive down the main straight. And with 4 laps to go, he's got plenty of time to make that overtake. See, he loses ground here on the main straight. It's the one place you can see whether who's got the better grunt. So what were you racing, Steve?
Just now came out of the Whittington Brothers 935 K3.
How'd he go?
I'm tired. With the Denzel right into that, I mean, that was like night and day between the two cars. From no brakes to more brakes than you could handle. I just didn't use them enough. I ended up following an RSR, which I should have passed him. But I wanted to make sure that I didn't do something stupid.
This is the battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Lotus, McLaren, and Cooper. Ramlett. And they're having a ball. You can see, enjoying it.
Great group. I used to run with those guys. USRRC stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, really good group.
I love the camaraderie within the groups. You guys kind of race each other.
Group. Everybody called everybody. Are you going? Are you going? It's kind of like what we're starting to do with the Del Monte group.
Yeah, I think it's growing, isn't it?
Oh, it's great.
And next year being a very important year.
Yeah, sure.
To celebrate, I think it's going to go from strength to strength, and I wish you well. It's a
well, thank you. But Rob and his King just did an excellent job.
Yeah, he was in the booth yesterday and gave us a real idea of what you've got planned for next year. So that's great.
I just wish we could get the track back in Pebble.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that bad. We used to have worse tracks at Palm Springs.
Well, we could do demonstration races there. You don't have to race so hard that you have to hit the trees.
Yeah. Well,
Now, this is spreading out a little bit. There's the 57A of Michael Helgren. Or is that? No, that's the Lotus 23B.
Oh, did Hoff get by?
No, Crio's still there. He's carving his way through with 2 to go.
Whoa.
That was a little bit too close for comfort.
That's what used to happen to me all the time in the sea. They run right over my nose.
Yeah.
Those big guys, they didn't care.
Yeah, I'll bet. But he looks comfortable enough.
Yeah.
I think there was enough wax on Grios' car and slipped right by.
Yeah, but it got real expensive to fix the noses
Oh,
on
they
those
do.
cars. I guess they believed in boating, big boat, little boat, you know.
We're winding down this year's event, and it's been a classic. It really, truly is. I mean, I know.
Is that the lead car there,
Yes.
Richard?
Yeah, he's absolutely piling it on at the moment.
That's why
13-second lead over Greg Hoff at the moment.
Yeah, he's good.
SCCA driver.
But he's finding his spots to make his moves and doing it with alacrity. There's another one done as he dives into 10 now. And coming up will be the white flag for him. And like I said, back in the day, Mark Donoghue. Can-Am, 1967. There's the white flag then. 1 to go. Hoff still second, Cowdrey still third. Dan Cowdrey holding off Grant and Perryman in 4th, and Gear Ramless dropped to 5th now. William Taylor up to 6th, Rob Jennings 7th, Matthew Polk in 8th, Lynn Larson 9th, and rounding out the top 10, Mark Brannan. see the Bruce McLaren signature on the side. You know, Bruce McLaren's impact on American racing, it can't be understated in any way, can it? What he and Denny and, you know, Bruce and Denny show, I don't think we've seen the likes of it, and probably will see the likes of it ever again. I mean, you know, McLaren are going very well in both Indy and Formula One, but this was the heyday of McLaren's time when he was around.
Now, is this a big block car?
Pardon me?
Is this a big block car that Griot's has versus Off? Off, I know, is a small block.
You know, they all seem like big blocks to me. Some of them had the aluminum ones with the staggered stacks, I think, which were probably the bigger motors, later cars that went out after the 917s.
Well, this race, the Greg Hoff car was raced in 67 here at Laguna in US RRC. And in 68 was sold to Bob West, who raced it a couple of times, but it was obsolete. But that time, raced under Jerry, reacquired the car and had it restored in 67, and been racing since here at Monterey. So last lap.
He's out for a Sunday drive.
He is, yeah. He's taking it easy. Why not?
And today's Saturday.
Getting an early start. Yeah, they're already giving him the check, so he's already got it. Rests his hand. But that was a pretty dominant performance, wasn't it? 18 seconds in the end.
Over half.
So then, Griot, Hoff, Cowdery, Perryman, Taylor, and Ramlett. That's your top six. Get the official result in a moment. And just one group to go now with Scott Pruitt. And Frank, have you got it all sorted for the ragtime? Because we're depending on you now.
We got your guy in there, suited up. We got him a helmet, and we're ready to go.
Kev Harris, living the dream. We've got it in a early, 1920 car?
Yes.
Yeah. Wow. Great.
Is he the pointer?
Yeah, he could be the pointer or the gas pumper.
Yeah, perfect. Whatever you do, get him to do some work, because he's hardly done it.
I love it.
It's a lot of work for them.
Yeah.
Oh, heck yeah.
Important job back in the day.
Yeah.
You know, think about it. You know, in the day, the car that I drive now, Indy was an 8-hour race.
Gosh, really?
I had no no clue.
And we do it now in what, hour and a half?
Nuts.
You know, there's an old movie that someone had put together of the old original race, and you watch a starter go out in the start of the race, and he jumps up in the air and he waves the green flag, and at the end he walks across about 10 feet, throws the flag up, throws it down the ground, and walks away.
I'll bet.
I'm done. Well, weren't they also called mechanics, though, too?
Yeah, the riding mechanic.
Yeah, okay.
Confirmation then of the result, Group 8, Jim Hall. And it's Richard Griot with the win in the McLaren M6A that Mark Donoghue drove. Greg Hoff, Dan Cowdery in a Lola T70 takes third. And then it's Grant Perryman in that McLaren M1C. William Taylor in the Cooper Monaco in fifth. Guy Ramlett in the Lotus 23B. Two 23Bs in succession as Rob Jennings finishes seventh. Matthew Polk in the Lotus C. 23C finishes eighth. John Fudge in the Huffaker Genie. Mark 5 in ninth position, and Lynn Larson in 10th in the Huffaker Genie.
As we were talking earlier, I had mentioned to him, it says, since you guys are both racers as well, and I learned this after 50 years of racing. We were back at Indy, and I was talking to a docent, and he says, you raced for a long time? He says, yes. And he says, do you know why the pits is called the pits?
Yeah, this is a good story.
No clue.
I said, well, that's where we do our pit stops. He goes, no, back in the day, there actually was a pit that your stuff, your spares, your crew was in the pit, and when you came into the pits, you crawled out of the pit to service the vehicle. Had no idea.
You learn something every day.
That's
and with
amazing.
that, we'll take a short break, because we're learning here. It may be history, but we're making it here too.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate. Boom.
Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
So the Formula One display here at the Rolex continues to draw the crowds, and I'm really pleased to say not only have I found somebody who knows an awful lot about this car, but he's the owner of it too, Kerry Morse. Kerry, thanks for taking the time to have a chat to us. Like I just said, you're the lucky guy that owns this car.
Well, there's actually a great background story to it. I bought this from Benetton Formula 37 years ago last month. Wow. I had it for 4 years, and then it was sold, and I lost track of it. And it basically, at that time, was put into a person's office for display, and it never moved.
No way.
And I got a call. Unfortunately, that person passed away, and his son was doing some different things, and I heard about it, and I said, I'd like to buy it back, and he was more than happy. He said, you should have it back, and we made a very fair price on it. And so basically, you're seeing the car of how that I had purchased. We had to redo a couple of the graphics for repair, but this is actually pretty close to how it left in 1986. Gerhard Berger drove this one exclusively in a number of races. He drove 3 chassis. This is chassis 5. And he ended the season at chassis 7, which he won the Mexican Grand Prix in. So
I think I'm right in saying the interesting thing about Benetton is just 4 cars down, or a couple of cars down, we got a Toleman over there, which was Ayrton Senna's first podium.
Right.
And Toleman became Benetton?
Yes, Benetton purchased Toleman from it, and 1986 was their first year as a full constructor.
Right.
And they were able to get a contract with BMW for the turbo engines. You know, and we hear so much about the Porsche 91730, 12 cylinders, 1,200 horsepower. Well, can you imagine a 1.5 liter, 1,500 cc, inline 4-cylinder, 1,500 horsepower? They could not get all the power on the dyno, according to Paul Roche at BMW. So they're saying probably 1,350 horsepower in qualifying.
Kerry, you like you say, you've owned this, for 37 years, and the gap in the middle, and you bought it back. But like, why this one? What made you want to own this one?
There are 2 Benettons people remember: the Schumacher World Championship car, and then this is known as the Flying Colors car. It's been on the cover of books. There have been books written on Benetton. It's the most. If you look at Sam, you want to get? If you see on their colors. With doing it, and this was known as the Flying Colors car. So this was the one
on the back here,
right? And so it was one of the most visible cars of its time. Plus, being Benetton's first year as a constructor, and then with the BMW Turbo, even though it was only 1 year, and then they switched to Ford.
Yeah, it's really awesome talking here, Kerry. And we've only just met, but I mean, have you got many cars in the collection, or you just own this one? What's your story?
Primarily sports racers, prototypes, GT cars. And, well, that's how I knew Greenlight guys. You guys used to, when you did the, the GT circuits, which I assume you're still doing.
Well, we're not, but we should be. But that's Greenlight Television. We've been doing all of the live stream pictures here at the Rolex for the last few years. Lucky enough, putting me on the mic for the last 4 years, and I'm very grateful of that.
I've done commentary with Jonathan in the past year, and a lovely bloke to work with.
He's a good guy. Don't believe what you read about him on the internet. He's actually all right. It's Jonathan Green. Gary, listen, on that note, I'm going to say thanks for your time. It's been awesome. Enjoy the next however many years you have this car, and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Sam.
That'll teach you to go on the dark web. That's all I can say, Kev. Shouldn't be out there. Should be going on the regular sites. That's what I think. I'm kidding, folks. I am kidding. But yes, I'll take a ribbing. I don't mind. Coming up, it's Group 11. And we're going to have some fun here. We've got the Scott Pruitt Legends of Endurance Cup mini enduro race. So it's a longer race slightly. And Mr. Schmidt is still here, but also coming to the booth. Mike Sweeney Jr. joins us. And effervescent as you are, tell us what you've been doing this weekend.
Here with my shop, Pacific Throtthouse. Thank you for the introduction. That was lovely. We're running a few cars. I'm coaching a few guys. 3 clients here this weekend, plus my father, who is in this race in the 993 RSR number 21.
Hence the junior.
Hence the junior, yeah.
So, because there's so many father-son relationships here in racing, how did you and your father, I mean, you know, every story's different. Tell us how you got.
Well, the friends of Laguna are going to love this one. So in 1986, we had moved to California the year before. My dad was a race car fan. I was an Alain Prost fan at the time, but he brought me to the IndyCar race here. And the new track, we were standing in 4. And the lights cars were going through, and I asked him how fast they were going. He said about 100 miles an hour. I said, it looks like they're sliding. He said, they are. And I was like, well, I think I want to do that.
Well, listen, you mentioned turn 4. Why don't we take a closer look at the track map one more time and get your take on it? Because it is very, very impressive. And what do you see when you look at this?
Well, I see the best racetrack in the world, in my opinion. I've got probably about 70,000 miles here from Skip Barber and other racing. Turn 9, I think, is the greatest corner in the entire world. If you do it right, you'll be scared every third lap. Obviously, the elevation change here is what everybody talks about, but for me, it's actually the cambers of the road and the low-energy surface. This is a low-grip track. You kind of tend to be on top of the surface, so setup is important. You got a bunch of odd corners, like turn 5 coming out here. That's one straightaway all the way to 7 under braking. Same thing coming out of 8. You carry your mistakes all the way to 10 because those are 2 very minor speed adjustments. Turn 11, most important corner on the track. Big run up that steep hill. Just a terrific place to race.
Now, you said low energy in terms of grip. It was resurfaced recently.
Yes.
How much has it changed?
An enormous amount, but what's lovely about this place is its character stays the same. And the track is rapidly kind of going back to its old style, but it's got more grip now. But it's really the sunlight. The sunlight all the time. It makes it greasy in the afternoon, and these guys with big power, these tires have to be made to work, so it should be interesting here.
Well, as you can see, the pace car has pulled in. We are about to go racing for the Scott Pruitt Legends of Endurance Cup. Hear them roar. Let me go quiet while you enjoy the sound. Well, we got the doors open, the windows open here, and we got a full belt of that. That was lovely coming past our commentary position for Group 11. And it's 91 to 211 IMSA, ALMS, Grand Am, and FIA. And you're currently involved in IMSA, Mike, so I guess you're right into this.
Yeah, I'm a full-time spotter with Vassar Sullivan and AR Motorsports, and we just had a couple of our pros get into each other a little bit. Mike Skeen is racing that APR
I know Mike
Audi.
very well, yeah.
Great guy, terrific guy. And actually, I used to race for APR Motorsports, so I spent some time around that car when it was new, which makes me feel real old. The SunTrust DP, that is a former Skippy instructor here as well, Michael Miller, local guy. So those are a couple cars I'm looking to really, display what they've actually got. That's one of the cool things about this event is you see pros in these vintage cars and you get to see cars that you missed in the day, dancing the way they're supposed to. Really cool.
And Steve, have you ever done any of this kind of racing?
No, not at all. It's way too new for me.
But you'd have a go if you got an opportunity, would you?
The 935 is playing new for me.
Fair enough. Yeah, these are cars that, like I said, you can't just step into one of these and think you know what you're doing unless you know what you're doing, so to speak. You've got people like Taz Harvey, Nick Rio out there, and just looking down, Howard Swig is in this. There's Michael Sweeney. He's in 23rd at the moment.
I'm all right with that. That's a pretty old car. I'm happy how the old man's moving today. I'm noticing a couple other Taz Harvey, Jeff C. Bill Sweetler. So the front of this field is packed with some pretty decent driving talent, so it should be a good show for the fans.
Yeah, no question. Jim Pat Davenport in that Orica from 2011 in second place, and along with many other races, the car raced the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 211 and 212 in the same livery as is present. And here's the 92 of Florian Moulin.
And what a car that thing is. I haven't seen those Orica Vipers in vintage racing much, and it's spectacular to see that thing again. They had so much power back then.
I think it's the only Dodge Viper that Florian Moulin, 2000 Dodge Viper GTS in the field.
That's an awesome car.
Got one Panos out there as well, a GTR from 97.
The Batmobile, one of the most iconic LMP cars, front engine, backwards race car, awesome thing to watch.
I'll bet. And what else have we got? We've got an Acura ARX, PJ Hyatt at the wheel of that one.
And he is also an IMSA guy. He is heavily involved with AO Racing. I believe he's actually the owner, and Gunner runs the place for him. So.
Okay. Well, Gunner's had an impressive day, as always.
He's one of the few guys I'm jealous of here. I get to drive some cool stuff, but, man, he gets to drive everything.
And I said this yesterday, we haven't seen too many Aston Martins at this weekend's event, which is a shame because we love the Aston Martin. What you're looking at there was a Vantage V12 GT3 from 2012. So a fairly modern car, and it's Montour. Louis-Philippe Montour driving that one, the 277, coming into 11 now in this group of three with the lights blazing.
And singing its song. The V12 in that thing sounds absolutely spectacular.
Yeah.
A little close at the line there.
So just explain, because spotters, I mean, everybody knows what a spotter is, but obviously it's really more of an American phenomenon, but it's a huge job.
Yeah, well, it's really interesting, especially in IMSA. I absolutely adore it because we're not just protecting the car. You know, in NASCAR, you can see the car the entire time, but there's only one class on track. You know, I've done some NASCAR, I've done some IndyCar stuff, and I like it, but I love working the GT class because my job is to keep it safe, obviously, but really it's to help the drivers move forward. You know, calling greens, I can see the flag before they can. We're allowed to go racing on restarts. We can grab positions there. I can also tell them, you know, if I hear our competition fuel saving, doing a little lift and coast down in the braking zone, I can report that to my engineer and we can adjust our fuel strategy for that. There's a lot of stuff where it's a cool role because there's no book on how to do it.
Right.
Your job is to be as useful to your team as you can possibly be. And that's one of the reasons I really love working with Vassar Sullivan, the Lexus team. It's a big factory team. Everybody knows what their job is. There's enough people there. You're not asked to do other things, so you can really fill your role out. And it's neat because I don't have the opportunity to race at that level as a driver anymore, but I always want to compete at the highest level I can to learn more about the sport, be better as a driver, coach, everything, and that's where I can do that. So.
And when something happens on track, whether it be a tyre wall being hit or oil going down, again, you're in a better position to be able to advise and say, hey, keep your eyes out at turn 10, at Road Atlanta, let's say, at Petit Le Mans or something, because something's just happened and you need to be aware. There's gravel on the track.
You just gave me chills. Petit Le Mans, the scariest race all year. I'm sitting in Lexus Hospitality watching mayhem for 10 hours, and so from turn 3 through the S's through turn 7, I mean, the closing speeds can be over 60 miles an hour between the GTP cars and us, and we are racing hard. You can't really see out of the cars very well. Especially the endurance races, they got the radar screens, the cameras, and everything. They get oil all over.
Right.
And the engineers can only help so much because there's a delay, I'm sure you know, between what we see on the screens here and what happens in real life. So, IMSA is absolutely a lovely place too. We got some action for the lead going. This is Jim Davenport's a current SCCA, one of the front runners. I raced with him in a Chevron a couple years ago. Very good driver. Very good equipment as well.
This is the race for the lead, remember. He's not giving up on it either. They come across the line again, across the strip, and, well, he's gapped him just a little bit here, but he got close, as can be at 11.
That Acura's got power for sure, but he has the handling down the hill. It might be a downforce difference, honestly. With these cars, they're so adjustable, and these things are absolute rocket ships.
Steve, I didn't get a chance to ask you, how long and how many different cars have you been racing here over the years?
Well, interestingly enough, I'm sitting next to Middle Mike.
The what?
Middle Mike.
This was my nickname 20 years ago.
His dad was Mike.
Okay.
And then there was Mike Jr. And this was in the early 80s, right when they moved to California.
Okay.
So Big Mike, who's out on track right now, walks into my shop and he stops right by the front door to the shop. He goes, "Oh my God, this is exactly what I want to do."
Yeah, my dad actually bought his first race car from Steve. I'd been racing for a couple years. And yeah, I was fresh. I was just fresh into college. I think I was 19 years old when my dad bought that car. We still have that at the shop. I raced it here last year.
That's
356 Coopster.
I
So,
love that.
24 people I've helped get in vintage racing.
Good for you.
Over the years.
That's a great
Since
story.
the early
I love
80s.
stories like that.
Yeah, and honestly, without that, I don't know that we would have had our shop and stayed in vintage racing. So,
Come on, boys. You've been out there.
all
What's
works.
Davenport got to do and where?
he needs to get. Honestly, he's trying to get the run out of 11. He doesn't have the power to do it. The
Right.
Acura's got a clear legs advantage here. So, what I would be doing is focusing on the run up the hill from 5 because 6 is just a speed adjustment. Whatever speed you show up with, you just need to get a little weight on the nose. So it's just a lift or a brush. So if you show up 2 miles an hour slow, you exit 2 miles an hour slow. He needs to get a good run out of 6 and then really focus on the run down the hill. Back off in 10, catch him at exit, and you can outbrake him in 11. You got to block past him, and then you're going to give him the outside down the front stretch, and you'll have to end up doing the pass twice.
Would you agree with that?
I'm listening and learning. I need all the help I could get.
I know, it's pretty funny. I had Roberto Moreno in here earlier, and I had Tommy Greasy.
Oh,
and Roberto was so accurate with every... I got him to do the track map like you did, but he was still going 5 minutes after it had left the screen because he was only at turn 6. And Dreesy was just in awe. He said, I know what you're talking about. He said, but I can't articulate it to my engineer.
I know all the words you're saying, just not in that order.
He said, I can know what's going on in my head. I just can't get it out to my engineer or spotter.
Sounds like a Three Stooge thing. I'm thinking about it, but nothing's happening.
Yeah, exactly.
This is pretty interesting here. I'm glad they're sticking with Mike in the R8 here, the GT car, because Mike's at obviously top of the game pro right now, and it's really neat seeing that car hustle. That thing I only believe did one race with APR, did Daytona, and then I think it was Mike's Trans Am car, I believe. And that is being run, Michael Miller has told me that is a period correct DP, and it did win the championship. And I remember racing in Grand Am at the time, and I think I believe him, because I believe I remember that.
Okay.
Fun cars, not a lot of downforce. It's basically a mid-engine Trans Am car, those Daytona prototypes. Beautiful Riley and Scott behind. I'm a huge fan of those things as well.
Yeah, that's the 5 going through. And that is Nick Grillo again. God, he's been having a busy day in that Riley Scott Mark III.
And I believe Michael Miller is his coach, so he has a chance to run him down with a superior car here. They're very similar chassis underneath, but the Riley makes more downforce. They're both Rileys. The Mark III makes more downforce and has probably a better platform. Sometimes that big greenhouse really blocks the rear wing, so they don't get much aero in the back.
2 BMWs out there as well, but haven't seen them yet.
Yeah, and I believe one of those is an E46, correct, which would be a 6-cylinder. I think the other one is a E92, which would be a V8. So very different race cars in the way they drive, but chassis are similar.
Here's Patrick Lindsay in that Porsche GTA 997.
If I remember, he drove that car in IMSA as well. I believe that was the right place car.
Porsche Sprint USAC Challenge 6 hours at COTA in the 992 Cup.
Our rotary buddy Taz Harvey and the 4-rotor Kudzu. My friend Barry Waddell got to race that car, I believe, in period. Really cool car. No pistons. Uses all the fuel, turns it into noise. Looks like he's got a problem, though.
Yeah?
It looks like he was slow out. He might have just missed a gear or something.
The 023 was just short through go. Jeff Seagal in that 211 Porsche 911 at the back of this group. And we've got a caution, as you can see. So something's happened.
I haven't seen an incident, so maybe something rattling off one of these things.
Well, they've been quick off the draw, quite rightly. This is historic racing. This isn't championship racing. So anytime we can slow things down to make it safe, we will.
And any chance to roll those beautiful short caution safety vehicles. Those guys have been doing a really great job. We've been giving them a little too much work, I think. But they did an amazing job with the oil cleanup earlier.
Our cameramen also love it because they like to dive in on the close-ups, and they've got time to do it now.
Oh, this is when the real art comes out.
Absolutely.
Love it.
Especially on the older cars because they'll tighten in on the hands, and you really get to see them working the wheel. I love that.
I have always worn white gloves ever since I turned pro for 2 reasons. Communication.
Yes.
And if I'm doing something cool, I want people to see.
Right.
But if I hit you, I'm going to hold up a white glove and wave like, hey, I'm sorry, that was an accident. It wasn't.
I was doing Trans Am a few years ago, and there was a guy with day-glow gloves on.
Oh, yeah.
And we were saying, God, we can really see what's going on because it's hard.
Yep.
If you're not a racing driver and you don't do it every weekend, from the outside, it looks all pretty matter of fact. Here's what's the problem.
Oh, it's our boy Nick Yalali. Oh, no. Good
Nick
guy.
Oh, my word.
Good
Superstar.
guy and super cool car. That real-time NSX. I raced for a Nissan team a few years back in Grand Am, and our chief engineer came from that program, and oh my God, they cheated that thing up like you wouldn't believe. In World Challenge, that thing was a monster. Apparently they had 2 coils. You could turn one off for the dyno session. I haven't verified that, but I did hear it from one horse's mouth.
See, I love stuff like that. Motor racing, the sort of art of taking the advantage, which really is what motor racing is about.
Yeah, you got to push those boundaries. It's one of the things I do like where I race now is tech is actually pretty switched on. You can't, if you try cheating, you're going to get caught. So really the execution is what matters, and that's why I love IMSA so much, because tech really, they really go through those things. There's some places where, back in the day, I've heard some...
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking at a Corvette that says 336 cubic. Tells me it's always been 436 cubic inches. IMSA just didn't care in the 70s.
Yeah, that's a familiar story. You're right. This day and age, that is one of the top jobs to make sure happen because, well, the arguments that ensue and my word, yeah.
Our boys live in tech. We probably send the cars through 4 or 5 times each day.
Really?
Yep.
That's insane.
Racing is insane, yes.
Well, we're under caution in our final group race of the Scott Pruitt Legends of Endurance Cup. And just coming to sit down, David Hinton, who always comes up at some point to say hello. Thank you for coming.
Better late than never.
How's your day? Or weekend?
Busy, but very good. Very good.
And have you been here the whole 10 days or so?
Been here 2 weeks today.
Yeah.
So setting up, getting ready, being prepared.
Give me your pulse on this event. We've been saying, and every guy that's been in here, there's a skip in the step of not just the people involved in organising this, but the fans here today. You could see the excitement, which you don't see at historic racing, and you've been involved for a long time. People are excited to be here.
Absolutely. I think there's a great buzz in the paddock. The event's gone very, very well from our side of things. Great crowd yesterday, even bigger crowd today. I mean, I've never seen this many people.
Yeah, and the car park is like a MotoGP or an IndyCar race in terms of people here.
Hardest thing I did all weekend was driving the Chevron to grid the other day. I thought I was going to hit everybody. I've never seen this place so packed for the reunion. It's really, really cool to see.
Yeah, no, it's good, and the track staff are doing a fantastic job. We've got some new members on the team there. We've taken the reins and gone with it. So no, I think everybody's pumped. You know, we can't wait for next year already.
I can't wait for next year because you're playing into my game, bringing the bikes. I love it.
Wait a minute. I did not hear about this. There's going to be motorcycles?
Okay, let's just fill you in. Next year, we are celebrating the Japanese racing icons. In other words, everything they've brought to racing in motor racing around the world, and it'll all be here. So we are celebrating what the Japanese have brought to the table, and boy, have they brought stuff to the table. So that's good. But also, we've got motorcycles coming back.
Is there going to be a class for 1992 Honda RS 125 GP bike?
I don't know, but I'd start chatting to whoever you know that might know the answer to that question.
I got to get that motor back to
There you go.
I haven't raced that thing in 15 years.
But the amount of guys that have been in here this weekend, all drivers here in Historics, all want to talk bikes. I mean, even Roberto Moreno, who's, of course, ex-Indian Formula One driver, he said he's got 9 bikes at home.
We were showing each other pictures of our bikes on our phone up in Turn 1 yesterday.
Yeah.
I just finished a flat track TS 185 little thing, and he's got all these cool Honda Minis, and
I've
super
had
cool guy.
Michael Green here most of the day, in and out, who was racing, but been showing me all photographs.
Yeah.
And I know you're a World Superbike fan.
I am an absolute anything on motorcycles.
Johnny Ray.
Jonathan Ray. Absolutely. That's an icon there. I've been waiting to hear that.
Oh, Foggy!
Absolutely brilliant. And, it makes sense, too, because the greatest corner in the world is at this racetrack.
Yeah.
And it's named after Wayne Rainey, who's a local.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got to have bikes.
I interviewed Wayne a few years ago, and I said, what's it like having a corner named after you? That's pretty special. I know you live in the area, but it's quite an accolade. And he goes, He said, well, the only problem is I have to sweep it every day. You can hear him saying it, can't you?
My dad parked his bus next to Kenny Roberts Sr. at MotoGP. Looks like we're going to be going green again soon.
Go on, finish your story then.
But yeah, they've become really good friends. I've gotten to go ride with Kenny out at the old ranch a couple times, and Wayne and my dad have become pretty good buddies. He's a really cool guy. And just the stuff he's seen. Earth and laid back. I barely get to talk to him, but it's pretty.
I know. I got summoned to the bus of Kenny Roberts once. Or I say summoned, but Axlin invited me in. And Kenny was watching TV, and he didn't even turn around. He just went, "Come on in." And you forget that people know you because you do the TV stuff. So he knew all about me, and I knew nothing about him, and I was frightened to death because he's quite intimidating.
He's a wild man, but he's very smart.
Yeah, very smart. But he was really having some fun with me because he was just like, "What are you doing?" He just knew I was going to be frightened to death. But anyway, I loved it. Yeah, that's it. I wouldn't have wanted to be junior.
Now, because we have a rule at the starts here that you can't start finish, but the restarts we can go racing whenever. And I see my old man, sixth car in line, so he is going to be busy here because I'm normally spotting for him.
Okay. Yes.
It looks like leader's going early. That's exactly what I would do. He's trying to get a gap on Davenport, and look, it worked.
It did. Oh, and he's got a big gap too. Boy, he's off. He's off and running. Green flag waves then. We've got 21 minutes left. Fraser and Davenport, Roberts and Skeen, McKenna, Grillo and Miller, Lindsay, Sweeler, Harvey, Montour and Sigel in 10th position. Into Andretti.
Now, Davenport, I think, has the lap time to catch back up to him. The tricky thing is, as we saw him racing earlier, he just doesn't have the straight line speed or acceleration. It's hard to tell on a track like this which one it is. Not a lot of long straights here, so I don't know if it's aero, but I think the way it comes off 11, it is just horsepower mechanical grip.
David, while we've got a moment, I've got to ask you, I've been talking all day about the new lease that came in last year for 55 years, and that's part of the spring in the step I'm talking about. I think that it's settled everybody down as to the future of both the historic race, but all the races that come here. And then you see the improvements with the bridge and many more. Are they planning other facelifts?
Yes, I do believe so down the road. There's going to be a big Paddock facelift. I think that'll be coming in a few years' time.
Great.
Which will be great. I think they're going to squeeze a bit more Paddock space in there, which will make all of our jobs a lot easier, because trying to fit 450 race cars.
It's nuts, isn't it?
60 display cars, and I think we've given out close to 200 cool car passes this weekend for people's street cars, which are called, like Mr. Sweeney's Mercedes.
I appreciate it.
To park next to their race cars in the paddock, which makes it great for the spectators to walk around and see old Ferraris, Porsches, whatever it might be, laid out in the paddock, just as street cars. And that's kind of part of the show, I think, these days.
100%. It makes the vibe so great when you see these cool classics. Every morning I watch, driving down to Virtuoso at 300 SL, we got a braking duel into two. I'm going to interrupt myself.
Side by side, yeah, go for it.
It's on your corner, still there. So Miller's got the lane here.
For us. Yeah.
So for Miller, saying outside, side by side, corner clear.
Yeah, there you go. Lovely.
But Mike, that R8 is fast.
Yes.
That thing also has the prototype theoretically can have traction control. I believe that one doesn't. The R8 has ABS, traction control, and that's split into longitudinal and yaw. And Mike knows how to use these switches. He'll know the switch positions because that's his old car. So that thing can be very potent.
And I think, in my opinion, very underrated.
Oh gosh, absolutely. Yes. He's a true driver. And you know what? I'm going to give his girlfriend Kelly Heafy a shot because she is a big part of his program, and she is lovely as well.
She's there every time he's on the podium, giddy as can be. I've spent a lot of time with Mike in Trans Am, and he is a joy to be with. And like you said, it doesn't matter. He can be thrown in a car last minute, and he'll perform.
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy who's got the skills to let those do the talking. He doesn't have to talk a big game, and I like that. Quiet dude, good skills.
So we're giving Keith Freezer a good mate of mine, and we're getting a bit of stick this weekend because he sold that car to Jim Davenport. Davenport's been wearing him out, passing him, setting better lap times. It's like, that wasn't the way it was supposed to be.
That's not
got
why
a spinner. Spinner in 11. Oh boy, that's rough. He is stalled, it looks like, and he is staring down the barrel of a whole field. That is an uncomfortable place to be.
Yeah, George Crass in the Panos.
Yeah.
Looped it around, hopefully he can get it fired.
There goes my buddy Ryan Eversley's old car.
Meanwhile, the Viper's in trouble too.
Man, they're dropping like flies. This is my old man moving up. He's just made 2 passes.
There you go.
Yeah,
I told him,
Vista
just
car
keep
looks
it
good.
steady, listen to the notes we got, don't give up an exit, use all the road. I'm pretty happy with how he's doing. We got a big fight here.
There's some really good little pockets of racing going on, and I think the endurance lends itself to that.
And these are cool because these are all relatively contemporary
Yes.
Grand Am LMS cars.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a reunion, really.
Yeah.
I guess it is a reunion.
Ernie Spader in the Riley Daytona prototype, Mark X1.
The pit window should be open now, so they can start making pit stops.
The pit window is open. There you go. Nice time. Oh, look at it. The man's on the ball. It might have been 10 days of hard work, but he's still on it in the last group. I like it.
There's your BMW E46 there.
It's busy.
It is
Crosstown
real
traffic
busy out
here
there.
in Monterey.
Real busy out there. This is really fun. Restarts are always the best. And it's fun, especially because the field gets mixed up. There's no wave arounds here. So it's
Yeah.
old school restarts where you might have the slowest car in the field at the front. And it really mixes things up. And if you have a slower car but you're a faster driver, this is where you get opportunities. You just start looking for where there's holes and sticking your car in them.
So out of Rainey they come. That Audi still going hard and fast. Ruby Tuesday doing a good job. And we'll start to see them making the pit stops.
Fun story about that Ruby Tuesday car. In the first 20 seconds I ever drove a Pontiac GT car in Rolex, I was testing in Mid-Ohio. I left pit lane. He went off and speared across right in front of me. Darn near T-boned, literally on the outlap. So I'll never forget that car.
I'll bet. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, your eyes pop out of your head at that point.
Yeah, it's a good way to screw a test up, to crash on lap 1.
So, David, you know what they can and can't do in a pit stop of this in this race?
So it's a 3-minute pit stop from pit in to pit out. They're not allowed to refuel.
Right.
They can do a driver change. They can get out, take a drink, get back in, but I think you'll see majority of them just stay in the car.
Yeah,
So
and there's only about 6 duo. By the look of my board here, you've got Robertson Skeen, you've got Marino Franchitti's on his own, but Doug Barron is down twice. But is that 2 Doug Barrons, or is it just Doug Barron on his own? But anyway, Spader and Crandall are out there. Howard Swig and Spencer Trenery are going to swap, and then Martin Lauber and Douglas Mockett also.
I understand doing the swap for fun, but on the other hand, I think a lot of people have no idea what goes into sports car driver changes. Just the amount of equipment that's in the car, magnets on the roof, surgical tubing.
What do
on
the
the
magnets on the roof do?
You put the seatbelt tanks up on them.
Oh.
They're rare earth magnets, and now the belts are hanging, so the next driver comes in, grabs them, and
straight
straight
in.
click. That's their driver change assistant does the lap.
You don't want to be fiddling about, do you?
But you'd be surprised if you've never done it. A lot of these guys take more than 3 minutes to get in the paddock.
Right.
So I would do that. We put an egg timer in my dad's car and velcroed it to the wheel. So he's hitting the start button when he hits the pit lane in, and told him you got to stop and see 3 minutes. Do that.
Yeah, I mean, doing TV when we're live like this, you're right. You get into a discipline of understanding a count, or hey, you got to wrap up in a minute, or whatever else. And we don't use. Well, they do use stopwatches, but we usually have somebody counting us to whatever it is to hit a mark, especially in Formula One, where you've got to hit the opening title at exactly the right time, and if you go over that, they're not happy at all.
Yeah, 100%. I understand that. Well, and honestly, even when I'm spotting places like Sebring where the car goes out of view for just over a minute, I use a stopwatch.
Yeah.
I know that in 1 minute and 3 seconds, I'm going to be able to pick them up going into 16.
Right.
And that'll give me just enough to pick up what's around them and give them that info and time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, timing's everything in racing.
Yeah, no question. So 14 minutes to go. The pit stop window is open, and we are seeing cars coming in. In fact, it's busy down there as I look out of the window of the commentary booth here at Laguna Seca. What a weekend. David, sum it up for me. You've been around this for a long, long time now, and let me just start with the exhibition of Formula One cars that Ellen created and put together. Fantastic.
We said so. Best displays we've ever done here. and it stretched from 1950
to 25
through 2025.
I know, it's incredible.
Which was phenomenal. And I think most people are shocked who haven't really been to a Formula One race in quite a few years is the actual length, height,
size
and width
of the wheels
of the current car.
Yeah.
It's like watching your kids grow up walking down that row.
Yeah.
They start off small and cute, and they end up these giant monsters.
Yeah, and there are some monsters.
An IROC, big addition.
Oh, God, that's just been mega.
Hasn't it?
Absolutely mega.
Boy, they made their mark.
And they enjoyed it. I mean, Kurt Busch got out of the car. He was so pumped. And Dario.
Did he win?
Kurt, no, he didn't.
But-
Bruce Canepa kind of gave him a little nudge and spun him around, which knocked him back. But Tommy Dreese ended up winning it.
He's Kurt's a friend of my. I used to work for Roadshagger Racing. Gavin Ernstone's a local, yeah, he's good friends with him. So I'm always checking in on him. He's a great guy. I had a great talk about tires interacting with racing surfaces and the aggregate, and whether it's basic or acidic. Kyle Busch was really switched on this stuff.
Wow, that is.
So no, the IROC was a great race. Pretty sure we're going to do that again.
Yeah.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Not for nothing. We've got a pretty. We got somebody going wide in the corkscrew.
Yep.
But this is a pretty darn spiffy race for the lead. I mean,
Yeah, this has gone on now for what?
Half an hour in.
Half an hour in, yeah, and it's been pretty intense.
Davenport's earning his. Well, I guess he's not getting paid, but he's earning his ride today. We got a DP stopped on track, and that is kind of on line. I really hope everybody's got their eyes up.
Yeah, well, you've got plenty of time to see him, but that's going to bring out, surely going to bring out a caution, I would have thought.
Yeah, unfortunately,
He's right in front of our commentary booth, of course.
Unfortunately, most people here aren't tucked up under the wing in front of them. That's what scares me.
Yeah.
Is, guy in front lane tosses.
Right, yeah, good point. Yeah, very good point.
I guess I'm paid to see the future sometimes, so I get nervous fast.
That is the job of a spotter. Paid to see the future. I like that. You should put a T-shirt made out of that. I like that.
I'll send it up the chain to my best friend Steve. He does all the apparel for us.
Fair enough. Well, it's just 11 minutes to go. We've got a car stuck on the main straight here at Laguna Seca.
Still green.
Yeah, we're still green, and I guess Dorsey's probably looking at it going, well, these guys are pretty sensible, they're pretty experienced, and they've got time to see him coming out of 11, and most of the spotters, like yourself, will be alerting them to that.
And that is Michael in the car. It looks like he's trying to cycle the power. I know he had a issue earlier where power dropped off, so it might be a bad ground or something. But yeah, sometimes these race cars can have a mind of their own.
Yeah, no kidding. Through goes David Alvarado in the 997 GT3 Cup car from 2010, just ahead of the TRG car.
A pretty good battle there themselves.
Yeah. And he's still stuck there. You can see him from a different angle now, where he is.
Oh boy, and they're racing into 11.
Yeah.
So this is what I was worried
this
about.
is where you worry because
okay, they see it.
They see it. Yeah.
I think. Oh, that looks like.
I'm just seeing where the flags are to warn them. Yeah, there's a flag at 11 to warn them, so they know coming into 11 that they've got a problem ahead.
And no flag at start-finish, so they are allowed to start racing basically as soon as they cross that car where it's sitting.
Whoa.
Not unusual to get brake fires during pit stops, especially when you're sitting for 3 laps.
Yep. Bill Oberlin car.
What isn't a Bill Oberlin car? He's driven absolutely everything.
That's a good line. What isn't a Bill Oberlin car? Yeah, exactly.
Guy started in Porsches. People forget that.
That was Marino Franchitti just went through our shot there. Good to have him. And Dario here this weekend. Dario put on a great show in the IROC. I mean, he loved it.
It's cool to see him racing because I know he's like a couple other guys who aren't going to race pro anymore due to having a few too many knocks on the head. I'm kind of one of those. But yeah, it's neat to see those guys back behind the wheel and hustling.
And great to see Scott Borchetta behind the wheel. He had a big accident in Trans Am a couple of years ago where I was commentating on the race at Road Atlanta. Brakes went going into turn 1, and I don't need to tell you guys, he literally didn't even touch the gravel. He just piled into the... and my friend, one of the cameramen from Greenlight, was right there. And I talked to Scott about it. And this is his first weekend of racing since that incident.
That's amazing to hear he's back. I've only had one real genuine brake failure. I had a brake pad fallout at Homestead, Miami, in the Rolex race. I tapped the brake pedal. It felt like there was a pedal there, and the pad fell out. Turned into one wide open at like 160 miles an hour and went straight to the floor. It's the worst feeling you can ever feel. It hits right into the firewall, and there's nothing home. So I ended up about a half mile away up in NASCAR, too. Didn't hit anything too hard.
Brave men. Brave men. 8 minutes to go, or just over. Sadly, we've got the car stuck on track, still at turn 1, but we're going.
I think they're just going to leave them there.
Yeah.
This is some old school stuff. We are going vintage, and I love it.
Wow.
This reminds me of the 25 hours on Thunder Hill. They used to do hot toes. You can come around a corner, there's a pickup truck with a Spec Miata hanging off the back.
Well, there's still tracks that do that. I think Sebring are willing to do hot toes, I think.
They're willing to do almost anything in Sebring, from what I can tell. Spring break and a 12-hour race, and half of them don't even know what's going on. They show that couch fire every year on TV now.
Yeah. That's my home track, Sebring, and it's 12 hours just crazy.
Well, it's where it is as well. It's in the middle of nowhere, and if you've never been to Sebring, you think, where the heck am I going?
Oh, I'm staying in Winter Haven.
Yeah.
You know, a few years back, they finally outlawed them, but we used to have to do that whole race with scissor lifts. So you'd be 40 feet up for 13 hours, swaying back and forth, hoping you can all go down.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's they got rid of that because the insurance people saw it, and there was like 15 scissor lifts on the inside of turn 1 and 5 people each in them.
No.
So I believe is Davenport in. Looks like he's probably gone in because I can't imagine Friars are just driving away like that.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
I think we might have a full course caution now. I can't see both flags here, but it looks like that's a full course. Yeah, that sounds like it.
I think they gave him a pretty good chance to get that thing fired up again.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they don't start for 5 minutes, that's usually it.
Yeah, they've got the truck on track, and they're going to do a hot pull, I think. Now, this is going to be dainty.
Oh my goodness, there's those short caution motorsports boys, like I said. Looking pro and doing pro. So they're going to get Miller out or try and see if they can't help him fire it up.
Yeah.
Right now they're going to ask if he can be flat-toed so they don't have to get a rollback. I can't tell you how brave those guys are. Being on a hot track is a very uncomfortable
I would
situation.
never want to be in this position. You just don't know what's going to happen next. And we've now got 2 trucks.
And this is a local yellow. I'm looking at a waving yellow down at 11, so we are still green, which is pretty wild, but they're doing a good job. Everybody knows it's there, so.
Yep.
And here comes the.
And
the
they've
hook.
had time to know it's there, and it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, we've gone full course yellow.
Yeah, I figured.
There it is.
And that might put an end to proceedings, given we've only got, 6 minutes to go?
I see a one-lap shootout in our future.
Ah, there you go. I like it.
Nothing we need more than a green-white checker, huh?
Yeah, maybe I'll call Stevie and say, let's do a green-white checker here.
There we go.
What's the difference? 40, 42 minutes?
And Franchitti pops into the top 10, finally. But Fresher and Davenport have put on a show. And there is Davenport. I love that story of selling the car.
Well, and I'm looking at Jeff earning his nickname Sneaky Seagull. I didn't even see him get up to third in that 23 car. But
Yeah,
here he is.
that's right, he did.
He always shows up out of nowhere.
That's great. That's
It's
pretty good.
Underway. I think they're going to just do the wrong thing here at pit lane and tow him around the wall. In which case, we should be able to go back green pretty quick.
Yeah, actually, they only need to turn left straight after the checkered flag post, and we're away again, yeah?
So I brought Siegel's car out here and also Lee Keen's car out here in my trailer, and they're parked over there. And I guess Lee Keen in his retirement's got into bird watching.
No way.
This is what they told me. And so whenever Siegel walks by, Lee Keen starts making seagull noises.
I had no idea. I'm actually an enthusiastic bird watcher myself.
Me
Not
too.
just talking about Jack the Hawksworth. I grew up, I think that's one of the reasons I'm so good as a spotter, is I grew up looking through binoculars at hawks.
Yeah, so
I got something to talk to Lee about.
We have a joke in our family. My dad used to joke with me when I was about 5, and he said, when you grow up, I'm going to take you to Paris and we'll go and see the birds. And I didn't quite understand it. Now, of course, he meant the girls. But, so he always teases me about it. He said, are you ready to go and see those birds?
My dad was an engineer until I was about 7. I thought he drove trains.
There you go.
That might have been his fault.
Well, we're hoping to go green. This is our final group before the ragtime boys take us home. But we're under caution. But we've had a doozy of a race at the front, and we hopefully will get them to take another bite at giving us some more entertainment, because it was been superb, as you say, a half-hour battle for first and second.
Lights are on the safety car, so we've got one more.
One more lap under caution, yeah.
But we've lost our clock, but I'm not seeing a white flag, so we're definitely going to have a chance to at least go back.
Yeah.
Well,
by my estimates, officially I say estimates, it's 3 minutes, just over, 3.5 minutes. So we've got time.
David's probably going to get his wish. I think a caution lap's right around 3 minutes.
You called it.
Get that pace car, pick it up a little bit.
Yeah.
We might make it.
That's got that Dorsey ring to it, doesn't it? He's kind of a one-lap shootout dude.
Yeah, you can tell Dorsey wants to make it. He wants to finish the day on green. That's for sure.
He's a racer. I
like
yeah.
it. But also, you have a trust in the people that you're working with and what they can achieve, and they'll give you the get-go. Right, we can get this, we can do that. There was no risk really involved, I don't think, because there's always risk. It's motor racing, but I think when everybody is professional and everybody knows, and like I said, this is a very experienced field out here of drivers. You might not do it in certain fields, but with this particular field, I think they're very savvy to how to deal with a situation. And we just got lucky that it wasn't sort of if it had been 30 yards further over the lip, no way.
Yeah.
No, he was in a pretty safe spot.
Yeah.
He was tucked up against the wall.
He's been around. He was again. It's actually neat. I was going to say the HSR guys are all ex-coworkers of mine. The race controls, all ex-Skip Barber guys. So they've all seen everything. You can't have 3-day students out there for 20 years and not see everything. So I believe I see the hazards are off. So we are lights out on the pace car.
2 minutes to go in this race, and we are going to go green for a one-lap wonder to finish off this historic weekend of racing to celebrate the 51st year of the Rolex reunion. What a way to end it.
You'll watch safety cars in the lane. Fraser's going to go early here, but
Davenport's got wise to it this time. He's tucked right in behind him this time.
Got to be on that gearbox coming around this corner. Green flag already. I would be going. You can be racing, boys.
Come on, here we go. And we are racing.
And my dad is sort of right in the middle of the field, so he's going to be 3 wide at the start-finish here, I bet.
Then he got a flyer again, did Fraser.
Oh, yeah.
Dives into Andretti, and he's got the advantage for now.
And that shows that acceleration advantage. That was pure acceleration.
Yeah.
He was tucked up under that wing.
He's already pulled 2 or 3 car lengths into 3.
Now we know why he sold the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see Davenport really railing for here, and he's picked up about 2 car lengths just through the middle.
So where would you try to make up time if you were in this position?
So for me, I've always been really good through 3 and 4. They're flat and weird. 4 actually goes a teeny bit off camber.
Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday.
Man, when people back out of passes, that's when I get real scared, actually. Spend a lot more time side by side. But yeah, the big thing, though, is the corners leading onto the long straights and the uphill straights most important. So 5 is incredibly important. 6 is easy to screw up. And if you screw 6 up, any good work you did in 5
into the distance, yeah.
I broke a shock on the way into 6 the other day. It was pretty eye-opening. But
in the Chevron?
In the Chevron, the Group 6 car, right after Apex, the push rod broke.
The Ruby Tuesday trying everything, and now, look,
nice
everybody
pass.
battling for a lovely pass by the Audi.
Oh, here he goes, twofer. They're having a sale.
Coming to the end of this, then.
White flag. And
we have got 1 more lap to go. Just got in by 14 seconds. But what a cracking way to finish the weekend here. The white flag waves. We're on the final lap of the final group race of 2025. What a celebration of the history of racing in America at the perfect venue, at the perfect time, in perfect conditions, professionally run, beautifully presented, and hats off to all of the organisers who've been part of bringing this together. You've done a sterling job. My thanks to Greenlight Television for putting on the pictures, and we thank you from around the world. And let me just remind you just where you have joined us and tuned in from. We all know that Goodwood TV has been with us throughout the weekend. We also know that there are 3 networks from the United States tuning in, including Racer, including Motorsport 1, and of course, Speed Sport 1. Ralph Shaheen just above me on the track commentary. Australia, Fox Sports, welcome. I'm glad you joined us. And likewise, Italy as Parc Ferme. And here we go. Can he do it?
It's close. He was close at the line, closer than he's been all race, but he'd have to dive bomb here unless he can get a better exit. But with his acceleration advantage,
I
He's
think he's
there,
got it.
though. He
Come
is
on,
there.
Keith. Hold it, buddy. Hold it.
Come
The
on,
lights
that
are
wing.
blazing. Devonport trying everything, but it's not to be. And the checkered flag waves for Keith Reeser, who takes the win over Jim Devonport. And what a great race they put on to finish our day. The Robert Skeen car comes across the line to take the podium in third. And then it's Montour Lindsay. Siegel drops down, sadly. But it was a good battle at the end because he was up to third. The Griot Miller car is given 7th place. Sweedler 8th. Harvey and Franchitti rounding out the top 10.
Man, what a great race.
That was great, wasn't it? You came at the right time.
Yeah. I mean, that was a terrific race up to the caution, and afterwards, I mean, we had 2 battles for the podium on the last lap.
Yeah,
Can't ask for more.
Can't ask for more than that. And we've had races, what is it, one of the races finished by 0.034 of a second. The IROC was a cracker.
I think my favourite was Gunnar and Philip in the 962s.
That looked like a good race.
It was,
I saw a little bit.
It was mega.
And yesterday, the 2 Lanciers were awesome.
Yes, yeah, and that was Gunnar too in that race.
Yes, it was, yeah.
Kudori came from like 7th, 8th place at the start.
But he was on
drove
it.
to the front.
Yeah.
And
he's doing a good job, and that car is tuned up. That is a good-looking race car.
Yep. No, Philip's not scared to throw it in there either.
No.
Not at all.
Confirmation then of the result of Group 11 Scott Pruitt Legends of Endurance, and it was Keith Freischer took that Zytec LMP1 to the win over Jim Devonport in the Orica 03. David Robertson, Mike Skeen taking the R8 to third. Louis-Philippe Montour takes 4th place. Patrick Lindsay 5th. Nick Giro and Michael Miller in 6th place. Jeff Siegel in 7th. Bill Sweedler in 8th. Taz Harvey 9th. And Clay Kovari in the Porsche GT3R in 10th position. So that's how it concluded. My thanks once again to Mike Sweeney and David Hinton. Thank you for coming.
Pleasure.
Thank you so much for having me. This was a real fun time.
I was sent here to keep an eye on Mike, by the way.
That's what he said. He knew.
When he walked in, I got nervous.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm always going up to him and be like, hey, is it okay if I drive a car? And he looks at me real stern. He usually says yes.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. And as a thought, we're going to finish it this way. We have shown you, I think, in the last 48 hours, the history of motor racing in the US of A. And we've taken you all the way to 2025 in a show car from Red Bull all the way back to 1950 and the Lanciers that made it all start for Grand Prix racing. But we finish in what is, I think, the most appropriate way where it all began in the early 1920s and even earlier than that in some cases as we bring you the ragtime races. It's been fun. It's been a lot of great racing. Let's do it all again next year. From me, Jonathan Green, and the Greenlight team. We'll see you
Johnny,
soon.
how
Kev,
about this?
down to you.
After all these years, I'm really pleased to say that I've been put in the hot seat next to the main man himself, Brian, with the ragtime racers. I'm rolling with the ragtime boys after all these years. So, without further ado, from the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion for 2025, I've been Kev Harris and Johnny Green. Until next time, I'll say, see ya! Home, James.
Looks like we had about a 2-minute wait.
They've just got a slight delay before they roar off, but this is classic because, as you can see, Kev is the spotter, as we've had Mike Sweeney up here. But, yeah, those are the days when you weren't just spotters, there was no mirrors until Ray Haroon brought it in for the Indy 500. And you see the person on the left there just pumping, so that's another part of the job. And, of course, the other part was to jump out, change the tyre if need be, or crank it to start the engine. So that was a role that was vital back in the day. And so Kev has been given quite a job here. And I've done this myself with the Ragtime Boys a few years ago at Sonoma. And it is a Absolute joy to be out there. But look at these magnificent men in their flying machines. Chitty chitty bang bang, beat this, I say. Just waiting for them to go out, but we got to finish it off with Kevin riding off into the sunset, surely.
Get that last line.
He's having fun, that's for sure. Here we go, this car's rolling. Well, I hope you've enjoyed it wherever you've tuned in from around the world.
This is it from the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. I've been Kev Harris. See ya!
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.